In a space without direction, bugs become the best signposts. The more bugs there are, the more likely there is a bug mother. Finding the bug mother and killing it will relieve the disaster of the 160 Dao zones of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Just like the bug mother of the insect race, the mother can produce countless sons every day. No matter how many sons die, it has no effect on the bug mother. But once the bug mother dies, the sons will die collectively. He felt that his judgment was not wrong, and these illusory bugs should be the same. Regarding this issue, he had discussed with the third ancestor and basically confirmed that it was the case. To capture the thief, you must first capture the king, so what Lin Moyu has to do is to find the bug mother and kill it. The power avenue pushed the blood and chi, and Lin Moyu rushed around in the space. All the bugs he encountered would be crushed on the spot as long as they were touched. In this space, not only was there no direction and no distance, Lin Tuan Huiyu didn't know how far he had flown and how many bugs he had killed. There were too many to count. I only know that the number of insects is increasing and getting denser. These insects have no wisdom and don't know what death is. They only know to parasitize. Since Lin Moyu entered this space, the insects began to riot and rushed towards Lin Moyu, regardless of life or death. Lin Moyu frowned. Where did the two grasses go? They didn't enter this space. Could it be that they have other ways to go? If the two grasses entered this space, then the insects would definitely be divided and would not all come to find me. So there is only one explanation: the two grasses are not in this space now. Maybe they came in before, but they are not here now. But the ice and fire grass does not understand the avenue of space. How did they get here and how did they leave? In Lin Moyu's perception, there are several layers of space in the secret collection, and you need to pass through them one by one. Unless it knows the right way. The ice and fire grass is the avatar of the leader of the Baichao Alliance. It is normal to know some additional information. Lin Moyu didn't care about so much. He wanted to kill the bugs first until he killed the mother bug. This was what he promised the three ancestors. It didn't matter if he didn't meet her, but he would keep his promise if he met her. Lin Moyu was like a killing god, a god of killing bugs, and he killed all the way to the nest of the bugs. The whole space was covered with bugs, so many that it was unimaginable. The true body of the power avenue was roaring, and Lin Moyu's blood and chi were pushed to the extreme and blasted out. The blood and chi turned into a giant dragon, sweeping forward, and countless bugs were broken wherever it passed. How can there be so many? Lin Moyu muttered in his heart, this mother bug might be crazy, actually producing so many bugs. What is this guy going to do? Lin Moyu felt that this mother bug was either crazy or sick. The dragon of blood and chi opened the way, and Lin Moyu killed all the way behind and really rushed into the nest of bugs. Countless bugs poured out, and at the same time made sharp roars. The bugs were not big, but their roars could shake the soul. Illusionary bugs rushed towards Lin Moyu from all directions, but Lin Moyu's blood and chi shook, and all the electrons that came over were shattered into pieces. More bugs rushed over, and these bugs finally realized that no matter how many there were, they were nothing in front of Lin Moyu. So the bugs began to gather together, quickly combined, and turned into a huge bug. Lin Moyu didn't care whether he was big or small, and punched out again, and his blood and chi turned into a giant dragon and rushed over. The bugs roared at the same time, opened their mouths, and a tongue popped out like a sharp arrow, colliding with the dragon. Boom! Lin Moyu's body trembled, and his chi air dragon actually returned in vain. Although the insect's tongue was smashed, more insects immediately rushed over and completed the tongue training. It's getting stronger. I didn't expect that the fragile insects would become so much stronger once they were combined. The Chi Air Dragon gathered in Lin Moyu's palm and gathered into a Chi Air Sword. The Chi Air Sword slashed out instantly and at the same time punched out again, and the Chi Air Dragon merged with the Power Avenue and rushed out. The Chi Air Sword flashed in front of the insect and stabbed 3 times in a row. The insect screamed, and its huge body was chopped by the Chi Air Sword. The Chi air dragon followed and hit the insect, breaking it into pieces. Once the insect lost the power of fusion, it immediately became fragile again, and was crushed into powder by the Chi air dragon in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyu continued to kill Lin with a little disdain. He knew that he had entered the insect's nest and would soon see the insect mother. The blood dragon raged all the way, and wherever it passed, there were 2 survivors. Finally, Lin Moyu came to the deepest part of the nest, and a ball of golden light came into view. Worm Mother. Lin Moyu finally saw the Worm Mother. The Worm Mother looked like a giant centipede, with thousands of legs, and each leg had countless pores. It can be seen that small illusory insects are constantly flying out of these pores. It has created enough insects to parasitize the creatures of the entire continent. The Worm Mother sensed Lin Moyu's arrival and screamed. The scream was like a sharp sword piercing the soul. With Lin Moyu's soul defense, he also felt a roar. The whole person couldn't help but tremble, and there was a moment of stagnation. It was this moment of stagnation that the Worm Mother turned and left. The pair of tentacles on its head cut the space like scissors, and the sun drilled in. When Lin Moyu came to his senses, the mother had already drilled in most of it. At the same time, a large number of illusory subworms merged into 2 giant worms, rushing over with their fangs and claws bared. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, and the 2 swords of luck quickly condensed from one sword. At the same time, 2 consecutive punches were thrown, and the blood dragon evolved, following the sword of luck and rushing towards the worm. Just like before, the sword of luck cut off the worm, and the blood dragon crushed the worm completely. Lin Moyu acted quickly and fiercely, killing the 2 worms that blocked the way in a blink of an eye, but at this time the mother worm had already escaped into another space, leaving only a tail. Lin Moyu didn't have time to do anything, and his consciousness moved, and the road locked the enemy. A wisp of luck fell on the mother worm, completing the lock. The insect mother got into another space, and the space crack closed at the same time, goodly good. The true body of the Space Avenue emerged, and Lin Moyu became half real and half virtual. He sensed the space. There are many spaces in the ice and fire secrets. He had to follow the avenue to lock the enemy and track them. You can really escape. The avenue locked the enemy and pointed out the direction for Lin Moyu. The insect mother obviously had the ability to cut the space. She escaped very quickly and was already far away from him. Lin Moyu wanted to chase, but it was not easy for him to break the space with his power. He needed to find the connection between the spaces. It's like going from the 1st floor to the 5th floor. The insect mother can take the elevator and go straight up and down. And Lin Moyu needs to climb the stairs. The key is that the position of the stairs on each floor is different. When he reaches the next floor, he has to find the corresponding stairs. If Lin Moyu's current realm can be higher, reaching the 5th realm of Daozun, he can directly blast the space. Lin Moyu was also helpless about this. Exerting the true body of the Space Avenue, sensing the connection between the spaces, he suddenly showed surprise. He actually sensed the breath of the ice and fire grass. While tracking the insect mother, Lin Moyu suddenly sensed the breath of the ice and fire grass. At this time, the insect mother had already fled far away, and there were several layers of space between him and him. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. With the Great Tao locking the enemy, no matter how much the insect mother fled, he could be found. After knowing that the insect mother could cut the space into pieces, it would not be so easy for it to escape next time. Lin Moyu was curious about what the 2 ice and fire grasses were going to do. At the same time, he had another question. Is this insect mother the one that the 3rd ancestor mentioned, a special pet belonging to the outer heavenly supplement? When he saw the insect mother just now, he did not feel the breath of disgust. If it was the pet of the outer heavenly god, he should be able to feel the breath of disgust. Could it be that this insect mother is not the pet of the outer heavenly god? Or did it have some way to deceive the Great Tao? Lin Moyu felt that the first possibility was higher, and it would be very difficult to deceive the Great Tao. But since it was a special divine pet, it was not completely impossible. He passed through the void space and found the connection point to the next layer of space. Punches were thrown out one after another, and the avenue of space roared. The fists carried the power of space, opened the passage, and Lin Moyu dived in. There was a bright light in front of him, and a rich red color rushed towards him. What came into view was a sea of fire. Ice and fire secrets. Ice and fire are the foundation. The sea of fire here is much richer than the outermost layer, and the temperature is much higher. The first layer of space is a world of ice and fire. The second layer of space is the world of nothingness of those insects. This third layer has become a world of fire again. Lin Moyu murmured to himself. He felt that the flames in this layer of space seemed to be a little different. It was stronger, the temperature was higher, and the power inside was more complicated. The sea of fire seemed to contain countless wills. He didn't even need to try to know that the flames here could not be used to cultivate the body. His eyes swept around and saw a blue light in the distance. Lin Moyu immediately flew towards the blue light. The red flames began to gradually recede, and the blue light began to fill the entire site. The color of the flame turned blue, with a hint of purple in it, making the flame more noble and more terrifying. Lin Moyu stood on the edge of the blue flame and did not approach it. He felt that the blue flame was not safe. The terrifying degree of the blue flame has exceeded the limit he can bear. In particular, the faint purple light in the blue flame made Lin Moyu feel fatal danger. He knew that if this purple light fell on him, he might be burned to ashes in an instant. His eyes were solemn and expectant at the same time. This is the real fire of the Tao. It is not the magic fire that practitioners use the power of the Tao to perform, but the real fire of the Tao, the fundamental power of the Tao. Even if you are in the Tao realm, it is not an easy thing to really perform the fire of the Tao. The fire of the Tao has no impurities and is extremely pure. It can be used to refine the body, but my body can't stand it. He looks forward to the day when his body will be strong enough to use the pure fire of the Tao to refine the body. But now, you can only look and fantasize, and you can never touch it. Lin Moyu followed the edge of the blue-red flame and headed for the location he had sensed before. He flew tens of thousands of kilometers in the flame and arrived at his destination. Lin Moyu sensed it carefully to make sure that his sense was correct. The ice and fire grass once stayed here. Like me, it didn't dare to go in. It seems that the ice and fire grass also has its limits and is also afraid of the fire of the avenue. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the real body of the avenue of time appeared. A force of time surged, and this area was retraced in time. The real body of the avenue of time allowed him to call on the power of the avenue of time more easily. A hazy avenue appeared, and there was a turbulent river on the avenue, coming from the distant past and flowing to the equally distant future. The avenue of time carries the long river of time, which records all the past of the origin continent. The light of the avenue fell, and what happened in this area was fished out of the long river of time and revealed in front of Lin Moyu. This time, the time retracing does not take too long, at most 10 days, which is not difficult for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu saw the ice and fire grass, which came here 3 days ago. As for how it came, it is not clear. The ice and fire grasses are intertwined with each other, and the power of ice and fire blends with each other, enhancing each other's history. Lin Moyu already understood that the two little grasses were the incarnations of the leader of the Herb Alliance. It was just that because of their different properties, they looked like two little grasses, but in fact, they were one whole. Through time travel, Lin Moyu saw that the ice and fire grass had been here for a whole day. There were several times when it wanted to go in, but as soon as it touched the blue flame, it immediately retreated. The blue flame was also lethal to it. Lin Moyu clearly saw that its edge was burned by the blue flame, and the moment it came into contact with the blue flame, the ice attribute part exploded amazing water vapor. The temperature of the blue flame was too high, and the fire attribute part could still withstand it, but the ice attribute part would be burned to death directly. Even for this part of the red flame, the ice attribute grass had to rely on the fire attribute grass to be safe and sound. if it couldn't even withstand the blue flame, let alone the purple heavenly way inside. The wisps of the avenue fire were jumping around in the world of blue flames. As long as it was touched, it would be dead. After staying here for a day, the ice and fire grass finally left. It seemed a little unwilling, and even looked back every 3 steps. Lin Moyu was very curious. Why did it come here? It couldn't have come without a purpose. Time went back to lock the time they left, and then followed the direction it left. After leaving for several kilometers, it suddenly flew up and disappeared into the space. Lin Moyu looked at the place where the ice and fire grass left, and used the space avenue to carefully sense it, and finally found a clue. There is actually a very secret space channel here, which is very secret and difficult to sense, and can directly lead to the next level of space. It really knows something. Such a secret space channel, even I can hardly sense it. It obviously knows it very clearly. Could it be that the leader of the Baichao Alliance has come in before? Lin Moyu was alert in his heart. He felt that this matter was not so simple. Retreating to the place where the ice and fire grass stayed before, he wanted to see why the ice and fire grass was here. Ice and fire grass is the leader of the Baichao Alliance. Such an existence cannot waste a day here for no reason, and must have something to ask for. Standing here, Lin Moyu looked into the blue flame and searched carefully, not missing a single thing. Finally, he saw something unusual in the blue flame. In the blue flame, between the gaps of purple light, Lin Moyu saw a bit of dark blue substance. These substances are as fine as powder and dark blue in color, which is not very noticeable in the blue flame. Lin Moyu looked at the dark blue powder and suddenly understood what it was. What the ice and fire grass wanted was these dark blue powders. To be more precise, it was the leader of the 100 Grass Alliance who wanted these dark blue powders. Lin Moyu looked at the dark blue powders and murmured to himself, the blue flames here should come from a Dao realm expert who practices the flame Dao. The flames of that Dao realm expert came into contact with the purple Dao fire and were influenced by the Dao fire, gradually producing such dark blue powders. The dark blue powders should contain the power of the Dao fire and are the best materials for the flame Dao. 1. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the fire Dao stone and the ice and fire Dao stone. Then in addition to this flame world, there should be another ice world that also contains the power of the Dao, and there are similar things in the ice world. These substances, under certain circumstances, come into contact and fuse with each other, and eventually form fire Dao stones. Lin Moyu felt that his guess should be correct. Just thinking about it, suddenly the blue flames rose and turned into a fire flame tornado, rushing straight into the sky. At the top of the flame tornado, the space barrier was smashed to pieces, and the flame tornado brought up some dark blue powder and rushed into another layer of space. Then, the whole sea of fire began to boil, and more blue flames rose into the sky. A huge suction force suddenly emerged, and even the red flames were swept in. A firestorm kicked off in this space. Lin Moyu's face suddenly changed. The suction force of the firestorm was so strong that even he couldn't control his body. If he was swept in, he would definitely die. At that time, let alone a few rebirths, hundreds of rebirths would not be enough. The wings of the undead spread out, and the true body of the power avenue exploded. Lin Moyu flew away without looking back. His goal was the space channel where the ice and fire grass left before. The huge suction force fell on him, madly pulling him into the sea of fire, and the wings of the undead vibrated continuously, flying forward madly. At this moment, Lin Moyu used all his strength, and the distance of just a few kilometers, which was originally within the blink of an eye, now became extremely far away. At this point, Lin Moyu had no choice. The power of the Avenue of Strength broke out in full force, the blood and chi roared, and the powerful force rushed back to fight against the suction. Lin Moyu flew towards the previous space channel little by little. The suction force became stronger and stronger, the firestorm became more and more violent, and Lin Moyu's speed was also rapidly decreasing, slower and slower. It took Lin Moyu 5 minutes to reach the destination in less than 10 kilometers. At this time, the firestorm behind him was extremely fierce, and the red flames in the distance were being pulled over. The firestorm almost swept the entire space. Countless flames hit him, which were obviously empty flames. At this moment, they were like heavy punches hitting Lin Moyu. He had already arrived in front of the space channel, but in the last less than 100 meters, he could not fly over. The flames hit him and wanted to knock him back. The suction force behind him was also gradually getting stronger, and the last 100 meters were like a natural moat. Lin Moyu resisted the impact of the flames, gritted his teeth, and roared. His body was hazy and illusory, and the true body of the Great Avenue of Space and the true body of the Great Avenue of Time were added to his body at the same time. The Great Avenue of Time and the Great Avenue of Space erupted at the same time. Time and space were in chaos, and the oncoming flames fell into another time and space. Lin Moyu's pressure suddenly eased, and he seized this opportunity, and the wings of the undead vibrated wildly, rushing through the last 100 meters and rushing into the space channel. After a short teleportation, Lin Moyu came out from the other end of the space channel. The biting cold wind blew in his face, and the previous terrifying high temperature instantly turned into extreme cold. Even Lin Moyu was a little uncomfortable for a while. He took a deep breath, and the golden light and flames on his body drove away all the previous heat. Finally, I came out. It's a narrow escape. There was a hint of relief in his words. He almost died in there just now. At this moment, his body was covered with wounds. He had just used the two avenues of space and time to form the power of space and time. At the same time, the avenue of power was not removed, which means that at that moment, he used the avenue of body at the same time. The three avenues of body blessing at the same time brought great pressure to himself. From the soul to the body, at that moment, he almost exceeded the limit. The soul was injured, and these injuries were reflected in the body, forming countless wounds. The wounds are recovering rapidly, and the soul and body will be restored to their original state in a short time. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and began to look at this world. This is a world of ice. The extreme low temperature makes the whole world lose its vitality. It is a piece of white, which looks extremely monotonous. The white here is the kind of extremely dazzling white, so white that people can't look directly at it. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and a burst of white sand suddenly surged in the white world. Please give me flowers. Countless tiny pieces of ice were blown up from the ground by the wind and flew away. This scene added a little vitality to the monotonous world, but only a little. This wind carried death. The terrifying low temperature made even Lin Moyu feel a little uncomfortable. He had to unfold his power avenue true body and keep his luck roaring to fight against the low temperature. When the temperature drops to a certain level, it is more terrible than the high temperature of the flame. He tried to release a skeleton god general, and the general was immediately covered with a layer of white clothes. Originally, the skeleton god general was covered with a bloody bone avenue, like a blood-colored armor, which was quickly covered by white ice and then shattered. In just a few seconds, the skeleton god general was frozen into an ice sculpture and could no longer move. 0. Not only the skeleton god general, Lin Moyu found that his power avenue true body could not hold on at this moment. The speed of blood circulation was gradually decreasing, and the power avenue true body was also affected. If this goes on, Li Dao's true body will not last too long. In the flying ice sand, with a powerful and chaotic force, it silently freezes everything. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the immortal Dao true body unfolded at the same time. Using the power of the immortal Dao true body, the other Dao true body assisted. The power of death was arranged on the outermost layer, and the corrosive characteristics of the power of death were used to resist the influence of part of the ice sand as much as possible. At the same time, the power of life helped the blood to accelerate the circulation. The two Dao true bodies exerted force at the same time, which made Lin Moyu feel better. Although the soul and the body were under heavy pressure at the same time, at least there was no need to worry about being frozen to death here. Until this moment, Lin Moyu could really identify the direction. There was a white light all around, and there was nothing except the flying ice sand. But this did not bother Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu sensed the remaining breath in the space. The ice and fire grass came here before, and it must have left a corresponding breath. Lin Moyu was sure that the ice and fire grass knew where to go. To be more precise, it was the leader who knew where to go. He just had to follow. Soon, Lin Moyu found the breath left by the ice and fire grass and immediately followed the breath. The ice was flying. Lin Moyu didn't know how far he had walked, and finally arrived at the destination. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of ice. In the world of ice where everything is frozen, an ocean suddenly appears, which is very strange. A layer of cold air floats on the ocean, as if telling everyone that the seawater is very cold. The seawater hits the shore and immediately freezes into ice, merging with the ice land. Lin Moyu came to the shore and there was still 100 meters away. This is where the ice and fire grass came to Dagua. And it stayed here for a while and did not leave immediately. Lin Moyu stood here and looked into the ocean. The seawater was transparent, rolling with waves, and there were faintly a few green lines flowing in the seawater. The moment he saw the green lines, Lin Moyu's soul felt a chill, as if even his soul was about to be frozen. The power of the Ice Avenue. These green lights belong to the power of the Ice Avenue, which is enough to freeze most things in the world. And these sea waters are also transformed by the Ice Avenue, and the temperature is also scary. Even he can't bear it. The difference is that the ocean is evolved from a strong man in the Avenue realm, while the green light is the power of the Ice Avenue itself. There is no doubt that green light can be used to cultivate the body, but it is not possible now. With the current level of the body, it will die if it is touched. Lin Moyu continued to observe the ocean. He knew that the ice and fire grass stayed here for a reason. Finally, he saw some powder floating with the waves above the ocean. Just one look and you will know that these powders are part of the ice and fire Dao stone. The dark blue powder containing the Flame Avenue and the transparent powder containing the Ice Avenue merged with each other and finally formed the Ice and Fire Dao Stone. The three ancestors and the leader of the 100 Herbs Alliance both wanted to obtain the Fire Dao Stone. Lin Moyu didn't know what the Ice and Fire Dao Stone was for, but he was sure that the Ice and Fire Dao Stone contained extremely pure Dao power, which must be of great use. With the previous experience, Lin Moyu did not stay at the seaside, but continued to follow the breath of the ice and fire grass to another place. This place is about 10,000 meters away from the ocean. Here, Lin Moyu found a space channel. The ice and fire grass left along this space channel. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of the waves became louder. A waterspout appeared in the distant sea. Countless seawater was rolled up, and then turned into ice cubes in the air, and then fell like raindrops. The whole space was very cold, and the temperature dropped sharply. Lin Moyu's death power in the outermost layer also began to flow poorly and began to freeze. Lin Moyu's face changed. This scene was so similar to the situation in the previous flame world. He didn't think about it, and rushed into the space channel. It was the best policy to leave. Lin Moyu was very straightforward and said goodbye to the fourth space of the ice and fire secret without any nostalgia. In the fifth space, Lin Moyu was still in the ice world. But the temperature was not as low as the fourth space. It was like an ordinary winter here. Even if he didn't use the true body of the Great Tao, Lin Moyu could move freely here. The main reason was that the low temperature here did not contain the power of the Great Tao, so he couldn't be frozen to death. The fifth space, if I guess correctly, the two great powers of fire and ice will converge here and eventually form the ice and fire Dao stone. As for the location of the convergence, Lin Moyu's mouth curled up slightly, and the ice and fire grass became his best signpost. As long as he followed it, he would not go wrong. Lin Moyu sensed the breath of the ice and fire grass and moved forward along the path that the grass had walked. Soon, he walked out of the world of ice and entered a forest. The forest was densely covered with ancient trees. It seemed that no one had come here for countless years. The whole forest exuded a primitive breath. The moment Lin Moyu stepped into the forest, he stopped. His spiritual sense told him that he was being watched. This forest should be arranged by the leader of the Baichao Alliance. He has really been here before, and maybe more than once. The leader of the Baichao Alliance is very mysterious. There is a high probability that he is a strong man in the Dao realm like the third ancestor. It is normal that he has been here before and left some arrangements. At this point, even if he is discovered, he can only move forward with his head held high. Lin Moyu continued to move forward along the breath left by the ice and fire grass. The ice and fire grass walked through the forest, and the breath left behind became weaker and weaker, as if it was purified by the forest. If it weren't for Lin Moyu's spiritual sense being different from that of ordinary people, he would have lost it long ago. Passing through the forest, there was a red color in front of his eyes, and a wave of heat hit him. He entered another land of fire. There were many bare hills here, and each hill was a living mountain, and there was even magma flowing on it. There was an ancient forest between the world of ice and fire, and the environment was very wonderful. After crossing the volcanoes, we came across ancient forests and verdant mountains, one after another. After the ancient forests, there was another land of ice. The environment of the fifth space was very strange, alternating between cold, Jilin, fire, and Jilin to summer. Lin Moyu didn't know how many roads he had walked and how many ice and fire he had passed, but he knew that the direction he was going was correct. Whether it was ice or fire, the power was gradually increasing. The power of the avenue, which had not existed before, gradually began to appear. Now it was not only the ice and fire grass that was guiding him, but also the power of the avenue that began to guide him. Lin Moyu crossed mountains and ridges, but did not fly. Because the ice and fire grass did not fly, he did not fly either. The rules in the secret collection were unpredictable, and there was a reason why the ice and fire grass did not fly. If he was not careful, there would be some danger in the air. After walking for more than 10 days, Lin Moyu stopped. In the verdant ancient forest, a small ice and fire grass came into view. The ice and fire grass stood on a hilltop. It was no longer a small grass, but had become extremely huge. The height of the ice and fire grass exceeded 100 meters, and its body was thick. The two grasses, one ice and one fire, were intertwined and looked like they had merged together. Lin Moyu knew that he had been discovered the moment he entered the ancient forest, and it was not surprising that the ice and fire grass would wait for him here. "Human, are you from Lufeng Chamber of Commerce?" A majestic voice sounded like thunder. Lin Moyu said, "Almost, the third ancestor invited me here." Although he was not a member of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, he was entrusted by the third ancestor and could be considered a member of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Hearing the third ancestor, Binghuo Ko snorted, "Old man, you still want the Binghuo Dao stone." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "If I guess correctly, you should be the leader of the Baichao Alliance 3.8. Binghuo Ko neither admitted nor denied, and whispered, "I will give that old man face and will not kill you. Get out of here immediately." When Binghuo Ko separated, he had the cultivation level of the fourth realm of Dao Zun. Now that they have merged into one, their realm has been raised to the fifth realm of Dao Zun. In terms of cultivation alone, he is much stronger than Lin Moyu. However, Lin Moyu did not care. "I was entrusted by the third ancestor to find a way to obtain the Binghuo Dao stone. It is probably not appropriate to retreat now." Ice and Fire Grass whispered, "Don't want to leave? Then go and die." After the words fell, Ice and Fire Grass suddenly spurted out a ball of flames, and the flames turned into a giant dragon, rushing towards Lin Moyu. He started to act without any warning. As the avatar of the leader of the Baichao Alliance, the actual manipulator is the leader, so he is naturally decisive in killing. Since Lin Moyu doesn't want to leave, then he doesn't have to leave. The giant fire dragon rushed towards Lin Moyu. The terrifying power of the fire turned the entire ancient forest into scorched earth. Lin Moyu instinctively wanted to retreat, but without knowing the opponent's means, Lin Moyu chose to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. At this time, a ball of ice suddenly exploded in the air, turning into a rain of ice falling from the sky. The temperature around Lin Moyu dropped sharply, and he instantly fell into the world of ice, causing Lin Moyu's movements to slow down sharply. Lin Moyu felt a numbness, and the power of ice invaded his blood, trying to freeze him to death. The true body of the power avenue burst out, and the blood roared, and Moyu quickly got rid of the cold. The fire dragon was already in front of him, and it was too late to dodge again, so he simply punched the fire dragon. Boom! Lin Moyu was shaken away, and the fire dragon was extremely powerful, surpassing Moyu. The fire dragon continued to chase Lin Moyu, quickly caught up, and pushed Lin Moyu back. At this time, the fire dragon collided with the ice rain, and water and fire were incompatible, and it exploded on the spot. Lin Moyu was blown away on the spot. Bingwokeo said with some disdain, "Since you don't want to leave, then stay here." In his understanding, if Lin Moyu was blown away, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Lin Moyu was blown away for 1,000 meters and broke several giant trees before he stopped. The giant trees collapsed and raised dust. Lin Moyu stood up in the dust without any injury. Bingwokeo was a little unbelievable. "You are fine." Lin 17 Moyu's body was full of golden light and flames. With the immortal golden body and the power of the avenue, Lin Moyu was enough to block the attack of the fifth realm of Taoism. He was just blown away by the explosive force of the collision of ice and fire, and was not injured. Lin Moyu said, "Are you disappointed? It doesn't matter. You will be more disappointed and even desperate later." He snapped his fingers, and the sea planet appeared in the minister of the mountain forest in an instant. The skeleton god general was only at the third realm of Taoism, which was not very high and could not be compared with Bingwokeo, but there were too many of them. Lin Moyu released tens of millions of skeleton gods, densely packed, occupying the entire mountain forest. Bingwokeo was obviously startled, and his huge body trembled several times. "How can you have so many puppets?" Lin Moyu sneered and did not answer. The skeleton god launched an attack, rushing towards Bingwokeo while swinging his long sword. Dao magic, white bone blood sword. In an instant, blood rushed to the sky, and tens of millions of bloody white bone roads emerged, evolving into a vast sea of blood, which was extremely terrifying. The blood-colored sword light lit up on Bingwokeo at the same time. The skeleton god's white bone blood sword was a lock attack. Once locked, there was no escape. When Bingwokeo attacked just now, Lin Moyu has used a wisp of luck to lock the ice and firegrass with the Great Dao. The ice and firegrass burst out with white light, and the coldness was strong. The coldness came out of the body and dispelled all the attacks of the skeleton god general. At this time, the skeleton god general had rushed to its side and slashed it with the extremely sharp bone sword. The ice and firegrass burst out with coldness, and in an instant, countless skeleton god generals around were all frozen into ice. The next second, the ice shattered and countless skeleton god generals died on the spot. The ice and firegrass was covered with coldness, and its voice became cold. "No matter how much garbage there is, it's useless." Lin Moyu chuckled and did not refute. The Buddha light behind him lit up and rushed into the sky, and the Buddhist lich appeared. Magic, conversion. The golden light was dazzling, and 5 light wheels flashed at the same time, and a golden Buddha appeared in the air. Amitabha, put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Donor, you are destined to be with this Buddha. The voice of the Buddhist lich was full of temptation, and the ice and firegrass suddenly froze and stood there for a while. Lin Moyu then pointed his finger, and the skeleton appeared. At this time, the ice and firegrass was bewitched by the Buddhist lich and temporarily lost its ability to move. As soon as the skeleton hell appeared, it was dragged into the magma. The ice and firegrass has fire attributes. For it, the hell magma is similar to taking a warm bath, and it is impossible to hurt it. But the hell evil spirit eats everything. No matter how strong the defense is, as long as it is given enough time, it can gnaw a hole in you. The hell evil spirit pounced on the ice and firegrass and gnawed it frantically. In the blink of an eye, the ice and firegrass was already covered with the hell evil spirit. At this time, the red spider lily bloomed with purple light, and the breath of the ice and firegrass was further weakened. With the sound of teeth biting, the coldness of the ice and firegrass was rapidly weakening. The power of the ice and firegrass is indeed very strong. Even the hell evil spirit will have to gnaw it for a while. Lin Moyu had 2 swords of luck in his hand, one white and the other black. The 2 swords came out together, and the white sword of luck continued to slash 3 times, weakening the luck of the ice and firegrass. The pitch-black poisonous sword directly pierced the luck of the ice and firegrass, causing its luck to continue to decline. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. He felt that the luck of the ice and firegrass was very strong. He knew that it should be related to the leader of the Baichao alliance. The ice and firegrass was its clone, and its luck naturally inherited the luck of the leader of the Baichao alliance. The Daozuan of the Baichao alliance had to hand over 1/10 of his luck for the reincarnation of the spiritual plant. You can imagine how strong the luck of the leader of the Baichao alliance is. But it doesn't matter. If 1 sword doesn't work, then 2 swords. 2 swords don't work, then 10 swords, 100 swords. Luck that is not yours after all. If it is your own luck, even if it is damaged, it can be restored. But once the external luck is damaged, it is difficult to restore. Lin Moyu was murderous. If you want to kill me, then I will cut your luck and see if you feel sorry for it. Lin Moyu's body became hazy, and he displayed his true body of the great Tao of luck. In this state, his sword of luck would be more powerful, and each sword could cut off more luck. One sword after another, Lin Moyu was not polite at all, weakening the opponent's luck. Although this approach would hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt himself by 200. But it doesn't matter, my luck has no external things, and I can recover if I lose it. It's hard to say about the opponent. In Shizhou, a roar suddenly broke out in a forest. The terrifying aura rushed straight into the sky, almost covering 1/3 of the land of Shizhou. The leader of the Baichao alliance suddenly found that his luck was continuously declining. He roared, "Boy, you are looking for death." For him, the 3 lucks are very important. Dare to strip him of 280 luck, it is a life and death enemy. The terrifying force rushed out of the origin continent and fell like a meteor, landing on the land of Beizhou. In the ice and fire secret storage, Lin Moyu was happily weakening the luck of the ice and firegrass, but suddenly his face changed and he quickly retreated. A terrifying force rushed in from outside the secret storage, appeared in the air, and formed a giant face. This face seemed to grow on a tree, full of bark. It looked at Lin Moyu and said coldly, "I will remember you." As the voice fell, this force fell on the ice and firegrass. The breath of the ice and firegrass suddenly increased, and it broke out of the state of being controlled by the Buddhist lich, and the whole body burst into a shocking flame, flying away all the evil spirits of hell. Lin Moyu frowned. The power has increased, but the luck has decreased. The one from the Baichao alliance has cut off his luck and the luck between the ice and firegrass. In that case, Lin Moyu smiled, and the explosive luck technique was activated. The luck is cut off, so the luck of the ice and firegrass has nothing to do with the leader of the Baichao alliance, and Lin Moyu cannot weaken the luck of the leader through the ice and firegrass. Since the luck is irrelevant, the luck of the ice and firegrass has dropped to the freezing point. Since it has reached the freezing point, the explosive luck technique can show its power. The explosive luck technique was activated, and Lin Moyu's luck doubled, and the ice and firegrass exploded in his body. The luck was detonated, and the ice and firegrass was blown to pieces. The breath that had just risen was sharply weakened again. The luck of the ice and firegrass was cut off, but its consciousness was not cut off. It got rid of the conversion control of the Buddhist lich and wanted to rush out of the skeleton hell. It burst out with amazing cold air, and even the hell magma was almost frozen. How could Lin Moyu let it do what it wanted? The eye of hell brought a strong soul shock, and it went to see a doctor. The huge body of the ice and firegrass trembled violently, and it was obviously uncomfortable. The luck was greatly weakened, and coupled with the influence of the red spider lily, the strength of the ice and fire grass at this time had fallen from the 5th realm of the Tao Zun, and at most it was equivalent to the 4th realm of the Tao Zun. A hazy long river appeared in front of the Buddhist lich, and the road of destiny was opened, evolving the long river of destiny. The Buddhist lich found the weakest point of the ice and fire grass in the long river of destiny and punched it. This punch hit the future ice and fire grass, but all the damage broke out on the ice and fire grass in front of it. The ice and fire grass screamed immediately, and its body trembled even more violently. One punch was enough to seriously injure it. Its body, which had just rushed out of the hell magma, fell again. The originally crazy cold air also disappeared quickly at this moment. The hell magma recovered, and the hell zone spirits took the opportunity to start gnawing again. "What did you do?" It roared, and its body erupted like a volcano, spewing countless flames, repelling all the hell evil spirits. The strong flames collided with the hell magma, setting off endless waves. In the eternal Buddhist kingdom of the Buddhist lich, a large number of believers sacrificed themselves, and the power of the Korean demon increased. The 5 halos behind him shone, and the Buddhist lich threw the second punch in the long river of fate. Boom! The body of the ice and fire grass exploded silently, and the erupting flames suddenly stagnated. Under the second punch, it was more seriously injured, and its breath obviously dropped. Lin Moyu saw dozens of huge wounds on its body, some of which were very hideous and terrifying, piercing through from front to back. The huge body was already riddled with holes, but these wounds were recovering quickly. The vitality of plant creatures is really strong. Lin Moyu thought in his heart. This was not the first time he had dealt with plant creatures. In terms of vitality, plant creatures are indeed very strong and difficult to kill. This is also recognized by all practitioners. Members of the 100 Herbs Alliance are not easy to kill. But they have to be killed even if they are not easy to kill. The ice and fire grass tried to get rid of the skeleton hell twice in a row, but failed each time. The third time, ice and fire burst out all over its body at the same time. The power of ice and fire collided, and the powerful force almost shattered the skeleton hell. At this time, the Buddha Kingdom Lich landed the third punch. The long river of fate set off huge waves, and the breath of the ice and fire grass that had just risen was extinguished again. He failed the third time as well. After 3 punches, the destiny road of the Buddha Kingdom Lich disappeared, and the magic ended. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and in an instant, flames filled the sky, and skeleton thrones spread all over the world. 3,000 skeleton kings appeared at the same time. They were as high as 1,000 meters, even bigger than the ice and fire grass. They were wearing armor, and the flame cloaks behind them were rustling. As Lin Moyu was promoted to Dao Zun 2nd level, Skeleton King has already entered Dao Zun 4th level, but he has just entered Dao Zun 4th level. 3,000 Skeleton Kings came on the field at the same time, resonating with each other and amplifying each other, raising the power of Skeleton King to another level, which is considered powerful even in Dao Zun 4th level. Skeleton Kings raised bone swords at the same time and cut down. Dao magic, blood kill. This magic, in addition to the combat power of Skeleton King itself, has a special effect. Burn the target's blood and attack the target. The stronger the target's blood, the greater the power of blood kill. Chi and blood do not necessarily refer to flesh and blood. The real core of chi and blood is actually life history. Undoubtedly, the vitality of the ice and fire grass is strong, so the power of blood killing is also very considerable. The sword light lit up, and the ice and fire grass screamed immediately. The body that was already riddled with holes now had a lot of wounds. The sword light lit up all over the body, and each sword light detonated its chi and blood, causing terrible damage. The breath of the ice and fire grass declined sharply, and it fell directly from the 4th realm of Dao Zun. The magma fire river suddenly erupted, with a violent impact, knocking the ice and fire grass away. The direction in which the ice and fire grass was knocked away was exactly the direction of the nether black pool. The nether black pool turned rapidly, and the big head of the nether black dragon poked out from it. Before the ice and firegrass could react, the nether black dragon suddenly opened its mouth and bit the ice and firegrass. With the sound of chewing, 1/3 of the body of the ice and firegrass was directly bitten off. At this point, the ice and firegrass had no power to resist. The Skeleton King surrounded it, and the bone sword chopped it down like chopping meat and vegetables, trying to cut the ice and firegrass into pieces. The ice and firegrass had no power to resist, and the only fate waiting for it was death. Lin Moyu did not relax his vigilance. After all, the ice and firegrass was the incarnation of the leader of the Baichao Alliance, and he might have some other means. That kind of existence was not what he could imagine. A voice with resentment sounded, "I have remembered you. No matter who you are, you must die." The voice echoed in this space like a curse. Then, a roar sounded. Ice and fire collided again, causing a violent explosion, and the Skeleton Kings were blown away one after another. The ice and firegrass, which was almost shattered, burst into ice and fire all over its body. This was its last strength. The collision of the power of ice and fire became more and more intense, and the entire skeleton hell was crumbling. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he put away the skeleton hell. Then the Skeleton King surrounded the ice and firegrass, and he retreated at the same time to prevent it from self-destructing. Amid the roar of ice and fire, a storm of ice and fire rushed straight into the sky, and the shadow of the ice and firegrass appeared in the air. And I appeared in the shadow, looking at Lin Moyu with resentment. Lin Moyu's heart was a little scared. He knew that he was being targeted by the leader of the Baichao Alliance. But now, he had no choice. The resentful look lasted for 2 seconds, and the shadow of the ice and firegrass exploded, and the whole space shook. The ice and firegrass turned into powder with the explosion. Lin Moyu's eyes were cold. "Since we are already mortal enemies, let's do it." He locked a position and chased after it quickly. In the last explosion just now, there was an insignificant light flying towards Yuan Fei. This, Zhao Li Zhao, action was very secretive. If Lin Moyu's spiritual sense was not sharp enough and he had been on guard against the ice and firegrass, he would not have discovered it at all. He thought of the secret method of the leader, the reincarnation of spiritual plants. The ice and firegrass seemed to have turned into powder, but in fact, it was already dead. Maybe it will be reborn at some time. The body of the ice and firegrass is a special material from outside the origin continent. As long as this material is still there, the leader of the Baichao Alliance can refine the clone again. For that kind of existence, refining a clone is not difficult. Lin Moyu felt that since he had offended him to death, he would continue to offend him to death. He wanted this material. As for the future, let's talk about it in the future. He didn't have no trump card. If the one from the Baichao Alliance really came to kill him, he would make him pay the price. The corpse of the Daozuan Jiujing, combined with the origin technique, ancestral water, the power of faith, and the explosion of the corpse, he was not so easy to kill. Lin Moyu didn't care whether the leader used a spiritual plant to reincarnate or not. He just believed that the thing that escaped in the end must be taken by himself. Even if it was a piece of trash, it had to be in his hands. Relying on his spiritual sense, Lin Moyu tracked all the way, crossed the ice volcano, and turned over a large ancient forest. He ran 100,000 kilometers in one breath and finally found the place where the other party landed. It was the top of an iceberg, and the thing that escaped fell there. When they were still hundreds of miles away, Lin Moyu could already clearly feel the other party's breath. Looking from a distance, he saw that the top of the iceberg, which should have been flawless, had a picture of something. This thing was emitting a faint light, and the iceberg was pure without impurities, so it was particularly conspicuous. Lin Moyu rushed over quickly, climbed over the iceberg, and saw the appearance of this thing clearly. This was a seed the size of a baby's fist, and it was also the seed that the leader of the Baichao Alliance obtained from outer space. The seed was symmetrical on the left and right, and looked like a peanut. One side was red, belonging to fire. The other side was light blue, belonging to ice. This is a strange ice and fire seed. Lin Moyu can feel that the power contained in the ice and fire seed, whether it is ice or fire, is extremely pure and powerful. The leader used this strange ice and fire seed to refine 577 into ice and firegrass and evolve it into his own clone. Lin Moyu did not take the ice and fire seed immediately, but opened the Eye of the Dead. A faint soul flame appeared in his sight. The soul flame seems weak, but its essence is extremely powerful. It is like a tiny piece of iron, although small, but hard enough. The soul flame came from the leader. After all, the ice and fire seed was once its clone, and it is normal to leave some soul. With this little soul, it can do a lot of things. For example, let the ice and fire seed become its clone again, or when you pick up the ice and fire seed, it can attack your soul and even take over your body. After all, he is an existence beyond the 9th realm of Daozuan, and all kinds of secret methods are normal. Suddenly, Lin Moyu looked up at the sky, moved his feet, and quickly retreated. The originally calm space suddenly twisted and stirred, and a huge crack was torn open. Then a giant centipede-like insect rushed out of the crack and headed straight for the ice and fire seeds. Lin Moyu was not expecting the sudden appearance of the insect mother. And the insect mother was not coming for him, her target was the ice and fire seeds. The insect mother, who had already escaped, suddenly returned because of the ice and fire seeds. This made Lin Moyu wonder if the insect mother was also related to the Baichao alliance. He would naturally not let the mother get the ice and fire seeds. With a finger, the skeleton hell appeared instantly. Countless hellish spirits pounced on the insect mother, and at the same time, the skeleton hell swallowed the ice and fire seeds into the magma river. The insect mother was a step late and failed to get the ice and fire seeds, and screamed. Thousands of eyes suddenly appeared on its back, and thousands of eyes fell on Lin Moyu at the same time. In the empty eyes, with huge power, Lin Moyu only felt a roar in his soul, his vision was blurred, and the whole person retreated unconsciously. In the soul world, the world tree was shaking wildly. The world tree was originally spread all over the soul world. Under this impact, a huge hole was knocked out in the soul world, and many branches in the world tree broke. Soul attack is illusory, but real. Fortunately, after this attack broke through the defense of the soul world, the power was not strong, and it did not really cause damage to the soul, but only caused the soul to shake. Lin Moyu's consciousness was confused for only a moment before he came back to his senses, with murderous intent in his eyes. He did not expect that the insect mother who had desperately escaped when she saw him before, actually had such a powerful soul attack ability. This attack is enough to kill most of the Daozuan 3rd realm strongmen, even the Daozuan 4th realm will be severely injured. Once the soul is severely injured, it may fall into a coma at best, or die at worst. The space around him was distorted, and Zhao Dong and the great sword Dao Zun appeared at the same time. When they appeared, they immediately unfolded their true bodies. The great sword Dao Zun turned into a giant sword and cut through the sky. Zhao Dongxing turned into a strange spirit beast. This spirit beast has a round body and looks cute and adorable. It has a long combat experience. Lin Moyu has never seen such a spirit beast, but since Zhao Dongxing did this, there must be a reason. The spirit beast that Zhao Dongxing turned into suddenly opened its mouth and called out. The call was the same as its appearance, without any deterrent power. But in the call, the space suddenly became stable, and it was not ordinary stability. Lin Moyu felt that the whole space seemed to be sealed with steel, and it would not be so easy to break it again. It would not be as easy for the insect mother to tear the space apart as before. As soon as Zhao Dongxing made his move, he directly cut off the retreat of the insect mother. The sword light of the giant sword Dao Zun was already approaching, and the thousands of big eyes on the insect mother looked at the giant sword Dao Zun at the same time. Thousands of lights shot out from the eyes, and the giant sword transformed by the giant sword Dao Zun was shaken away. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. This insect mother, is the combat power so strong? Being able to repel the great Dao true body of the giant sword Dao Zun means that the combat power of the Insect Mother has reached at least the 6th level of the Dao Zun. But the feeling that the Insect Mother gave him was not so strong. The real scary thing about the Insect Mother should be its weirdness, that it can manipulate the power of the void, and can produce sub-insects. Rather than its own combat power, otherwise it should not have turned around and fled when it saw him for the first time. But now, let alone this. The combat power of the Insect Mother is extremely strong, reaching the 6th level of the Dao Zun. The giant sword Dao Zun killed back again, and the thousands of eyes on the mother's body continuously shot out a stream of light, making it difficult for the giant sword Dao Zun to approach. After Zhao Dongxing stabilized the space, he re-evolved his true body and turned into a mantis-like spirit beast, waving a pair of sharp blades and killing. In the Wanling Dao, Zhao Dongxing has various incarnations. In fact, his combat power is not as good as that of the giant sword Dao Zun, but he is more adaptable and adaptable. The Insect Mother shot out rays of light at Zhao Dongxing, but they were all cut off by Zhao Dongkai's feet. Zhao Dongxing broke through the blockade and killed the Insect Mother. The 1,000 big feet of the Insect Mother grew longer at the same time, flashing with sharp light. Thousands of giant feet, like thousands of extremely sharp magic weapons, forced Zhao Dongxing back. Zhao Dongxing and the giant sword Dao Zun joined forces to besiege the Insect Mother, but they did not gain any advantage. Instead, they were suppressed by the mother. Lin Moyu felt more and more strange as he watched. It shouldn't be like this. This is different from the feeling he had when he first saw the Insect Mother. Lin Moyu believes in his feelings very much. There must be something wrong. What's going on? Thinking in his heart, the space around him twisted, and the thunder-purple striped tiger rushed out and joined the battle. This thunder-purple striped tiger was brought to him by Lei Guang that year, and was rarely used outside. In any case, it is also the combat power of the 6th realm of Dao Zun, and its strength is strong. Thunder roared, and lightning fell from the sky. Thousands of eyes of the Insect Mother shot out infinite light, and the lightning blocked it. 3 Dao Zun's 6 realms besieged it, but it was still difficult to gain an advantage. Suddenly, the skeleton hell trembled, and the magma fire river erupted like a volcano, spewing out huge waves. The ice and fire seeds flew out from it, bursting with powerful power, breaking away from the skeleton hell, and flying towards the Minister Mother. The ice and fire seeds flew towards the Insect Mother at an astonishing speed. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and Zhao Dongxing and the other two turned to intercept. But the Insect Mother suddenly screamed, and a powerful soul shock swept like a huge wave, and the 3 people stopped for a moment. In this moment, the ice and fire seeds had passed the 3 people and drilled into the mouth of the mother. Lin Moyu didn't know why the Insect Mother suddenly came to snatch the ice and fire seeds, but now seeing the ice and fire seeds flying towards the Insect Mother, he suddenly understood. This Insect Mother is not what the 3rd ancestor said. It is not the special pet of the outer god. This Insect Mother should be related to the leader of the Baichao Alliance. Therefore, there is no disgust from the avenue. Why can the ice and fire grass find the route here quickly? This Insect Mother is the nail left here by the leader of the Baichao Alliance. This Insect Mother has the ability of space. Maybe the space channel is made by this mother. This Insect Mother has too many abilities, which opened Lin Moyu's eyes. What exactly is he going to do? Is it just for the ice and fire Dao Stone? The chess piece he played has been hidden in the ice and fire secret treasure for so many years. He must have a plan, and it is not a plan. Originally, this time, the ice and fire grass entered the secret treasure, which should have been an extremely important chess move, but it was destroyed by himself. So the leader of the Baichao Alliance must regard him as a mortal enemy. But Lin Moyu did not regret it. If it happened again, he would still do it. The Insect Mother is now tied with the 3 people, and neither side can do anything to the other. But Lin Moyu knows that Zhao Dongxing's previous time to block the space is limited. When the time is up, the mother will definitely escape. Waving the immortal flame, 3,000 skeleton kings appeared at the same time, and the mother in the plaque was surrounded. Although the combat power of the Skeleton King is only the fourth realm of Daozuan, the mother's blood is very strong, and the Skeleton King's Dao magic is enough to cause some damage to the insect mother. What's more, the bone swords in their hands are sharp enough. Even if the damage of each sword is negligible, it can at least have a restraining effect. Buddha's voices came and the Buddha demon appeared beside him. At this time, the Buddha Lich could not use the great Tao of destiny for the time being. It only used the art of conversion to influence the insect mother. Lin Moyu's body became hazy and he used the true body of the great Tao of luck. Two swords of luck, one black and one white, appeared at the same time and instantly fell on the insect mother. The insect mother screamed in resentment. Her luck was weakened, which would affect her combat power. After a few sword strikes, Lin Moyu realized that the insect mother's luck was not connected to the leader of the Baichao Alliance, proving that it was an independent individual, not the incarnation of the leader of the Baichao Alliance. This feeling was completely different from the previous ice and fire grass. However, while weakening the insect mother's luck, Lin Moyu's brows were getting tighter and tighter. He discovered that although the insect mother's luck was not connected to the leader of the Baichao Alliance, it was connected to countless people. After some thinking, Lin Moyu suddenly realized that he had found the root of why the insect mother was so powerful. The reason why the insect mother became so powerful was because it began to harvest the insects it released. Over the countless years, the mother didn't know how many worms she had released and how many Dao Zun she had parasitized. There was a special connection between the worms and the mother. On weekdays, the worms absorbed power at an extremely slow speed and passed it to the mother in a special way. But when the mother needed huge power, the way the worms absorbed power would change, becoming fast and fierce. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that the mother must have given the worms an order to let them absorb power quickly. And it used these powers to tie with Zhao Dong and the other two. Because the worms absorbed power and supplied it to the mother, they unknowingly formed a connection between their luck. Lin Moyu knew that the outside world must have been in chaos. Once the worms really started to absorb power, the Dao Zuns who were parasitized would have a hard time. And Lin Moyu also had a headache, because when the mother absorbed power, she also absorbed the luck of these Dao Zuns. In other words, he had to deal with the luck of so many Dao Zuns at the same time. Even if he killed 1,000 enemies and lost 200 of his own consumption was too great. Fortunately, there is still the poisonous sword, which can at least slowly wear away its luck. Think of another way to see how to kill it. I hope those Dao Zuns of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce can hold on. In Dongzhou Mall, Lufeng Chamber of Commerce headquarters, the power of those Dao Zuns who were parasitized began to drain away in large quantities. Their aura was gradually decreasing, and the speed was much faster than before. The soul of each Dao Zu was hurt. Lu Lian immediately activated the formation to help these Dao Zuns heal their wounds, but the effect was not satisfactory. It could only delay, but could not stop. She gathered this matter to the three ancestors, and the three ancestors had no good solution, so they could only wait. In Beizhou, many demon Dao Zuns groaned at the same time and lost their consciousness. Their power was draining away, and their souls were also hurt at the same time. This change attracted the attention of the demon clan's high-level officials. In less than a few minutes, this matter had reached the ears of the real controller of the demon clan. Lin Moyu could feel that the luck of the insect mother was gradually decreasing. It was just that the speed of decline was very slow. For every 3 points of decline, 2 points of luck would be added. These lucks came from the Dao Masters that were parasitized by it. Lin Moyu continued to use the Sword of Luck to weaken the luck of the insect mother. Although the effect was average and it also damaged his own luck, it was the best way at present. Otherwise, Lin Moyu could only use his trump card to deal with the insect mother. The corpse explosion was impossible to move, and this was the last trump card. Lin Moyu did not want to use the origin technique with the immortal pill of the Great Tao. He knew that behind the Insect Mother was the leader of the Baichao Alliance, and Lin Moyu did not want to expose his trump card. 0-0. As long as the trump card was still there, he had the possibility of saving his life and killing in reverse. Once the trump card was exposed, the other party was ready, and he had no chance. So Lin Moyu would rather choose the stupid method of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 200 of himself, rather than using the trump card. Under the Sword of Luck, the fighting power of the Insect Mother was weakened, and the balance was broken. Zhao Dongxing and the other two cooperated with the Skeleton King and gradually gained the upper hand. The Insect Mother was obviously anxious. It kept screaming and further absorbed external power. Due to the restrictions of the ice and fire secrets, the strongest Daozuan who entered here was only the 6th realm. There is a huge difference between the 6th realm and the 7th realm. No matter how many 6th realm Daozuan the Insect Mother parasitizes, it is impossible to obtain the power of the 7th realm Daozuan. Therefore, the highest power that the Insect Mother can exert is the 6th realm of Daozuan. Under Lin Moyu's continuous weakening, the power of the Insect Mother has dropped to the edge of the 6th realm. However, this is also the limit, because the Insect Mother has too many parasites. Lin Moyu knows that it cannot be weakened further. If the Sword of Luck is continued, although the fighting power of the Insect Mother can be further weakened, the cost-effectiveness is already extremely low, and this deal is no longer cost-effective. Lin Moyu does not want to do a loss-making business. With a thought in his mind, the explosive luck technique exploded. Boom! The explosion sounded from the Insect Mother's body, and the Insect Mother screamed, and a large number of wounds appeared on her huge body. Under the explosive luck technique, the Insect Mother suffered some damage. At this time, a ball of flames ignited from the Insect Mother's body, and the wounds healed in the flames. Then the Insect Mother put on a layer of ice armor. Lin Moyu frowned, knowing that the ice and fire seeds were causing trouble. The Baichao Alliance controlled the ice and fire seeds to help the Insect Mother fight. With the help of the ice and fire seeds, the Worm Mother was like a god. Her breath quickly recovered, and she tied with Zhao Dongxing and the other two again. The Worm Mother has countless parasites, which can continuously absorb power, and she is not afraid of consumption at all. Lin Moyu's face sank slightly. It seems that it is not a solution to fight like this. He could already feel that the space sealed by Zhao Dongxing was gradually weakening. When the space is restored, the Mother will definitely escape. It has been operating here for many years. If it escapes, it will be difficult to catch it again. Use the trump card? Lin Moyu's eyes were hesitant, and then became firm. It can't be used. It's not time to use the trump card yet. If you don't use the trump card, how can you deal with this tricky guy? With a thought in his mind, the Skeleton King surrounded him at all costs, completely disregarding his own safety, and began to fight desperately. At the same time, the Dragon Rider Corps appeared. Hundreds of Dragon Rider Corps, more than 1 billion Dragon Riders, led by the Corps Commander 670, surrounded the entire space. The Insect Mother is powerful. Although it is surrounded, it is not afraid at all. Every time it sweeps and turns, a large number of Dragon Riders will die. But it is not so easy for it to rush out. Lin Moyu took out a large number of Origin Crystals, all of which are exquisite 7th-level Origin Crystals. He began to arrange the formation, and pieces of Origin Crystals flew out and fell to various designated positions. The Insect Mother was surrounded and had no idea what Lin Moyu was doing. Lin Moyu arranged the formation at the fastest speed. The space was gradually loosening. Zhao Dongxing obviously could not transform into that cute spirit beast again and could not stabilize the space again. Lin Moyu arranged the formation faster and faster. At this moment, he did not pursue perfection, but only speed. He did not use the method of combining the two formations of talismans and instruments, but directly chose to arrange the instrument formation. In this way, at least 1/3 of the time can be saved. Now for Lin Moyu, every second cannot be wasted. He can feel that the space is loosening, and the Mother seems to have sensed it and becomes more and more excited. Screams continue to come, becoming more and more piercing. The dragon riders didn't know how many casualties they had suffered. Lin Moyu didn't care about it at all. He believed that the commander of the corps would handle it. Finally, half an hour later, the formation was finally set up. At this moment, the space was completely loose, and the previous blockade was about to disappear. Lin Moyu's body became half real and half virtual, and the true body of the Great Tao of Space was activated. Formation up! Lin Moyu shouted in a low voice, and the Great Tao of Space emerged, sprinkling the power of the Great Tao to activate the formation. Activating the formation with the Great Tao of Space makes the formation more powerful. When the formation is activated, the origin crystals are connected into one, and countless lines are outlined between heaven and earth. The entire formation covers 1,000 miles. In this area, the lines are densely intertwined, weaving a large net. The loose space suddenly stabilized, not only stable, but even more solid than before. This formation has reached the 7th level, called the Ceiling Dragon Prison Formation. Not only can it block space, but it can also block pushes in a physical sense. If the insect mother was not stopped by anyone, she could break through the formation and escape. But now, the dragon riders, Skeleton King, and Zhao Dongxing surrounded it, and it couldn't escape at all. The excited scream just now turned into resentment. The insect mother knew that she was trapped again and became more and more crazy. Lin Moyu sneered, "Go crazy as much as you want, you don't have much time." He took out a large number of origin crystals again and began to arrange the formation again. This time the formation is more complicated, and it is a combination of the weapon and the symbol. While throwing the origin crystal, Lin Moyu drew runes and interpreted the formation with runes. This time, the formation that Lin Moyu wants to arrange is still the 7th level, called the Sky-Splitting Killing Formation, which belongs to the killing formation of the Space Avenue and is very suitable for it. The 7th level formation is not enough to deal with the insect mother, but Lin Moyu's formation is a combination of the weapon and the symbol, so there is a basis for dealing with the insect mother. And Lin Moyu has already thought about it. He has a backup. He once bought a complete formation data from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. This formation data records some of the formations on the origin continent. There are formations from the 1st level to the 8th level, but most of them are single formations, either weapon formations or symbol formations. In order to complete the combination of the weapon and the symbol, he needs to analyze the formation either through the weapon formation, he can outline the corresponding symbol formation, or he can arrange the corresponding card through the symbol formation. For other formation masters, this is quite difficult. But it was not difficult for Lin Moyu. He had an unparalleled talent in formations and runes, and his learning and understanding abilities were not comparable to those of ordinary people. The coverage of the Sky-Splitting Killing Formation exceeded 2,000 kilometers, enough to cover the entire battlefield. This time, Lin Moyu arranged it neither hurriedly nor slowly. He wanted to ensure that the formation was perfect enough and exerted its due power 100% to kill the insect mother. The existence of the Sky-Ceiling Dragon Prison Formation had stabilized the space, giving Lin Moyu enough time. In the far north, in the Demon King's palace, a huge and hazy figure sat on the throne. He was the Demon King, the only master in the hearts of all the demons. His words were orders in the demons, and no one dared to disobey them. In front of him, thousands of demon Daozuan fell to the ground and were unconscious. A large number of demon Daozuan were being sent over later, and the number was still increasing. A large number of demon Daozuan were unconscious at the same time, which was a big deal in the demons, and these people were immediately sent here. The figure of the Demon King was hazy, and he cast a spell on the unconscious demon Daozuan. These demon Daozuan glowed at the same time, and at this time a magic weapon appeared in the palm of the Demon King, which was shaped like a pagoda. The pagoda absorbed the light of these demon Daozuan, and then suddenly shot out 2 cold lights. The cold light went straight to the sky, one went to the ice and fire secret treasure, and the other went to Shizhou. The Demon King snorted coldly, "Ku Rong, you are so brave." In the mall, 160 unconscious Daozuan were in the formation. The formation provided power to these Daozuan, slowing down the speed of their souls being injured. But the souls were still injured. Everyone knew that these Daozuan were basically useless. If they wanted to recover, they had to use drugs like Dao Tong Sodan. But there were too many Dao Tong Sodan. The space was distorted, and the shadow of the master appeared here. 012109217180480490. Lu Lian said, "Before, the bug didn't move, so we couldn't check anything. Now that these bugs are moving, we can sense them. They should use a special method to pass on the absorbed power." The third ancestor looked solemn, used the causal sword to check who was behind it. Lu Lian nodded, and a sword appeared in his hand. This sword is very strange. It is hollow in the middle, and there are no blades on both sides. The causal sword is not long and should be very light, but Lu Lian held the causal sword, but it was like holding a mountain of billions of pounds, and it was obviously a bit difficult. Lu Lian walked into the formation and stabbed one of the Daozuan with the causal sword. The causal sword sank into the body of the Daozuan, but there was no wound. Lu Lian stabbed each Daozuan once, and every time he stabbed, a light would light up in the empty space in the center of the causal sword. Then, Lu Lian activated the causal sword, and the causal sword immediately shot out a beam of light. The light exploded in the air, splitting into two, one heading north and one heading west. The third ancestor's eyes were gloomy. "Ku Rong, you are seeking death." The sky-splitting killing formation was gradually arranged, and the entire process lasted a whole day. Among the formations that Lin Moyu had arranged, this one took the longest time. The 7th level formation, the combination of the instrument and the symbol, was not an easy task even for Lin Moyu. When the formation was arranged, the nodes of the formation were connected to each other, and the calculation of the position of each node required a lot of energy. In particular, the drawing of the symbol formation had to be extremely accurate. A day later, the formation was finally truly formed. Lin Moyu glanced at the battlefield. Success or failure, this is the end. The Great Space Avenue emerged, and it was driven by the true body of the Great Space Avenue, pushing the power of the Great Space Avenue to the extreme. He mastered the Great Space Avenue and could have used the power of space to strangle the enemy. Unfortunately, every time he encountered an enemy, he was either too strong or too weak, leaving him with almost no room for the Great Space Avenue. This time, using the formation, he could fully exert the power of the Great Space Avenue. The Great Space Avenue sprinkled infinite power, the formation was activated, and the entire formation was shrouded in a huge power of space. The sky-splitting killing formation is a pure killing formation. The moment the formation is activated, the entire space within a radius of 2,000 miles is shaking. A large crack appears in the space, and these cracks 17 interweave into a fine net, leaving no gaps for escape. A killing formation looks like a killing formation. Each formation has a different function. As a killing formation, its function is to kill the enemy and not let go of any enemy in the formation. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the Undead Legion and Zhao Dongsua and others withdrew. This world became clean almost instantly, leaving only the Insect Mother and Lin Moyu. The Insect Mother, who was being besieged and surrounded, suddenly found that her vision became brighter, and her enemies suddenly disappeared. The Insect Mother's thousands of eyes looked at Lin Moyu at the same time. After fighting for a whole day, the Insect Mother's aura was still strong. Countless Dao Zuns continuously provided power to the Insect Mother, and it didn't care about consumption at all. It turned its huge body, and the pair of huge eyes on its head looked at Lin Moyu with doubts in its eyes. It was puzzled by Lin Moyu's actions. Why did he stop fighting just because he said he would not fight? Suddenly, its eyes shrank sharply, and its pupils narrowed into a line. It saw that the space in front of Lin Moyu was breaking. It was not the correct kind of breaking, but the space was being shattered. This made it feel dangerous. Even if it had the ability to cut the space, it could only be done in an orderly manner. But the space breaking now was disorderly and chaotic and extremely dangerous. Not only it, Lin Moyu could also feel the breaking of space. The power of the Great Way of Space is to break the space and use the broken space to strangle the enemy. But how much damage the broken space can cause depends on how deep one's understanding of the Great Way of Space is and to what extent the space is broken. In his opinion, the entire space is like countless pieces of paper stacked together to form a thick space. Space is not just one layer, but countless layers. If one's strength can only tear a few pieces of paper, then the strength is too weak. If my power is enough to tear all the piled papers into pieces, then my power is strong enough to cause great damage to the enemy. If I could only tear 10 pieces of paper before, then the sky-splitting killing formation can tear thousands of pieces of paper, and its power is hundreds of times stronger than mine. Moreover, the sky-splitting formation does not require any understanding of the great Tao of space. It is purely using brute force to tear the space apart. And the Worm Mother was able to cut the space apart before, which was actually passing through the pieces of paper. When the space is torn to pieces, it will also be injured, or even killed. The great Tao of space continues to sprinkle the power of the great Tao, and the power of the sky-splitting killing formation is getting stronger and stronger. The space covered by the formation began to collapse from the outside to the inside. The entire space was completely shattered. The Worm Mother's hair stood up all over her body. She rushed to the edge of the formation frantically and collided with the broken space with her sharp middle foot. There was no violent movement. At the moment of collision, the Worm Mother's sharp feet were silently broken. In an instant, the mother lost dozens of sharp feet. It screamed and fled back, not daring to touch the broken space again. Lin Moyu saw this scene and smiled with satisfaction. It seems that the effect is very good. The 7th level formation is enough to kill the Worm Mother. What's more, the double formation of the instrument and talisman used by Lin Moyu makes the power of the 7th level formation close to the 8th level, at least the peak of the 7th level. Even if the 7th level of Dao Zun enters it, it may not be able to come out alive. In addition, this is a space-type formation, which uses the avenue of space to drive it, and its power is stronger. The speed of space breaking is getting faster and faster, and the range is shrinking, leaving less and less space for the mother to move. The Worm Mother trembled uneasily, and it wanted to cut the space into pieces again and again to escape from here. But this space was first reinforced by the seal of the Sealing Dragon Prison formation, and now it was disrupted by the Split Sky Killing formation. The space here was completely messed up. It couldn't cut the space apart or escape. The Split Sky Killing formation was getting smaller and smaller, and the insect mother seemed to know that she couldn't jump out. The thousands of eyes on its body closed, all the legs were retracted, and the huge body shrank into a ball. A raging flame suddenly burned on its body, and at the bottom of the flame was a thick ice shell. Ice and fire can counteract each other, but they can also generate each other. With the help of the ice and fire seeds, the insect mother gave herself the most powerful defense. Under the ice shell, there was the insect mother's own shell. Lin Moyu felt that the power of the insect mother was constantly condensing and strengthening. It had to make a final resistance and try to survive from the broken space. Good idea, there is indeed a chance if you do this. But I won't give you a chance. Lin Moyu took out 230 ancestral water that had not been used for a long time, and 10 drops at a time. Ancestral water is a thing that can be used up if you use 1 drop less. Lin Moyu is the type who would rather not use it. Now, he was very generous and used 10 drops of ancestral water. The 10 drops of ancestral water exploded, turned into clouds and mist, and merged into the sky-splitting killing formation. Then, hundreds of millions of faith powers burned fiercely, turning into invisible giant forces that fell on the sky-splitting killing formation. The dual blessing of ancestral water and faith power made the power of the sky-splitting killing formation increase sharply. Although nothing could be seen on the surface, Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the power of the sky-splitting killing formation had at least doubled. At this time, the power of the sky-splitting killing formation was completely comparable to the 8th level formation. Even the 7th level ancestor would be in danger of death when facing the current sky-splitting killing formation. The insect mothers seemed to have sensed that the sky-splitting killing formation had been strengthened. It became more uneasy and let out a low roar. But now, all it could do was to resist with all its strength. It didn't know whether it could survive in the end. The space continued to break and collapse, and finally it fell on it. The flames shattered along with the space, and then the ice shell on its body also shattered in a breath. Then it was the shell of the insect mother. Facing the sky-splitting killing formation, the shell only resisted for less than 2 seconds and was shattered one after another. The shell of the insect mother was strong enough to last for 2 seconds under the sky-splitting killing formation. Once the shell was broken, the secondary sky-splitting killing formation began to strangle its body. The insect mother let out a shrill scream, which turned into a soul shock, sweeping across the field in waves. The space was shattered, and the insect mother's body was turned into powder. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was worth his arrangement. He finally solved this guy. Looking at the huge body of the insect mother being shattered quickly, Lin Moyu knew that he had won this battle. As long as the insect mother died, those children should not survive. His promise to the 3 ancestors was also half completed. Soon, the scream of the insect mother weakened. Its body was more than half broken and it came to the end of its life. With the last scream, the insect mother finally stopped moving and seemed to have died. But Lin Moyu's eyes revealed a solemn look. His body changed and became hazy, like a mist, as if he did not exist. Switched from the Space Avenue true body to the Luck Avenue true body. In this state, he could find the existence and strength of luck. He looked at the insect mother with a solemn look. How could it be? The luck has not weakened. The luck is still there, which means that the insect mother is not dead. The eye of the dead opened, and 2 soul flames immediately appeared in sight. One soul flame had been seen before. It belonged to the soul flame of the Ice and Fire Grass, and it was also the soul clone of the leader of the 100 Herbs Alliance. The other soul flame, which had also been seen, was the soul flame of the Worm Mother. Now, the 2 soul flames were side by side. Lin Moyu immediately understood what was going on. The Worm Mother was not dead. Although its body was destroyed, its soul was not dead. As long as the soul was not dead, it would not be difficult to regenerate the body. The key was how the soul escaped the spatial strangulation. Under normal circumstances, it would not work. But there was a special thing in the Worm Mother's body, that is, the Ice and Fire Seed. The Ice and Fire Seed came from the sky and could be refined into a clone by the leader of the 100 Herbs Alliance. It showed that it was of a very high level. If it could survive the spatial strangulation, it would not be impossible. The space was finally completely broken, and the space surrounded by the sky-splitting killing formation became an area like a black hole. All directions were dark. In the center of darkness, a special seed floated there, intact. The power of the sky-splitting killing formation continued to fall on the seed, but the seed remained intact. It's really hard. Lin Moyu whispered. The hardness of the Ice and Fire Seed has exceeded his imagination. Except for the bodies of the extraterritorial gods and the gods' pets, Lin Moyu has never seen anything harder than it. No, there are 2 more, that is, the Shinjo Ding and the Calamity Scepter. Lin Moyu had a thought, which is harder, the Calamity Scepter or the Ice and Fire Seed? In fact, when this thought came up, Moyu already had the answer in his heart. It must be the Calamity Scepter that is harder. The power of the sky-splitting killing formation continued to fall on the Ice and Fire Seed, but it could never cause any damage to the Ice and Fire Seed. The 2 soul flames stood side by side, like a pair of good brothers, shrinking in the seed. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu weakened the power of the sky-splitting killing formation. He wanted to go in himself and smash the Ice and Fire Seed with the Calamity Scepter. He knew very well that only in this way could the insect mother be killed, and only in this way could the parasitic Down Masters be saved. The Chiyun Avenue true body was transformed into the Space Avenue true body again, and when the sky-splitting killing array weakened to a certain extent, it could enter. Gradually, the power of the sky-splitting killing array weakened to 1/3 of its strongest state. At this time, the space began to recover. Although there were still dense space cracks in the space, as long as Lin Moyu was careful, it would be enough for him to pass. The sky-splitting killing array has one biggest disadvantage, which is that it will kill everything in the formation, including the person who set up the formation. This is an iron-faced and impartial formation that treats everyone equally. Just as Lin Moyu was about to act, a pair of tentacles suddenly stretched out from the ice and fire seeds. The tentacles were like scissors, cutting a small piece of space in front of him, and the ice and fire seeds immediately rushed in. The whole process was very fast, less than half a second, which caught Lin Moyu off guard. The next second, the ice and fire seeds appeared thousands of miles away. Lin Moyu used the Eye of the Dead to see that the soul flame belonging to the insect mother was much weaker. It had just opened the space to cut and escape, which caused great damage to its soul. Moreover, it failed to escape from this layer of space, but only teleported thousands of miles and escaped from the sky-splitting killing formation. Lin Moyu knew that it did not have the ability to cut and shred space a second time in a short period of time. Lin Moyu immediately chased after it, and it would take only a few thousand miles to reach it. At this time, the ice and fire seeds burst into flames, and huge power gathered from the void in all directions. The flesh of the insect mother, which had just been destroyed, began to regenerate. The regeneration speed was very fast, and the countless parasites of the insect mother provided a powerful experience zone. When the insect mother regenerated, the leader of the Baichao Alliance and the ice and fire seeds did not stop. It consumed soul power and burst out strong flames and ice. The collision of ice and fire formed a violent explosion, blocking the world and preventing anyone from getting close. Lin Moyu knew that it did this to buy time for the mother worm to recover. Once the mother worm recovered, the situation would return to the starting point, and all the efforts just made would be in vain. Even Lin Moyu was a little overwhelmed at this moment. The power of the leader of the Baichao Alliance was very strong. Even if only the soul of the clone was left, it could still burst out with amazing power in a short period of time, making it difficult for him to get close. Suddenly, the continuous ice and fire explosion stopped. Even the recovery of the mother worm stopped. The power that was originally pouring in from the void also stopped at this moment. The mother worm lost its source of power, and its recovery stopped immediately. The mother worm was restless and kept making noises. Lin Moyu didn't know what happened, but it looked good anyway. This kind of opportunity might be fleeting, and Lin Moyu didn't have time to think at all. Lin Moyu rushed over in an instant, crossed hundreds of miles at the fastest speed, and grabbed the ice and fire seeds in his hand. Then he waved the scepter of natural disasters, like smashing a walnut, and smashed it heavily. Bang! With a slight sound, cracks appeared on the fire seed. Lin Moyu didn't think twice and hit it for the second time. With another slight sound, the ice and fire seed shattered on the spot. The two souls in the ice and fire seed were exposed to Lin Moyu at the same time. At this time, the soul gem on the Calamity Scepter was shining, generating a strong suction force. The two souls, without any resistance, were sucked away by the spirit, Lima's soul gem. In a blink of an eye, the moon was bright and the wind was clear, and the war finally came to an end. Lin Moyu sensed that the mother's luck had completely dissipated, and he let out a long breath. In the end, I still won. In Shizhou, the headquarters of the Herb Alliance, there was an angry roar. Demon King, third ancestor, you dare to stop me? I will make you pay the price. Lin Moyu stood there, motionless. After the war, he had the leisure to think about the problem. What happened at the last moment was very strange. Why did the ice and fire seeds suddenly stop resisting? Even the recovery of the mother stopped. Anything unusual has a root cause. After thinking for a while, Lin Moyu found that there was only one possibility. That is, the third ancestor took action. The third ancestor was in the outside world and disturbed China. Only in this way can it be explained. For the specific situation, you have to go back and ask the third ancestor to know. Lin Moyu rested for a while and set off again. He remained alert. He realized that the leader of the Baichao Alliance had been operating in the ice and fire secrets for many years, and he might have a backup plan. At the same time, he also understood that the ice and fire Dao stone was not so easy to obtain. Otherwise, with the ability of the Baichao Alliance leader, he would have obtained the ice and fire Dao stone long ago. He would not have waited for so many years until the appearance of the ice and fire grass, and then used his clone to come in and obtain the ice and fire Dao stone. There must be many conditions to obtain the ice and fire Dao stone. If these conditions cannot be met, it will be difficult to obtain it. Lin Moyu relied on his own induction and went to the place where the ice and fire calendar was more intense. After walking for an unknown period of time and a long distance, he finally arrived at the destination. What he saw shocked Lin Moyu a little. He stood on the top of an iceberg and looked forward to the endless land. Above the land, tornadoes and storms penetrated the sky and the earth. Some of these tornadoes are made of pure ice, which is chilling, while others are made of flames, like dragons rising from the earth and rushing to the sky. In the flame storm, there are dark blue powders, which are the raw materials of the ice and firestone that Lin Moyu guessed before. Its essence is the power of the flame avenue. The same is true in the ice storm, which has some transparent powders, the essence of which is the ice avenue. The two tornadoes of ice and fire rise from the 480 earth and rush straight to the infinite sky. In the sky, the power of the avenue is diffused, and the fog is thick. With the naked eye, you can't see the situation at the top of the sky at all. After entering this space, Lin Moyu did not fly. The reason is that the ice and fire grass did not fly, which made Lin Moyu intuitively think that flying in the air would be dangerous. But now, he had to go up and take a look. Of course, he didn't go there in person. The skeleton god will appear beside him and rush into the sky like a rocket. But before the skeleton god flew very high, a gust of wind came towards him, carrying the west of heavenly Tao in the wind. The pure ice avenue gave the wind color. A faint light green flew through the air. This pure avenue power was much purer than the avenue power of Hanjia Xingjun. The skeleton god was instantly frozen, and then fell from the air, shattered to pieces. The undead spirit lost its function, and faced with the invasion of the avenue power, the undead spirit was silent. The skeleton god was dead, and really dead. The sky is really dangerous. In the layer of space, the avenue power guards the sky. As long as you fly to a certain height, you will be attacked. I don't know where these tornadoes are going. Lin, BHDF, silently evolved the true body of the space avenue and began to sense the space. In his imagination, these tornadoes should go to another space. Then he just needs to find the connection point between the two spaces, and he can pass through. But after some sensing, Lin Moyu showed disappointment. He did not sense the corresponding space connection point. Lin Moyu's eyes were thoughtful. Without the space connection point, how can we enter the next army space? The leader of the Baichao Alliance should know, otherwise the ice and fire grass would not come in this time. Besides it, there should be another guy who knows. I don't know if it works. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that he had missed a guy. He flipped his hand and took out a pile of fragments, which were the fragments of the ice and fire seeds. Although the ice and fire seeds were smashed and the souls hiding inside were sucked away by the soul gem, there were still some residual soul power in the fragments. The soul gem is very proud, and it has a fancy for these residual soul powers. Lin Moyu is now interested in these residual soul powers, and he wants to use the resurrection of the dead to try to revive the Worm Mother. It may not be useful, but you can try it. The Worm Mother has been here for countless years, and may know how to go next. The undead flames burned fiercely, wrapping these fragments. Lin Moyu immediately sensed that souls were gathering. But the current situation is different from before. Although souls are gathering again, the Worm Mother's body has not appeared. Judging from past experience, the resurrection of the dead has not succeeded. As for the other soul powers, they belong to the leader of the Baichao Alliance. It is still alive and well, and it is even less likely to become a resurrected person. But the scene that happened next surprised Lin Moyu. The ice and fire seeds actually began to reorganize, and it became complete again. All the fragments were pieced together like a puzzle. The recovery of the ice and fire seeds caught Lin Moyu off guard. Lin Moyu thought about the magic of resurrection of the dead, and finally understood what was going on. Neither the insect mother nor the residual soul of the leader of the Baichao Alliance met the conditions for the resurrection of the dead. The recovery of the ice and fire seed shows that the ice and fire seed was once a living being. The seed is its body, but it was obtained by someone later and then refined. Before it was refined, or a long time ago, it was alive, so it can be resurrected under the effect of the resurrection of the dead. A seed became a resurrection, which made Lin Moyu laugh and cry. The ice and fire seed that became a resurrection again turned in a direction and aimed at Lin Moyu, trembling slightly. Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Are you conscious?" The voice of the resurrection sounded in his ears, "I am conscious." The voice was crisp, like a child. It is a seed, and it has not had time to sprout and grow. Even if it had life, it should have been very young. Lin Moyu asked, "What is your specific identity?" Although it has always been called ice and fire grass before, Lin Moyu does not know what its real name is. The ice and fire grass is just a name given by itself, and so is the ice and fire seed. The ice and fire seed said, "I am the ice and fire Dao seed, the seed of the ice and fire avenue tree." Lin Moyu has never heard of the ice and fire avenue tree. After its explanation, Lin Moyu then knew the origin of the ice and fire avenue tree. The ice and fire avenue tree is a special tree that grows on the avenue. To be precise, it is a tea tree. Its leaves can be used to make tea, and after drinking it, it can help people understand the ice and fire avenue. For those practitioners who practice both the ice and fire avenues at the same time, the leaves of the ice and fire avenue tree are the supreme treasure. As the seed of the ice and fire avenue tree, it has spirituality from the moment it became a seed. But later the spirituality was destroyed, and it became an ordinary ice and fire seed. The ice and fire seed was later obtained by the leader of the Baichao Alliance and refined into its clone, becoming ice and fire. Unfortunately, the method of the leader of the Baichao Alliance was relatively clumsy, and the refining method was not correct, and the characteristics of the seed could not be fully utilized. The ice and fire grass did not exert the power of the seed at all, otherwise it would not be refined to the level of the fifth realm of Dao Zun. During the refining process, the leader of the Baichao Alliance integrated his soul into the seed, and also brought the corresponding memory. Although the soul is now absorbed by the soul gem, most of these memories remain in the seed. In Lin under Moyu's questioning, the ice and fire seed told Lin Moyu all these memories. Lin Moyu finally understood how to enter the space where the ice and fire Dao stone was. There are only two ways to enter the space where the ice and fire Dao stone is located. One is to follow the tornado and enter the next space along the storm. The other way is to cut the space into pieces and then enter through the layers of space. However, there are many layers of space in this ice and fire secret collection. The space where the ice and fire Dao stone is located is hidden very deep. The Worm Mother has searched for it but has not found it. That layer of space should have some restrictions, and it cannot be entered without the correct method. So the leader of the Baichao Alliance thought of a way to refine the ice and fire grass. Since the space cannot be found, the only thing to do is to follow the tornado. But following the tornado is very dangerous. The pure power of the Great Tao is difficult for even the ice and fire grass to resist. But the leader of the Baichao Alliance still thought of a way, which is to use the space ability of the Worm Mother to temporarily create a space channel to the center of the storm. It is safe in the center of the tornado, and there will be no power of the Great Tao inside. But to do this, it requires enough powerful energy, and the Worm Mother alone cannot do it. So it parasitized countless Dao Zuns and used the power of these Dao Zuns to open the space channel. All these memories, along with the remnant soul of the leader of the Baichao Alliance, were left in the clone. Although the remnant soul came, the memories still existed in the ice and fire seeds, and now they were obtained by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt that it was difficult. Although he also understood the great Tao of space and could create space channels. But he was not as precise and powerful as the Worm Mother. If there was a mistake and he failed to enter the center of the space storm, he would be killed by the power of the great Tao in the storm. In this case, even if he had a newborn talent, it would be useless. As long as he was born, he would be killed again, and again, and eventually he would die completely. Lin Moyu was not sure. He didn't want to gamble. This bet, 9 out of 10 times, he would not win. But he was a little unwilling to retreat. Not for the ice and fire Tao stone, but for the extraterritorial god. The extraterritorial god was very likely to be in the same space as the ice and fire Tao stone. Faced with this situation, Lin Moyu thought for a long time, but couldn't find the right way to get in. Unless he used the Great Tao Immortal Pill, where he could pass through the storm and enter its distance. But this is the last resort. The Great Tao Immortal Pill is very precious, and it is used to fight for one's life. It seems a bit wasteful to use it here. But if there is really no other way, it can only be used. Lin Moyu said to himself, "How can I get in?" The ice and fire seed suddenly said, "Master, I have a way." Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Talk about it. Although it is the seed of the Ice and Fire Avenue tree, it has an extraordinary origin, but it is just a seed after all. Lin Moyu can feel that its power is not strong, so how can it help him enter the tornado storm? The Ice and Fire seed said, "I can become bigger and protect the master to go in, but my power is not enough, and I need a huge power." Lin Moyu thought of the Ice and Fire seed's body, which can be safe and sound even in front of the sky-splitting killing array. The body is indeed strong enough. Moreover, it originally lived in the Ice and Fire Avenue, and it has enough resistance to the power of the Ice and Fire Avenue. What it lacks is only power. If in the past, there were adult Ice and Fire Avenue trees to provide it with power, so that it could germinate in the avenue until it could grow independently. Now, only Lin Moyu can provide power. Lin Moyu said, "What do you want?" Ice and Fire Seed said, "I can absorb all kinds of power, the power of the Spirit Vein, the power of the Origin Crystal, the power of the Avenue, all are fine." Lin Moyu thought about it. Can the Origin Crystal be used? Are the 7th order Origin Crystals enough? Ice and Fire Seed said, "As long as the quantity is sufficient, there will be no problem." Quantity, Lin Moyu has nothing else, but the Origin Crystals are definitely enough. He still has thousands of 7th order Origin Crystals, which should be enough. Lin Moyu thinks he can give it a try. If it doesn't work, then he can use the Great Tao Immortal Pill. Lin Moyu jumped down from the top of the mountain and entered a world full of ice and firestorms. It's hot and cold here, and the alternation of hot and cold is enough to kill ordinary first-level Dao Zun. If a Tianzuan comes here, almost as many will die. Lin Moyu unfolds the power of the Great Tao, with golden light and flames on his body, and the immortal golden body is also turned to the maximum, and walks through this area. Occasionally, there will be Great Tao Fire and Great Tao Ice coming here. Lin Moyu must be extremely careful and not come into contact with them. With his current strength, he only needs a wisp of Great Tao Fire or Great Tao Ice to kill himself. Lin Moyu came to the nearest tornado at an extremely slow speed. This is an ice tornado. In the transparent storm, some transparent powder was rolled up and rushed straight to the sky. In the storm, there are occasionally wisps of light green power flowing, which is pure avenue ice, and the temperature is already extremely low. Thousands of meters away from the storm, Lin Moyu stopped and said to the Ice and Fire Seed, "It's up to you." The Ice and Fire Seed flew out from his palm and instantly grew larger, becoming 3 meters high. The Ice and Fire Seed cracked from the middle, revealing a space. After Lin Moyu came in, the Ice and Fire Seed closed again. Lin Moyu stayed in the space, and the picture in front of him became transparent. He saw the situation outside through the ice and fire seed. At this time, a light green avenue ice just fell on the ice and fire seed. The ice and fire seed trembled, but was not frozen. Lin Moyu could feel that the power of the ice and fire seed was declining sharply. The ice and fire seed said, "Master, I need to replenish my strength." Lin Moyu immediately took out a bunch of exquisite 7th-level origin crystals. There were hundreds of them. Just use them. The ice and fire seed began to absorb the power of the origin crystals and began to replenish itself. The breath of the ice and fire seed quickly recovered and stopped vibrating. Lin Moyu could feel that the power of the ice and fire seed was rapidly increasing. A few seconds later, the ice and fire seed said, "Master, I'm going to leave." Lin Moyu nodded, "Go." When he said this, Lin Moyu had already prepared the Tao Immortal Pill. If the ice and fire seed couldn't hold on, he would take the Tao Immortal Pill as soon as possible. Even if he was going to die, he couldn't die in the ice and firestorm. Once he died in the storm, he was really dead. If he died somewhere else, he would have a chance to revive with his new talent. As long as he could live, there was still a way. The ice and fire seed rushed into the storm without hesitation, and the whole world suddenly began to spin rapidly. The speed of the storm's rotation was much faster than what was seen outside, so fast that the picture was almost blurred. Boom, boom, boom. The collision sound continued to come, and the ice and fire seeds and those transparent powders were surging. The transparent powder also contains the pure power of the Great Tao, which is not weak. The fire seed is constantly vibrating in the collision. The power of the origin crystal is being quickly absorbed. In a blink of an eye, several origin crystals have been broken because of the exhaustion of power. This is a 7th-level origin crystal, which contains powerful power, but it is so unusable. From this, it can be seen how terrible the power consumed by the ice and fire seeds is. Fortunately, it was born in the ice and fire avenue and has a strong resistance to the ice and fire avenue. From this, it can be seen that even the leader of the Baichao Alliance does not really know how to really use the ice and fire seeds. Lin Moyu took out some 7th-level origin crystals in case of emergency. The ice and fire seeds took Lin Moyu and rose higher and higher in the storm, rushing towards the sky. The roar continued, and the ice and fire seeds were shaking nonstop. In the storm, waves of powerful forces kept hitting the ice and fire seeds. Fortunately, the ice and fire seeds have a strong resistance to the power of the Great Tao. In addition, Lin Moyu provided enough origin crystals so that the ice and fire seeds were safe and sound in the storm filled with the power of the Great Tao. Lin Moyu, who was in it, felt the terrible power of the Great Tao. This kind of power, and even a little bit, is enough to kill him thousands of times. It's not just powerful, but the difference in level. This leads to the fact that even if there are more undead legions, they will be useless at this moment. From this, it can be inferred that when facing a real strong man in the Great Tao realm, no means will be useful. Lin Moyu re-estimated the strength of the 3 ancestors and others. These strong men in the Great Tao realm are hidden in the origin continent. If they take action, those Dao Zun 9 realms 983 on the origin continent will not be a big deal. And the leader of the Baichao Alliance is also at the same level as the 3 ancestors. If the other party is really shameless and personally kills him, will his so-called trump card really work? At this moment, Lin Moyu lost confidence. He was not sure whether his various means and trump cards could save his life in front of the strong man in the Tao realm. It is difficult to kill him in return, almost impossible. Lin Moyu only thought about insurance. In Lin Moyu's wild thoughts, the ice and fire seeds were swept by the storm, rushed to the sky, and rushed into the fog. Looking down from a high place, his vision changed, and he could see the whole land clearly. In this layer of space, there are 3 historical areas intertwined with each other. These 3 forces have reached the level of the Tao, namely the Flame Avenue, the Ice Avenue, and a Green Avenue full of vitality. Needless to say, the Green Avenue belongs to the leader of the Baichao Alliance. He has been operating here for countless years, using the insect mother to penetrate his own power into his ministers. It has already affected this layer of space. As long as it continues, perhaps it can follow this layer of space and enter the area where the ice and fire Dao stone is located. Multi-pronged approach, do it at the same time. It seems that the leader is also a cautious person and will not put all his eggs in one basket. Insect mother, ice and firegrass, and using his own power to influence the secret treasure. All kinds of means, as long as one of them succeeds, he will make a profit. It can be seen that he attaches great importance to the ice and fire Dao stone. Obviously, the ice and fire Dao stone is very important. But what is the use of the ice and fire Dao stone? Lin Moyu still knows nothing about it. Lin Moyu suddenly asked, "Little guy, do you know the water and fire Dao stone?" Lin Moyu called the ice and fire seed the little guy. After all, this guy's spirituality was born when it encountered an accident and its spirituality was annihilated. Now that it has become its own resurrection, it can be restored. In fact, when it lived, it was really short. The ice and fire seed answered truthfully, "I'm not very clear, but in its memory, the fire Dao stone is very important." Lin Moyu was a little helpless. It seemed that he had to ask the third ancestor about this question as well. However, with the third ancestor's character, he might not tell him. The ice and fire seed flew higher and higher, and arrived at an altitude of 100,000 meters, and finally saw the end of the storm. At the end of the storm, there were huge whirlpools. The whirlpools slowly turned, like the greedy mouth of a giant beast, sucking all the storms in. The ice and fire seeds took Lin Moyu and drilled into the whirlpool along the storm. The vision in front of him became blurred, the rotation speed increased sharply, and a strong sense of weightlessness came. Lin Moyu knew that he was traveling through space. The process of transmission was a bit long, which meant that this layer of space was very far away. After a while, Lin Moyu felt that the ice and fire seeds were getting less and less impacted, and the power of the avenue began to weaken. Almost there. Lin Moyu was alert. He didn't know what the space he had arrived at looked like, and whether there was any danger. Has the means of the leader of the Baichao Alliance been completely disintegrated, or are there still remnants? Will he be waiting for him in that heavy space? Everything is unknown. All Lin Moyu can do is to stay alert. A ball of light suddenly appeared in front of him, and the light suddenly enlarged in his sight. The ice and fire seeds rushed into the light at an astonishing speed. After his sight was restored, Lin Moyu saw the situation in front of him clearly, and with it came a strong and incomparable feeling of disgust. He saw an extraterritorial god, who was also looking at him with cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty eyes. This was the first time that Lin Moyu really looked into the eyes of an extraterritorial god. The extraterritorial gods he had met before were all in a coma. The extraterritorial god here was not in a coma, and was looking at him coldly. Lin Moyu could feel the murderous intent in his eyes, as well as strong disgust. Just as he hated him, he also hated himself. Driven by the great Tao, there is only hatred between the creatures in the origin continent and the gods from outside the domain, and there is no compromise. Kill, kill, kill. In the dark, Lin Moyu seemed to hear the voice of the great Tao. The great Tao was telling him that he must kill the other party. He must try every possible means, even if it means both of them perish together, he must kill the other party. This is the order given by the great Tao. If you dare to disobey, you will be punished. The punishment will be very heavy, the realm will fall, the body will die, anything is possible. Lin Moyu finally understood how aggrieved the powerful man in the great Tao realm of the Golden Thunder realm was at that time. He must have received the order of the great Tao, and even if he was reluctant, he had to fight to the death with the gods from outside the domain. Lin Moyu realized that he was trapped in a desperate situation. If he could not kill the other party, even if the gods from outside the domain did not kill him, the great Tao would not let him go. The great Tao would not accept any excuses. Simply put, the great Tao only looks at the results. Why is this happening? It is said that the Tao is impartial, but here, the Tao is obviously very selfish. What exactly is the extraterritorial god, and why does the Tao hate him so much? Lin Moyu took a deep breath. He left the ice and fire seed, and looked around. The outer god was just 100,000 meters away, staring at him. However, Lin Moyu was not worried. Although the outer god was awake, it was sealed and could not move. It was sealed by a formation. This formation was extremely complex. Among the formations that Lin Moyu had seen, only the super 9th level formation at the bottom of the boundary seat could be compared with it. The most important thing is that all the nodes and materials of this formation are a kind of stone containing 0.2 power of ice and fire. Ice and fire Tao stone. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. There are not just one ice and fire Tao stone here, but many. The ice and fire Tao stone that the three ancestors asked for but could not get is here in the tens of thousands, which is amazing. However, no matter how many there are, Mo Moyu has no intention of touching them. These ice and fire Tao stones are the nodes that make up the formation. Each node has at least one ice and fire Tao stone, and at most 3. Lin Moyu could feel that the ice and fire Tao stone contained a powerful Tao power. Not only powerful, but also pure. The powerful and pure power of the ice and fire Tao stone made the power of the ice and fire Tao stone extremely powerful. Then using it as a formation material, the power of this formation is unimaginable. The outer god suddenly roared, and the roar turned into countless sharp arrows, bombarding Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu never let down his guard. As soon as the outer god made a move, Lin Moyu retreated away immediately. He knew very well that the outer god was too strong, comparable to the Tao realm. Especially the outer god in front of him, who might be stronger than the average Tao realm. A distance of 100,000 meters was too close for it. Even if this formation firmly controlled it, Lin Moyu still felt dangerous. Sure enough, the outer god could still launch an attack. Fortunately, Lin Moyu retreated fast enough, and the outer god's attack was under control. The sharp arrow transformed by the sound passed through the original position of Lin Moyu, flew into the sky, and exploded. The terrifying sound wave was far more terrifying than thunder, and it turned into a shock wave that swept all over the field. Lin Moyu was shocked by the sound wave and retreated. He was horrified in his heart and whispered unconsciously, "So powerful." This kind of power was beyond imagination. The sound wave alone could shock him thousands of meters away. Moreover, Lin Moyu could see that because the formation controlled him, he could not lock onto him. Otherwise, he might not be able to avoid the arrow just now. The outer heavenly god suddenly launched an attack, and then the formation composed of ice and fire Tao stones was activated. 2 giant dragons appeared in the formation, 1 ice dragon and 1 fire dragon. The 2 giant dragons spewed out flames and ice respectively, and fell on the outer heavenly god. Half of the outer heavenly god's body was burned by flames, and the other half was frozen. The collision of ice and fire suddenly caused a violent explosion, and the outer heavenly god was blown up and screamed. The power of this kind of great Tao-level ice and fire was so strong that Lin Moyu felt that he would be dead if there was a little aftermath. However, the outer heavenly god could feel pain but not be injured in this explosion, which was simply terrifying. The outer heavenly god seemed to know that he could not kill Lin Moyu. He stared at Lin Moyu with endless killing intent in his eyes. Occasionally, he would let out a roar like a beast. Lin Moyu knew very well that the people of the origin continent and the outer heavenly gods could not communicate at all. This was no longer a matter of language barriers, but a lack of communication at the level of the great Tao. No matter what sound or words the outer heavenly gods made, they sounded like the roar of a wild beast in his ears. And no matter what he said, it was the same in the ears of the outer heavenly gods. This also cut off the possibility of communication between the two sides from the root. Lin Moyu did not approach, but retreated another 100,000 meters and observed from afar. Not only did he observe the outer heavenly gods, he also observed the formation composed of the ice and fire Tao stones. This formation was very powerful and also very complex. However, no matter how complex and powerful the formation was, there was a source to be found. Lin Moyu discovered that the power of the ice and fire Dao stones would be gradually consumed when suppressing the outer heavenly gods. And the dark blue and transparent powders sucked in from the other two spaces could replenish the power zone of the ice and fire Dao stones. In this way, the formation composed of the ice and fire Dao stones could continue to operate, no matter how many years it took. Otherwise, the power of the formation will always be exhausted after a long time. This reminded Lin Moyu of the seal at the bottom of the Boundary Sea, and the source of the power of the seal was the Boundary Sea. The pressure in the depths of the Boundary Sea, the terrifying power everywhere, were actually replenishing the consumption of the formation. After observing for half a day, Lin Moyu finally shifted his attention away from the formation. He realized that this formation was too perfect, too powerful, far beyond his current formation level. Although he could understand most of it, he could only understand it. Just like the origin conversion formation in the Hurricane warship, he could understand it, but he could not replicate the arrangement, let alone disassemble it. This is because the formation realm is not yet reached, and the understanding of the formation and the human way is not yet reached. Perhaps one day, when he has a deep enough understanding of the Tao, the formation has entered a new level, and he will be able to integrate it. Now, Lin Moyu can't find the flaw in the ice and fire formation in front of him, let alone dismantle the formation to obtain the ice and fire stone. If you want to get the ice and fire stone, the only way is to kill the outer god. Once the outer god dies, this formation will lose its effect, and then he may get the ice and fire stone. In fact, Lin Moyu didn't want the ice and fire stone at first, but now his mind has changed. The leader of the Baichao Alliance and the three ancestors both want the ice and fire stone, which shows that the ice and fire stone must have magical effects. In this case, Lin Moyu will start to plan how to kill the outer god and get the ice and fire stone. This outer god is controlled by the formation, but it is still difficult to deal with. Just the attack just now, I can't stand it. Just now, I was 100,000 meters away from him. If the distance was only 10,000 meters, I would definitely not be able to dodge. Facing such a powerful outer god, Lin Moyu felt that it was difficult to kill. Lin Moyu said to the ice and fire seed, "Little guy, can you withstand that guy's attack?" The ice and fire seed said honestly, "I don't know. I have to try to know." Lin Moyu said, "Then try it." As a resurrected being, the fire seed would never disobey Lin Moyu's orders. Lin Moyu gave it a 7th level origin crystal, and the ice and fire seed immediately flew over and headed straight for the outer heavenly god. The outer heavenly god looked at the ice and fire seed coming towards him, as if he was very disdainful, and then roared. The roar turned into a sharp arrow, accurately landing on the ice and fire seed. Boom! Like a loud bell ringing, the ice and fire seed was shaken away. But it only flew a few hundred meters and stopped. Although the ice and fire seed was shaking violently, there was no scar on it. It can be blocked. Lin Moyu was happy in his heart, and he saw the whole process. As long as the ice and fire seed can block it, then his plan to kill the outer heavenly god will be half realized. Lin Moyu realized the movement, fly behind him and take a look. The ice and fire seed did not hesitate and immediately flew behind the outer heavenly god. As soon as it came behind the outer heavenly god, a pair of wings of the outer heavenly god suddenly vibrated. In an instant, Lin Moyu seemed to see countless pairs of wings, rolling up a huge wind. 530 countless winds shot out from the wind, densely bombarding the ice and fire seed. The ice and fire seed was blown away again. The whole process was very fast, less than a second, and the outer heavenly god seemed to have done something insignificant. He didn't take the ice and fire seed seriously at all. Lin Moyu gave the ice and fire seed an order again, letting the ice and fire seed approach the outer heavenly god from different directions. The outer god was locked there by the formation, unable to move. The best experimental subject. No matter which direction the ice and fire seed approaches the outer god, it will be attacked by the outer god. Although it cannot move, it can manipulate the huge power between heaven and earth to attack the enemy. But this method also has a price. The price is to be punished by the formation. The formation exploded one after another, and the ice and fire dragon reappeared, spewing ice and fire on the outer god. The outer god was covered by powerful explosions, but it was in pain but not hurt, and continued to attack the ice and fire seed. After a series of experiments, the results surprised Lin Moyu. Approaching the outer god from behind turned out to be the most dangerous method. The outer god's pair of wings can burst out infinite wind, and each wind is not Lin Moyu could resist. The safest way was to approach the outer god from the front. The outer god's attack method was very simple, only sound wave attack. If you approached from the side, you would also be attacked by him. Fortunately, the ice and fire seed was hard enough and was not damaged, so there was some room for maneuver. Lin Moyu thought of several ways that might be worth trying. One of them was to use the ice and fire seed to get close to the outer heavenly god, just like when the ice and fire seed brought him here, and then use the calamity scepter to smash the outer heavenly god to death. As for whether the calamity scepter could smash it to death, Lin Moyu never doubted this question. At most, he would smash it a few more times. If one shot didn't work, he would smash it twice, and if 2 shots didn't work, he would smash it 4 times. The only problem was that when he attacked, he had to leave the ice and fire seed. At that time, if the outer heavenly god launched an attack, how would he resist? Based on the previous experiments, Lin Moyu had determined that attacking from the front was the best option. Any other direction was more dangerous than the front. The main reason was the pair of wings behind the outer heavenly god. Although the wings were also sealed and controlled, their power was too strong. The wind that evolved from it could repel the ice and fire seed, and it could also kill him. Only when facing the front would the wings not work, and he would have a chance. Kill the outer heavenly god, get the Dao reward, get the ice and fire Dao stone. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, and made up his mind. At this time, more than 20 days had passed since he entered the ice and fire secret treasure. Almost 1/5 of the time had been consumed, and there was not much time left. If this method does not work, then he will have to find another way, which also takes time. Once you have made a decision, do it. The ice and fire seed quickly grew larger, put Lin Moyu in it, and then flew towards the outer heavenly god from the front. The formation formed by the ice and fire Dao stone is very strange. It only targets the outer heavenly god and does not care about the foreign ice and fire seed at all. Lin Moyu knew that this formation should be guided by the Dao, and the Dao's disgust for the outer heavenly god became the site of this formation. The outer heavenly god launched an attack on the ice and fire seed, spitting out thunder, and turned into thousands of ice fins to blast over. The ice and fire seed was constantly repelled and moved forward again, retreating 2 steps and advancing 3 steps, and it was very difficult to move forward. It took a full half an hour to fly a distance of 200,000 meters. The whole process consumed more than 100 pieces of fine-grade 7th-level origin crystals. Lin Moyu didn't care how many origin crystals were consumed, he had no shortage of them. What Lin Moyu cared about was that something seemed wrong with the outer heavenly god. The power of the outer heavenly god was very strong, there was no doubt about that, and this level of consumption was definitely just a drop in the bucket for the outer heavenly god. Lin Moyu felt something wrong from the eyes of the outer heavenly god. The eyes of the outer heavenly god were full of murderous intent, but as he approached, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. That's right, it was excitement. He was actually excited because of his approach, which was very strange. Normally, shouldn't he be angry? A terrifying existence comparable to the great Dao Master was approached by an ant in the Dao Master realm, and he couldn't do anything to him. For a strong man, this should be an insult. How could he be excited? A sense of vigilance arose spontaneously. Something is wrong, this is definitely not right. Try it or give up. Lin Moyu thought to himself, but he was already close, and he seemed unwilling to retreat like this. Sometimes, unwillingness can be fatal. But sometimes, unwillingness can earn huge benefits. It is difficult to say whether the two are good or bad. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu came up with an idea. The ice and fire seeds will not have any problem facing the attacks of the gods from outside the domain for the time being. As long as there are enough origin crystals, the ice and fire seeds can last for a long time with their natural firmness. Being in the ice and fire seed, Lin Moyu could not use the true body of the great Tao, but it was not a problem to condense the Sword of Luck. It was just that without the blessing of the true body of the great Tao of Luck, the effect of the Sword of Three Methods would be weakened by 30%. But now, there was no other way. I really feel sorry for my luck. In order to deal with the insect mother before, a lot of luck was consumed, and it has not been recovered yet. But now, luck has to be consumed again. The great Tao of Luck emerged, and Lin Moyu forcibly improved his luck, making his luck extremely strong in a short period of time. The stronger his luck, the more he can enhance the power of the Sword of Luck. The Sword of Luck flashed, and the light that was invisible to the naked eye jumped 3 times, and 3 swords were slashed on the outer god. The outer god's eyes suddenly sprayed with anger. Although the power of the void could not kill the outer god, it could weaken his strength, making him very uncomfortable. The outer god roared continuously, and waves of powerful force blasted out of his mouth, beating the ice and fire seeds back step by step. At this time, the formation erupted, and the ice and fire dragon emerged, burning and freezing the outer god. At the same time, Lin Moyu continued to use the Sword of Luck to continuously attack the outer god. The outer god roared even more strongly, with anger and a strong killing intent in his voice. Lin Moyu's eyes were calm. After being insulted like this, he still refused to reveal his true purpose. What is his trump card? Is there any way to kill me? The outer heavenly god seemed crazy, but Lin Moyu still felt that he was not really crazy. Most of his madness was acted out. Lin Moyu believed in his spiritual perception, and there must be something wrong with the reaction of the outer heavenly god. But the problem now is, if he knows that there is something wrong with the outer heavenly god, should he continue to do it according to the plan? If he doesn't do it according to the plan, he will have to think of a new way, which will take a lot of time. Currently, the only thing that can kill the outer heavenly god is the Calamity Scepter. And to use the Calamity Scepter, he has to go alone. So even if he knows that there is something wrong with the outer heavenly god, it seems that he has only one option, which is to go over. Then let's see what you are going to do. Lin Moyu finally decided to go over, but he had made sufficient preparations. The great Tao Immortal Pill was already in his hand. Not only the physical body held one, but also the soul held one. In this way, it is better to be prepared. The ice and fire seed approached the outer heavenly god again, and the distance between the two sides was only less than a centimeter. Suddenly, the ice and fire seed turned and flew downward from the front. The outer heavenly god was tall and nearly 100 meters tall. The ice and fire seed turned and directly avoided the outer heavenly god's head and came to his chest. For Lin Moyu, it didn't matter where the Nuo Zhao Zhao Calamity Scepter hit, as long as it could hit it. After the ice and fire seed changed its position, it rushed towards the outer heavenly god. At the same time, a crack appeared on the seed. Lin Moyu rushed over with the Calamity Scepter in his hand. Suddenly, the space twisted, and the outer heavenly god suddenly disappeared from Lin Moyu's sight. Illusion. Lin Moyu reacted very quickly, and without thinking, the Calamity Scepter hit it. He was already very close to the outer heavenly god. Even if it was an illusion, he could hit it this time. But he hit nothing this time, and nothing was caught. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart, and he knew that this was not an illusion. In front of him was a void, and then a little bit of starlight lit up, and the starlight became brighter and brighter, and kept approaching, and countless divine pets appeared in sight. At the same time, a strong sense of disgust came, and the identity of these guys was confirmed. They were gods. The aura of these divine pets was not strong, only the 5th level of Dao Zun, but it gave Lin Moyu a sense of danger. One by one, the divine pets, with extremely disgusting auras, rushed over from far to near. They were extremely fast, and a little light quickly enlarged in front of his eyes, becoming brighter and brighter. Lin Moyu saw their appearance clearly. They looked like mice, but much more ferocious than real mice. Behind them, they all had 5 tails, with spikes at the end of the tails, like scorpions. The appearance of the divine pets reminded Lin Moyu of a spiritual beast, which was called Scorpion Rat, and the divine pet in front of him should be called 5-tailed Scorpion Rat. The most important thing is not the appearance, but the aura they exude, which is actually between virtual and real. The divine pets with virtual power are very strange. The virtual power has good damage to both the gods outside the domain and the divine pets. It cannot be fatal, but it can also weaken and injure them. But now, when the divine pets have the power of virtual, the effect of their own virtual history will be greatly weakened. Lin Moyu thought of the special divine pet mentioned by the third ancestor. The third ancestor had never seen that special divine pet, but had only heard of it before. He only knew that the special divine pet possessed the power of the void. Before, Lin Moyu thought that the insect mother was the special divine pet, but now it seems that it is not. 5-tailed scorpion rats rushed over from all directions, and the number was so large that there were at least millions. If it were someone else, they would have panicked long ago. But for Lin Moyu, the number of millions was really not enough. Even if you are a Taoist master in the 5th realm, even if your own undead army can't beat it, at least it won't be a problem to block it for a while. With a move of consciousness, the dragon cavalry army went out collectively. The commanders of the 10,000 dragon cavalry army appeared in the Minister of the Void. Then the sea dragon cavalry army appeared. Each commander commanded tens of millions of dragon knights, with a total of hundreds of billions. Compared with the densely packed dragon knights, the mere 1 million 5-tailed scorpion rats were really pitiful. However, the realm strength of the 5-tailed scorpion rats is much greater than that of the Dragon Knight Corps. Although they are far behind in number, they still rush over fearlessly. The two sides collided with each other and a war broke out. The Dragon Knight Corps is not as strong as the 5-tailed scorpion rats, and a large number of casualties occurred in the first wave of contact. However, their number is too large, and although the casualties are heavy, they still blocked the 5-tailed scorpion rats. The Legion leaders commanded the battle in an orderly manner, using the advantage of numbers to surround the 5-tailed scorpion rats. The 5-tailed scorpion rats rushed all the way in the Dragon Knight Corps, but it was always difficult to really clash. The number of the Dragon Knight Corps is too large, hundreds of billions, which is despairing. In addition, with the blessing of the undead spirits, the dead Dragon Knights were quickly resurrected. As members of the undead corps, they have no fear and fearless death. Even if they fight to the last member, they will not retreat. Lin Moyu observed the battle, checked the characteristics of the 5-tailed scorpion rats, and looked for their weaknesses. The 5-tailed scorpion rats have some characteristics of divine pets, and their defense is extremely amazing. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against them. No matter how the dragon riders attacked, they couldn't hurt them at all. Their 5 hair tails were extremely powerful. Not only the spikes at the end of the tail, but also the scales on the tail. When attacking, these scales would open and turn into sharp blades, which could cut the dragon riders into pieces with a swing. After watching for a while, Lin Moyu knew that the dragon riders alone could not hurt them. The dragon riders could only rely on their own advantage in numbers to stop them. Lin Moyu waved a ball of flames, and the skeleton throne emerged from the flames, and a full 3,000 skeleton kings were dispatched collectively. The skeleton kings were much stronger than the dragon riders, reaching the 4th level of Dao Zun. Especially when 3,000 skeleton kings were dispatched collectively, their combat power could be doubled, which was not bad among the 4th level of Dao Zun. The skeleton gods waved their bone swords one after another. Dao magic, blood kill. The sword light bloomed on the 5-tailed scorpion rat, and the 5-tailed scorpion rat locked by the sword light showed obvious stagnation. The explosion sounded from their bodies, and then bloomed brilliantly. Huge wounds appeared on the five-tailed scorpion rats, and the blood killing detonated their blood and chi. Use your own vitality to attack yourself. From a certain level, the great art of blood killing is somewhat unreasonable, and it doesn't matter whether it is real or fake. However, in Lin Muiyu's view, the blood killing technique also has its limits, and this limit lies in the Skeleton King. If the blood killing, Ka, technique is used to attack the outer gods, the effect will not be very good, because the realm of the outer gods is too high and the power is too strong, and the Skeleton King can mobilize very little blood and chi. Some of the five-tailed scorpion rats were seriously injured, and they screamed with anger. But soon, the seemingly hideous wounds began to recover rapidly. These guys, like other divine pets, have extremely fast recovery capabilities. Strong defense, strong recovery, and they have the power of the void, and the influence of the power of the void on them is greatly reduced. Almost no disadvantages, except to crush them with more powerful power. There seems to be no other way. Lin Muiyu roughly analyzed the current situation. It is impossible for the Skeleton King and the Dragon Riders to kill the five-tailed scorpion rats alone. Currently, the only conventional method that can kill them is the Scourge Scepter. Try again, how strong are these guys' resistance to the power of the void? Lin Muiyu thought in his heart, displaying the true body of the great Tao of luck and condensing the sword of luck at the same time. Lin Muiyu felt that he had consumed too much luck when entering the secret treasure. If he got nothing in the end, it would be a big loss. The sword of luck flew out, emitting a faint sword light. A locked five-tailed scorpion rat screamed. It is obviously very uncomfortable. Its breath has been weakened a little, and its luck has affected its strength. It is a little weaker than other five-tailed scorpion rats. Lin Muiyu tried it only once before giving up. He was sure that the five-tailed scorpion rats were indeed extremely resistant to the power of the void. Moreover, there were millions of five-tailed scorpion rats in front of him. It was unrealistic to weaken them one by one with the sword of luck. He did not have so much luck to consume nor so much time. With a slight movement of his mind, he gave orders to the leader of the Dragon Riders to release a few five-tailed scorpion rats. The leader controlled the legion, opened a hole in the encirclement, and released 4 five-tailed scorpion rats. As soon as the five-tailed scorpion rats escaped the encirclement, they rushed towards Lin Muiyu. Their primary target was Lin Muiyu. Lin Muiyu took a deep breath, and the true body of the Avenue of Power evolved. He turned into a 10-meter giant, one circle larger than the five-tailed scorpion rat. As his body grew larger, the Calamity Scepter in his hand also grew larger. Lin Muiyu's luck roared, and he swung the Calamity Staff to hit the five-tailed scorpion rats that were rushing over. Bang! The Calamity Staff slapped a five-tailed scorpion rat to death like slapping a fly, and it disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace of its body. Then Lin Muiyu slapped 3 more times in a row, not giving the five-tailed scorpion rats any chance to attack, and slapped them to death on the spot. One of the five-tailed scorpion rats had already stabbed at him with its tail, but it was also smashed to pieces by the Calamity Staff, along with its body. The power of the Calamity Staff was once again confirmed, and it was indeed ridiculously strong. The powerful defense of the dragon was no better than tofu when facing the Calamity Staff. After slapping 4 five-tailed scorpion rats to death, Lin Muiyu did not continue to move. He waited quietly, waiting for the rewards of the Avenue to come. After waiting for a while, the Avenue reward did not come. Lin Muiyu was not disappointed at all. His eyes were still bright. It seems that my guess is right. These five-tailed scorpion rats are not the real owner. Lin Muiyu had guessed before. How could the divine pet be so weak? And how could the number of identical divine pets reach hundreds? It can only be said that these five-tailed scorpion rats are not the real owner. Behind them, there is another divine pet, and that divine pet is the real divine pet. Lin Muiyu murmured to himself, if I am not wrong, these five-tailed scorpion rats should be individuals produced by that divine pet. These five-tailed scorpion rats also have independent luck and are independent life forms. But killing them will not get the Avenue reward. If you really want to get the Avenue reward, you must kill the hidden divine pet. If you want to get out of here, you must also find that divine pet. And the direction to find that divine pet is on these 5-tailed scorpion rats. Lin Moyu said nothing, waving the calamity scepter, and joined the battle. It moved very fast, nimbly shuttling among the cavalry. Wherever it passed, the scourge staff kept waving, and the 5-tailed scorpion rats were beaten into excitement. Wherever Lin Moyu went, he brought death. Lin Moyu moved very fast, and in a blink of an eye, thousands of 5-tailed scorpion rats were beaten to death. Lin Moyu estimated that according to his speed, it would take at least 10 days to finish beating these guys. 10 days, and that was on the premise that the 5-tailed scorpion rats would not increase, but now, there seemed to be no other good way. Lin Moyu, while beating, he said to the scourge staff, "Can't you guys move a little?" The scourge staff was unmoved, and there was no reaction anyway. Lin Moyu was helpless, he really couldn't drive this guy. He could only beat it again and again, killing one 5-tailed scorpion beast after another. Fortunately, the 5-tailed scorpion beast's realm power is not strong, only the 5th realm of Dao Zun. After Lin Moyu evolved the power of the Great Dao, he was able to deal with it with the Scepter of Natural Disasters. After shooting for a whole day, more than 100,000 5-tailed dragon beasts became dead souls under the power. Lin Moyu suddenly had a thought in his mind, I wonder if Shinjo is going up. The world tree came out of the soul world, rolled up the Shinjo Ding and smashed it. The Shinjo Ding was also strong, and the 5-tailed scorpion rats that were hit would also be smashed to pieces, which was almost the same as the effect of Lin Moyu using the calamity staff. The branches of the world tree rolled it up and smashed it randomly, killing a large number of 5-tailed scorpion rats. But even if the two of them worked together, they couldn't kill all these guys without 5 or 6 days. However, since the calamity staff refused to move, Lin Moyu really couldn't find a better way. 3 days later, more than half of the million 5-tailed scorpion rats were killed or injured. Lin Moyu had become numb to the beating, and he had become accustomed to it, beating it one after another. The world tree also rolled up the Shinjo Ding and smashed it tirelessly one after another. A light lit up in the sight, and a large area of light appeared again in the distance. Lin Moyu was startled. In the bright light, a large number of 5-tailed scorpion rats flew over, and the number reached 1 million. F***K. Lin Moyu was depressed. He hadn't killed all the previous batch, and another batch came. It was endless. Slapping his head, Lin Moyu had a headache. It was not because there were too many 5-tailed scorpion rats, but because they came in batches like this, and they could not be killed at all. Lin Moyu waved the scourge scepter and said viciously, "Can you move? I am your master too." The scourge scepter remained unmoved. After slapping 2 more 5-tailed scorpion rats to death, Lin Moyu knew that this was not a solution. His soul power rushed into the calamity scepter without thinking twice, and said to the calamity scepter, "Don't move, right? That guy is not playing anymore. Originally, if you kill this extraterritorial god, the soul power will still belong to you, but now I won't kill him." Less than a second after the voice fell, Lin Moyu found that the soul gem on the calamity scepter suddenly lit up. Every time the soul is absorbed by it, Lin Moyu knows that the soul of the extraterritorial god must have a strong attraction to the soul gem. After he was so bad, this guy finally moved. The soul gem glittered and absorbed a lot of Lin Moyu's soul power, and then a ray of light shot out of the gem and entered the balance gem. The balance gem suddenly burst into light, illuminating the void. Whether it was the dragon riders or the 5-tailed scorpion rats, all were shrouded by the light. Every existence was stained with a layer of halo, and the breath of the 5-tailed scorpion rats began to drop sharply. The ability of the balance gem is very simple, that is, balance. And this kind of balance is very unreasonable. It looks for the weakest one in all areas as a standard. The weakest person here is naturally Lin Moyu. So, everyone's realm was suppressed to the 2nd realm of Dao Zun. *****. The 5-tailed scorpion beast fell sharply from the 5th realm of Dao Zun. The same is true for the Dragon Riders, falling to the second realm of Daozun. The balance gem seems to ignore the distinction between reality and illusion, and treats both reality and illusion equally. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and he pointed out. The skeleton appeared in the space distortion. Countless hell-evil spirits flew out, surrounded the five-tailed scorpion rat, and bit it out one by one. Lin Moyu found that the balance gem not only balanced the realm, but also the defense and attack power. The only thing that was not balanced was some characteristics. For example, the powerful defense and amazing recovery of the divine pet were the unique characteristics of the divine pet, and the balance gem could not balance them. Similarly, the characteristic of the hell-evil spirit that it eats everything could not be balanced. 0. Moreover, the hell-evil spirit was also difficult to kill. It was almost impossible to kill the hell-evil spirit in the same realm. Under the bites of the hell spirit, the defense of the divine pets quickly collapsed. They were bitten and their flesh was eaten. Although they recovered quickly, they could not catch up with the speed of the hell spirit. The red spider lily swayed, the purple light was hazy, and the power of the five-tailed scorpion rat was further weakened. The eye of hell swept over, and a large number of five-tailed scorpion rats screamed, and their souls were severely damaged. The screams continued, and the five-tailed scorpion rats affected by the balance gem were soon eaten by the hell spirit. This effect was much faster than Lin Moyu and the World Tree. The five-tailed scorpion rats rushing over from a distance were also affected by the balance gem. After approaching a certain distance, their realm dropped sharply. The skeleton hell expanded and swallowed them all. Only 1 hour later, the five-tailed scorpion rat of Shirshir was completely swallowed by the hell Dongli. After swallowing so many five-tailed scorpion rats, the hell spirit had a slight enhancement. This discovery made Lin Moyu realize that the hell spirit swallowed the outer gods and could also enhance itself. This is simply cheating, so unreasonable. After getting rid of the five-tailed scorpion rat, Lin Moyu immediately shook the wings of the dead and flew forward. The place he was heading to was exactly where the five-tailed scorpion rat appeared before. The scourge scepter was held in his hand, and the balance gem was shining, as if it was paving the way for Lin Moyu. After flying far away, Lin Moyu saw the light again. After a moment, he finally saw what was going on, and his eyes showed shock. Since he started practicing, there weren't many things that could shock Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's character also destined him not to be startled. And what he did was always shocking to others. But this time, Lin Moyu was really shocked. He saw the soul of an out-of-domain god, and this soul was exactly the same as the out-of-domain god he had seen before. The difference was that he had seen the body before, but now he saw the soul. The soul also brought a strong sense of disgust, even more than the body. When he saw the soul of the out-of-domain god, Lin Moyu finally knew where he was. He was in the soul world of the out-of-domain god. The soul world of the out-of-domain god was very different from the soul world of the cultivators of the origin continent, so Lin Moyu didn't find it at first. Until now, he has been completely sure. The out-of-domain god deliberately lured him closer and then brought him into his soul world. Next to the soul of the 757 out-of-domain god, there was also a seemingly illusory divine pet. This divine pet has a mouse-like upper body and a scorpion-like lower body, with 9 tails swaying behind it. 9 tails means that this divine pet has reached the 9th level of Daozun. Except for the different number of tails and different levels, it is exactly the same as those 5-tailed scorpion rats, with no difference. Lin Moyu also found that this 9-tailed scorpion rat is more illusory, as if it has lost its entity. If it can have one more tail, it may really step into the ranks of illusion and completely get rid of its entity. 9 tails is the 9th level of Daozun, and 10 tails is very likely to be the Dao realm. In front of them, there are 10 meat mountains, which are constantly shaking, like a beating heart, and look hideous and disgusting. The appearance of the meat mountain is like a volcano, with a large round mouth, which is constantly erupting. Every time it erupts, a 5-tailed scorpion rat will appear. Only then did Lin Moyu know that the five-tailed scorpion rat appeared in this way. This divine pet is indeed special, and it actually has the ability to create subordinates. Although the subordinates created were not strong, they were actually quite terrifying when they were in large numbers. But all this was not all that shocked Lin Moyu. In the soul world, there were not only two people lying. These were two powerful people of the human race, one of whom was sealed by thick ice, and the other was wrapped in flames. They were the real source of Lin Moyu's shock. Both of them were powerful people in the Tao realm, and they exuded a terrible aura that made it impossible for people to get close. But Lin Moyu could see that they were actually dead. Now all that was left were their corpses, and their souls had long disappeared. But Lin Moyu didn't know what method they used to still use the power of the Tao to protect their bodies after death. In addition to being shocked, Lin Moyu also had doubts in his heart why the bodies of the two Tao realms after death were here. At the same time, Lin Moyu thought about why he was here. At that time, the eyes of the outer gods looking at him were a little excited, and the outer gods deliberately lured him to get close and got him here. Thoughts were like lightning, and Lin Moyu quickly thought of a possibility. Only this possibility is more logical. The outer god wanted to control himself and use himself to break the formation composed of ice and firestones so that he could escape and ascend to heaven. The formation composed of ice and firestones exceeded the 9th level, making the outer god unable to move. If his pet went out, it would also be targeted. The pet's strength is not yet at the Tao realm. Even if it has the power of the void, once it is targeted by the formation, Tian Yubaju will not survive. The body of the Tao realm is protected by the power of the Tao and cannot be manipulated. So when he came in, the outer god was excited because he felt that he could be saved. But is this really the reality? Lin Moyu's eyes showed some murderous intent. I came to kill you. How come it seems like I came to save you? He shouted, and the dragon riders rushed over in an overwhelming manner. The bloody charge started, and the undead army turned into a bloody ocean, rolling up endless waves and whipping over. The outer gods did not move, with a little disdain in their eyes. The 9-tailed scorpion rat moved, and the 9 huge tails suddenly became extremely huge, each reaching tens of thousands of meters, sweeping over. The great power was suppressed by the giant tail, and the blood sea collapsed on the spot. The dragon riders, who were only in the 3rd realm of Dao Zone, were no match for the 9-tailed scorpion rat. The 9-tailed scorpion rat wiped out the dragon riders in one fell swoop, screaming excitedly, and the 9 tails were raised high, with sharp spikes aimed at Lin Moyu. The screams and the cold spikes flashing seemed to be laughing at Lin Moyu for overestimating his own abilities. The 5-tailed scorpion rat born from the meat mountain is just its toy. Lin Moyu's eyes were cold, not paying any attention to the threat of the 9-tailed scorpion rat. The calamity scepter was raised high, and the balance gem on it was shining, and the bright light enveloped the surroundings. A halo appeared on the 9-tailed scorpion rat, and then its power began to decline sharply. Not only the 9-tailed scorpion rat, but even the power of the outer gods was declining. The 9-tailed scorpion rat was obviously panicked and screamed rapidly. It could feel the power was lost, and the large amount of power lost made it lie. The outer gods were much calmer. They opened their mouths and a roar burst out of their mouths. The whole soul world was roaring and agitated, and Lin Moyu's soul was impacted. The roar of the outer gods rushed into Lin Moyu's soul world with a strong soul impact and rushed straight to the soul body. Facing the outer gods, who were powerful people in the Tao realm, Lin Moyu's soul seemed extremely fragile. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt that his soul was like a leaf drifting in the wind, with no power to resist. Lin Moyu knew what the other party was going to do, to destroy his soul and leave only his physical body. Then he controlled his physical body, unlocked the blockade of the formation, and escaped to heaven. Facing the soul impact of the Tao realm, Lin Moyu almost instinctively wanted to eat the Tao immortal pill. At this time, the world tree was also like himself, with no power to resist. Only the Tao immortal pill could protect his soul from being destroyed. Suddenly, the soul gem shone, and a yellowish-brown light surged from the soul body. The light enveloped the soul body, firmly blocking the attack of the outer gods. The soul was not affected in the boundless wind. The soul gem suddenly showed its power, allowing Lin Moyu to save a Tao immortal pill. The outer gods roared, but found that Lin Moyu was fine, showing a little surprise. Then, the wings behind its soul body vibrated wildly, and the whole soul was glowing. As soon as the wings moved, Lin Moyu realized that he had not only one pair of wings, but two pairs. Before this, he had only one pair of wings on his flesh, but two pairs on his soul, and the two were not unified. This meant that the pair of wings on his flesh had been cut off. The wings vibrated, and the soul of the outer realm god flashed a strong light, and actually stopped his realm from continuing to fall. The power of the balance gem was blocked. But the divine pet was not so lucky. The outer realm god stopped the realm from falling, but Ding did not. In the blink of an eye, the realm of the divine pet had fallen to the sixth realm of Dao Zun, and it was still falling. The divine pet showed a panic, and did not dare to attack Lin Moyu again, but fled to the side of the outer realm god, staring at Lin Moyu fiercely. Boom! Suddenly, the ice and fire broke out on the outer realm god at the same time, and the violent explosion chipped the unprepared divine pet away. Opportunity! Lin Moyu's eyes were full of divine light. The soul of the outer god was suddenly attacked, and the two great powers of ice and fire collided and exploded. The nine-tailed scorpion rat was caught off guard and was blown away. The realm dropped, except for the strong defensive characteristics of the divine pet. The defensive power brought by the realm also disappeared. At this time, the realm of the divine pet had dropped to the fifth realm of Dao Zun. This explosion directly made it skinned and fleshed, and it was seriously injured. How could Lin Moyu miss this opportunity? It is not polite to not return the favor. What the outer god did to him just now, he would first collect some interest from the divine pet. Lin Moyu turned into a stream of light and rushed over, holding the calamity scepter and smashing it. The nine-tailed scorpion rat seemed to know the power of the calamity scepter, and screamed in fear, and the huge tail behind it swept over. The tail was so fast that it almost broke through the constraints of space and instantly arrived in front of Lin Moyu. Although its realm dropped, its combat power was still not weak. Lin Moyu didn't want to use his body to block it, so the calamity scepter turned and hit the tail heavily. Lin Moyu was knocked back by the huge impact force, and the five-tailed scorpion rat screamed and flew backwards. 3 of its 9 tails were broken. Facing the terrible power of the calamity scepter, the tail of the 9-tailed scorpion rat was as fragile as tofu. The 9-tailed 26 scorpion rat fled far away, screaming nonstop, and the 10 meat mountains shook violently, and then flew towards the 9-tailed scorpion rat at the same time. The flesh body quickly shrank and fell on the 9-tailed scorpion rat. At this time, 10 meat balls grew on the head of the 9-tailed scorpion rat. From a distance, it looked like 10 rat heads, which looked very strange. Lin Moyu realized that the 10 meat mountains were the meat balls on its head. These meat balls can produce subordinates with much lower realms. Such a divine pet is indeed special. After the 10 meat balls returned to their positions, the speed of the 9-tailed scorpion rat's realm decline suddenly slowed down, and then gradually stopped. Its realm finally stopped at the 4th realm of Dao Zun and no longer fell. Although it is only at the 4th level of Dao Zun, it is a real divine pet, not one of those manufactured subordinates. Its combat power is not worse than many Dao Zun at the 6th level. The 3 broken tails are regenerating, and they will be fully restored in a few minutes. Coupled with its strong defense and recovery ability, its real combat power is stronger than that of ordinary Dao Zun at the 6th level. But for Lin Moyu, Dao Zun at the 6th level is not enough. The space around him distorted, and giant sword Dao Zun and Zhao Dongxing appeared at the same time. Suddenly, the 10 meat balls on the head of the 9-tailed scorpion rat sprayed mist at the same time, and the 9-tailed scorpion rat inhaled the mist into its mouth, and mist suddenly spread over its body. The mist was faster than the wind, and it covered a large area in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyu's body stiffened, and then the dragon riders disappeared one after another. The giant sword Dao Zun and Zhao Dongxing, who had just appeared, also disappeared in an instant. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. My summoning technique has been sealed. Lin Moyu was surprised that this divine pet could seal his summoning technique. Fortunately, other techniques were not sealed, and even the skeleton hell could continue to use them. Lin Moyu was curious about how the other party sealed his technique in a targeted manner. How to do it was no longer important. What he had to do now was to kill it. The outer gods were still being attacked by the Ice and Fire Avenue. This was the best opportunity to kill the nine-tailed scorpion rat. If I miss this opportunity, I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill it again. Lin Moyu pointed his finger, and the space where the nine-tailed scorpion rat was located was distorted, and the skeleton hell had swallowed it. The red spider lily swayed, and the eye of hell swept across. The power of the nine-tailed scorpion rat dropped again, and it screamed at the same time. The soul was impacted, which made it very uncomfortable. However, it was a divine pet and had the power of the void. The soul impact could only bring it a little pain, and it was far from hurting it. The hellish evil spirit had already taken the opportunity to pounce on it, and instantly crawled all over its body. Even its 9 tails were covered with hellish evil spirits. The hellish evil spirit bit it frantically. Regardless of whether it could bite or not, it would bite first. Then the hellish fire river rushed up to the sky, and the huge impact force pushed the 9-tailed scorpion rat towards the netherworld black pool. The netherworld black pool turned quickly, and the head of the netherworld black dragon had already poked out of it, opened its big mouth, and revealed its sharp teeth. The netherworld black dragon is currently the strongest killing move of the skeleton hell. Even if it is a divine pet, it will not feel good if it is bitten. The 9-tailed scorpion rat seems to know how powerful the netherworld black dragon is. Its 9 tails vibrate wildly, trying to throw the hellish evil spirit off. But the hellish evil spirit grabbed it tightly and bit it, and it was difficult to throw it off. If it was in its heyday, it only needed a shock of power to kill all the spirits in the hell area. But now, it is only at the 4th level of Daozuan, and it has been weakened by the other shore flower. It is not so easy to kill the hellish evil spirit again. The black dragon was right in front of him, and the 9-tailed scorpion rat screamed again. At this time, a meatball that was bought sprayed a lot of seasonal air. The mist swept across the sky and earth, and the skeleton hell disappeared instantly. The skeleton hell was also sealed. His 2 major spells were sealed in a row, and Lin Moyu finally saw clearly that although the 9-tailed scorpion rat could seal his spells, it also had a price. 8 of the 10 meatballs on its head had dimmed in color, and only 2 remained the same. Before sealing his summoning spells, it consumed the power of 6 meatballs. Sealing the skeleton hell consumed the power of 2 meatballs. According to this calculation, it can seal at most 2 of its own spells, and it is very likely to be only 1. However, Lin Moyu felt that not all spells could be sealed. For example, it might not be able to seal his own original spells. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, and the true body of the Power Avenue unfolded. His body was golden and flowing, and the immortal golden body was also opened at the same time. At the same time, the space around Lin Moyu became distorted, and the power of space was surging wildly. The true body of the Space Avenue was also opened together with the true body of the Power Avenue. Opening 2 Avenue true bodies at the same time was the limit that Lin Moyu could bear without getting hurt. Wow! The wings of the undead spread behind him, and Lin Moyu turned into a stream of light and rushed over. The soul force fully urged the wings of the undead, and the Space Avenue distorted the space. Lin Moyu's speed was extremely fast, like teleportation. Almost in an instant, Lin Moyu rushed in front of the 9-tailed scorpion rat, and the natural disaster staff smashed down on his head. The 9-tailed scorpion rat was frightened, and its tail swept over instinctively. Bang! The tail was broken by the natural disaster staff, and this time 6 tails were broken at once, and the 9-tailed scorpion rat became a 3-tailed scorpion rat. It retreated with a terrified scream, and the last 2 meat balls on its head also sprayed mist. The mist swept, sealing Lin Moyu's magic again. Lin Moyu knew that this was unavoidable, and he was too lazy to stop it. Let's see what magic you sealed this time. The true body of the great Tao disappeared, and the last 2 meat balls sealed the power and space in the 2 true bodies of the great Tao. Lin Moyu raised his mouth slightly, useless. The wings of the dead vibrated, and he chased after it again. At this moment, the true body of the great Tao of time was blessed on him, and the time belonging to Lin Moyu became extremely fast. 1 second passed for the 9-tailed scorpion rat, and 3 seconds passed for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's speed was therefore 3 times faster than before, and he came to the front of the 9-tailed scorpion rat again like teleportation. There was no new move, and he still used the calamity scepter to hit it hard. The 9-tailed scorpion rat screamed, and the last 3 tails whipped over and collided with the calamity scepter. The tail broke with a sound, and the 9-tailed scorpion rat became a tailless scorpion rat. Lin Moyu didn't intend to let it go this time, and he used his speed to the extreme, chasing it madly. Lin Moyu has limited time. He wants to kill the 9-tailed scorpion rat while the Outer Realm God is too busy to take care of himself, otherwise he will be in trouble. The 9-tailed scorpion rat seems to know this, and it runs away desperately. The 9-tailed tail has been broken and is now regenerating. The meat ball on its head has also been consumed. Its resistance to the balance gem has dropped significantly, and its realm has begun to decline again. The balance gem uses Lin Moyu as a standard to pull the 9-tailed scorpion rat's realm towards the second realm of Dao Zun. The 9-tailed scorpion rat's escape speed is decreasing unknowingly. Lin Moyu manipulated the avenue of time to buy himself more time. In addition, he activated the wings of the undead at all costs, and his speed far exceeded that of the 9-tailed scorpion rat. In just a few seconds, Lin Yu had caught up with the 9-tailed scorpion rat. The 9-tailed scorpion rat kept turning and trying to avoid it. Lin Moyu pointed his finger, and a red light lit up. Spell, Time Curse. This spell that has not been used for a long time has become the last straw that crushed the 9-tailed scorpion rat at this moment. Under the curse of time, the 9-tailed scorpion rat stagnated for a moment. It fell into a state of time chaos at this moment, although the whole process only lasted for a moment, not even 0.1 seconds. But for Lin Moyu, 0.1 seconds is enough to do many things. The calamity scepter smashed down like lightning, hitting the head of the 9-tailed scorpion rat squarely. 10 meat balls exploded, and the head of the 9-tailed scorpion rat was like tofu, smashed to pieces by the calamity scepter. But this was not enough. Lin Moyu raised his hand and smashed dozens of times in an instant. The 9-tailed scorpion rat was not small in size, and Lin Moyu did not let go of any piece of flesh and blood, smashing it from head to tail. The 9-tailed scorpion rat reacted halfway, but most of its body had been shattered, and it was impossible for it to escape. Its body became illusory, and it wanted to save itself in the final wave by virtualization. Unfortunately, the calamity scepter doesn't care whether you are real or illusory, it will smash you anyway. The 9-tailed scorpion rat's self-rescue was also doomed to be in vain. As the 9-tailed scorpion rat's body was gone, Lin Moyu felt that all of his previously sealed spells were restored. The seal disappeared, which meant that the 9-tailed scorpion rat was dead. Along with the seal, the disgust also disappeared. This was confirmed from the level of the Great Tao, and the 9-tailed scorpion rat had been killed. A roar came from the ears, and the Outer Realm God who was being attacked by the Great Tao of Ice and Fire seemed to sense that his divine pet had been killed, and the Outer Realm God was extremely angry. This anger was different from any previous time. It was real anger, with endless murderous intent. Lin Moyu sensed a deeper meaning from its anger, and sneered, "Your plan failed." To control himself is not the ability of the Outer God, but the power of the 9-tailed scorpion rat. From the time he entered here until now, the outer god has been standing still. Even when attacked by the ice and fire avenue, the outer god did not move. This is very unreasonable. Lin Moyu guessed that the soul of the outer god was controlled just like the body. And the ones who controlled him were most likely the bodies of the two Dao realm masters. In this case, it is hard to say whether the two bodies were brought here by the outer god or they came in on their own initiative. In this case, the outer god has no other ability except being able to launch soul shocks with roars. Therefore, Lin Moyu was 80% sure that the one who could control him must be the nine-tailed scorpion rat. Now that the nine-tailed scorpion rat was dead, the plan of the outer heavenly god was completely shattered. How could it not be angry? Not only was the plan shattered this time, but if there was no accident, it might never escape. The soul gem on the scourge scepter flashed with a faint light, and the soul of the nine-tailed scorpion rat was completely absorbed. However, the soul gem did not take the soul alone, but divided the soul into three parts, one for itself, one for the balance gem, and the other for the element gem. Of the three gems on the scourge scepter, only the element gem has not been moved, and even Lin Moyu doesn't know what it is used for. The roar sounded again, turning into a soul impact, bombarding Lin Moyu. The soul gem then lit up and turned into a circle of yellow light, protecting Lin Moyu. This time Lin Moyu was not affected at all. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "You have no conscience." The soul gem suddenly took effect, actively resisting the soul shock for Lin Moyu, making Lin Moyu feel as if this guy was in a particularly good mood, so he was willing to help him. Otherwise, it would only take action when his soul was in danger. Turning his head, the outer god was looking at him with an angry look, and the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to want to kill him countless times. This was normal. After all, he killed the nine-tailed scorpion rat and cut off his hope of escaping to heaven. The ice and fire on the outer god's body had subsided, and his soul was black and white, which were traces left by the ice and fire avenue, but these traces were disappearing. Lin Moyu was covered in the earthy yellow light of the soul gem and flew towards the outer god. The outer god kept roaring, and soul shocks came head-on, but they were all blocked by the yellow halo and could not cause any harm to Lin Moyu. Finally, the outer god seemed to be tired of shouting, perhaps knowing that his soul shock had no effect on Lin Moyu was useless, and gradually, he stopped roaring. Although he shut his mouth, the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish at all. Lin Moyu flew in front of the outer god, and was blocked when he was 100 meters away. It was the outer god's body protection divine light. His soul and body had the same body protection divine light. Those who were not in the realm could not get close to him, let alone hurt him. This outer god was stronger than the one in the Thunder Secret Treasure. To get close to him, the power required was also stronger. At that time, in order to kill him, Lin Moyu used the Great Dao Immortal Pill and forcibly raised his realm to the 9th realm of Dao Zun. But this time, Lin Moyu was not sure. He did not know if he could rely on the gods from outside the domain after he raised his realm to the 9th realm of Dao Zun. Perhaps, the 9th realm of Dao Zun might not be enough. But the arrow had to be shot, no matter if it was useful or not, he had to try it. Throwing the Dao Immortal Pill into his mouth, Lin Nuo Qianhao Moyu exuded a strange origin aura. Origin technique, concentration. In an instant, endless power gathered from the undead legion towards himself, and Lin Moyu's realm climbed up step by step. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu's realm reached the 6th realm of Dao Zun. Accompanied by the sound of glass breaking, the bottleneck between the 6th and 7th realms of Dao Zun was broken by the huge force, and Lin Moyu's realm continued to rise. Dao Zun 7th realm, 8th realm, 9th realm, the 9th realm limit. Lin Moyu's realm reached the limit of the 9th realm of Dao Zun, but it was only an improvement in realm. His understanding of the Dao still remained at the 2nd realm of Dao Zun. But this was not important. He used the Power Dao Real Body and instantly turned into a 10-meter giant. The benefits of the Power Dao Real Body were revealed at this moment. He did not need to comprehend any Dao. He could rely on the Power Dao to control these explosive forces. Lin Moyu broke through the protective divine light of the outer god, raised the natural disaster scepter, and rushed over with murderous intent. Lin Moyu's killing intent was filled with excitement because of the dour reward that was about to be obtained. Killing the nine-tailed scorpion rat, plus this outer territory god with a pair of wings, the dour reward that can be obtained must be more than ever before. Not knowing how many Dao patterns can be condensed, Lin Moyu was somewhat looking forward to it. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the outer territory god became the best material for cultivation, and the efficiency improvement was not just several times, but thousands of times. Seeing Lin Moyu coming to kill, the outer territory god did not roar. His soul glowed all over, and waves of powerful power bloomed from his soul, rushing out like waves. Lin Moyu immediately felt a strong resistance, and the outer territory god strengthened his body protection divine light to prevent Lin Moyu from getting close. He seemed to have seen that what Lin Moyu could really kill him with was the Calamity Scepter. As long as Lin Moyu was not allowed to get close, he would be safe. Even if he was trapped here for countless years, as long as he was still alive, there would be hope. Perhaps one day, he would be rescued. So, he didn't want to die. Lin Moyu saw from his eyes that he didn't want to die. At his level, as long as there is no disaster, he can live for countless years. So not wanting to die is the instinct of every living being, and no living being really wants to die. Unfortunately, sometimes, there is no choice. Lin Moyu is getting closer and closer to the outer heavenly god. In a blink of an eye, there is only 50 meters left. In the last 50 meters, the resistance is reborn, and Lin Moyu's speed of advancement becomes slow. The Great Tao Immortal Pill can last for 10 minutes. As long as it can rush to the outer heavenly god within 10 minutes, it can be killed. The last 50 meters are actually only 40 meters. At this time, Lin Moyu's body is as high as 10 meters. It only needs to rush over 40 meters to hit the outer heavenly god. Lin Moyu believes that the power of the Calamity Scepter can definitely kill the outer heavenly god. The last distance is like a quagmire. The outer heavenly god has pushed the body-protecting divine light to the extreme, and waves of powerful power continue to block Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu approached little by little, and his speed was gradually decreasing. But if you calculate the time, it was enough. 45 meters. 40 meters. 35 meters. The distance was gradually shortening. Suddenly, a faint light appeared in the eyes of the outer god, and a pair of extremely complex symbols appeared at the same time. This symbol was extremely complex. It was neither a Dao pattern nor a rune, but Lin Moyu could see that this rune contained a powerful power. This power frightened him. Sure enough, there is a backhand. Lin Moyu was not surprised. He knew that the outer god would not give up resistance so easily, and he must have a trump card to save his life. But with the Great Tao Immortal Pill, no matter what trump card Lin Moyu had, he could not stop himself. The soul of the outer god glowed suddenly, and the symbols in his eyes instantly spread throughout his soul. Boom! Lin Moyu only felt a dizzy spin, all the pictures in front of him disappeared, and the world changed. When his vision was restored, Lin Moyu saw the ice and fire Dao stone and the powerful and complex formation again. The outer realm god drove him out of the soul world and returned to the real world. This was nothing, but what made Lin Moyu headache was that he was hundreds of meters away from the outer realm god. All the previous efforts were invalidated. Lin Moyu had a headache. It was not so easy to kill the outer heavenly god. When he found that the protective divine light could not stop him, he used the conversion between the soul world and the real world to make himself stay away again. Just like when he pulled himself into the soul world before, this ability was irresistible to him. If so, the outer heavenly god could use this ability to constantly convert himself between the real world and the soul world. It was nonsense for him to get close to him. 10 minutes was very short, and a few conversions were enough to consume the time of the Great Tao Immortal Pill. Such a simple method completed the breakthrough, and it seemed to save his life. The outer heavenly god was indeed very smart. He stared at Lin Moyu, and in addition to the murderous intent in his eyes, there was also a trace of disdain. Lin Moyu did not continue to rush over. He knew that rushing over would be meaningless except for wasting time. But what else could he do if he didn't rush over? There was indeed a way, that was to throw the Calamity Scepter over and smash it remotely. Anyway, the outer heavenly god was unable to move there, and the Calamity Scepter would definitely be able to serve. And if you can't hit it in one hit, then hit it a few more times, you will always hit it. Lin Moyu came back to a place 100 meters away from the outer god, tried to wave the Calamity Scepter, aimed at the outer god, and pretended to throw it. Although he didn't want to do this, there seemed to be no other good way now. The outer god also saw what Lin Moyu was going to do. His pupils shrank suddenly, and the wings behind him spread out, rustling. A strong wind began to blow, and from the looks of him, he was going to use the wind to affect the Calamity Scepter. Just as Lin Moyu was about to hit it, the soul gem on the Calamity Scepter suddenly burst into light. The light came from the soul gem and fell on the element gem. The element gem, which had never moved for so many years, finally moved. Seeing this, Lin Moyu also stopped his hand. He was also curious about what the element gem could do. The element gem sparkled and illuminated the surroundings. A large number of ice and fire Dao stones suddenly vibrated collectively, and waves of pure ice and fire Dao power surged out of the ice and fire Dao stones and gathered towards the elemental gems. The pure Dao power turned into giant ice dragons or giant fire dragons, rushing towards the Calamity Scepter. The ice and fire dragons flew around Lin Moyu and then landed on Lin Moyu, turning Lin Moyu into an ice and fire giant. Lin Moyu finally knew what the elemental gems did. The elemental gems actually controlled the power of the ice and fire Dao. Could it be that the elemental gems can control the power of various elements? But at this moment, there was no extra time for him to think. Lin Moyu turned into an ice and fire giant, and with a sudden inspiration, he rushed towards the outer sky array again. As he charged, the ice and fire dragon took the lead and blasted towards the outer god. The outer god was shrouded in ice and fire, and the huge ice and fire power raged on him, and he screamed for a while. Lin Moyu found that after being controlled by the elemental gems, the ice and fire avenue became more powerful. Carrying the power of ice and fire, Lin Moyu easily broke through the 100-meter limit of the body-protecting divine light and rushed forward without any hindrance. The power of the ice and fire avenue destroyed the body-protecting divine light of the outer heavenly god. This feeling was like a strong man of the ice and fire avenue clearing the way for Lin Moyu. In a blink of an eye, Lin Moyu was less than 20 meters away from the outer heavenly god. At this time, the complex and strange symbols on the outer heavenly god once again lit up, and the invisible power enveloped Lin Moyu, trying to drag Lin Moyu into the soul world. But this time was different. The power of the ice and fire avenue exploded, burning all the power of the outer heavenly god, and the outer heavenly god did not succeed. Lin Moyu rushed to the outer heavenly god as if he was in an empty space. The scepter of natural disaster, with the power of ice and fire, smashed down on his head. The moment the Calamity Scepter fell, Lin Moyu saw the change in the eyes of the outer heavenly god. Something called fear appeared in his eyes. The previous killing intent and anger subsided, and fear took up the majority. So he is afraid too. As a living being, you can't escape fear. The longer you live, the more afraid you are of death. Unfortunately, it's useless for you to be afraid. We are mortal enemies. Either you die or I die. Lin Moyu's thoughts flashed through his mind, and the Calamity Scepter had already smashed the head of the outer heavenly god. In an instant, the power of the ice and fire avenue soared into the sky. The head of the outer heavenly god was smashed to pieces in front of the Calamity Scepter. The Calamity Scepter was still invincible. Even this outer heavenly god with 2 pairs of wings could not stop the Calamity Scepter. In the surging ice and fire, Lin Moyu continued to smash the outer heavenly god to pieces. Its soul was absorbed by the soul gem, which then divided the absorbed soul into 3 parts, evenly distributing them to the element gem and the balance gem. The body of the extraterritorial god completely dissipated, leaving nothing behind. This is the true death of the body and the disappearance of the Tao, which is more thorough than the ashes and smoke, leaving nothing behind. The element gem gradually dimmed and returned to its original ordinary appearance. The ice and fire disappeared, but the formation formed by the ice and fire Taoist stones still existed, but they had lost their target. Lin Moyu let out a long breath, finally solved. At this moment, 8 minutes had passed since the Tao Immortal pill, and the effect of the pill would be gone in another 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, Lin Yu's body and soul collapsed at the same time. With a ray of purple light, Lin Moyu completed his rebirth. Just after he recovered, a bell rang in his ears, as if it came from a faraway place, with supreme majesty. The moment he heard the bell, Lin Moyu's mind instantly calmed down. The Avenue reward has come, and Lin Moyu's consciousness instinctively sinks into the soul world. With the help of the Avenue reward, he naturally wants to condense the Tao pattern. This time the Avenue reward is extremely fierce, integrating the double rewards of the nine-tailed scorpion rat and the outer domain god. In the Avenue reward, 6 avenues: immortality, thousands of stars, time, space, power, and luck emerge. The Avenue roars, sprinkles powerful power, and turns into countless insights, pouring into Lin Moyu's mind. Lin Moyu's understanding of each avenue is rapidly deepening. The 37th Tao pattern has been condensed in just 10 minutes. If he condenses it himself, this Tao pattern will take at least 200 years. 200 years compared to 10 minutes, this efficiency improvement is too amazing. Then the 38th Tao pattern, the 39th Tao pattern. One by one, the Tao patterns are continuously condensed with the help of the Avenue reward. Lin Moyu's foundation is too deep, and the number of Tao patterns required is too high. If it were someone else, this wave of Tao rewards would allow him to directly improve several realms. But for Lin Moyu, it was difficult to improve even one realm. Tao patterns condensed one by one, and the number continued to increase. Every additional Tao pattern would save Lin Moyu hundreds of years. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the outer gods and divine pets had become the best materials for cultivation. After experiencing such an amazing cultivation speed, he could not go back to cultivate slowly bit by bit. For him, the best way to cultivate was to hunt the outer gods and then cultivate with the help of the Tao rewards. Only in this way can we reach a higher realm in the shortest time. Otherwise, according to the current condensation speed of Tao patterns, it will take at least 3,000 or 4,000 years to upgrade a realm. Of course, for Tao Zone, it is not too bad to upgrade a realm in 3,000 or 4,000 years. After all, Tao Zone who is less than 10,000 years old can be called Tianjiao. But that is for others. Lin Moyu can't accept it. He has been practicing for less than 3,000 years. Lin Moyu also understands why those geniuses gave up the road to perfection in the end. It is because the condensation of Tao patterns is too slow. If I let myself practice step by step, I may not be able to stick to it. This is the persistence of the great Tao, which requires an extremely strong Tao heart. This great Tao reward lasted for half a day. After half a day, Moyu successfully condensed the 52nd Tao pattern. There are still 2 Tao patterns away from the perfect 54 Tao patterns. The great Tao reward has come to the end and there are still some. Lin Moyu tried to condense the 55th Tao pattern. Suddenly, infinite fusion, flashed a faint light, flew in front of Lin Moyu, and sent a consciousness, Tao, I'm playing. Lin Moyu understood, without any hesitation, take it. Infinite fusion, bloomed, replaced Lin Moyu, and accepted the remaining Tao rewards. During this period of time, infinite fusion has been digesting spiritual materials, and there has been no movement. Please give me flowers. Now it suddenly moved, which means that the spiritual materials have been digested. Lin Moyu felt infinite fusion and found that it was much stronger than before. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, it is indeed powerful, but it is not yet round enough. Is it not digested thoroughly enough? It seems that it wants to use the Tao rewards to help itself completely digest the power of spiritual materials. The little guy is growing up, much stronger than when he first started. Watching Infinite Fusion become stronger, Lin Moyu had the illusion of an old father watching his child grow up, and there was an inexplicable warmth in his heart. After a while, the last avenue reward was absorbed by Infinite Fusion. The light on it became stronger and stronger, and the power of the spiritual material was completely digested and absorbed, completing the fusion. 000. In the light of Infinite Fusion, a road emerged faintly. This road was very strange, seemingly unreal, seemingly real, and Lin Moyu had never seen it before and could not tell it apart. He couldn't even be sure if it was a road. But he was sure that the power of Infinite Fusion had been greatly improved, much stronger than before. So many years of absorption and digestion were not in vain. Infinite Fusion flew around Lin Moyu twice, like a happy child, and then flew towards the magic star. Lin Moyu knew that it was going to fuse the magic star. Lin Moyu did not stop it. From past experience, the magic star fused by Infinite Fusion would only benefit him, not harm him. So Lin Moyu has a strong trust in Infinite Fusion. Infinite Fusion first flew to the magic star of Time Curse, sprayed a mist and landed on it, and this mist turned into a big hand, dragging the magic star away. Then it flew to the magic star of Undead Wings, and also sprayed a mist, dragging Undead Wings over. After that, Infinite Fusion turned into a big pot, and put both magic Honji in it. Lin Moyu has seen this scene many times. Fusing the Undead Wings and the Time Curse, I don't know what kind of magic will eventually become. Lin Moyu has some expectations in his heart. As long as the fused magic is stronger than before. These two magics may be reborn and become more powerful. There was a sound like cooking in the pot, and the roar was more than 10 feet. The whole process lasted for about an hour, and then the lid of the pot was opened, and a brand new magic star flew out from it. The brand new magic star exuded a powerful aura, and there was even a Tao pattern shining on it. Just by seeing this Tao pattern, Lin Moyu knew that this magic star was extremely powerful, and this fused magic was also extremely powerful. Before Lin Moyu could check, Infinite Fusion started moving again. This time, it flew to the side of the three passive magic stars of Status Immunity, Physical Resistance, and Elemental Resistance, and at the same time sprayed mist to cover it, and then dragged it into the pot together. The sound of cooking sounded again. Lin Moyu laughed dumbly. If he continued to merge like this, his magic would probably become less and less. Less and less is not a bad thing, so that he can save Tao patterns in disguise. Otherwise, each magic star needs at least 2 Tao 897 patterns. Although he has a lot of Tao patterns, he only knows that these Taos are really not enough after using them. There are many spells, but there are also many troubles. While Infinite Fusion was fusing spells again, Lin Moyu checked the brand new spell star that had just completed the fusion. Wings of Time Curse, this leveled the perfect fusion of the Avenue of Time and the Avenue of Curse. The Wings of Time are unfolded, which can distort time and reach infinite speed. In the strongest state, it can enter the long river of time and travel through time. The Wings of Curse can cast a curse. Wherever they go, time is chaotic and the curse spreads. In the strongest state, it can affect the avenue, merge with the Wings of Time, distort the time of the avenue, and cause the avenue to collapse. Looking at this spell, Lin Moyu was stunned on the spot. He no longer knew whether he was shocked or horrified. The emotions in his heart could not be described in words. After the fusion of spells, both the core and the effect have undergone qualitative changes. The Wings of Time Curse can be divided into 2 parts. One part is the Wings of Time. The Wings of Time have 2 major functions. One is to increase one's speed. Distort time, while the time outside remains unchanged, your own time becomes faster, so that when 1 second passes outside, several seconds of your own time have passed. In disguise, it is equivalent to speeding up several times. The Wings of Time is based on the Avenue of Time. When it is at its strongest, it can enter the long river of time and travel. The meaning of travel is extraordinary. It is no longer about changing the flow of time, but about traveling through the long river of time to travel through the past and the future. The long river of time records everything that has happened from ancient times to the present. If you can travel in the long river of time, you can go to a very ancient time and see what happened in ancient times. This is much more powerful than time travel. Time travel only looks for projections from the long river of time, but the wings of time can let you see the past from the long river of time. It is even possible to really go to the past and take a look. There used to be an ancient strong man who was summoned to the present through the long river of time. In addition to being able to go back to the past, you can also go to the future and look for the footprints of the future. Although the future is always changing, being able to glimpse the changes in the future is also a very heaven-defying thing. Lin Moyu had an idea that even those strong people who have mastered the great Tao of time to the depths and entered the great Tao realm, their abilities are no more than this. He also mastered the great Tao of time. If he enters the great Tao realm in the future, he may also have the ability to glimpse the past and the future. However, the wings of time directly point to the essence of time and give him this ability in advance. The second part of the wings of time curse, the wings of curse. The wings of curse come from the great Tao of curse. Once unfolded, they can sprinkle curses on the world. There are thousands of curses, and it all depends on Lin Moyu's mind to decide what kind of curse to cast. Through the wings of curse, although Lin Moyu has not mastered the great Tao of curse, he can use the great Tao of curse. In this way, he has an extra means to fight against the enemy, and he does not need to pay an extra price for cultivation, which can be said to be taking advantage of everything. The most important thing is that once the wings of time curse are fully activated, the power of the great Tao of time and the great Tao of curse will merge. At that time, the curse avenue will exert its full strength and can also curse other avenues. Combined with the power of the time avenue, it can distort the time of other avenues. In this way, the avenue can be destroyed. Lin Moyu realized that his time curse wings was a Tao-destroying spell. A spell that can destroy the great Tao. Can you really believe it? Even the owner Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. It was really a bit scary, not just scary, it was simply terrifying. I actually merged such a perverted spell. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, with a little excitement in his voice. With a thought in his mind, the time curse wings unfolded. A pair of huge wings appeared behind him. Wow! The wings unfolded, more than 10 meters. If Lin Moyu was bigger, the wings would also become larger, with no upper limit. The wings themselves were as black as ink, and just a glance at them could make people terrified. And on the wings, there were interweaving streams of light, with dreamy colors, and they looked so beautiful that they made people's hearts beat. These streams of light were the wings of time. The dark wings were the wings of curse. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the wings of curse were folded, leaving only the wings of time. The wings were more dreamy, and the wings formed by the interweaving of flowing light were breathtakingly beautiful. Compared with the wings of the outer gods, his own wings of time were much more beautiful. Try the effect. The wings of time shook lightly, and Lin Mo disappeared in an instant. The speed was amazing, far exceeding the previous wings of the undead. It was not because the speed itself was fast, but because the wings of time distorted time. 1 second passed in the outside world, and 5 seconds passed in Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's speed increased 5 times out of thin air. How could it not be fast? But this is not the limit. If Lin Moyu pushed it with all his strength, time would be distorted more severely, and the speed could be even faster. After several attempts, Lin Moyu was very satisfied with the effect of the wings of time. Then he tried the wings of curse again. When the wings of curse vibrate, you can cast a curse on the target, but the specific effect depends on your own realm. Lin the higher Moyu's realm, the greater the effect of the curse. At his current realm, using the curse wings is enough to cause serious damage to practitioners of the same realm. Finally, Lin Moyu tried to fully activate the time 4.6 curse wings. In an instant, wherever he passed, the curse was everywhere. Just as he thought, this is a skill of the Tao-destroying level. Even if it does not destroy the great Tao, it is extremely terrifying to use it to destroy the world. If he fully activates the Time Curse wings, casts the Death Curse, and flies around the Origin continent, wherever he passes, all beings with realms weaker than his will basically not survive. After all, it is a terrible spell that can even destroy the great Tao, and it is not difficult to destroy the world. This ability is difficult to possess even for the 7th realm of Dao Zun, but he has it now. Lin Moyu feels that he is becoming more and more perverted. Putting away the Time Curse wings, Lin Moyu looks at Infinite Fusion. The big pot is still cooking, but it is almost coming to an end. I don't know what kind of spell will be fused this time. Dang dang. The cooking sound continued, and the speed of the 3 magic stars merging was slowing down. After a long while, the sound gradually stopped. Lin Moyu knew that the magic fusion was about to end, and he was looking forward to what the 3 passive magics would look like after fusion. With expectation in his eyes, he murmured to himself, if I remember correctly, this is the first time that passive magics have been fused. The magic fusion has been fused many times before, but this is the first time that passive magics have been fused. According to the previous magic fusion situation, the fused magic will not only retain its own abilities, but also generate new abilities. The new abilities generated are often very strong. Finally, in Lin Moyu's expectation, the lid of the pot was opened, and a brand new magic star slowly flew out. On the star, a Dao pattern was shining, which was the human eyeball. With the Dao pattern, the power of the magic will be further improved. Lin Moyu couldn't wait to check the information of the magic star. Immunity, origin level. The master and summoned creatures are immune to all curses and other negative states, immune to all damage caused by attacks of the same realm or lower realm, and greatly weaken all damage that exceeds their own realm. The information of the fused spell becomes very simple. There are only 2 names for the spell, immunity. The effect of the previous state immunity is retained, and all negative states, including curses, will be ignored. Of course, Lin Moyu knows that this immunity has its limits. If a powerful person in the Dao realm who practices the Dao of Curse comes now and casts a curse on himself, he will not be immune. This is true for any spell. You can't just look at the surface effect, but the real effect. But if the excess is not too much and has not exceeded the limit of the spell, it can indeed be immune. It was the same in the past, and countless experiences told Lin Moyu that this is the case. The 2 spells of physical resistance and elemental resistance were merged into the second half of the new spell. This effect directly made Lin Moyu invincible in the same realm. Although he was already invincible in the same realm before, it is even more so now. In the same realm, all damage is immune. Even if you stand there motionless and let me hit you, it's useless. In the extreme case, even if I am in the process of cultivation and cannot move, practitioners of the same realm will not be able to cause any harm to me. And the damage caused by the strong who are above my realm will be greatly weakened. As for how much it is weakened, Lin Moyu is not sure. It is estimated that it depends on the strength of the magic star. For example, I use a few Dao patterns to enhance it, so there is no specific number for the degree of weakening. Immune, the magic star returns to its original position and then shines. The immortal road naturally emerges, and a large amount of death power falls into the magic star. After absorbing a large amount of death power, the magic star flows out a strange power, like an invisible armor, covering Lin Moyu's whole body. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that it is using the power of death to weaken other people's attacks. The power of death can corrode everything, including other people's attacks. It's just that I didn't use the power of death before, or I didn't use it enough. If I want to use the power of death to the maximum extent, I need to use the real body of the immortal way. In the battle, the number of times the real body of the immortal way was used was very few. For the immortal way, I used the power of life the most to heal injuries. But now, the immunity magic star helped me realize this ability. It is equivalent to blessing the immortal Tao True Body all year round, enjoying the effect of the immortal Tao True Body. Although not as amazing as Time Curse Wings, the immunity technique gives Lin Moyu a simple and unpretentious feeling, seemingly ordinary but extraordinary. Lin Moyu realized that as his own destiny, the immortal Dao has many magical features that need to be studied and developed by himself. Before, there were many things that he had ignored. There are too many things to study in the 6 avenues, and Lin Moyu feels that he is too busy. It seems that in the future, I have to do more things at the same time, and I have to study all 6 avenues. The fusion of the techniques is complete. Infinite fusion is in Lin. After circling around Moyu twice, he returned to his own position. It was still so high above, looking down at all the magic stars. Even the 2 original magics were inferior to it. Moyu didn't know what level of existence infinite fusion was. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that it was easy to use and obedient. In sharp contrast, the Calamity Scepter was easy to use, but very disobedient. After regaining consciousness, Moyu saw the secret space again. The formation composed of ice and firestone still existed, but it had lost its target. It only maintained the formation and no longer played any role. It was almost in a semi-dormant state. Unless an extraterritorial god or a divine pet appeared now, it would relock the target and reactivate. The original intention of the design of this formation was to target extraterritorial gods. The powerful ice and fire roads cooperated with each other, enough to kill ordinary extraterritorial gods. The powerful extraterritorial god with 2 pairs of wings before was also trapped there and could not move. Even weaker divine pets dared not come out, and would be killed if they came out. Lin Moyu looked at the formation. Now he had been in the secret treasure for more than 40 days. According to the rules of the secret treasure, he would leave in more than 50 days and would never be able to enter again. He needed to study the formation thoroughly and obtain the ice and fire Dao Stone in the last 50 days. The ice and fire Dao Stone was very powerful and could not be obtained casually. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw a corpse in the corner of the formation. 773. He came out too. The corpse was covered by flames. The flames were the fire of the great Dao, burning on the corpse. However, the corpse was not burned. He was the real source of the flames. It can be said that the ice and fire Dao Stone and this formation are all related to him. Before, he was in the soul world of the outer god. Now with the death of the outer god, he has also come out. Since he came out, the other one should also come out. Lin Moyu immediately searched in the formation and finally found another corpse in another corner. The corpse was covered by ice, like a big ice block, and it was motionless there. It looked safe, but Lin Moyu knew that anyone who dared to get close would be frozen into an ice sculpture. If I can get their corpses. An unrealistic idea suddenly popped up in Lin Moyu's mind. These 2 were Dao realm powerhouses, and they were more powerful than the Jin Lei he had encountered before. If I could get their corpses and use them to explode the corpses, then even if the leader of the Baichao Alliance came to the door in person, Lin Moyu would be sure to kill him. But this was just a thought, these 2 corpses. Just thinking about it, the 2 corpses suddenly burst out with a strong breath. The entire formation was activated in an instant, and the 2 Dao realm corpses became the center of the formation at this moment. As the powerful breath rose, Lin Moyu felt 2 breaths of life. The eye of the dead opened instinctively and looked at the 2. He found that 2 soul flames appeared in the 2 corpses. The formation roared, and Lin Moyu shuddered and quickly retreated, leaving the range of the formation. Then, infinite ice and fire powers surged out of the formation, colliding with each other and roaring continuously. While the formation was running, the soul flames in the 2 corpses became stronger and stronger, and the breath of life emanated from the formation. They are resurrected. Lin Moyu had an almost unrealistic thought in his mind. He had used the Eye of the Dead to see before, and there was absolutely no soul flame. He was 100% sure that the 2 corpses were dead. But now, the soul flame appeared, which was very strange. Thinking about it, Lin Moyu immediately thought of the Avenue reward. If the dead can be resurrected, perhaps only the Avenue Reward can do it. They have trapped the outer heavenly gods for so many years, and now the outer heavenly gods are dead, they also have a credit. There must be rewards for merit, the Tao is never stingy. It seems that they made a wish before they died, and now that the outer god is dead, their wish has been fulfilled. Resurrection from the dead, and 2 Tao realm strongmen, the Tao can do it, they are truly divine ministers. Their resurrection made Lin Moyu look at the rewards of the great Tao with new eyes. I just used the rewards of the great Tao to practice, which seemed to be a waste of talent. The ice and fire array became more and more intense, turning into an ice and firestorm, sweeping across the fields. Lin Moyu had to retreat again, retreating tens of thousands of miles before stopping. The space was torn apart by the ice and firestorm, and Lin Moyu could clearly feel how terrifying the power of the 2 ice and fire great Daos was. With his own strength, he would be killed instantly. Even the newly acquired, immune, spell had no resistance to this level of great Tao power. The space continued to break, and the space in the area covered by the formation was completely broken. Unlike the space broken by the great Tao of space, the space in front of him was broken by the ice and fire great Tao with pure brute force. The space in the origin continent became extremely fragile when facing such a powerful and pure great Tao power. The power of the ice and fire great Tao continued to increase, and the aura of the great Tao realm became more and more huge. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the soul flames of the 2 great Tao realm masters became more and more terrifying. Faced with huge pressure, Lin Moyu felt that his position was not safe either, and he should retreat a little further. Suddenly, the sound of thunder rang out, and a terrible pressure descended, directly suppressing the ice and fire formation. Lin Moyu murmured, "The sky has come." The great Tao brought down its pressure and suppressed the ice and fire formation. At the same time, thunder roared, like a warning. This scene was just like the resurrection of the old whale of the Sea Clan before, and the Tao also gave a warning. Now the great Tao also gave a warning, warning them to stop and not stay here. The strong men in the great Tao realm cannot stay on the origin continent, and need to leave the origin continent and return to the great Tao. The power of ice and fire gradually weakened, and the broken space began to repair. After a while, the ice and fire disappeared, and with them, this formation also disappeared. This formation composed of ice and fire Tao stones seemed to have completed its final mission and completely disappeared from the world. Lin Moyu sighed lightly, what a pity. Such a good formation, surpassing the 9th level formation, if you can study it carefully, it will definitely be of great benefit to your formation. Unfortunately, the formation is gone now. The ice and fire formation is gone, but 2 Tao realm masters have appeared. The 2 of them are smiling kindly, looking at Lin Moyu from afar. Lin Moyu flew over and saluted respectfully, Junior Lin Moyu, meet the 2 seniors. The 2 wore different clothes and had completely different temperaments. One wore a red robe, and it seemed that there was a flame burning on the robe, and the whole person looked very flamboyant. The other wore an ice blue robe, and the whole person was like an iceberg. The Tao realm master in flames smiled and said, young friend, there is no need to be polite. The 2 of us should thank you. The Tao realm master like an iceberg said in a deep voice, if it weren't for you, we would not be able to revive and return to the world. Lin Moyu knew what they meant, and immediately said, killing the gods from outside the domain is the duty of our practitioners. The Flame Master laughed, what duty or not, this is just a mission given by the Tao, you just need to. The Ice Old Man interrupted him, don't say too much. The Flame Strongman immediately shut up and quickly changed the subject, my name is Qixing, his name is Lanchan, and from now on, little friend Lin will be our good brother. Lanchan whispered, don't refuse, the grace of saving my life is worth it. Lin Moyu has been very thick-skinned for a long time. Since the 2 Tao Realm strongmen said so, how could he refuse? Then I will obey your orders respectfully. Qixing laughed, that's how it should be. We cultivators should be happy and happy. A thunderous sound rang in the air, and the pressure of the Tao fluctuated, as if urging the 2 to leave quickly. Lanchan said, "We are leaving. When Brother Lin enters the Dao, we will talk again." Qixing said, "With Brother Lin's qualifications, entering the Dao is inevitable, and it won't take too long." Lin Moyu's eyes turned and he immediately said, "Two big brothers, I was entrusted by someone to marry the ice and fire Dao stone." Qi Xian laughed, "You should have said it earlier. If there is nothing else, there are plenty of ice and fire Dao stones." He waved his hand and threw out a pile of ice and fire Dao stones. The ice and fire Dao stones in the formation before were taken away by them. Lanchan said, "Ice and fire Dao stones do not belong here, so they should not be kept here." Qi Xian took over his words, "So we took all the ice and fire Dao stones just now, but since Brother Lin wants them, then give them to Brother Lin. But ordinary people cannot touch the ice and fire Dao stones, and those who touch them will die. I will give Brother Lin the correct way to use them to avoid any problems." As Qi Xian said, he pointed out, and an invisible force directly penetrated into Lin Moyu's soul. Lin Moyu instantly knew how to use the ice and fire Dao stones, and also knew the true function of the ice and fire Dao stones. Lanchan reminded, although the ice and fire Dao stones are good, they are 3-point poisonous like medicines, and the same is true for the ice and fire Dao stones. Brother Lin should be careful. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "Don't worry, my two brothers, I know what's going on." A thunderclap sounded in the air again, and the pressure from the avenue became 3 times heavier. This time, it was not to urge people, but to drive them away. Qi Xian laughed and said, "Let's go. If we don't leave, we will die again." Lanchan nodded, "Let's go." The two people communicated with the avenue through their consciousness, and 2 lights fell down to illuminate the 2 people. Qi Xian said loudly, "Brother Lin, come to the avenue quickly. Brother Ain will treat you to a drink." Lanchan said, "Practice well, see you in the Dao." The 2 of them ascended into the air under the light of the Dao, and finally broke through the space and completely left the origin continent. As the 2 left, everything here disappeared. It can be said that this secret collection of ice and fire has been mostly wasted. But the basic world of ice and fire still exists, and the power of the Dao is still contained in the ice and fire. There is no problem for the demons to use it to stimulate and strengthen their blood. Looking at the piles of ice and fire Dao stones, Lin Moyu used the method taught to him by Qi Xian to put away the ice and fire Dao stones. There were more than 100 ice and fire stones left by Qi Xian. Lin Moyu carefully read the method of collecting ice and fire stones, and then began to simulate it in his mind. This method is a rune. For Lin Moyu, no matter how complicated this rune is, he only needs to adapt to it and he can use it easily. After just 10 minutes, Lin Moyu has mastered this rune. Raise your hand to draw, and a rune is quickly formed. The rune is very complex. It is a 3-dimensional rune. This rune has no level, but for some rune masters, the complexity of this rune is definitely more than the 8th level. In front of Lin Moyu, the 8th level rune does not seem to be difficult. A rune was drawn and flew onto one of the ice and fire stones. The ice and fire stone made a slight sound, and the ice and fire power on it was extinguished immediately. The function of the rune is to seal the ice and fire stone, so that it can be stored in some storage magic weapons, and it can also be stored in the rule world. Otherwise, the ice and fire Dao stone is too strong, and the storage magic weapon cannot bear it, and the rule world cannot bear it either. The ice and fire Dao stone is a treasure of the Dao realm, and the Dao Zun storage magic weapon and rule world are far from the Dao realm, so it is naturally impossible to put it away, and it must be sealed first. Lin Moyu successfully sealed a piece of ice and fire Dao stone and put it away. The whole process was very smooth. Then he sealed 9 pieces of ice and fire Dao stone in succession, and the whole process was also smooth. The storage magic weapon and the rule world 247 can't withstand the power of the ice and fire stone. What about my storage space? When sealing the ice and fire stone, Lin Moyu had an idea in his mind. His storage space is very special, completely different from the storage magic weapon and the rule world. So far, it seems that there is nothing that the storage space cannot accommodate. As for whether the ice and firestone can work, Moyu is not sure. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu decided to give it a try. He carefully put away a piece of ice and firestone that had not been sealed. Seeing the ice and firestone disappear and appear in the storage space, the whole process was also very smooth and there was no problem. The storage space can indeed accommodate the ice and firestone, which is convenient. Lin Moyu was too lazy to seal it, and waved his hand to take away the remaining ice and fire Dao stones, throwing them into the storage space, leaving only one piece outside. Looking at the ice and fire Dao stone, Qing felt the powerful experience contained in the ice and fire Dao stone. This is the power of the great Dao realm, surpassing all Dao Zun. If a Dao Zun touches it, it will be crushed into slag by the power of the ice and fire Dao stone. Unless there are some special means or special magic weapons, the power in the ice and fire Dao stone can be used. While telling Lin Moyu how to seal the ice and fire Dao stone, Qi Xian also told Lin Moyu the true function of the ice and fire Dao stone. The original function of the ice and fire Dao stone is to purify the soul, and to purify the soul with the power of the ice and fire Dao, between ice and fire, to make the soul stronger and purer. But there is a disadvantage to using the ice and fire Dao stone to refine the soul, that is, the soul will be contaminated with the breath of the ice and fire Dao. If a cultivator is not practicing the ice and fire Dao, he must find other ways to dispel these breaths. That's why Brother Lanchan said that medicine is 3-point poison. The ice and fire Dao stone is a soul tonic, but it will also leave some negative effects. In fact, the people who are really suitable for the ice and fire Dao stone are those who practice the ice Dao or the flame Dao. Lin Moyu believes that the third ancestor must know the role of the ice and fire Dao stone, and the third ancestor must have the means to expel the Dao breath left by the ice and fire Dao stone. In other words, the third ancestor himself practiced the ice Dao or the flame Dao. As for the leader of the Baichao Alliance, Lin Moyu is not sure what he wants the ice and fire Dao stone for. If I use the ice and fire Dao stone to refine the soul, and then use the spirit flower to restore the soul to its original state, I don't know if it will work. Lin Moyu thought that the effect of the ice and fire Dao stone in refining the soul was very good and had great appeal to him. Moreover, he felt that the Dao aura left in the soul by the ice and fire Dao stone was actually a kind of harm to the soul. If it was a harm, the spirit flower could heal it. And it was not necessary to use the spirit flower, as he still had the 10-colored dragon soul crystal on him. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal could also purify the soul, and maybe it could drive away the Dao aura. If that didn't work, he could still be reborn. At worst, he could self-destruct once, allowing the soul to complete a rebirth, and also expel the Dao aura. Cade, Lin Moyu thought of 3 methods at once. In that case, let's try them. The timid will die of starvation, and the bold will die of gluttony. Lin Moyu belonged to the latter, and he would rather die of gluttony than die of starvation. According to the method left by Qi Xian, he established a channel between his soul and the outside world. The soul power spread out through the channel and touched the ice and fire Dao stone. The ice and fire Dao stone was activated, and 2 forces of the Dao, one ice and one fire, spread from the ice and fire Dao stone at the same time, along the channel established by Lin Moyu, and entered the soul world. Because it was Lin Moyu who took the initiative to establish the soul channel, the power of the ice and fire Dao fell directly on the soul body. In an instant, the soul body was wrapped by the power of the ice and fire Dao. Half of it was covered by ice and enveloped by flames. Lin Moyu groaned, and for a moment he enjoyed the wonderful feeling of the 9 heavens of ice and fire. There were waves of severe pain in the soul, whether it was frozen or flamed, it eventually turned into unimaginable severe pain. Lin Moyu was trembling all over, and sweat soaked his whole body in an instant. The soul seemed to be under endless attacks. If Lin Moyu's Dao heart was not firm enough, he would have chosen to give up at the first time. Chi Xin said that when using the ice and fire Dao stone to cleanse the soul would feel a little uncomfortable. This is not discomfort, it is simply an ice and fire hell. But this is just the beginning, the real cleansing has not yet come. The power of the ice and fire avenue finally collided with Lin Muiyu's soul as the battlefield. Boom! The powerful force exploded, and Lin Muiyu felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. The terrifying power exploded in his soul body, making him confused and fuzzy. In the explosion, some tiny impurities in the soul were refined, and the soul became more and more pure. The power of the soul is rising, and the realm is gradually improving. Before, Lin Muiyu's soul realm had reached the third realm of Dao Zun. Now, under the cleansing of the ice and fire avenue, the soul is heading towards the fourth realm of Dao Zun. Although the process is painful, at least the result is good and there are gains. Lin Muiyu stabilized his Tao heart, endured the pain, and continued to cleanse his soul. There is a hurdle between the third and fourth realms of Dao Zun, and the span is a bit large, whether it is for the realm of cultivation or the realm of the soul. This is also the reason why Lin Muiyu's soul never moved forward after entering the third realm of Dao Zun. Originally, Lin Muiyu thought that he had to wait until his realm reached the third realm of Dao Zun before he could improve his soul and cultivation together. Now it seems that it is not necessary. The appearance of the ice and fire Dao stone can allow the soul to enter the fourth realm of Dao Zun in advance. Once the soul enters the fourth realm of Dao Zun, it will open up its own way to the fourth realm of Dao Zun. As long as the Dao pattern is sufficient, it can enter the fourth realm of Dao Zun at any time. Under the cleansing of the ice and fire Dao stone, the soul is accompanied by a slight sound, and the purple light is strong, which suppresses the ice and flames. The soul finally enters the fourth realm of Dao Zun. The power of the ice and fire Dao stone receded, and the soul channel closed. Lin Muiyu ended this soul cleansing. The soul realm has steadily entered the fourth realm of Dao Zun, and Lin Muiyu has opened the way to the fourth realm of Dao Zun. Now Lin Muiyu has two choices. One is to condense enough Dao patterns and improve the realm with a perfect attitude. He can also choose to be promoted to the fourth realm of Dao Zun now. Of course, this promotion is not perfect, and Kuan Muiyu will not consider it at all. The road he wants to take is originally the strongest road, and every step must pursue perfection. The soul of the fourth realm of Dao Zun exudes a noble aura and a terrible pressure at the same time. The soul of the fourth realm of Dao Zun can defeat any Tianzuan realm practitioner only by relying on the soul pressure. However, the only flaw is that the soul is exuding the breath of the ice and fire avenue at this time. These auras are very small, but they really exist, making it impossible for the soul to truly reach perfection. This is the consequence of using the ice and fire Dao stone to cleanse the soul. Medicine is 3-point poison. The residual toxicity of the ice and fire Dao stone is a headache for many practitioners. Lin Muiyu's heart moved, and the 10-colored dragon soul crystal that was originally entangled on the world tree suddenly woke up, flew to the side of the soul, and sprayed dragon breath towards the soul. The biggest function of the 10-colored dragon soul crystal is to help purify the soul and dispel all impurities in the soul. It will become stronger and stronger as Lin Muiyu grows up. But now, the breath left in the soul is the breath of the ice and fire Dao, and the strength of the 10-colored dragon soul crystal is not enough. Lin Muiyu doesn't know whether it can dispel the residue. But even if the 10-colored dragon soul crystal cannot dispel the residue, it doesn't matter. Lin Muiyu still has a backup. The dragon breath enveloped the soul, giving the soul a comfortable feeling of bathing in a hot spring. In the dragon breath, the residual breath left by the ice and fire Dao stone is gradually dissipating. The speed is not fast, but it is indeed refined by the dragon breath. Lin Muiyu was delighted. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal is indeed effective. It seems that I can use the ice and fire Dao stone to refine my soul every once in a while. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal can refine the residual breath of the ice and fire Dao stone, which makes Lin Muiyu worry-free. It can be imagined that he will use the ice and fire Tao stone to refine his soul again and again in the future, and his soul will become stronger and stronger. The problem of soul cultivation has been solved, but unfortunately the problem of physical cultivation has not been solved. The ice and fire Tao stone contains the will of Qi Xin and Lan Shan, and cannot be used to cultivate the physical body, which is also a pity. The physical body is difficult to cultivate, so we still have to find other methods. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal continues to purify the soul. It will take some time to refine and dispel all the aura of the great Tao. In addition to the time for refining the soul just now, there are still more than 40 days before opening the ice and fire secret treasure. Lin Moyu focused on the Tao pattern. He wants to use the Tao pattern again, integrate the magic, and enhance the magic. 52 Tao patterns sparkled in the soul, like stars in the sky, scattered all over the soul. 34 of them have already been taken, and they are arranged in a peculiar shape. The other 18 Tao patterns are scattered everywhere, waiting for Lin Moyu to summon. Because the Tao patterns must be kept balanced, each spell must either not be fused with Tao patterns, or at least 2 must be fused. The Tao patterns carried by the spell itself do not need to be counted. So it seems that there are 18 Tao patterns, but in fact, there are only 10 spells that can be truly fused. And Lin Moyu does not intend to fuse all of them. He does not want to leave a few for emergency use. After some thought, Lin Moyu made a decision to leave 2 Tao patterns as backup and the remaining 16 Tao patterns to be fused with the spell. Based on previous combat experience, Lin Moyu first chose his own summoning spells. Summon Skeleton King, Summon Skeleton God General, Summon Dragon Riders, Resurrection of the Dead, Summon Elementalist. Just these 5 summoning spells require 10 Tao patterns. Lin Moyu not only had to maintain the balance of the Tao patterns of each spell, but also the balance of the Tao patterns between the 5 major summoning spells. In this way, each of the 5 major summoning spells will have 4 Tao patterns, and the effect of the spell will be stronger. The importance of the Undead Legion has been proved in the previous battle against the 5-tailed scorpion rat. If they had not blocked the 5-tailed scorpion rat and bought enough time for Lin Moyu to respond, the subsequent battle would not have been so easy. 10 Tao patterns flew out and merged with the 5 major summoning spells. The spell stars hummed and the aura continued to increase. Lin Moyu summoned the Skeleton God General and felt its changes more clearly and intuitively. The Skeleton God General was previously in the 3rd realm of Daozun, but had just entered the level of the 3rd realm of Daozun. Later, as the number of Tao patterns increased, the effect of fusing the 2 Tao patterns of the Skeleton God General also increased. When he had 52 Tao patterns, the Skeleton God General had gotten rid of his identity at the bottom of the 3rd realm of Daozun, and his strength had at least doubled. Now 2 more Tao patterns have been integrated, and the number of Tao patterns has doubled from 2 to 4. Please give me flowers, 0. The power of the Skeleton God General has also increased, and it has increased more than doubled. It has directly stepped into the peak of the 3rd realm of Daozun, and the effect is unexpectedly good. The increase in the number of Tao patterns has brought immediate results. The Skeleton God General has reached the peak of the 3rd realm of Daozun, and the Dragon Rider Corps Commander. Lin Moyu summoned the Dragon Rider Corps Commander and found that, as he thought, the Dragon Rider Corps Commander has reached the 4th realm of Daozun. And those Dragon Knights are also at the peak of the 3rd realm of Daozun at this time, very close to the 4th realm of Daozun, but it seems to be a little short. The same is true for the Skeleton King. Its combat power has reached the middle level of the 4th realm of Daozun. If 3,000 Skeleton Kings appear at the same time, then their individual combat power can reach the peak of the 4th realm of Daozun. 0. For the Undead Legion, they don't need things like the Tao's true body, they just want real battle experience. Resurrection of the Dead hasn't changed much, for Tao patterns just make the existence time change from 5,000 days to 6,000 days. In fact, with the dormant mechanism, the difference between 5,000 days and 6,000 days is not too big, but more is better than less. Lin Moyu has a feeling that, Resurrection of the Dead, seems to be waiting for 10 qualitative changes. This spell is too magical. It can make the creatures who have died for countless years return to the world in a strange way. This ability seems to be possessed only by the Tao. He doesn't know where the power of Resurrection of the Dead comes from, but at present, it will definitely not be simple. Finally, Summon Elemental Lich, for Tao patterns make the Elemental Lich a little stronger. But now for Lin Moyu, the only Elemental Lich that can be used is the Buddha Lich. The Buddha Lich has reached the limit of the 5-wheeled ancient Buddha at this moment, and it seems that the 6th wheel is already looming. Their power is mainly limited by the material, and the Tao pattern has little effect on them. Lin Moyu suddenly thought, if I use the Ice and Fire Tao Stone to summon the Elemental Lich. If it works, how powerful this Elemental Heaven will be. Try it later and see if it works. Lin Moyu decided to try it later. With a thought, the remaining 6 Tao patterns all hit the skeleton hell. Boom! The skeleton hell was completely boiling, and countless evil spirits in the hell screamed excitedly. The sound was shrill and shocking. Then, a terrifying dragon roar rushed out from the dark pool of the underworld. 12 Tao patterns greatly increased the power of the skeleton hell. In prehistoric times, many Tao Zuns could not collect 12 Tao patterns in their entire lives. Not to mention, for many Tao Zuns, it is unimaginable to let a spell enjoy the blessing of 12 Tao patterns. Even those who are born with talent have more Tao patterns, maybe 20, or even 3. But at the same time, the number of spells such people have will not be too few. After analyzing the Tao patterns, the number of Tao patterns that can be allocated to each spell is also extremely limited. Generally speaking, the strongest spell can be allocated to 6 Tao Zuns, which is already the limit. Lin Moyu directly let the skeleton hell have 12 Tao patterns, which is simply a luxury. Moreover, Lin Moyu will not let the skeleton hell stop at 12 Tao patterns, and may increase in the future, depending on the changes in the skeleton hell. Since the 273 fragments of the devouring hell, the gate of hell and the nether black pool appeared one after another, Lin Moyu has placed high hopes on the skeleton hell. Skeleton hell has separated from the essence of magic and exists in another special and independent form. Although it is still magic, Lin Moyu feels that it has evolved towards the real world. It is not uncommon for magic to evolve into the real world in the history of the origin continent. But this kind of real world is very weak. Even so, it still requires a strong man above the 7th realm of Tao Zun to do it. Lin Moyu's skeleton hell is not like this. Whether in the real world or in the origin continent, it is as powerful as ever. And as the skeleton hell becomes stronger, it becomes more and more real and is evolving towards a real hell. Perhaps one day in the future, the skeleton hell can really become a real hell. The former hell has been broken, and it is not impossible for the skeleton hell to replace it. Amid the terrifying dragon roar, a huge black dragon rushed out from the dark pool of the netherworld. Before this, it only showed a head, but now, it has half a dragon body. Its body is extremely huge, and only half of the dragon body is more than 10,000 meters long. On its body, huge dragon scales flashed with a dark luster. The aura it exuded was no weaker than any existence in the 4th realm of Tao Zun. It roared in the skeleton hell, showing its extremely sharp dragon teeth. Lin Moyu knew that even if it was a 6th realm of Tao Zun, it would not be easy to be bitten by it. In addition to the netherworld black dragon, the power of the hell evil spirits also increased sharply. They were promoted to the 3rd realm of Tao Zun one by one. With the difficulty of the hell evil spirits, they could have killed the 4th realm of Tao Zun before. Now even the 5th realm of Tao Zun will also be killed by them. The newly added 6 Tao patterns raised the overall power of the skeleton hell by 1 realm. It's a pity that the gate of hell has not changed much. Lin Moyu knew that if he wanted to change the gate of hell, maybe only the origin spirit vein and hell fragments could do it, and Tao patterns alone were not enough. The current changes were enough to satisfy Lin Moyu. 50 of the 52 Tao patterns were used, and 2 were left for backup. Lin Moyu thought about this trip to the secret treasure and reviewed it. This trip to the secret treasure was extremely successful and rewarding. Killed the extraterritorial gods and obtained the Dao reward, pushing the number of Dao patterns to 52. 2 more can be promoted to the third realm of Dao Zun. He also successfully obtained more than 100 pieces of ice and fire Taoist stones, and used them to refine his soul, allowing his soul to reach the 4th realm of Taoism, opening up his own way to the 4th realm of Taoism. And most importantly, infinite fusion allowed his magic to merge, and he obtained 2 powerful magics. Without changing his realm, his combat power increased significantly. At this time, there were still more than 20 days before the secret treasure was opened, and Lin Moyu didn't want to go anywhere. He was thinking about the cause of the formation of the entire secret treasure. Few people would think about this question. Most people enter the secret treasure just to go in and look for treasures. As for why the secret treasure was formed, very few people would think about it. Only some strong people who really stand at the top can really think about this question. They want to pursue the root of the Tao, analyze it from the root, and finally get the truth. Lin Moyu likes to think and is good at thinking. Whenever he encounters something, he will pursue the root to know why it is so. This time is the same. Lin Moyu connected the situation of the entire secret treasure and analyzed the cause and effect. The reason why the secret treasure was originally formed was naturally that the 2 Dao realm masters, Qihua and Lanshan, were fighting against the outer heavenly god at the same time. This outer heavenly god with 2 pairs of wings was very powerful. Even if Qihua and Lanshan joined forces, they could not kill him. For whatever reason, they, like many Dao realm masters, used their lives as the price to weave into a large formation and forever trap the outer heavenly god. And in order to prevent outsiders from coming and damaging the formation, they hid the outer heavenly god in a very deep space. At the same time, they had a glimmer of hope for the future, hoping that someone would come and kill the outer heavenly god. So they did not block the road, but left a way in. This road is difficult, but if you can come in, it means that you have extremely strong strength. They made a wish early on to leave themselves a glimmer of hope. If someone can kill the outer heavenly god, they can be resurrected with the Dao reward. So they left their bodies here and took the initiative to send the bodies into the soul world of the outer heavenly god. Using his own body, he linked the formation to seal the soul of the outer god. Facts have proved that the 2 made the right choice. Finally, Lin Moyu came. The outer god wanted to use Lin Moyu's hand to help him get rid of the formation and escape to heaven. But in the same way, Qihua and Lanshan also wanted to use Lin Moyu's hand to kill the outer god. As a result, Qihua and Lanshan won the bet. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu was suddenly startled. He suddenly realized that he was wrong. No, there is a problem here. Lin Moyu's thoughts were like lightning, and he quickly flew to the first time he met Shinding. The scenes and things that followed were all flashed in front of his eyes. He killed more than 1 outer god, and met more than 1 Dao realm strongman. Whether it was Jin Lei, the old whale of the Sea clan, 0.4 was not the Bedfire and Lanshan this time. Although they didn't say it explicitly, without exception, they all believed in one thing, that someone could kill the extraterritorial gods at some point in the future and bring them a glimmer of hope. Jin Lei's choice was wrong, and he ended up dead. But his persistence, although helpless, also revealed a glimmer of hope. The key to the problem is where this glimmer of hope comes from. Lin Moyu felt that someone must have told them that as long as they persisted, there would be hope. And the existence that told them there was hope should be very powerful, a Dao Lord, or directly the Dao. Therefore, these Dao realm powerhouses are willing to persist. He realized that there must be a terrifying existence behind the whole thing, driving the evolution of things. This existence is extremely powerful, and he even saw what would happen tens of millions of years later. Lin Moyu thought about it and felt a chill on his back. If this existence could see that at some point in the future, he would enter the secret treasure, kill the gods from outside the domain, and let these powerful people in the Dao realm regain their vitality. Then could this existence also see that he was thinking about this? Lin Moyu didn't dare to think about it anymore. He realized that he might have touched a field that he shouldn't have touched. If what I think is right, then this will be a big game. That powerful existence is playing a big game with the great Tao of heaven and earth. But who has this ability? Is it the great Tao itself, or that person? Lin Moyu thought of the old man in green robes. Perhaps the mysterious old man in green robes would have something that he could not experience. Although his back felt a little cold, it did not prevent Lin Moyu from cursing the old man in green robes and his wife hundreds of times in his heart. Others are afraid, but he is not afraid. He will curse when he should. More than 20 days have passed, and all the people who entered the ice and fire secret treasure were sent out by the secret treasure. Lin Moyu felt a powerful force falling on him, rolling him away, and a huge gap appeared in the sky, and the breath of the outside world came from the gap. But Lin Moyu was surprised to find that he could resist this force. If he didn't want to leave, the secret treasure might not be able to take him away. This feeling is very strange. He has never felt this way when he entered the secret treasure before. In astonishment, Lin Moyu still followed the power of the secret treasure and left. He didn't know what would happen if he stayed. If he was trapped in the secret treasure, it would be more trouble than gain. And there was no reason to stay in the ice and fire secret treasure, so it was better to leave. In addition to the ice and fire secret treasure, many Daozuan from the demon clan came, and Daozuan from the Baichao alliance also came. The Daozuan from both sides were very powerful, among which there were several Daozuan 7 realms, and the strongest one on both sides had reached Daozuan 9 realms. On the demon clan side, the one who came was the patriarch of the Golden Lion clan, the top powerhouse who had reached Daozuan 9 realms, Jinmi. On the Baichao alliance side, the one who came was the ancestor of the Qingyuan clan, the Yuanzhu tree. Not only the demon clan and the Baichao alliance, but also Daozuan from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce came. There were also many people from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce this time, and there were 3 Daozuan 7 realms. Among them, the strongest leader was Xiahou Yuan. Although Xiahou Yuan was not a member of the Lu family, everyone knew that he was a member of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, and a core member. 3 the forces of the other side were on guard outside the secret storage. The whole situation looked solemn and tense, as if a war between the 3 parties would break out at any time. Few people knew why this happened and what happened between the 3 parties. The ice and fire secret storage had existed for so many years, and nothing like this had ever happened before. Now even those Daozun 7th Realm Masters had lost their voice, and the 3 Daozun 9th Realm Masters were the leaders here. The ice and fire secret storage suddenly erupted with strong ice flames. The 3 Daozun 9th Realm Masters attacked at the same time, and all the ice flames were blasted back. It's coming out. Everyone stared at the ice and fire secret storage, knowing that the people in the ice and fire secret storage were about to come out. The space was distorted, and figures were teleported out of the secret storage one by one. At this time, the whole atmosphere was also suppressed to the extreme, as if a war would break out at any time. These figures quickly solidified, 1, 2, 3. Not everyone could return smoothly, and some people accidentally died in the secret storage. 10 people went in, and the ice and fire grass had been killed by Lin Moyu. In fact, there were only 5 people in the secret storage. At this time, there were 8 people who came out alive, and only 1 died. This mortality rate is not high. Finally, Lin Moyu's figure appeared outside the secret view. Boom! The Qingyuan ancestor tree suddenly attacked, and its branches were like whips, whipping towards Lin Moyu. The power of the strong man in the 9th realm of Daozun was so strong that when the branches whipped over, the space was broken. With Lin Moyu's strength of only the 2nd realm of Daozun, if he was whipped, he would not be able to escape. At the same time as the Qingyuan ancestor tree attacked, Xiahou Yuan and Jin Ye also attacked at the same time. The 2 of them attacked the Qingyuan ancestor tree at the same time. The only difference was that Xiahou Yuan attacked the Qingyuan ancestor tree's offensive, and his purpose was to protect Lin Moyu. But Jin Ye attacked the Qingyuan ancestor tree's body, and he wanted to kill the Qingyuan ancestor tree. Xiao Yuan displayed the Soul Avenue, and his soul power turned from virtual to real, turning into countless swords and sharp blades, directly chopping the branches of the Qingyuan ancestor tree into pieces. At the same time, accompanied by an inexplicable soul sound, a group of soul light appeared around Lin Moyu, protecting Lin Moyu firmly. Jin Ye showed his true body, transformed into a golden lion that was thousands of meters tall, and slapped the Qingyuan Zushu with one palm. The lion claws covered the sky and the earth, like the falling stars above the 9 heavens, without any mercy. The faces of the nearby Daozuan 7th Realm strongmen changed drastically at the same time, quickly retreat. Boom! The Qingyuan Zushu pulled out countless branches and collided with the claws. The space continued to shatter, revealing the black void behind it. A series of energy turbulences broke out from the black void, rushed into the origin continent, and began to wreak havoc. This energy turbulence is very terrifying, coming from the deep layer of space. Only the Battle of Daozuan 9 Realm can break the layers of space and attract energy turbulence from the deepest part of space. Die! Jin Ye roared repeatedly, not caring about the lives of others at all. The sky and the earth were full of golden lion claws, and tens of millions of claws fell every second. The Qingyuan ancestral tree was not afraid at all. Behind it, a green road emerged. On the road, huge Qingyuan trees stood one after another. These giant trees simultaneously pulled out branches and smashed Jin's lion claws. Jin Ye roared, and golden light burst out all over his body. A golden road appeared around him. In an instant, countless golden lights fell, turned into meteors, and smashed into the Qingyuan ancestral tree. The two sides fought fiercely, and Xiao Yuan did not join the battle. After he rescued Lin Moyu at the beginning, he stopped fighting and watched from a distance. The whole process actually took less than a second. After Lin Moyu left the secret storage, it took a second for his vision to recover. In fact, he had already recovered his sensing ability and knew that someone wanted to kill him, and the person who wanted to kill him was extremely powerful and he could not stop him. However, when that person launched the attack, another person protected him. He was very familiar with that person. It was Xiao Yuan. Knowing that Xiao Yuan was protecting him, Moyu was too lazy to do anything. Originally, he was not in a hurry. With his new talent, he could recover even if he was killed. A second later, he saw the battle between Jinmi and Qingyuan Zushu. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Senior Xiao, what happened?" Xiao Yuan laughed. "You didn't know what you did?" Lin Moyu thought for a while and roughly knew what was going on. At that time, the insect mother showed abnormality, and someone took action behind the scenes. And judging from the current appearance, the person who took action is most likely the demon king of the demon race, and the 3 ancestors. Lin Moyu probably figured out the cause and effect, because he killed the ice and fire grass and the insect mother, and finally angered the mysterious leader of the Herb Alliance. The mysterious leader would definitely not let him go, so he asked the Qingyuan Zushu to kill him. However, when the insect mother absorbs a large amount of host power, it will inevitably cause a huge reaction. Lin Moyu didn't know how many demon clan Daozuan became hosts, but it was definitely not few. These Daozuan usually didn't react, but when their power was absorbed rapidly, they would definitely react. This matter quickly reached the Demon King. With the Demon King's ability, he would naturally find out who was behind this matter. Then the Demon King would know, and the 3 ancestors would naturally know. So, the Demon King and the 3 ancestors all sent people over. As for why the 3 of them didn't do it themselves, Lin Moyu felt that there should be some special reasons. It's not that they don't want to move, but it's inconvenient to move. Otherwise, with the strength of the mysterious leader in the Dao realm, it would be easy to kill him. Lin Moyu believed that if he dared to do it himself, the 3 ancestors would not sit idly by. Watching the endless battle between Jinmi and Qingyuan Zushu, Lin Moyu was very comfortable being a bystander. Anyway, with Xiao Yuan present, the aftermath of the battle between the two could not hurt him at all. The unlucky ones were the other demon clan Daozuan who came out of the secret treasure. They were all injured by the aftermath of the battle. Fortunately, the strong demon clan rescued them and their lives were saved. As for whether the injuries were serious or not, and whether there were any sequelae, then everyone should leave it to fate. Lin Moyu waved his hand and took out a set of tea tables. Senior Xiaoho, come and drink tea and watch slowly. Xiaoho Yuan was a little amused. You kid, you are not worried at all. Lin Moyu said, with you here, what should I worry about? He even killed the outer gods of the Dao realm and saw the battles in the Dao realm. This kind of battle between the Daozuan 9 realms can only be said to be a small scene. While making tea for Xiaoho Yuan, Lin Moyu asked, what's the situation with the third ancestor? Are the 160 Daozuan in trouble? Xiaoho Yuan nodded. It's true that something happened. Those people's souls were injured. If they are not treated properly, they will be crippled. Lin Moyu was surprised. Is it so serious? With your ability, you can't cure them? Xiaoho Yuan is the Dao Zun of the great Dao of souls. Treating souls is his specialty. Xiaoho Yuan drank a sip of tea and shook his head slightly. The way of souls is too profound. I only know the basics. If the souls were only slightly injured, they could be treated, but this time their souls were too seriously injured. It's good to be able to save their lives. Even if they save their lives, it's hard to say whether they can live a normal life in the end. 160 Daozun 6-level strongmen, Lufeng Chamber of Commerce has spent a lot of resources and efforts to train them. Now they are all crippled at once, and Sanzu, a shrewd businessman, will definitely be affected. Lin Moyu laughed. It seems that the situation on the demon side is even worse. Xiaoho Yuan laughed. That's right, there are thousands of Daozuan who have been in trouble over there. They were carried to the Demon King to cry. All the tribes have. Where do you think the Demon King can put his face? Master Ku Rong offended the Demon King and the 3 ancestors at the same time. In my opinion, it's really stupid. Lin Moyu said, the leader of the Baichao Alliance in UNE is called Master Ku Rong. Isn't he a plant? Why is he called Master? Xiaoho Yuan laughed. This is their business. What do you care? They can call you whatever they want. Lin Moyu laughed. It's really not my business. No matter what he calls him, it's none of my business. I know that guy wants to kill me. I just didn't expect that the commotion he caused this time would be so big, and fortunately the commotion was big enough, otherwise I would be in trouble. Xiaoho Yuan mentioned Master Ku Rong. His expression became a little solemn. What happened to you in the secret treasure? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a powerful force immediately isolated the two from the outside world. At the same time, he took out a jade token and activated it. You said that the third ancestor can also hear it. Tell me in detail. Lin Moyu told what happened in his secret collection. There was no need to hide too much from the third ancestor, who already knew the existence of the extraterritorial gods in the secret collection. Xiaoho Yuan's face changed several times when he listened to Lin Moyu's story. He knew that this time Lin Moyu really offended Master Ku Rong to death. It was an extremely terrible thing to offend a powerful person in the Dao realm, even if this powerful person in the Dao realm could not act at will on the origin continent. Even if it was me, I would probably have a headache. But Lin Moyu, like a person with nothing to do, was drinking tea, chatting and watching a play here. Xiaoho Yuan really didn't know how Lin Moyu's brain grew and what he was thinking every moment. Finally, Lin Moyu talked about the extraterritorial gods. He killed the extraterritorial gods, and at the same time, the 2 Dao realm masters Qi Xian and Lan Shan were resurrected and returned to the Dao. After Lin Moyu finished speaking, the voice of the third ancestor suddenly rang out from the jade token. You said you got the ice and fire Dao stone? Lin Moyu did not answer directly. Third ancestor, shouldn't you care about the 160 Dao masters of the Lu family? The third ancestor said, which I of yours saw that this ancestor didn't care. This ancestor has been trying to find a way. Lin Moyu asked. Then have you thought of a way? There was a brief silence on the side of the third ancestor, and after a moment, the third ancestor's low voice rang out again. I haven't found a good way yet. Song Ning can save their lives first. Lin Moyu smiled. Third ancestor, what if I say that I have a way to make them recover as before? As soon as this was said, Xiao Yuan was the first to look at him with wide eyes. It seemed to mean that the soul was injured, even the old man couldn't do anything, but you actually have a way? The third ancestor snorted lightly, obviously not believing Lin Muyu's words. If you can make them recover as before, you can ask for any conditions. Lin Muyu laughed. Okay, this is what you said. I really take it seriously. The third patriarch said, my word is as good as gold. Did you really get the ice and fire Dao stone? Lin Muyu said, I got it. I'll bring it to you when I come back. The third patriarch said, no need. I'll come here in person. After the words fell, the token lost contact with the third patriarch. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment, for the ice and fire Dao stone, the third patriarch, Li Zhaohao, actually came out in person. It's not that big of a deal. Xiao Yuan smiled and said, the ice and fire Dao stone is of great importance. It's not surprising that the third patriarch would come out in person. Otherwise, Master Ku Rong would not have tried every means to get the ice and fire Dao stone. Lin Moyu said, but the ice and fire Dao stone is only used to refine the soul. Xiao Yuan asked back, isn't that enough? Lin Moyu suddenly realized that perhaps for a Dao realm powerhouse like the third patriarch, the importance of the soul is far more important than he thought. And in the Dao realm, it is very difficult to strengthen the soul. So the ice and fire Dao stone has become extremely important. But such an important ice and fire Dao stone should be available in the Dao, so shouldn't the three ancestors be able to obtain it? There may be some stories behind it. Jin Ye and Qing Yuan Zhu Shu were still fighting fiercely. They had real fire, and neither side gave in. However, the two were close in strength, and neither could beat the other. At this time, a group of purple clouds came from far away, carrying thunder and lightning. Ziyun arrived with the lightning snake, and the thunder roared, and a roar sounded. A huge thunder tiger with purple stripes all over its body appeared in the air. Countless purple thunders fell from the sky and hit the Qingyuan ancestor tree. Lin Moyu said, is this the patriarch of the thunder purple striped tiger clan? Xiao Yuan said, yes, his name is Lei Tian, a guy with a bad temper, but his strength is not bad. He and Jin Ye are good friends. If the two join forces, it will not be a problem to suppress the Qingyuan ancestor tree. Lin Moyu said, just suppress it. Xiao Yuan said, the guys from the Baichao Alliance are not easy to kill. They are plant creatures with strong vitality. If they are determined to escape, it is difficult to kill them without 3 or 5 Daozuan of the same realm. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. Plant creatures do have strong vitality. It does take some effort to kill them, but it is only a little troublesome. It's not that he hasn't killed them before. As long as his combat power is enough, he can kill them with the help of the Undead Legion. Since Lei Tian joined the battle, the situation changed suddenly. Thunders fell one after another, and the Qingyuan ancestor tree was defeated step by step. It finally showed a disadvantage, but with its strong vitality, it would take a long time for the Qingyuan ancestor tree to be defeated. For some reason, Lin Moyu always felt that the Qingyuan ancestor tree's attention was still on him. He knew that he was the target of the 360 Qingyuan ancestor tree. But now with Xiao Yuan by his side, it was impossible for the Qingyuan ancestor tree to kill him, unless it had another helper. Lin Moyu suddenly became alert, and then felt an inexplicable vibration. This vibration was extremely weak, but Lin Moyu accurately captured it. The vibration came from deep in the earth, so weak that even Xiao Yuan did not feel it. Lin Moyu frowned, and this vibration from deep in the earth suddenly locked onto him. Then, the vibration frequency increased sharply, and the vibration affected his body. A powerful force erupted from the vibration, as if to shatter his body. Lin Moyu let out a low roar, his blood roared, his immortal golden body was activated, his whole body was covered with golden light and flames, and the flames shot up into the sky. Lin Moyu instantly turned into a fireman. His body grew rapidly, and the Power Avenue True Body evolved. With the Power Avenue True Body, Lin Moyu faced the vibration coming from the depths of the earth. But the opponent was very strong, obviously stronger than himself, and Lin Moyu felt that he could not hold on for too long. This vibration came from the depths of the earth, but it was transmitted through another layer of space, locking himself and hiding from Xiahou Yuan. Chef. At the same time, the opponent's vibration attack ignored even Xiahou Yuan's defense. It was not until Lin Moyu evolved the Power Avenue True Body that Xiahou Yuan noticed it. "How dare you!" he shouted angrily, with murderous intent, and stepped down. The powerful soul shock spread to the depths of the earth. He actually didn't know the specific location of the enemy, nor did he need to know. Xiahou Yuan, who practiced the Soul Avenue, had achievements in soul attack that ordinary people could imagine. Knowing only the approximate position of the enemy, he fired the map cannon directly. Soul attacks are also invisible and intangible, and the thick earth can hardly block them. Then, the vibration that locked on him disappeared. Lin Moyu was relieved. "Thank you for saving me, Senior." Xiahou Yuan snorted coldly. "Those who steal chickens and dogs are not to be feared." Lin Moyu asked, "Do you know who it is?" Xiahou Yuan said, "In the Baichao Alliance, there is a special member called Skybreaking Thorns. The air-breaking thorns are born with the ability of space and the ability to drill into the ground, so they will hide underground and use the power of space to launch attacks. I didn't check for a while, and they almost succeeded. The one who attacked you just now should be a guy in the 8th realm of Daozun, but now this guy has escaped." Lin Moyu nodded, and his spiritual perception in his heart had disappeared. "It seems that Master Ku Rong is determined to kill me." Lin Moyu smiled, his voice was relaxed, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. "If someone wants to kill me, I will naturally try to kill him back. I never want to suffer such a loss." Xiahou Yuan said, "That's natural. You have offended him badly this time, so he will naturally find ways to kill you." Lin Moyu pondered for a while. "It seems that I have to find a way to surround him to death." Xiahou Yuan was almost scared. Lin Moyu was not worried about how to save himself, but thinking about how to kill Master Ku Rong. That's Master Ku Rong, a being of the same level as the third ancestor. Can he be killed just because he wants to? Even if he is a top-level expert in the 9th realm of Daozun, he will only be slaughtered when facing Master Ku Rong. But looking at Lin Moyu, he seems very serious. He seems to be really thinking about how to kill him. Thunder suddenly roared, and a sea of thunder evolved in the sky, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. Xiahou Yuan looked serious. Lei Tian is going to fight to the death. As he said that, he waved his hand and strengthened his defense to prevent being affected. Thunder in the sky. With a low roar, the sea of thunder fell from the sky like a dark cloud, covering the 4 fields. Countless thunders erupted, blasting the area of 10,000 miles into scorched earth. The earth was broken, and the mountains within 10,000 miles collapsed one after another. Only the secret treasure of ice and fire still existed, intact in the sea of thunder. The Qingyuan Zushu waved its branches in the sea of thunder, and the whole body was shining with green light, but it could only defend and could not fight back. Lei Tian's attack was very powerful, and it had reached the limit of the 9th realm of Daozun. Fortunately, everyone saw the opportunity early and retreated early, otherwise they would have died in the sea. At this time, in the Sea of Thunder, a golden light suddenly appeared, and Jinmi's true body of the great Tao of evolution appeared above the 9 heavens. A huge golden lion roared in the air. He turned into a golden sun, shining on the world. Xiahou Yuan said, "The people of the Qingyuan clan are going to be unlucky." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Xiahou Yuan said, "The Golden Lion clan is born with the talent of the Golden Avenue. And there is an ability in the Golden Avenue, which is the ability to curse." Lin Moyu was even more curious. Curse, isn't that an ability that only the Curse Avenue has? Xiao Yuan laughed. Curse is not unique to the Curse Avenue. Many avenues have some curse spells, such as my Soul Avenue, which can also perform soul curses, but the effect is not as good as the Curse Avenue. In the Golden Avenue, there is a curse spell called the Bloodline Golden Curse. Its curse will extend the bloodline of the Qingyuan ancestor tree and affect every member of the Qingyuan clan. From now on, the bloodline of the Qingyuan clan will be polluted by the Golden Avenue, and it will not be so easy to practice in the future. The bloodline is polluted, which is a disaster for the entire race. The Golden Avenue is magnificent and upright, but I didn't expect that there is such a magic in it. This is the so-called extreme things will turn into the opposite. However, Lin Moyu knew that Master Ku Rong must have the ability to dispel the curse for the Qingyuan clan. But if there are more curses, it's hard to say. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the wings of the curse spread out behind him. The golden light sprinkled with curses, and the Qingyuan ancestral tree seemed to realize something and roared. But it was blocked by the Sea of Thunder and could do nothing. The curse flowed along the bloodline to the entire Qingyuan clan. At this moment, Lin Moyu spread his curse wings. As the curse wings vibrated, the power of the curse spread silently towards the Qingyuan ancestral tree. Xiao Yuan looked at Lin Moyu with a little surprise. He didn't expect that Lin Moyu would curse the avenue. Moreover, although the strength of Lin Moyu's curse power was not as strong as Jinmi's, its purity was far beyond Jinmi's curse. This kind of curse is much more difficult to expel. Lin Moyu's actions were obscure. He put away the curse wings in just a few seconds, as if nothing had happened. Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes. What curse did you use? Lin Moyu said, I just enhanced the power of Jin Lai Dao's curse, making it stronger and harder to distinguish. Xiao Yuan laughed. Is it that simple? He obviously didn't believe Lin Moyu's words. Lin Moyu said, look at what you said. I'm only at the second level of Dao Zun. What use can my curse be? I can only do some sneaky things. Xiao Yuan didn't ask any more questions. He knew very well that since Lin Moyu didn't want to say, then don't ask, otherwise it will cause unhappiness. Lin Moyu looked at the Sea of Thunder. He could feel that Lei Midao's curse had taken effect and was spreading from the Qingyuan ancestral tree to its people. The Qingyuan ancestral tree also felt that its bloodline was polluted. It roared and the green light was bright. Its body suddenly grew larger and instantly grew to a height of 10,000 meters. The roots of the tree twisted and turned into 2 feet, and it walked step by step towards the Sea of Thunder. After a few steps, it walked out of the Sea of Thunder. At the same time, countless branches stretched out, rolled up its people, walked faster and faster, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jin Ye and Lei Tian did not chase after them. They knew that they were even if he chased after him, he couldn't kill him. Lei Tian just fought hard, but he only hurt the opponent slightly. Qingyuan Zushu hit one, I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. A battle that was destined to have no end ended here, and the land where the ice and fire secrets were located was completely changed. Xiao Yuan also withdrew his defenses, and only the area where he was still covered with green grass and had some vitality. Other places were already covered with kings. But this is the origin continent. No matter how badly the land is destroyed, it will recover in a short time. Several balls of life force flew out from Lin Moyu's fingers, and the life force exploded from the air and fell to the ground. The charred earth, nourished by the life force, was able to regain a little vitality. However, the power of Lei Tian still remained on the ground. The power of the 9th realm of Dao Zun was not so easy to remove. Lei Tian fell from the sky and came to Lin Moyu and Xiao Yuan. He first clasped his fists towards Xiao Yuan and greeted him with human etiquette. Brother Xiao, we haven't seen each other for many years. This time we must have a good drink. Xiao Yuan laughed and said, it's true that we haven't seen each other for many years. Brother Lei's cultivation has made great progress. It seems that he is not far from that realm. Lei Tian smiled and said, it's still a long way to go. Brother Xiaoho's cultivation is getting stronger and stronger, which is hard to predict. The two knew each other and exchanged a few polite words. Lei Tian then turned to look at Lin Moyu. This should be fellow Taoist Lin. It is indeed a bit surprising that a Taoist of the 9th level called Lin Moyu a fellow Taoist. Lin Moyu looked flattered. Lin Moyu meets Senior Lei. Lei Tian smiled and said, "Don't be so polite. I came here on orders from the Demon King. The Demon King invites fellow Taoist Lin to the Demon King Palace to meet him." Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. "Senior Demon King wants to see me?" This time, Xiahou Yuan was also a little surprised. There was a complex look in his eyes. Now they were in the territory of the Demon Clan. The Demon King invited him, so naturally he could not refuse directly. But once he went to the Demon King's palace, if there was any accident, even he would save Lin Moyu. Although he had never seen the Demon King, he knew from the third ancestor that the Demon King had a bad temper. It was possible that he would be angry and kill Lin Moyu. Just as he was hesitating, Lin Moyu had already spoken. "The Demon King invites me, so I must go." As he spoke, he gave Xiahou Yuan a look, telling him that he could not refuse. Xiahou Yuan also gave Lin Moyu a look in return, telling him that there might be danger. Lin Moyu had some helplessness in his eyes. Could he not go if there was danger? Not to mention a little danger, even if it was a life-or-death situation, he could not refuse now. Otherwise, there was no doubt that Lei Tian in front of him and Jin Ye not far away would definitely attack him. ***. Seeing Lin Moyu's agreement, Lei Tian's face suddenly showed joy. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Lin Moyu say, "Senior Lei, can you wait for a while and set off later?" Lei Tian said, "Of course, Lei will deal with the affairs here first and come to see fellow Taoist Lin later." He didn't ask any more questions. It was obvious that the order given to him by the Demon King was just to ask him to go back and be polite to him. Otherwise, why would a powerful Daozun 9 realm be so polite to him? After Lei Tian left, Lin Moyu asked, "Senior Xiahou, do you know why the Demon King asked me to go?" Xiahou Yuan shook his head and didn't know. Lin Moyu whispered, "I'm a little surprised. How did the Demon King know me?" Xiahou Yuan thought, "If I remember correctly, the Demon King has a very powerful magic weapon, which can judge cause and effect. Looking back, perhaps it was with this magic weapon that the Demon King knew of your existence." 0. Lin Moyu thought along with Xiahou Yuan's words and found that there was indeed this possibility. Those Daozun who were parasitized had a strong cause and effect with their mother. And their coma was ultimately caused by themselves. If it weren't for themselves, the mother would not have absorbed the power of the parasite now. So, using the cause and effect, it can eventually be inferred to oneself. As long as this magic weapon is powerful enough, the Demon King will know him. The cause and effect avenue is extremely mysterious, even I have only touched a little bit of it. Xiahou Yuan asked, "You want to wait a little longer, you want to wait for the third ancestor, right?" Lin Moyu nodded. Since the third ancestor said he would come in person, it is estimated that he will not be too slow. If I go to see the Demon King, without the protection of the third ancestor, my life and death will not be in my hands. This feeling is not good. Xiahou Yuan smiled. "You think very deeply, and you use everything you can." Lin Moyu looked helpless. "There is no way. Who made me weak? If I am not careful, I would have lost my life long ago." Xiahou Yuan narrowed his eyes and glanced at him, as if to say, "You are still weak. You are weak, dare to offend Master Kurong." Jin Ye and Lei Tian are commanding people, cleaning up the mess on the battlefield, and counting whether there are casualties. After a moment, Xiahou Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he took out a token, which was shining. "The third ancestor is here." A figure appeared in the distant horizon. He had no trace of fireworks. He was thousands of miles away the moment before, and he was in front of him the next moment. The third ancestor looked like an extremely ordinary person. Judging from his realm, he was just a powerful person in the 7th realm of Daozuan. The third ancestor, who was traveling, concealed his cultivation. The appearance of the third ancestor did not attract anyone's attention. It seemed that he was already here, and no one cared about his appearance. This situation of being ignored by everyone was actually very strange, and it also proved the strength of the third ancestor. There were Daozuan here, and Daozuan's perception was extremely sharp. It was more difficult to not be noticed than to attract attention. Before the third ancestor spoke, Lin Moyu said first, "Third ancestor, something happened." The third ancestor was slightly stunned, and followed Lin Moyu's words and asked, "What happened?" Lin Moyu immediately told the story of the Demon King inviting him over as quickly as possible. 6 dues. And it was slightly exaggerated. At least when Lin Moyu said it, he had to go, and at the same time expressed his uneasiness. The third ancestor frowned. "You mean, the Demon King knew of your existence through that magic weapon, and also knew that you might have the ice and fire Dao stone?" Lin Moyu nodded. "No, I'm wrong. In fact, this possibility was said by Xiahou Yuan, and Lin Moyu just deepened it a little on this basis." The third ancestor knew the Demon King better than Xiahou Yuan, and after a little thought, he whispered, "It is indeed possible. In this case, I will accompany you on the trip." Lin Moyu was as if he had been pardoned. "Thank you, third ancestor." The third ancestor snorted. "Don't think that I don't know your plan. If I don't agree, you will definitely not take out the ice and fire Dao stone." Lin Moyu said shamelessly, "The third ancestor is very smart, and there are few in the world." The third ancestor said unhappily, "Stop flattering." Xiahou Yuan, who was watching this scene, felt like he had eaten something strange and had an indescribable feeling. From the moment the third ancestor arrived, it seemed as if the rhythm of the entire conversation was controlled by Lin Moyu. In terms of realm, Lin Moyu was far inferior to the third ancestor, and the momentum displayed by Lin Moyu was also at a disadvantage, just like his realm. In the whole story, he seemed to be asking for help from the third ancestor. But it was strange that the third ancestor had been following Lin Moyu's rhythm, and it could be said that he was led by Lin Moyu. As a shrewd businessman, when would the third ancestor do this? Xiahou Yuan and the third ancestor had known each other for many years and had never seen such a situation. He tried to put himself in the shoes of Lin Moyu and found that Lin Moyu's control of the rhythm was too strong, which led to this situation. Another reason was that the third ancestor wanted the water and fire Dao stone. In Xiahou Yuan's eyes, both of them were foxes, an old fox and a young fox. Now, this little fox is a little better than his master. He still didn't say anything. He couldn't say anything, otherwise he might offend the two foxes. Lei Tian finally cleaned up the mess and came to Lin Moyu. "Friend Lin, can we set off?" He ignored the third ancestor on the side, as if the third ancestor didn't exist. Lin Moyu did what the third ancestor said in advance. "Let's go." 1. Lei Tian showed joy and let out a long roar. Thunderclouds were dense in the sky, condensing into a purple thunder tiger. Lei Tian said, "We demons don't have any flying magic weapons, so the tiger will serve as Lin Daofa's mount." The subtext is that he dislikes Lin Moyu's slow speed, so he uses his own strength to condense a temporary mount. When Lin Moyu jumped onto the Thunder Tiger, Lei Tian shouted, "Go!" The two of them turned into 2 lightning bolts at the same time and flew towards the distance. The third ancestor and Xiahou Yuan did not move. The third ancestor whispered, "Xiahou, I will take care of the rest. There is no need to send people to the ice and fire secret treasure in the future. Tell the demon clan that we have completely given up the quota for the ice and fire secret treasure." Xiahou Yuan nodded. "Okay, I will follow your suggestion." The third ancestor continued, "Go back to the mall after you finish your work here. It's almost time, and you should change your route." Xiahou Yuan hummed, "There is one last thing, and it is almost done. After it is done, I can practice with peace of mind." The third ancestor said, "Is it that thing?" Xiahou Yuan nodded. "The things that Shaolin found have basically been found, and we can start." The third ancestor hummed, "Okay." As soon as the voice fell, the third ancestor had disappeared. 2 lightning bolts crossed the land of Beizhou at an astonishing speed. This is the fastest flight Lin Moyu has ever experienced. The speed of the Dao Zun Jiujing is faster than many flying boats. Especially Lei Tian, who controls the Thunder Avenue, speed is his strong point. In less than a day, they have passed through most of Beizhou and arrived at the Demon King Palace. The Demon King Palace is not in the center of Beizhou, but in the north of Beizhou. The temperature here is cold and extremely low. The two flew through blizzards. A huge mountain range isolates the world in the north from the outside world. Even for Dao Zun, it is not easy to cross this mountain range. It is not because the mountain range is high enough. No matter how high the mountain range is, Dao Zun can fly over it. But there is a natural formation on this mountain range. And under the mountain range, there is an origin spirit vein. The formation relies on the origin spirit vein and has amazing power, forming a blizzard that never dissipates all year round. The blizzard contains huge power to stop all outsiders. Lei Tian introduced that this mountain range is actually a test for the demon clan. If a demon below Dao Zun can pass through this mountain range, he will be appreciated by the Demon King. If he is lucky, he can enter the Demon King Palace and be personally instructed by the Demon King, or even reused. In the minds of all demon cultivators, the Demon King Palace is the supreme holy land. The Demon King is the emperor supported by all demons, the only emperor. After passing through the huge snowy mountains of hundreds of thousands of miles, we finally entered a plain. It is very strange that although it is in the icy land of the extreme north, behind the snowy mountains is a shady grassland. The grassland is endless and extends into the distance, and the view suddenly becomes extremely wide. In the air, looking down from a high place into the distance, I vaguely see a palace. This grassland is also very strange. The temperature here is extremely low, and it is actually not suitable for any kind of plant to grow. But even in this harsh environment, the growth of the grassland is very gratifying. 1.1 Lei Tian explained, this grass is very special. It was planted by the Demon King on purpose. It is actually a test. Crossing the snow mountain range is only the first step. The specific benefits he can get will depend on how far he can walk on the grassland. The farther he walks, the greater the benefits he will get. Lin Moyu knew that the so-called benefits were naturally the attention and appreciation of the Demon King. This model actually existed in many sects of the human race. So Lin Moyu didn't think it was strange. It was just a test of perseverance, Taoism, potential, etc. These things were left over by the human race. It can be seen that the demon race is indeed inferior to the human race in terms of wisdom. The Demon King's palace on the grassland looked close, but it was still very far away. What they saw was just a projection of the Demon King's palace. The two flew millions of kilometers and finally saw the real Demon King's palace. The Demon King Palace is extremely magnificent, towering over the world, exuding an amazing aura. In Lin Moyu's eyes, it doesn't look like a palace, but more like a giant beast entrenched on the grassland. This should be a very powerful magic weapon. Lin Moyu saw the true face of the Demon King Palace at a glance. He felt that he was not wrong. The Demon King Palace was an extremely powerful magic weapon. The power of this magic weapon has exceeded his imagination. Perhaps, it is not a magic weapon of the Dao Zun realm at all, but most likely a magic weapon of the Dao realm. Once this magic weapon is activated, it will not be too difficult to kill a Dao Zun 9th realm strongman like Lei Tian. Lei Tian brought Lin Moyu to the main gate of the Demon King Palace. The two of them descended to the ground. Lei Tian said in a startling voice, "Master Demon King, fellow Daoist Lin is here." A few seconds later, the gate of the Demon King Palace opened automatically, and a majestic voice sounded, "Come in." Just by hearing the voice, a powerful phantom appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. The voice directly affects the soul, and he is indeed a powerful person in the Dao realm. But you want to scare me with this, it's still a little short. Lin Moyu said in his heart, He had dealt with Dao Realm Masters more than once, and knew how powerful Dao Realm Masters were. The performance of the Demon King now was nothing. Lei Tian took Lin Moyu into the Demon King Palace and headed towards the center of the Demon King Palace. Passing through the courtyards, Lin Moyu saw many demon cultivators. They came from various branches of the demon clan. Although they all turned into human forms, they more or less retained some characteristics of the demon clan. The demon clan was not peaceful. Many branches fought each other, and even reached the point of being incompatible. But here, these demon clans that usually fought endlessly could live in harmony and practice together. This shows how powerful the Demon King's majesty is. The Demon King is indeed an existence that has the final say in the demon clan. The Demon King Palace is very huge. They walked for a long time and finally entered the central area of the Demon King Palace. When they got here, the number of demon cultivators was getting smaller and smaller. Lin Moyu understood that the Demon King's palace had strict hierarchy, and there were strict rules for who could go where. This place was no longer accessible to ordinary demons. When he arrived in front of a tall palace, Lei Tian stopped. "The Demon King is inside, go and by yourself." Lin Moyu nodded slightly. He knew that the Demon King wanted to meet him alone. It was about the ice and fire Dao stone. Even Lei Tian was not qualified to know. Lin Moyu walked in, and in the deepest part of the palace, a huge hazy figure sat in it. In the hazy figure, a pair of brilliant lights shot out as if they were real and fell on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had the illusion of being seen through, as if he had no secrets at all. But this was just an illusion. He knew that it was a show of strength from the Demon King, and it was actually nothing. Lin Moyu walked over, clasped his hands, and said in the etiquette of the human race, "Human Lin Moyu, meet the Demon King." The Demon King hummed, and his majestic voice sounded in the palace, "Why don't you kneel when you see me?" Lin Moyu was neither humble nor arrogant. Human cultivators, in addition to their parents, even the heaven and earth do not have to kneel. The Demon King's voice was cold. "Do you know where you are? Do you know who I am? Do you know that I can kill you at any time?" The terrifying pressure swept over, like an infinite mountain falling on him. Under such heavy pressure, even a Dao Zun 7th realm can't stand safely. But Lin Moyu still remained calm. "The Dao Realm strongman, I have also seen these methods of the Demon King, which are ineffective against me. If the Demon King wants to kill me, I will also fight back. Maybe I will die, but I promise that my sister will never have an easy life in this world." The hazy mist covering the Demon King rolled wildly, and the Demon King was furious. "How dare you!" The pressure on Lin Moyu increased several times, and his bones creaked, as if they would break at any time. But Lin Moyu remained unmoved, and even a faint breath had passed through the Demon King's aura and fell on the Demon King. Lin Moyu completed the Great Dao locking enemy. If the Demon King really wanted to make a move, he would not be polite. The body of Dao Zun Jiujing is ready, and the ancestral water and the power of faith are also ready. The soul has taken the Great Dao Immortal Pill in his hand. If the body of Dao Zun Jiujing cannot cause any harm to the Demon King, Lin Moyu still has a trump card. However, Lin Moyu knew that he would not take action most likely, because the third ancestor should be here soon, or even already here, watching the show from the side. The Demon King felt the Great Dao locking the enemy, and the fog rolled even more violently. At this moment, he knew that Lin Moyu would really take action, not just talk. The strangest thing was that his pressure was ineffective on Lin Moyu. This level of pressure was unbearable for the Dao Zun 7th realm, but Lin Moyu could still stand here. He didn't know at all that Lin Moyu really couldn't bear this pressure, but Lin Moyu had the Undead Legion as a backing. The entire Undead Legion shared the pressure for Lin Moyu, so Lin Moyu could still stand here. At this time, it was the Demon King who became difficult to get off the tiger. If he didn't take action, his face would really be lost. If he took action, he called Lin Moyu here, not to kill him. "Haha, Demon King, I said this kid is tough, and these methods of yours will not work." A light laugh broke the tense atmosphere. With this sound, the pressure from the Demon King also disappeared. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the third ancestor has arrived a long time ago. Just as he guessed, the third ancestor had already arrived and had been watching the show. The pressure from the Demon King was just a test of his own means. The Demon King's breath rolled, and he laughed. The little guy is really good. This is the first time I have seen such a hard bone in all these years. The third ancestor appeared at the 207th seat under the Demon King, as if he had always been there, smiling at Lin Moyu. Boy, come and sit down. Lin Moyu did not move, looking at the third ancestor. Third ancestor, you and Lin have known each other for many years. If you think this is fun, then I'm sorry, I'm not interested in accompanying you. As for the Demon King, you are a powerful person in the Tao realm and deserve respect, but I am born with a hard bone, and I will not tolerate softness. Although I don't know why the Demon King invited me this time, there is no need to say it. I am not interested, so I'll say goodbye. After saying that, Lin Moyu turned around and left without looking back. The Demon King had a step to go down by himself, but now Lin Moyu didn't want to give him this step. You really think you are made of mud? You can intimidate if you want, and you can be friendly if you want. There is no such easy thing in the world. You want face, and your circle also wants face. As soon as Lin Moyu turned and left, the third ancestor and the Demon King were stunned. Why was this plot different from what they thought? Originally, they thought that they would scare Lin Moyu and let him know how powerful the Tao realm was. In the subsequent conversation, they would have the upper hand. But Lin Moyu was not intimidated at all and walked away directly. This time, the two were stunned. Wait! Stay! The Demon King and the third ancestor shouted at the same time, and the third ancestor came directly in front of Lin Moyu and blocked Lin Moyu's way. The third ancestor stopped Lin Moyu. Boy, if you have something to say, please talk to me nicely. Don't leave in a hurry. Just now, Lin Moyu no longer called himself a junior, but Lin. The change in address also represented Lin Moyu's mood. He was very unhappy. Lin Moyu said, "What else can I say? You said you invited me here, and as soon as I came, you wanted me to kneel down. If I didn't kneel, you would kill me." Lin is indeed at a low level, but Lin is not so easy to bully. Lin has killed several gods from the outer realm. The strong men in the Tao realm are not really unkillable. Lin Moyu told a fact in a very calm tone. He did kill gods from the outer realm, not only gods from the outer realm, but also strong men in the Tao realm. This also means that he has enough means and cards, and you must pay a price if you want to kill him. The third ancestor laughed and said, "It was just a misunderstanding just now. We can make money by being harmonious. Some misunderstandings can be resolved after being explained." At this time, the Demon King also said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, I was reckless just now. Please don't be offended. I invited fellow Taoist Lin to come here this time because I really have something to discuss." Lin Moyu took a deep breath and said, "Okay, for the sake of the third ancestor, let's see what kind of wealth can be generated." Since the third ancestor and the Demon King have lowered their posture, Lin Moyu also stepped down. Lin Moyu actually didn't want to leave at all. He knew that the Demon King and the third ancestor wanted to show him power, not really wanting to kill him, but just wanted to gain the upper hand in the next negotiation. The third ancestor is a businessman, and no matter what he does, he has the characteristics of a businessman. So Lin Moyu is 80% sure that the reason why the Demon King did this was the advice given by the third ancestor. So when he was about to leave, the third ancestor was the first to stop him. In the words of the third ancestor, they messed up and misjudged his character. I just want to tell them with my actions that I am not easy to bully. Although you are powerful people in the Tao realm, don't think about taking advantage of me. In this way, I can gain the upper hand in the next negotiation. Lin Moyu believes that his judgment is correct. If the Demon King really takes action, he is already ready and is not afraid at all. From Xiao Yuan's mouth, Lin Moyu probably knew the character of the Demon King. He was a little impulsive and had a bad temper. So it was not impossible to take action. But now it seemed that his guesses were all correct. The third ancestor almost pulled Lin Moyu to the position below the Demon King and sat down. Okay, calm down, we can discuss anything. Lin Moyu said, Master Demon King, what do you want me to do? Just tell me. The Demon King's mist rolled. I know that fellow Taoist Lin has obtained the Ice and Fire Tao Stone, and I want to ask fellow Taoist Lin to buy one. As expected, they came for the Ice and Fire Tao Stone, and Lin Moyu had an idea in his mind. The Ice and Fire Tao Stone is very important to Tao Realm Masters like the third ancestor Demon King. Lin Moyu guessed that Tao Realm Masters like the third ancestor Demon King who stayed on the Origin continent must pay some price. For example, the soul will be damaged, or they will not be able to continue to practice on the Origin continent. The Ice and Fire Tao Stone can cleanse the soul, which means that they can practice on the Origin continent. Things like the Fire and Ice Tao Stone must be extremely rare, so the Fire Tao Stone is very important to them. Lin Moyu figured this out on the way here, and also estimated the approximate value of the Fire and Ice Tao Stone. Facing the request of the Demon King, Lin Moyu asked directly, what price is the Demon King prepared to offer? The Demon King was very generous. How many Origin crystals do you need, and what level? Just ask. Lin Moyu shook his head. I don't want Origin crystals. The Demon King was stunned for a moment. Then whatever you want, as long as I have it, we can discuss it. The third ancestor turned his head silently, not wanting to watch. These few words of conversation were enough to show that the Demon King was not a businessman at all. How could he reveal his cards to others right at the beginning? He didn't want to listen anymore. He could already imagine that Lin Moyu would ask for a huge price next. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, Lin, tell me what you need, and the Demon King can see what you have. Spiritual materials above the 4th level of Dao Zone, Origin spiritual veins above the 4th level, the remains of Origin spiritual veins above the 4th level, the root of rebirth, the corpses of the strong men of the 9th level of Dao Zone or above, materials above the 7th level of Dao Zone with special properties, and the magic weapons of the Buddhist clan above the 7th level of Dao Zone. Lin Moyu finished what he wanted in one breath, each of which was very precious, and could not be measured by the Origin crystal. In other words, these things cannot be bought with money. Even the Demon King, a strong man in the Tao realm, was in trouble at this time. What Lin Moyu wanted was indeed not simple. His eyes fell on the third ancestor. Third ancestor, do you have these things? As the owner of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, the third ancestor had too many good things in his hands. Although the things Lin Moyu proposed were precious, he really had them. However, with Lin, as Lin Moyu said, these things are too precious, and cannot be measured by ordinary Origin crystals, so they must be exchanged. The only difference between the two is that the third ancestor knows what good things the Demon King has. The third ancestor said, I have a magic weapon of the 7th realm of the Buddha clan, which was left by a Buddha clan Tao realm strongman before he was promoted to the Tao. The Demon King asked Lin Moyu again, fellow Taoist Lin, I wonder if this thing is okay? Lin Moyu nodded, yes. After confirming that Lin Moyu was fine, the Demon King looked at the third ancestor again. I wonder what the third ancestor needs. The third ancestor smiled and said, you know, the deep Demon King flower. The Demon King's mist suddenly stagnated. 10 flowers, too many. The third ancestor laughed. Magic weapons above the 7th realm of the Buddha clan are not easy to get. The Demon King was obviously reluctant to give up the 10 Demon King flowers. Lin Moyu didn't know that the Demon King flowers were chemical substances. According to the current situation, they should be good things. The magic weapons of the Buddha clan Daozuan above the 7th realm are indeed rare. After thinking again and again, the Demon King made a decision. The mist rolled, and 10 strange flowers flew out of the mist. Each flower is more than 1 meter high, and the field is divided into sky. Each flower has 7 leaves, showing 7 colors. As soon as the flowers appeared, they emitted a brilliant light, and Lin Moyu seemed to see a rainbow of 7 colors. The 3 ancestors took out a lotus magic weapon at the same time. As soon as the lotus magic weapon appeared, bursts of Buddhist voices rang out in the palace. This is also a rare and powerful magic weapon. After the 2 inspected the goods and confirmed that there was no problem, they handed over the money and the goods to complete the transaction. The Demon King sent the lotus magic weapon to Lin Moyu again. Lin Moyu also took out a sealed Icefire Dao stone, and just like before, he exchanged money with goods. In a blink of an eye, the transaction was completed, and everyone got what they needed. After getting the Icefire Dao stone, the Demon King was obviously a little excited, and the mist kept boiling. At this time, Lin Moyu suddenly said, "I wonder if the Demon King still wants the Icefire Dao stone." The Demon King's voice suddenly became heavy. "Do you still have phone?" The 3rd ancestor also looked over in confusion. "Do you still have the Icefire Dao stone?" The eyes of the Demon King and the 3 ancestors fell on Lin Moyu at the same time. If the eyes had substance, if it was an ordinary Dao Zun, they would have been scared to death by their eyes. Lin Moyu said, "Of course there is more." As he spoke, he took out another piece of ice and fire Dao stone, which looked like the previous ice and fire Dao stone. He guessed that one piece might not be enough for the 2 to use the ice and fire Dao stone to refine their souls. He had used it before, and after refining the soul, the power in the ice and fire Dao stone was weakened. Before that, when Qi Xian and Lan Shan used the ice and fire Dao stone to form a large formation, the ice and fire Dao stone was also continuously consuming the calendar area. So they used their own continuous power to draw the power of the great Dao to replenish the power of the ice and fire Dao stone. It can be seen from this that the power in the ice and fire Dao stone is not endless, nor can it be easily replenished. With the strength of the Demon King and the 3 ancestors, one ice and fire Dao stone is probably not enough. Now looking at the reactions of the 2, it is indeed the case. Since he took out the 2nd ice and fire Dao stone, the 2 could no longer take their eyes off the ice and fire Dao stone. Lin Moyu felt the desire and even some greed from the 2 people's eyes. It can be imagined that if there were no special reasons, the 2 might have started to rob. Lin Moyu whispered, "Still the conditions just now. If the Demon King needs it, you can exchange it with what Lin wants." The Demon King was in a dilemma for a moment. He looked at the 3rd ancestor again. "3rd ancestor, do you have more?" This time, the 3rd ancestor turned his head and simply refused, "No more." The 3rd ancestor had seen 747 that Lin Moyu must have obtained more than 2 pieces of ice and fire Dao stones. There must be more. Although he had an agreement with him, there was no agreement on the quantity. Lin Moyu, this little fox, would give him at most 1 piece of ice and fire Dao stone. If he wanted more, he would definitely have to exchange it with something. So, he decisively rejected the Demon King. The things Lin Moyu wanted were too rare. Even if he had them, he wouldn't have many, and he would not have enough. The Demon King was not angry when the 3rd ancestor rejected him. After thinking for a while, he said, "Friend Lin, please stay here for a while." As soon as the words fell, the Demon King's breath suddenly disappeared, and the Demon King had already left the Demon King Palace. The 3rd ancestor looked at Lin Moyu at this time. "Little Lin, how many ice and fire Dao stones did you get?" Lin Moyu smiled but did not answer, and threw the ice and fire Dao stone in his hand to the 3rd ancestor. "3rd ancestor, this is the ice and fire Dao stone that Lin promised to get for you. The implication is that if you want more ice and fire Dao stones, then take out something to exchange." The 3rd ancestor just took the ice and fire Dao stone, and before he could be happy for half a second, he saw another ice and fire Dao stone in Lin Moyu's hand. The 3rd ancestor's eyes were wide open, and he looked like a greedy person who was eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "3rd ancestor, I think with your status, you should not rob openly." The 3rd ancestor laughed awkwardly. Just now, he did have the idea of robbing for a moment, but it was only a moment. He said shamelessly, with my status, I naturally cannot rob a junior of something. But your conditions are really a bit harsh. Apart from me, few people can afford it. Lin Moyu smiled. Harsh? Because it is worth it. At that time, Chi Xian and Lan Shan, two Dao Realm seniors, told me that ice and fire Dao stones are extremely precious, especially in the origin continent. One less piece is used. The third ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly. Chi Xian and Lan Shan have returned to the Dao, right? Lin Moyu nodded. They made an appointment with Lin that they would come to pick me up when Lin ascends to the Dao. The third ancestor said, your good fortune is not shallow. Do you know their identities? Lin Moyu shook his head. I never make friends based on my status. The third ancestor completely gave up the idea of robbing. Okay, when we get back, I'll look for inventory to see if there's anything else I can trade. Lin Moyu said, actually, you have another item to trade, and it's not difficult for you to trade it. Tell me about it. The third ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that what Lin Moyu said would definitely not be simple. Lin Moyu said, I know you must be familiar with the situation of each secret treasure. I want all the secret treasure information of the gods outside the domain, as well as the detailed information in the secret treasure. The third ancestor said, you are killing the gods outside the domain. Lin Moyu laughed, there's no other way, otherwise it will be too slow to practice. The third ancestor looked Lin Moyu up and down. How many Dao patterns have you condensed, kid? Lin Moyu smiled, guess. The third ancestor snorted. He was too lazy to guess. The information is indeed there, but it needs to be sorted out. When you return to the mall, I will give it to you. The information is in Lu Lian's hands. Even the third ancestor can't take it out now. Lin Moyu smiled. Okay, there is another thing. If you can do it, you can also trade a piece of ice and fire Dao stone. You helped me kill Master Ku Rong. The third ancestor's eyes glared. Impossible. Do you know the strength of Master Ku Rong? Lin Moyu said, Dao Realm, the Dao Realm of the plant system, the vitality is strong, but the attack power should not be too strong. With the means of the third ancestor, he will not be your opponent. The third ancestor snorted. You also know that he is a powerful Dao Realm of the plant system. Even if he is not my opponent, it is impossible for me to kill him. Lin Moyu said, what if you join forces with the Demon King? The third ancestor shook his head and said, it's still not enough. At least 4 Dao Realm Masters must join forces to have a chance to kill him, and the chance will not exceed 50%. Lin Moyu knew that the third ancestor was not talking nonsense. Master Ku Rong might have the lowest attack power in the Dao Realm, but his vitality was absolutely terrifying. The third ancestor continued, in fact, we have already taken action before. The Demon King and I used the cause and effect magic weapon at the same time to cut off the cause and effect between Master Ku Rong and the ice and fire secret treasure, but we can only do this much. Lin Moyu thought that in the ice and fire secret treasure, the insect mother suddenly lost its source of power. It turned out that the 3 groups and the Demon King had fought. He sighed, it seems that I have to rely on myself in the future. The third ancestor said, you are so brave that you dare to offend even the Dao Realm. Lin Moyu thought to himself, what's the point of lousy ever coming to the Dao Realm? At this time, the Demon King's breath appeared in the palace again, and the throne was filled with mist, and then a dragon python corpse was thrown over. The corpse was very fresh, and there was still a hint of life. Obviously it had just died. The spirit beast Jiaomong was not a python dragon, and was still 1 level away. From the breath emanating from the corpse, it had already reached the 9th level of Dao Zun, and was definitely a top-level powerhouse among spirit beasts. The Demon King actually went to hunt and kill a spirit beast of the 9th level of Dao Zun for trading. Is this okay? The Demon King's voice was low, and he was obviously suppressing his murderous aura. Even for the Demon King, it seemed that it was not so easy to kill a spirit beast of the 9th level of Dao Zun. It was not that the Demon King was not strong enough, but that the Demon King could not use his full strength in the origin continent. From this, it can be seen that Master Kurong could not use his full strength either. Lin Moyu threw the ice and fire Dao stone to the Demon King and said at the same time, "No problem." The Demon King took the ice and fire Dao stone, and his breath was rolling, and he was obviously very happy. But then, Lin Moyu produced a third piece of ice and fire Dao stone, and the Demon King was surprised again. "You still have it?" Lin Moyu smiled. "Demon King, how about we make a deal?" In the stunned eyes of the Demon King, Lin Moyu stated his request. "Help me kill Master Kurong, and I will give you 2 pieces of ice and fire Dao stone." Although the third ancestor said that it was impossible to kill Master Kurong, Lin Moyu believed that a great reward would attract a brave man. Faced with the temptation of 2 pieces of ice and fire Dao stone, Lin Moyu believed that the Demon King would definitely take action. Sure enough, the Demon King's heavy breathing sounded in the mist. After a few seconds, the Demon King whispered, "I can't kill him alone." The third ancestor watched quietly on the side without saying much. He had just told Lin Moyu that even if the 2 of them joined forces, they could not kill Master Kurong. Lin Moyu must have a reason to do this now. Lin Moyu asked, "Then can you hurt him?" "I mean the soul, not the body that can be restored at any time." The Demon King thought for a while. "If it's just a wound, I should have a chance with a surprise attack. But it is impossible for him to be seriously injured. At most, he will be slightly injured and will recover in 10 years at most." Lin Moyu thought for a while. "Only 10 years? Then I will add one more condition. In addition to injuring him, you will give me a protective item. When Master Kurong attacks me, you will attack me. In this way, it is worth a piece of ice and firestone. What do you think of this deal?" The breath of the Demon King rolled, and he was obviously thinking. The eyes of the third ancestor also showed a thoughtful look. He was calculating the gains and losses and felt whether it was worth it. He put himself in the Demon King's shoes and found that this deal could be done. The Demon King is very powerful. It should not be a problem to injure Master Kurong in a surprise attack. A protective item is also not a problem for the Demon King, and it is not difficult to just block Master Kurong. After a few seconds, the Demon King made a decision. As he spoke, a Demon Emperor flower flew out, which was exactly the same as the Demon Emperor flower given to the third ancestor before. After flying out of the mist, the Demon Emperor flower quickly shrank, and finally became only the size of a palm, becoming a jade-like specimen. The Demon Emperor said, "This Demon Emperor flower is the protective object given to you by this Emperor. If Master Kurong attacks you, this Emperor will naturally attack you." Lin Moyu put away the Demon Emperor flower. "Thank you, Demon Emperor." The Demon Emperor nodded. "Then this Emperor will go to Shizhou now, you wait here." As he spoke, the Demon Emperor's breath disappeared again. Lin Moyu laughed dumbly. "I didn't say I was going now." The third ancestor said, "The Demon Emperor is like this, everything is as fast as wind and fire, it doesn't matter, anyway, it takes a certain amount of time, we just have to wait for a while. Take advantage of now, we can discuss another deal." Lin Moyu knew that the third ancestor was talking about the 160 Taoist masters. 160 Daozuan 6th realm strongmen. Although it will not affect the foundation of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, it is also a huge loss. In many holy places, the holy masters and clan masters in power are only Daozuan 6th realm. And among these Daozuan 6th realm, there may be several 7th realm ancestors. Lin Moyu said, "I still have the same conditions as before. What do you think the Daozuan are worth?" The third ancestor secretly cursed Lin Moyu for being a little fox and directly kicked the ball away from him. If he said too little, it means that these Daozuan are not worth enough in his mind, and he will lose face. If he said too much, he would also lose himself. But now, he can't say it. After all, Lin Moyu has already put his cards in the open, and you can give it as you see fit. But it doesn't matter, Sanzu is a businessman, you can ask for a high price, and I can bargain. The third ancestor thought for a while and said, "A 5th level origin spiritual vein." Lin Moyu shook his head. Not enough. The price paid by Lufeng Chamber of Commerce to cultivate these Dao zones is far more than a 5th-level origin spiritual vein. The third ancestor thought for a while and knew that his offer was indeed not high. Then add a spiritual material of the 6th level of Dao zones. Don't be too much. I am already very sincere. Lin Moyu said, another 5th-level origin spiritual vein debris. Don't say you don't have it. I won't believe it. The third ancestor was thick-skinned. What do you think the origin spiritual vein debris is? If you say you have it, you have it. Lin Moyu said, I believe you definitely have it, and 3 things can be exchanged for 160 intact 6th-level Dao zones. Maybe there will be several 7th-level ancestors soon. This deal is very cost-effective for you. The third ancestor stared at Lin Moyu. The two stared at each other. Lin Moyu did not give in. Anyway, he had already certified that the main ancestor must have it. In the end, the third ancestor was defeated. Okay, let's do as you said. The third ancestor took out 3 things, 1 5th-order origin spiritual vein and 1 wreckage, and 1 Taoist 6th-level spiritual material. Lin Moyu took out 160 spiritual flowers and gave them to the third ancestor, 1 flower for each Taoist. They will definitely be restored to their original state. The third ancestor looked at the spiritual flowers. I seem to have seen this flower somewhere before. Lin Moyu didn't care. You have seen too many things. Maybe your eyes are dazzled. The third ancestor put away the spiritual flowers and didn't ask more questions. He knew that Lin Moyu had many secrets, and some secrets were not suitable for asking more questions. The third ancestor said, to be honest, I don't have many of the things you want. You can think about other things and see if you can exchange them with other things. Lin Moyu said, it's not that I don't have any. I want the fragments of hell. Do you have them? The third ancestor stared. What did you say? Lin Moyu repeated, the fragments of hell, the fragments left after the hell was broken. The third ancestor's breathing became heavier and his voice became deeper. No. Lin Moyu looked at the third ancestor's appearance. With the third ancestor's calm attitude, he was a little out of control at this time. He said no, and this answer seemed to be unreliable. Before Lin Moyu could find out, the third ancestor had already asked, why do you want the hell fragment? Do you know what the hell fragment means? Lin Moyu said, anyway, you don't have to worry about it. I have a use for it. Maybe you really don't have the hell fragment, but you must have information about the hell fragment. Just give me the information and I will give you a piece of ice and fire Taoist stone. Lin Moyu continued to tempt the third ancestor with the ice and fire Taoist stone. He believed that the ice and fire Taoist stone was tempting enough for the third ancestor. If 1 piece was not enough, then 2 pieces, and if 2 pieces were not enough, then 3 pieces. No matter how important the hell fragment was, facing the temptation of the ice and fire Taoist stone, the third ancestor would definitely tell it in the end. But the chips needed to be added little by little, and Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. At the same time, he could not tell the third ancestor that he had once fused a piece of hell fragment. He realized from the information from all sides and the reaction of the third ancestor that the former hell was broken. Perhaps it was a huge secret. Faced with the temptation of the ice and fire Dao stone, the third ancestor was embarrassed, and it was obvious that he was struggling. Lin Moyu did not ask further. He could not show any anxiety now. After a while, the third ancestor suddenly asked, what do you want the hell fragment for? Lin Moyu said, don't worry about what it is for, anyway, I have a use for it. Do you know that once the hell fragment is born, if it is not handled properly, the world will be destroyed? Lin Moyu grasped the key information, born. These 2 words have great meanings. Lin Moyu whispered, is the hell fragment sealed? Who sealed the hell fragment? Is it the 10 clans of Yuyin? Every time Lin Moyu said something, Sanzu's breathing became heavier. He found that he only revealed a little information, and Lin Moyu could guess a lot of things. Sanzu asked, how did you know about the Netherworld clan? Lin Moyu said, tell me. Sun Tzu refuted with a low voice, when did I say that? Lin Moyu said, I once asked you to buy a lot of information, and there are some things about the Netherworld clan in these materials. Sun Tzu said, I know those materials, but they only mentioned the Netherworld clan, and didn't say anything about their relationship with Hell. Lin Moyu said, once there were 6 guys who called themselves the 6 elders of the Netherworld who came to hunt me down, but I killed them in return. From them, I learned some things about the Netherworld clan. By the way, the Netherworld clan seems to have originated from the Netherworld Black Pool in Hell. When Hell collapsed, part of the Netherworld Black Pool was preserved, and eventually evolved into the 810 and became the Netherworld clan. I guess there was a piece of Hell fragment with the Netherworld Black Pool, which played a role in fueling the evolution of the Netherworld clan. Lin Moyu once again inferred a lot of information from the words of the third ancestor. Now Lin Moyu is 80% sure that there must be a piece of Hell fragment in the ancestral land of the Netherworld clan. The problem now is that he doesn't know where the Netherworld clan is. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't know, but the third ancestor knows. Lin Moyu didn't ask directly, but said to himself, it seems that the piece of Hell fragment is really in the hands of the Netherworld clan. If so, then I will go to the Netherworld clan to ask for it. This deal. Before he finished speaking, the third ancestor interrupted him. Gu Qing agreed to your conditions just now. Lin Moyu looked at the third ancestor with a smile, but I already know the whereabouts of the Hell fragment. The third ancestor said, people should be honest. If I hadn't told you just now, you wouldn't have known. Lin Moyu sighed, showing some helplessness. Well, according to our agreement, you tell me all the information about the Hell fragment. It's worth a piece of ice and firestone. This time the third ancestor was very happy. He took out a jade card, his soul moved slightly, and sent a stream of information into the jade card. Lin Moyu thought to himself, it's true. The third ancestor won't even tell Lu Lian about these important information. Lin Moyu has seen that in front of the third ancestor, the importance of information is also divided into different levels. Some of the highest level information can only be mastered by him. This also proves from the side that the third ancestor is really a cautious businessman. What is a cautious businessman? It means that no one will be fully trusted. No matter how close the person is, he will keep a hand. But this kind of person is very honest and trustworthy in some aspects. Everyone has his own secrets, and Lin Moyu himself has many secrets, so Lin Moyu doesn't care about it. He paid the money and the goods, and exchanged the water and firestone for this jade token. Lin Moyu smiled and said, you made a lot of money in this deal. The third ancestor didn't think so. You have to be careful, this is not a joke. Lin Moyu smiled and said, don't worry, I tell you the truth, I once got a piece of Hell fragment. The third ancestor was furious. What happened later? Lin Moyu waved his hand. I'm living well. Seeing Lin Moyu's appearance, the third ancestor breathed a sigh of relief. But he still reminded, you still have to be careful anyway, the Nether clan is not easy to deal with. Lin Moyu said, I will pay attention. As he said this, he placed the jade token between his eyebrows and looked at the information inside. The information in the jade card is very valuable, worth a piece of ice and fire Taoist stone, which is comparable to the life of a Taoist master of the 9th realm. But there is not much information. Lin Moyu only read it for a while and finished it all. So the Nether clan is hiding in Shizhou. Although Shizhou is not as chaotic as Dongzhou and is a place where various tribes fight for, the situation in Shizhou is also very complicated. The Buddha clan, the Dragon clan, the Zerg clan, and the Baichao alliance are divided in 4 directions in Shizhou. Among them, the Buddha clan and the Baichao alliance seem to be peaceful, but in fact they will fight secretly. Not to mention the Dragon clan and the Zerg clan, they are mortal enemies, and they will fight to the death as long as they meet. So Shizhou is also in constant war, and I didn't expect that the base of the Nether clan was hidden in Shizhou. He occupied a small piece of land in Shizhou, which is a poor and bad place. Because there is no benefit, no one from the various tribes will go to trouble them. Over time, the Nether clan also gained a foothold. In the information given by the third ancestor, it was emphasized that in the Netherworld clan, there is a Netherworld black pool left over from the shattering of hell. In the Netherworld black pool, there is a terrible creature. Although this creature is not as good as the third ancestor Demon King, there is no benefit in dealing with it, so neither the third ancestor nor the Demon King has the idea of moving it. The most important thing is that its existence suppresses the piece of land fragment. So let alone they will not move, even if someone wants to move the Netherworld clan, they will not agree. Of course, Lin Moyu is an exception. What they really care about is the piece of hell fragment. As long as Lin Moyu can deal with the hell fragment, they don't care. Boom! The terrible breath rises from afar and spreads across the entire origin continent. As long as the cultivator exceeds the 7th realm of Dao Zun, or the spiritual practitioner is sensitive enough, he can feel this breath. The unimaginable pressure swept across the world. For a time, the world roared, as if it would collapse at any time. Under the pressure of this breath, the strong man in the first Zun realm was trembling. The stronger the strength, the more you can feel the terrifying aura. The third ancestor looked towards the west. When the Demon King and Ku Rong fought, it seemed that the two of them had a true fire, and the Demon King used his true strength. Lin Moyu was surprised. In the origin continent, the Demon King probably can't use his full strength. The third ancestor nodded. Of course not. At most he can use 3/10 of his strength, and there are risks. The Demon King has special means, so he can burst out in a short time, so he can hurt Ku Rong. Lin Moyu thought, so, if Master Ku Rong wants to kill me, he can only use 3/10 of his strength at most. The third ancestor said, about. Lin Moyu didn't have a specific concept of the 3/10 of strength in the Dao realm. But he felt that he was not much stronger than the Dao Zun Jiu realm. He continued to ask, how much stronger than the Shozun realm? 2.5. The third ancestor said, it is still much stronger. The Dao realm and the Dao Zun realm are essentially different. Even if the Dao Zun can only use 1/3 of his strength, even if all the Dao Zun Jiu realm in the origin continent come together, they can't beat a Dao realm. Lin Moyu frowned. Does that mean there is no chance of counterattack? The third ancestor shook his head. No. Lin Moyu didn't believe the third ancestor's words very much. If that Dao Zun is practicing the origin Dao, and that Dao realm is just practicing the ordinary Dao. In addition, that Dao Zun can exert the power of the origin Dao 10 times, while that Dao realm is restricted and can only exert 3/3 of his strength. In this case, do you think that the Dao Zun Jiu realm has a chance of winning? If this doesn't work, and if there are some other means, the power of the Dao Jiu realm can be pushed to 100 times? The third ancestor looked at Lin Moyu, and the more he looked, the weirder it was. Do you want to counterattack Ku Rong? Dao Zun killed Dao realm? Lin Moyu did not admit it. I am just making an inference. Do you think what I said is possible? The third ancestor carefully analyzed what Lin Moyu said, frowning slightly. If you say so, maybe there is a glimmer of possibility. Lin Moyu said confidently, so, nothing is absolute in the world, everything is possible. It is said that the Dao has a glimmer of hope. This is a glimmer of hope left for Dao Zun. It's just that it is too difficult for the world to grasp this glimmer of hope. It is difficult, but the hope always exists. The third ancestor did not speak. Everyone has their own understanding of the Dao, and it is difficult to say whether it is right or wrong. He can be sure that Lin Moyu must be thinking about how to kill Ku Rong. If Lin Moyu really does it, it will be truly against the will of heaven. During the casual conversation between Lin Moyu and the third ancestor, the pressure that permeated the world gradually disappeared, and the battle between the Demon King and Master Ku Ju in the distance ended. Lin Moyu didn't know whether the Demon King succeeded or not, and whether he injured Master Ku Rong. But the third ancestor said that there was no problem, so it shouldn't be a big problem. From the words revealed by the third ancestor, it can be heard that the Demon King's combat power is even stronger than the three groups. Especially 26, the Demon King has the ability to burst out amazing combat power in a short period of time, which can steadily suppress Master Ku Rong. The Demon King's aura appeared in the Demon King Palace again. The returning Demon King's mist rolled very violently, several times stronger than before. Obviously, he has not recovered from the battle. There was a hint of excitement in his low voice. The fight is over, Master Ku Rong has been injured, and this Emperor guarantees that his combat power will be greatly reduced in 10 years. Originally, Master Ku Rong could only exert 30% of his combat power in his heyday on the Origin continent. Now with another discount, it is estimated that he can only exert 20% of his combat power. In this way, although he is still stronger than the Dao Zun Jiujing, the gap is not as much as before. Lin Moyu believed the words of the Demon King and gave the ice and fire Dao Stone to the Demon King. After the Demon King took over the ice and fire Dao Stone, the mist boiled, and his mood was obviously much more excited than before. The third ancestor looked at the mist with doubts. Demon King, you seem to be injured too. How can Ku Rong's fighting power hurt you? The Demon King said, Master Ku Rong got a magic weapon from the sky, and I was injured by accident, but don't worry, the magic weapon has been broken by me, and it will take hundreds of years to recover. The third ancestor said, this is also Ku Rong's ability. Its branches can go to the sky and occasionally get some good things. This sentence was actually said to Lin Moyu, telling Lin Moyu that Master Ku Rong might have some unexpected things, which might be a threat to him. Just like this time the Demon King was injured, it was also because Master Ku Rong got a powerful magic weapon. Lin Moyu understood the third ancestor's intention. Thank you, third ancestor, I will be careful. The Demon King said, 3 pieces of ice and fire Dao Stone are enough for this emperor to use for a while. This emperor will also collect what Lin Dao Yu needs. If I get it, I will exchange it with Lin Dao Yu. Lin Moyu said, okay, the Demon King can come to me at any time. If you can't find me, you can also find the third ancestor. The third ancestor will definitely know where I am. Lin Moyu never doubted the intelligence system of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. The third ancestor looked at Lin Moyu. Where are you going next? When do you plan to return to Dongzhou? Lin Moyu said, I will stay in Beizhou for the time being. I have some things to do. I may go to Shizhou later, and then return to Dongzhou. The third ancestor frowned. You really planned to go to Shizhou? Lin Moyu nodded slightly, yes. The third ancestor thought for a moment. Once you go to Shizhou, you must be careful. If you have any problems, you can go to the branch hall in Shizhou. There will be people there to protect you. Lin Moyu clasped his fists towards the third ancestor. Thank you, third ancestor. The third ancestor said, You're welcome. Return to Dongzhou as soon as possible to complete our transaction. Lin Moyu nodded. Lin understands. The footprints of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce are spread across the 4 continents. They also have a branch in Shizhou, where powerful Taoist masters are stationed. According to the third ancestor, there is no problem with being careful. The Demon King also spoke at this time. Since fellow Taoist Lin is temporarily in Beizhou, with the Demon King flower given by this emperor, I guarantee that fellow Taoist Lin will have a smooth journey in Beizhou. Lin Moyu also clasped his fists to the Demon King to express his gratitude. In this transaction, although the Demon King and the 3 ancestors were far superior to Lin Moyu in terms of realm, during the transaction, the 3 of them treated each other equally, without the embarrassment of status superiority or inferiority. In fact, at some times, Lin Moyu was more powerful. Then the Demon King used the original spiritual vein under the Demon King Palace to send Lin Moyu away. And Lin, after Moyu left, the mist covering the Demon King churned again, revealing a hazy figure. Third ancestor, why did you ask me to not offend fellow Taoist Lin as much as possible in advance? Tungwen asked me to test fellow Taoist Lin? The third ancestor said, there is someone behind Lin, and I asked you to take action to see if he is really confident. I still have to do business with Lin, so it is not appropriate for me to take action. This is your first time meeting him, so you can test him once, there will be no problem. The Demon King hummed, accepting the third ancestor's statement. It seems that there is indeed someone behind him. The third ancestor said, I just don't know who is behind him. The Demon King muttered to himself, who among the current Tao Masters is standing behind him. The third ancestor shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. At the same time, he had another idea in his mind. Maybe, it may not be the Tao Master. The scene in front of him changed, and Lin Moyu was teleported thousands of miles away. When the line of sight was restored, he had left the Snow Mountain Range. Looking from a distance, the outline of the Snow Mountain Range can still be vaguely seen. It is the holy land of the demon race, a place that all demon races yearn for. Every 470 years, countless demon races below the Tao Master try to pass through the snowy mountains to gain the recognition of the Demon King. Similarly, every year, countless demon races die in the snowy mountains and sleep forever. For countless years, no one knows how many demon race celestial masters have been buried in the snowy mountains. This is a cemetery for celestial masters, a terrifying place that combines hope and death. Lin Moyu's eyes moved away from the snowy mountains, and with a thought, the space around him twisted, and the little three appeared beside him. Since the incident with the Hurricane battleship, the three returned to the world of rules, until now. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up and he took a deep breath. It's the breath of Beizhou. We are in Beizhou. Xiao Wu said, so this is Beizhou. It looks no different from Dongzhou and Nanzhou. Xiaoye said, it's still a little different. The breath here has a taste of barbarism. Xiaoye, who was born with a jade soul, has a soul that is far more sensitive than ordinary people. Just from the breath flowing through the heaven and earth, he felt the difference. Indeed, the breath of heaven and earth in each continent is a little different. The monsters in Beizhou worship power, and many things are solved with fists. In Beizhou, the biggest rule is fists. Over time, the breath of Beizhou is filled with a taste of barbarism, which is somewhat similar to the wilderness where spirit beasts live. Lin Moyu said to Xiao Wu, let's go to your house to take a look. This time, in addition to the ice and fire secrets, another reason for coming to Beizhou is to visit Xiao Wu's home. Xiao Wu has been out for a long time, and she is a little homesick. After all, she kidnapped Xiao Wu. Although she didn't take the initiative to kidnap him, it was because of her. She always has to say hello to Xiao Wu's people. Soul ancestor beasts are different from ordinary spirit beasts. Every soul ancestor beast has wisdom. Unlike other spirit beasts, some of the same tribe have wisdom and some don't. In addition, you can take Xiaoye and Xiao Wu to stroll around Beizhou and see the customs and monsters of Beizhou. Experience is also very important for a cultivator. The reason why Xiao Wu can practice so fast is inseparable from her countless years of spiritual life. In tens of thousands of years, Xiao Wu has seen all kinds of people and heard all kinds of things from these people. It seems useless at ordinary times, but at some point it will become accumulation and foundation. Xiao Wu is happy to let Lin Moyu lead the way. Her home is still far away from here. At their speed, it will take at least several months to walk. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry, just walked over little by little, measuring the land of Beizhou. At Xiao Wu's strong request, one more member was added to the group. The calf, who had lived leisurely for many years, was forcibly pulled out by Xiao Wu and became the mount of the three. The calf was forced to grow bigger so that Xiao Wu and the other two could sit on it comfortably. In this regard, even if the calf had complaints, he dared not say it, because he could not afford to offend any of these three ladies. Although the calf was lazy, his cultivation had been increasing over the years. As a servant of Lin Moyu, it enjoyed Lin the great luck brought by Moyu. Even if it does not actively practice, its cultivation will automatically increase. Unknowingly, Xiao's cultivation has reached the Tianzuan realm. Although it is only a low-level Tianzuan, it is still a Tianzuan. When Xiao broke through the Tianzuan, it jumped and jumped with joy, and its 4 cow hooves danced like flowers. For Xiao, being able to become a Tianzuan is not only a glory to the family, but also an ancestor. Among their ancestors, there was no Tianzuan at all. He is the most mature existence in the entire race. For this reason, Xiao decided to find a group of cows to continue his bloodline. For a while, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu played together and ignored Xiao. So Xiao took the opportunity to go to the big world and found many mothers. Now, he is the father of many calves, his cow life is complete, and his temperament is much more mature. Lin Moyu asked, Xiao, do you have any other ideals? Xiao thought for a while, I already have 467 cows, and I plan to find another 532 cows to make up 999 cows. Lin Moyu smiled and said, why not make up 1,000 cows? Xiao shook his big head. Blood inheritance tells me that everything will be lost if it is full, and you have to leave a line for everything, so just find 999 cows. It seems that your blood inheritance is very good. Lin Moyu said softly. Xiao still shook his head. It seems that my blood can be traced back to the birth of the big world. Xiao's blood is very old, so old that it existed at the birth of the big world. In Lin Moyu's eyes, when the big world was born, the earliest batch of blood should have come from the primitive world. In other words, Xiao's blood may be with the primitive world. Because I don't know the origin of the primitive world, I can't continue to trace it back. If it goes wrong, Xiao's blood will not be more ancient. At present, Xiao has great potential, far surpassing the ordinary star beasts in the big world. Therefore, Xiao cultivated all the way to Tianzuan without encountering any bottlenecks. The scenery in the demon tribe is good, the mountains and rivers are very beautiful, which is quite different from the East Continent and the South Continent. Xiao Wu and the other two laughed and talked all the way, very happy. After walking for most of the day, they finally walked out of the forest and a vast plain appeared in front of them. Xiao Wu suddenly pointed to the distance. What is that? The direction she pointed to was hundreds of kilometers away from the few people. It was a towering mountain. On the mountain, a straight mountain road led directly to the top of the mountain. On the mountain road, the Wu Tian tribe was moving forward. They walked and stopped, and some demons even knelt down, as if worshipping. As a native of the North Continent, Xiao Wu explained, they seemed to be going on a pilgrimage. Xiao Wu wondered what a pilgrimage was. Xiao Wu said, it's to worship the Demon King. I don't know what it is exactly. Xiao Wu was just a spirit beast after all. At this time, Lin Moyu learned what a pilgrimage was from the big world, Ruhuang. There are 12 Monster King mountains in the entire North Continent, and there is a statue of the Monster King on each Monster King mountain. Almost every moment, there will be a large number of monsters going to the Monster King mountain to worship the Monster King. This is called pilgrimage. Lin Moyu explained, and Xiao Yuan and the others understood. There are countless monsters in the North Continent, and the 12 Monster King mountains are crowded all year round. There are countless people who go to the top of the Monster King mountain to worship. And climbing the Monster King mountain is not allowed to fly, you can only climb step by step, and there is only one way to climb. This also makes the climbing road of the Monster King mountain extremely crowded. In Lin Moyu's view, the so-called pilgrimage is actually collecting the power of faith. The Monster King uses the 12 Monster King mountains to collect the power of faith of all monsters in the entire North Continent. Even Lin Moyu could still feel that there were strands of faith power going from the top of the Demon King mountain to the Snow Mountain range. The faith power would pass through the Snow Mountain range and eventually enter the Demon King palace, becoming the power of the Demon King. There was nothing wrong with the Demon King's behavior. In the past, the saints of the human race collected the faith power. To this day, there are statues of him in various locations in the world, providing him with a continuous supply of faith power. Now his faith power is as vast as the sea of smoke and countless. The faith power is definitely useful, and it is very useful, but he doesn't know how to use it now. He can only burn the faith power to enhance his magic. And there is no information on how to use the faith power in Lu Feng's, King's, Chamber of Commerce. It seems that if you want to really use the faith power well, you still need a chance. If you have a chance, you can ask the Demon King. Xiao Wu kept guiding the direction, and everyone went forward, over mountains and ridges, and after 10 days, they finally saw a demon city. This city is very big. It doesn't look as exquisite as the cities of the human race. It is wild and has the characteristics of the demon race. In the center of the city, a giant palace is very conspicuous and can be seen from a distance of hundreds of kilometers. These days, Lin Moyu has read the information of the demon race. According to the characteristics of the city and his location, he knows which race this city belongs to. Lin Moyu said, "This is the city of the Thunder Light Purple Tiger." Xiao Wu immediately took over Lin Moyu's words. "I know that the Thunder Light Purple Tiger is one of the royal families of the demon race." Lin Moyu thought of Lei Hao. "Since you are here, let's go in and take a look." Arriving at the gate of the city, I saw 3 big characters of the demon race engraved on the city. Purple Tiger City. This is the royal city of the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger, and the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger is one of the royal families in the demon race. Its patriarch Lei Tian has a cultivation level as high as the 9th level of Dao Zun. In the demon race, his status is second only to the demon emperor. There is also a saying in the demon race that the patriarchs of several royal families are actually the spokespersons of the demon emperor in Beizhou. So people like Lei Tian have a very high status in the demon race. In the demon city, there are not only demons, but also foreign races. Lin Moyu and his party saw a human caravan coming halfway and saw a few human cultivators. So their group was not too abrupt. The city gate was open, no one checked, and they could enter and exit at will, just like a rough mine. There are troops of the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger on the city, but they do not maintain order. Even if someone fights in the city, as long as they do not destroy the houses in the city, they will not care. If you damage a house, you just need to pay compensation according to the price. If someone is killed in the city, it is very simple. The murderer pays enough money, that is, the cleaning fee, and someone will naturally help you clean up the traces of the body. There is no formation for management in the city, but there are many patrols in the sky, monitoring the situation of the entire city. Here, the main character is a savage and fierce person who will use fists to solve any disagreement. Entering the city, the whole world suddenly became lively. There were constant shouting in my ears, and there were many stalls on the street, selling various specialties of the monster race. There were food and entertainment. In addition, there were many shops on both sides, including restaurants and hotels, which were no different from the human race. Xiao Wu sat on the back of the calf, looking around with a pair of bright big eyes with curiosity. A peak Tianzuan, he didn't look like a Tianzuan at all. But looking at Xiao Wu again, it seemed to be the same. Xiao Wu was also a Daozuan after all, and he didn't look like a Daozuan either. On the contrary, Xiaoye, who was at the lowest level among the 3, was the most calm and composed. Lin Moyu asked, "Is this Xiao Wu's first time in the Demon Clan city?" Xiao Wu nodded, "Yes, the elders at home said that the city is very dangerous. If those powerful Daozuan discovered our identities, we would definitely be hunted down." Lin Moyu smiled, "Don't worry, I'm here, no one can do anything to you." Xiao Wu smiled brightly. Xiao Wu knows that father will definitely protect Xiao Wu. As long as he is with Lin Moyu, Xiao Wu feels at ease. This sense of security from the soul makes Xiao Wu very close to Lin Moyu, and he even crosses the boundary sea to find Lin Moyu. The team passed through the city and came to the huge palace in the center of the city. This is the palace of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, and it is also where the direct members of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger live. As a royal family, the entire Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger is an extremely large clan, with millions of people in the clan. Only members of the direct lineage are qualified to live in Zihu City, and all collateral members can only live in other places. The demon race pays great attention to bloodline, and the purity of bloodline and land are important. In front of the palace, 2 supreme beings were guarding the door. They were wearing purple armor. Although they also turned into human forms, they were not perfect, and they still had many demon characteristics. Seeing Lin Moyu stop in front of the palace, one of them immediately shouted, "Human cultivator, what's the matter?" Although the demon race and the human race are not harmonious, they have not shouted and killed. What's more, Lin Moyu is a Taoist master, so they have to give him some face. Lin Moyu said, "I'm looking for Lei Hao, is he here?" Lei Hao is the direct descendant of the thunder-like purple striped tiger. If nothing unexpected happens, he should live here. The two gatekeepers looked at each other, and the man continued to ask, "Are you looking for Master Lei Hao?" His eyes were a little strange, with an indescribable feeling. Lin Moyu nodded. "If there is no same name, it is him." The man continued to ask, "What is your name?" Lin Moyu said, "Lin Moyu, tell Lei Hao that an old friend from the Boundary Sea is visiting." "Wait, I'll report it." One of them took out a small stone with clear edges and corners and said to the stone, "Report, someone is looking for Master Lei Hao." In Lin Moyu's eyes, this stone is a rough communication magic weapon with a single effect and a very short distance. In the human race, this kind of thing has long been eliminated. After a moment, a voice sounded from the stone, "Let them in." The voice was an order, and the two guards immediately opened the palace gate, and a Tianzuan of the Thunder Purple Tiger came out of the palace. "Please follow me." The attitude was quite polite and courteous. The group entered the palace and entered a garden that could barely be considered elegant. It was certainly not comparable to the gardens of the human race, but among the demon race, it was already very good to have such a garden. The garden was very large, with formations arranged in it, and the power of origin gathered in the garden. Lin Moyu could sense that there was an origin spiritual vein under the Purple Tiger City. The level of this origin spiritual vein was not low, at least it was level 7, and it might even be level 8. Only the origin spiritual veins above level 7 could support the practitioners of the 9th level of Daozuan. The power in the origin spiritual vein was drawn out and permeated the entire palace. In some corners of the garden, members of the Thunder Purple Tiger clan were practicing. They didn't care about Lin Moyu and others who came. After passing through the garden, they entered a front hall. Tea was already prepared in the front hall. The Tianzuan who led the way said, "Wait here for a while. I have sent someone to inform Master Lei Hao." After that, he also retreated. There was no one else in the front hall except a few servants who were only in the true god realm. Lin Moyu was not polite and went straight to the seat to drink tea. The tea of the demon clan was not bad. It should be purchased from the human race. Xiao Wu asked curiously, "Master, how could Tao know someone from the demon clan?" Lin Moyu said, "I met him when the world battle was going on in the Boundary Sea. I felt that he was a good person. I came to see him today when I passed by." Lin Moyu once told the three people about the world battle in the Boundary Sea like telling a story. The worlds collided and fought in the Boundary Sea. If you input nothing, you may even lose your life. Back then, Lin Moyu represented the big world and collided with several powerful worlds. He used his supreme body to forcefully drive away several Tianzuan. Lei Hao was one of them. Xiao Yu was thinking, in this case, Master and the Tianzuan named Lei Hao can be said to have known each other without fighting. Lin Moyu said, "I think so. I think Lei Hao is an upright person. We have known each other for a while. This time I just happened to pass by, and it can be said that there is a bit of fate, so I came to see him by the way." After a moment, a familiar breath approached quickly. Lin Moyu smiled, "I haven't seen you for many years, and you have become a high-level Tianzuan." Soon, Lei Hao, wearing a purple robe and glowing purple, came over. As soon as he saw Lin Moyu, he laughed heartily. "It's true that you never thought that you really came to the demon clan." Halfway through his words, Lei Hao suddenly widened his eyes, looking incredulous. "You have become a Daozuan?" Lin Moyu smiled, "Brother Lei, long time no see." Lei Hao looked incredulous. When he met Lin Moyu in the Boundary Sea, Lin Moyu was only the supreme. At that time, he was already a mid-level heavenly venerable. Although Lin Moyu defeated him in the World War with his own means, Lei Hao never thought that Lin Moyu could really beat him. After all, he was the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger, a royal family in the Demon Clan. Moreover, he was a direct descendant of the royal family, with the strongest bloodline, and his cultivation speed was advancing by leaps and bounds. After returning from the Boundary Sea, he had been practicing hard, and after hundreds of years, he became a high-level Heavenly Venerable from a mid-level Heavenly Venerable. Seeing that he was only half a step away from the peak Heavenly Venerable, he was confident that he could reach the peak Heavenly Venerable within 100 years, and then impact the Tao Venerable within the next 3,000 years. With his resources, even if there was no world war in the Boundary Sea, he could still become a Tao Venerable. Even compared to those Qingjiao of the human race, Yu Yu is not weak. He had thought that if Lin Moyu really came to the Demon Clan, he would definitely let Lin Moyu know that he was the real genius. Now Lin Moyu came, much earlier than he thought. And when Lin Moyu came, he had already reached the realm of Dao Zun. Lei Hao's heart was full of mixed feelings, and there was an indescribable feeling. Finally, he sighed, "Brother Lin, I, Lei Hao, have never been convinced by anyone in my life, but to you, I have to say the word admiration." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I was just lucky and got ahead. Cultivation is not about who can walk faster, but who can go the farthest." Lei Hao thought about Lin Moyu's words and laughed. "Yes, cultivation is about who can go the farthest. Brother Lin, are you here to play in the Demon Clan this time?" Lin Moyu said, "I took my disciples around to gain some experience." Lin Moyu glanced at Xiao Wu and the others while speaking. Lei Hao said, "In that case, then stay here for a few days. I will accompany you to have a good look." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Forget about staying. I just happened to pass by Zihu City, so I came to see you." Lei Hao didn't know how to be polite, thinking that Lin Moyu had something else to do. "In that case, you have to have a good meal anyway. I will have someone prepare a banquet." As he said that, he called the servants to prepare the banquet, not giving Lin Moyu a chance to refuse. When she heard that there was something delicious, her little eyes glowed, and she kept winking at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu knew what the little girl was thinking, so he didn't refuse. Soon the banquet was ready, and Lei Hao immediately took Lin Moyu to his courtyard. There was a large round table in the empty courtyard, full of dishes, all of which were special delicacies of the demon race. Although they were not as delicious as those of the human race, they were full of a primitive taste and had a different taste. At least Xiao Wu ate to her heart's content. She didn't care about her image at all. She just ate a large piece of meat and almost jumped onto the table. Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu were much more elegant and ate bit by bit. The three people behaved differently, but Lei Hao didn't care. In the Demon Clan, performance like Xiao Wu's would not be disliked. The more Xiao Wu ate, the more satisfied she was with the host's food, and the more she would be liked by the host. Lei Hao was very generous and talked to Lin Moyu about some things after he came back. As a member of the royal family, it was Xu Zhao himself who proposed to participate in the World War. His original intention was to rely on his own strength to be promoted to Dao Zun through the World War. Unfortunately, his idea was finally ended by Lin Moyu and failed. After the World War, he returned to the Demon Clan and began to practice with all his strength. Lin Moyu asked, "How did you return to the Demon Clan?" "I remember that sea area was very far from Beizhou. With Lei Hao's realm at that time, it would be difficult to cross the Boundary Sea, and he might die in the Boundary Sea." Lei Hao drank a large bowl of wine and smiled bitterly. "In fact, I never knew that there was always an elder in the clan who protected me in secret. After I lost the world battle, the elders in the clan took me away." Lin Moyu also drank a large bowl of wine at this time and sighed, "Fortunately, I didn't think of killing you at that time, otherwise I would have died. The elders in Lei Hao's clan are probably Lei Hao's protectors. The protectors will not affect Lei Hao's normal practice. Their mission is to ensure Lei Hao's life safety. As long as Lei Hao's life safety is not threatened, they will not take action." Lei Hao snorted lightly, with a bit of arrogance. "You were the peak supreme at that time. Although your methods are very powerful, it is impossible to kill me." Lin Moyu laughed. Yes, it is indeed difficult to kill. After all, you are also a mid-level Tianzuan. Lei Hao drank another large bowl of wine, spraying a strong smell of alcohol. Don't laugh at me. You also said that cultivation is not about who walks faster, but who walks farther. Even if you walk faster now, you may stop at any time, and I will catch up. Lin Moyu shook his head. I won't stop, but I hope you come up. ****. Lei Hao raised the wine bowl, with a bit of alcohol. Okay, for what you said, I recognize you as my brother. From now on, you are my good brother, Lei Hao. Lin Moyu also laughed. In that case, you can shout louder. Get lost. We are brothers, regardless of age. Lei Hao rejected Lin Moyu very straightforwardly. He wanted him to recognize him as his elder brother, but there was no way. Lin Moyu did not force him. Do you know how senior you are to be my brother? Lei Hao obviously did not understand the meaning of Lin Moyu's words, and shouted, I recognize brothers, only people. What does seniority have to do with it? Lin Moyu smiled and said, Okay, only people, only people. The two of them clinked their wine bowls repeatedly, and after drinking the strong liquor, Lei Hao did not use his strength to dispel the alcohol, but enjoyed the slight drunkenness brought by the strong liquor. 0. This kind of wine is special, and some precious materials are mixed in when brewing. Even if it is a Tianzuan, if he does not deliberately dispel the alcohol, he will get drunk. Lei Hao liked the feeling of being tipsy. Half drunk, he said, Brother Lin, by the way, you came at a coincidence this time. In a few days, the ancestral land of our Thunder Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan will be opened. I would like to invite Brother Lin to enter the ancestral land and bathe in the divine thunder. Lin Moyu asked, what does bathing in divine thunder mean? Lei Hao said, bathing in the nine heavens' divine thunder, the thunder contains the power of the great Tao, which can refine the body, soul, and blood. In short, there are many benefits. Lin Moyu asked, since it is so good, can you help your clan members to enter too? Lei Hao said, of course, as the direct bloodline, I have 10 places in this generation. In his explanation, Lin Moyu finally understood. The ancestral land of the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan was opened, just like the Lei family's Leishan Mountain was opened, and it was open to the public. It was open, but there were also quotas. In addition to the batch of their own clansmen who entered, there were tens of thousands of quotas. It can be seen that the ancestral land is very large and can accommodate a large number of people, far exceeding the Lei family's Leishan Mountain range. Generally speaking, the more quotas, the less precious it is, but this is not the case here. The quotas of the ancestral land of the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan are very precious. Every time it is opened, many people will come, hoping to get a quota. The Nine Heavens' Divine Thunder is very effective in refining souls or refining blood. It's just that the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan did not sell the quotas on the table, but handed them over to some people in the clan to distribute them. The ancestral land of the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger is very large, and each time it is opened, it can accommodate 100,000 people. In addition to the members of the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan, tens of thousands of quotas will be vacant each time. The Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan will not sell these quotas, but will give them to the members of the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan to distribute. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this is a very smart approach. As long as the outsiders who have entered the ancestral land of the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger basically owe a favor. In this way, the royal status of the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger will be very stable. Although the demon clan worships power and only talks about the strength of fists, there are actually some hidden rules inside, and they also pay attention to favors. With Lei Hao's status in the clan, he has 5 quotas. According to Lei Hao, someone also came to him and wanted the quota in his hand. 5 quotas means 5 favors. But Lei Hao claimed that he had a bad temper, so his quotas were still in the hands of 737. In fact, Lin Moyu knew that Lei Hao was arrogant in his bones. He looked down on those guys and naturally would not give them the quota. As for favors, Lei Hao didn't care at all. If the other party didn't say that he owed a favor, but put down his face to ask Lei Hao, then Lei Hao might give him the quota. Now, Lin Moyu happened to come, and Lei Hao took the initiative to think about giving the quota to Lin Moyu. Just as he said, Lei Hao had never been submissive to others in his life, but he was a big submission to Lin Moyu. So he thought that giving the quota to Lin Moyu was justified. Lin Moyu's heart moved. Brother Lei has 5 quotas? Lei Hao drank wine. That's right. I have exactly 5 people here. Lin Moyu looked at Xiao Wu and the others. He, Xiao Wu and the other 3, plus Xian Yo, made exactly 5 people. Lei Hao didn't think about it. Of course there is no problem, but this girl is not yet at the Tianzuan realm, so she can't enter the ancestral land. Xiaoye had just entered the other shore realm, and it was still a long way from the Tianzuan, so she was not qualified to enter the group land. But there was nothing she could do about it. Xiaoye was very well behaved and sensible. Then Xiaoye will not go in, and when she reaches Tianzuan in the future, I will ask Uncle Lei Hao to take Xiaoye in. Xiaoye's well-behavedness was very likable. Lei Hao laughed. No problem. When you reach Tianzuan in the future, I guarantee you can go in. Lin Moyu said, then please trouble Brother Lei to tell us about the situation in your ancestral land. While speaking, he coughed lightly. You guys, listen together. Usually Lin Moyu has a gentle attitude and never speaks harshly, but once Lin Moyu is serious, Xiao Lu and the other 2 immediately obey him. Especially Xianyo. Xianyo has really seen Lin Moyu's killing. It goes without saying how miserable the hundreds of tribes in the big world were killed by Lin Moyu. In Xianyo's heart, Lin Moyu is an absolute killing god, so why dare he not obey? Lei Hao told the situation in the ancestral land, and the 4 people listened very carefully. The ancestral land of the thunder-like purple-striped tiger is a world of purple thunder. The thunder inside is called the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, and they also have another name, called the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. The origin of the thunder-like purple-striped tiger is this purple divine thunder. The divine thunder is divided into 9 heavens. With each additional heaven, the greater the power of the thunder, the better the effect, and the higher the requirements. Bathing in the divine thunder can refine the body and soul and strengthen the blood, but if you can't bear it, you will also be injured by the 9 heavens divine thunder. Therefore, everyone must choose the appropriate heaven for themselves to bathe in thunder. The ancestral land of the thunder purple-striped tiger has been opened many times, and countless demons have entered. Every time, some demons have suffered casualties in the ancestral land. These seriously injured or dead demon cultivators have basically gone to the heaven that they cannot bear. Generally speaking, Yin Zun can bathe in the divine thunder of the first 2 heavens. Dao Zun of the 1st to 3rd realms can bathe in the divine thunder of the 3rd and 4th heavens. Dao Zun of the 4th to 6th realms can bathe in the divine thunder of the 5th and 6th heavens. Only the ancestors of the 7th realm can enter the true core of the ancestral land and bathe in the divine power of the 7th military heaven. Lei Hao drank wine with disdain in his tone. That kind of person, who is ignorant of himself and does not know the height of the world, deserves to die in there. Lin Moyu asked, is there no one who can bathe in the divine thunder beyond his level? Lei Hao said, it's not that there is no one, but it's very rare. Most of those people are geniuses. If Brother Lin goes in, he will probably be able to bathe in the divine thunder. With Brother Lin's talent, I estimate that it will not be a problem to go to the 4th heaven, and maybe even the 5th heaven. Lin Moyu continued to ask, I am very curious. The thunder-like purple-striped tiger clan is a large clan with millions of people. The ancestral land is opened once every 100 years, and the requirements are only above the Tianzuan realm. Why can't the nobles fill the number of people themselves? Lei Hao said, this question is very simple. Brother Lin should also know that medicine is 3-point poison. Bathing in the divine thunder is indeed of great benefit to oneself, but the divine thunder will also leave thunder poison. After the thunder poison dissipates, you cannot bathe in the divine thunder for the 2nd time, otherwise it will make the thunder poison permanently solidified, which is harmful to yourself. Because everyone has different physiques, cultivation, and opportunities, the time for the thunder poison to dissipate is also different, so we will conduct tests 1 year before the ancestral land is opened. As long as there is thunder poison, you cannot enter the ancestral land. Generally speaking, it takes about 1,000 years to dissipate. The ancestral land is opened once every 100 years, and the thunder poison dissipates in about 1,000 years, which means that the Tianzuan and the purple-striped Thunder Tiger clan will enter once every 10 times the ancestral land is opened on average. Cultivation is a pyramid structure. Among the millions of Thunder Purple-striped tigers, there are not many who are above the Tianzuan realm. On average, only 1 out of every 10 members of the Thunder Purple-striped Tiger clan can reach the Tianzuan realm. This is because they are the royal family and their bloodline is extremely powerful. If it were other small and weak clans, the proportion would be even smaller. According to this calculation, there are only hundreds of thousands of members above the Tianzuan realm in the Thunder Purple-striped Tiger clan. These hundreds of thousands of people line up to enter the ancestral land every time, and they have to wait for the thunder poison to dissipate. It is already a lot to be able to enter tens of thousands of people each time. It is precisely because of this that every time the ancestral land is opened, there will always be tens of thousands of vacancies. So, these places have become a means for Thunder Purple-striped Zhou to consolidate his position. In Lei Hao's narration, Lin Moyu and others fully understood the situation in the ancestral land. Bathing in the divine thunder does have many benefits, but you should be careful. The dangers in the ancestral land, in addition to being ignorant of the height of the sky and the depth of the earth, there will also be fights between enemies. The Thunder-like Purple-striped Tiger does not have a rule that does not allow fighting in the ancestral land. Although there are not many killings between enemies, it will happen occasionally. In addition, the ancestral land of the Thunder-like Purple-striped Tiger is still safe. Suddenly, people from the enclosure walked in from outside the yard. Lei Hao saw the visitor, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a mouthful of alcohol, "Lei Xian, what are you doing here?" Hearing the name, Lin Moyu knew that the visitor, like Lei Hao, was also a direct descendant of the Thunder-like Purple-striped Tiger clan. He has the cultivation of the Peak Tianzuan, which is slightly better than Lei Hao. Hearing Lei Xian's tone, the relationship between the two is not very good. Lei Xian's eyes swept over Lin Moyu and others, without stopping, and finally fell on Lei Hao. "Lei Hao, Big Brother wants to ask you for a place in the ancestral land." Lei Hao's brother. Looking at the two people's appearance after they evolved into human form, they are not very similar. There are always some similarities between brothers, so Lin Moyu guessed at the first time that the two were not brothers. Lei Hao drank a sip of wine, burped a lot, and sprayed a lot of alcohol, which made Lei Xian frown. Lei Hao said, "You want a quota?" Lei Xian frowned, as if it was a matter of course. "Anyway, your quota is not needed, it's a waste to keep it, why don't I allocate it to you?" Lei Hao laughed, "Even if my quota is wasted, what right should I allocate to you? Who are you?" Lei Xian's face changed slightly, and anger surged. "Don't forget, I am your eldest brother." Lei Hao laughed even louder, "We just have the same father. If I recognize you, you are my eldest brother. If I don't recognize you, you are nothing." Lin Moyu roughly understood at this time that the two should be half-brothers. A powerful demon tribe often has many spouses. The 26 children born to different spouses, with the same father and different mothers, may not have a deep relationship. Even many brothers will kill each other for resources. The winner often also represents a strong bloodline. And the weak have only one way to die. The law of the jungle is played out in the demon tribe. Compared with the human race, the demon tribe is much more cruel, but at the same time, the competition in the demon tribe also lacks the cunning and treacherousness of the human race, and it is basically a fight. Just like Lei Hao's attitude towards Lei Xian, and Lei Xian's straightforward request for the ancestral land quota, if this happened in the human race, it would definitely not be done this way. Lei Xian was a little embarrassed at this time. He looked at Lei Xian coldly with anger. "You should know that these quotas are useful. You waste the quotas like this, and it is not a good thing for the elders and the tribe to know. Lei Hao laughed and said, then you go and tell me. I'm wasting my quota. Let the elders come to me if there's anything. Lei Xian saw that Lei Hao couldn't make sense at all, so he suddenly changed the subject and said, if you have any requests, you can tell me and we can discuss it. Lei Hao said straightforwardly, I don't have any requirements, I just don't like you and don't want to give it to you. I know you want to use the quota to sell favors. If you want a quota, you can let that guy come here and kneel in front of me and beg me. I'll give it to him after he hides it. Lei Hao was arrogant and unreasonable in his words. In his words, he didn't give Lei Xian any face at all. Lei Xian wanted the quota to sell favors and make friends with some people, but Lei Hao wanted those people to come here and kneel and beg him, which was simply impossible. Lei Xian's face was ashen, his purple skin was faintly white, and his fists were clenched and creaked. If it were an ordinary person, he would either take action directly or leave angrily. But although Lei Xian was angry, he didn't take action or leave. Lei Xian lowered his voice, Lei Hao, you and I are brothers after all, don't do things to the extreme. Although your father dotes on you and the elders also have a little respect for you, you have to weigh many things yourself and don't go too far. The purpose of quotas is the rules set by our ancestors, which are of great use to the whole clan. Lei Hao drank a bowl of wine in big gulps. I don't need you to teach me how to do it. I still say that if you want a quota, you can ask that person to come and kneel down and beg me. I might give him 10. You don't have to waste your breath here. My quota is also a rule of the clan. I can give it to whoever I want, even the elders can't control it. Lei Xian's eyes flickered, and there was a third of murderous intent in his cold eyes. Then his eyes moved away from Lei Hao, and swept across Lin Moyu and others, and finally turned and left. When he left, he didn't say a word, nothing. After Lei Xian left, Lei Hao drank 2 large bowls of wine and said loudly, it's really unlucky that such a guy showed up halfway. Lin Moyu laughed, he wanted to kill you just now. Lei Hao said, it's normal. I also want to kill him, but I can't kill him for the time being. When I reach the Dao Zun realm, I will definitely kill him. Lin Moyu said, you are half-brothers. Doesn't your father care? Lei Hao said, do you know about raising goo? This is the competition mode within our clan. The winner is the king and the loser will die. But between him and me, the winner can only be me, and he will definitely die, so don't pay attention to him, a future dead man. When saying this, Lei Hao seemed full of confidence. It's not that he is conceited, nor that he has confidence in himself, but he is telling a fact. This made Lin Moyu a little curious, wondering where Lei Hao got the confidence from. Lin Moyu thought of the protector behind Lei Hao. If someone wanted to kill Lei Hao, the protector would definitely stop him. But Lin Moyu was not sure whether the protector would take action when the same race killed each other. Lin Moyu asked tentatively, will it be the protector? Lei Hao was a little drunk. Yes, I have a protector, but he doesn't, so I have to kill him. He wants to kill me, but he has no chance. Lei Xian, that kid, relied on being born thousands of years earlier than me and having a slightly higher cultivation than me, but he knows nothing at all. My bloodline is nothing compared to his. What kind of idiot is he who doesn't even have a protector? Lin Moyu combined Lei Hao's words with the information he had, and had a clearer understanding of the system of the demon race. The demon race pays special attention to bloodline. Although bloodline cannot represent everything, it also means the upper limit of potential to a certain extent. Those with strong bloodline may not necessarily become the best. And those with weak bloodline will definitely not become strong. This law has been deeply rooted in the demon race, and there is no exception. Lei Hao has a strong bloodline, so there will be a protector behind him to protect his life and allow him to grow smoothly. Moreover, the bloodline power of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger will only be truly revealed after entering the Dao Zone. The gap between bloodlines will become larger and larger after entering the Dao Zone, until it is beyond reach. Lei Xian was born thousands of years earlier than Lei Hao, but his realm is only one small realm higher than Lei Hao. Even, Lei Hao may become a Dao Zone before him, which is a manifestation of the strength of bloodline. Moreover, because of his strong enough bloodline, Lei Hao has been trained as the future clan leader and is one of the candidates for the future clan leader. So Lei Hao can know some secrets of the clan, sure Dianchuan knows nothing about this. In fact, the two have already formed a huge gap, and this gap will become larger and larger in the future. When Lei Hao becomes a Dao Zone, even if Lei Xian also becomes a Dao Zone, he will not be Lei Hao's opponent. The same magic will be more powerful in Lei Jie's hands. Lei Hao didn't care about Lei Xian at all and quickly put the matter behind him. But Lin Moyu was secretly alert in his heart. The look Lei Xian gave when he left just now clearly showed that he had already held a grudge against him and others. Maybe he felt that Lei Hao had already given him the quota, so he had such a reaction. This feast lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, the food and wine were all gone, and Lei Hao waved his hand and asked people to replace them all with new ones. Lei Hao later got a little drunk and talked about many past events. Lin Moyu also smiled and chatted with him, talking about some things in the world of Jiahai. He told Lei Hao that after he lost the world battle, he swallowed up the world of Jiahai with several Tianzuan. Lei Hao felt gloating and laughed there. Afterwards, Lin Moyu also talked about things related to Jiahai order, and the experience made Lei Hao exclaim that it was magical. At the same time, he was very impressed by the various judgments made by Lin Moyu. Those judgments were not something that ordinary people could make. Not to mention a rough demon like him, even those who were meticulous would find it difficult to deal with it. Lei Hao said, "I really want to know how your brain works. How did you find the final answer with those clues that are not even a trace?" Lin Moyu smiled, "There is no way to teach this. Everyone has different ideas. You have to think more about it yourself." Lei Hao shook his head, "Forget it. The biggest advantage of me as a demon is that I don't think about things that I don't understand. If you have time, you might as well think about finding a few tigresses in the future, giving birth to a few cubs, and then watching them kill each other. The useless ones will die, leaving only the strongest ones." Hearing this, Lin Moyu was speechless. The demon race's ideas are really unpredictable. Even if the human race wants to cultivate the younger generation, it is impossible to use a method similar to raising goo. But the demon race has been using this method for countless years. If you want to change it, it will be difficult to accomplish unless the Demon King personally issues an order. Lin Moyu can't control this kind of thing, and he doesn't want to control it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. He can only adapt. Perhaps the demon race is not the cruelest group in this world. Perhaps there are more cruel ways of survival. Survival of the fittest, these 8 characters thoroughly interpret the whole world. 3 days later, with a purple light rising from Zihu City, the whole city was shining. Lin Moyu felt that the power of the Origin spiritual vein was rioting, and the huge Origin power surged out, activating the formation hidden in the Duihu City. The formation gathered the power of the Origin spiritual vein together, becoming more and more powerful, and finally turned into a purple light, rushing towards the sky. In the sky, another world appeared faintly. This world was hazy and was gradually opening. Everyone in Zihu City knew that the ancestral land of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, which opened once 100 years, would be opened again today. Lei Hao's body shook, and a powerful force surged out, shaking off all the alcohol. Lei Hao, who had spent 3 days in a half-drunk and half-awake state, woke up completely at this moment. A huge momentum emanated from Lei Hao, who was now proud. "This is my first time entering the ancestral land. Let's see if I can break through and reach a higher level." There was a bit of ambition in his eyes, as if he was expecting something. Lei Hao had said a lot in the past 3 days. For the members of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, it was a very important thing to enter the ancestral land and bathe in the divine thunder for the first time after becoming a heavenly venerable. The first bathing in the divine thunder would be the most effective one. After all, it was the ancestral land of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger. Bathing in the divine thunder would have a much better effect on the members of the thunder-like purple striped tiger clan than on others. And the stronger the bloodline, the more benefits you will get. In Leihao's words, this trip to the ancestral land would be the beginning of his soaring. At this moment, there was still some time before the ancestral land was opened. Leihao handed 4 special purple tokens to Lin Moyu and others, each token representing a quota. Lin Moyu said, after entering the ancestral land, you have to be careful of Lei Xian. I think he has bad intentions towards you. I don't know if your protector will go in with you, so be careful. Leihao said with some disdain, in the ancestral land, the power of my bloodline will be infinitely magnified. With my bloodline, my combat power is enough to be on par with the Dao Zun. If that guy wants to kill me in the ancestral land, then he is crazy. But then again, this may be his only chance to kill me. After hearing what Leihao said, Lin Moyu knew that Leihao's protectors would not enter the ancestral land. Anyway, be careful. My feeling is not wrong. That guy will not let you go easily. Lin Moyu reminded him again and said no more. Some words are enough here. If Leihao doesn't listen, he can't do anything. However, Lin Moyu secretly used the avenue of luck to temporarily enhance Leihao's luck. In any case, Leihao is also his friend, and the 3 days of wine and food cannot be eaten in vain. The purple light shot up into the sky, and the whole Zihu city was shining. In the infinite sky, a purple world became clearer and clearer. Finally, the purple light broke the space and penetrated the purple world. For a time, countless people rushed into the sky and headed towards the purple world. Leihao shouted, "Let's go!" Lin Moyu, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Yo, holding the token, flew to the purple world. After they flew to the middle of the air, the token turned into a ball of light, covering the 4 people. The light was like a bubble, automatically flying to the purple world. Thunder sounded in my ears, and there was no thunder in front of me. The purple world is a world of thunder and lightning, and the purple thunder exudes a strange breath. Only those who hold the token and have the quota are qualified to glimpse its true face. The 4 people were covered by the light and passed through the sea of thunder and entered the real ancestral land. After a while, their feet finally landed again, and the light covering them disappeared. There was a slight numbness under my feet. I looked down and saw that the earth was made of lightning. The faint purple lightning formed an extremely broad world. There were many people wrapped in light around and came here. There was a sound of thunder in the sky, and countless thunders fell from the sky, landing on the ground, stirring up a large area of purple light. Looking up, I saw 9 seas of thunder, like stairs, one higher than the other, stretching towards the distant sky. There are 9 layers of divine thunder, one layer after another, and each layer is a new world. The so-called 9 heavens divine thunder refers to the 9 heavens. It is said that only the existence of the 9th realm of Dao Zun is qualified to enter the 9 heavens and bathe in the real 9 heavens divine thunder. Lin Moyu looked at the 9 heavens, his, Dili Hao, eyes passed through the highest 9th heaven and looked at a more distant place. He felt vaguely that there seemed to be another heaven above the 9 heavens. That heaven was the real center of the ancestral land. However, Leihao did not mention that place, and it was likely that he did not know it. Perhaps, the place above the 9 heavens was the real origin of the thunder-like purple striped tiger clan. Leihao's voice came to my ears. If you want a brother, I'll take the first step. Lin Moyu nodded, be careful. Leihao laughed, Brother Lin should also be careful, although you have unparalleled talent, but don't go too far. Wait 100 days, we will return from our ancestral land, and then drink the next page of Good Children. After that, he flew up and flew towards the first heaven. No matter how strong you are, you have to climb one heaven at a time, and it is impossible to go straight to the 9th heaven. After Leihao left, Lin Moyu also whispered, let's go too, don't be too far away from me. The 9 heavens of divine thunder are like 9 huge seas of thunder hanging in the air. There is another world in the sea of thunder, each with its own uniqueness. The sound of thunder is heard everywhere. The ancestral land of the thunder-like purple tiger is the world of thunder, purple thunder. In the 9 heavens, the purple color changes from light to dark. When it comes to the 9th heaven, the thunder has become black-purple. Looking from afar, it gives people a sense of danger. If you want to enter the Sea of Thunder, you must first find the passage leading to the Sea of Thunder, not just flying up. Fortunately, there are many passages and they are easy to find. Lin Moyu flew in front, Xiao Yo followed closely behind, and Xiao Yuan and Xiao Wu sat on Xiao Yo. There are many people going to the first heaven together. 100,000 people entered the ancestral land, and everyone's first stop is the first heaven. This heaven also ensures that everyone can get some basic benefits. Lin Moyu suddenly looked to one side and saw Lei Xian. Lei Xian and 7 people went together to form a team. Among the 8 people, Lei Xian's realm is the weakest, and the other 7 are all Dao Zun, and they come from other clans. Among the 7 people, the weakest one is already Dao Zun's 4th realm. When Lin Moyu saw Lei Xian also saw Lin Moyu. There was a hint of as expected in his eyes, and at the same time, there was a ruthless flash in his eyes. He seemed to be talking to his companions, but Moyu didn't care about it. Lei Hao looked down on an 820 jumping clown like Lei Xian, and Lin Moyu ignored him even more. In terms of arrogance, Lin Moyu is really arrogant, that is the arrogance from the soul, far beyond Lei Hao. From the road of cultivation to now, Lin Moyu has always maintained his pride. Even if it is the old man in green robe, Lin Moyu has never felt how high he is. I believe that I will catch up with him one day. This is the real arrogance, which is not shown on the outside, but buried deep in the soul. I hope you don't come to die. Lin Moyu never hesitates to kill people. As long as someone dares to make trouble, he will not be soft-hearted. Xiao Yo suddenly said, Master, that guy named Lei Xian seems to be against you. Lin Moyu smiled, it doesn't matter. As long as they dare to come, don't think about going back. Xiao Yo said with disdain, that's right, relying on these crooked melons and cracked dates, it's simply looking for death. Xiao Yo knows Lin Moyu's methods. These guys are nothing at all. It has unparalleled confidence in its master. Approaching the first heaven of divine thunder, I saw a series of channels composed of thunder. Following these channels, you can enter the first Chongqing. The channel is densely covered with thunder, and all those who enter the channel will be bombarded by thunder. The channel is also a test. If you can't even bear the thunder in the channel, then don't go. If you go, you will be seriously injured at best, or even die. The thunder channel is a warning everyone not to force it, and not to go too far. The thunder channel in the first heaven is almost dangerous. As long as you are in the Tianzuan realm, you can survive it. Therefore, the first heaven is more of a benefit. There are many thunder channels, and you enter the first Chongqing through different thunder channels. Lin Moyu and his party also entered it. As soon as they entered the channel, countless thunders bombarded them. These thunders are not powerful, and Lin Moyu didn't feel anything when they fell on him. Lin Moyu felt that there was a strange power contained in the thunder, which seemed to be able to mobilize his own blood and slightly increase the flow rate of blood. The human race does not have the concept of blood inheritance, but blood actually exists. This is like 2 talented practitioners. The children they give birth to are often more talented than others. This is blood, but the blood of the human race is not as strong as that of the demon race and spirit beasts. The flow of blood is slightly accelerated by thunder, and Lin Moyu already knows that these thunders are indeed helpful in strengthening blood. It feels so good. Xiao Yo's voice came again in his ears. Xiao Yo is a starry sky beast in the big world, and it is a starry sky beast with extremely ancient blood. In the origin continent, Xiao Yo is a spirit beast. Spirit beasts are even more particular about blood than demons, so purple thunder has a very good effect on it. Not even in the first heaven, Xiao Yo feels comfortable just in the thunder channel. If he reaches the first heaven, the thunder effect will only be better. Xiao Wu frowned, CGBH, where is it comfortable? Why don't I feel anything at all? Lin Moyu naturally understands the reason, because you don't rely on blood, so the feeling is very weak. 1. Xiao Wu is a spirit transformed from an artifact into a living being. Her foundation is in the soul, so she feels very weak. But it is not completely useless. When the thunder becomes stronger, it can penetrate into the soul and cleanse the soul. However, the benefits Xiao Wu gets are definitely not as good as Xiao Yo and Xiao Wu. Lin Moyu looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, how do you feel? Xiao Wu squinted his eyes and looked very enjoyable. It's quite comfortable, but the feeling is not strong enough. Lin Moyu smiled, because you are a Taoist master, and your bloodline is also very strong. The first level is not very useful to you. When you reach the third level, you may feel different. Xiao Wu nodded his head vigorously. Yeah, Xiao Wu understands. In Lin Moyu's expectation, although Xiao Yo had just entered the heavenly venerable stage, he should have been able to bathe in the divine thunder of the first heaven. But with Xiao Yo's talent and bloodline, it should not be a problem for him to go to the second heaven. Xiao Wu is a soul ancestor beast, and the bloodline of the soul ancestor beast is also one of the best among spirit beasts, so it is possible to enter the fourth heaven. The most difficult one is Xiao Wu, whose foundation is in the soul. With her talent, it is no problem for her to enter the second heaven, but whether she can enter the third heaven, Lin Moyu is not sure. As for safety issues, Lin Moyu hadn't thought about it. With me here, safety is not a problem. Soon, several people came to the end of the Thunder Channel, rushed out of the exit, and entered the world of the first heaven. In the world of the first heaven, there is another world that is very vast. There is no earth here, only thunder. Countless thunders fell from the sky, densely packed, but they have no target, and everyone needs to find thunder by themselves. Here, some people began to use magic weapons to absorb thunder. Some people also used secret methods to absorb thunder by themselves, which can greatly speed up efficiency. A large number of Tianzuan showed their magical powers here, attracting thunder and using divine thunder to strengthen blood. For the demon race, the biggest role of divine thunder is to enhance and strengthen blood. As for cultivating the flesh and refining the soul, it is secondary. There was a split in the first heaven among those who came in. Some Tianzuan stayed here, and some Tianzuan went to the second heaven. As for Daozuan, he would not stay here at all, and he would directly look for the way to the second heaven. Lin Moyu asked about Xiao Yo's situation and found that Xiao Yo still had some strength left, so he decided to go to the second heaven. The crowd traveled through the thunder. The number of passages leading to the second heaven was much less than that of the first heaven, but it was still easy to find. According to Lei Hao, the higher the place, the fewer passages there will be, and it will become more difficult to find. So those Daozuan who want to go to a higher heaven will not waste time, they will continue to climb up. The purple color of the second heaven of the 9 heavens of divine thunder is richer than that of the first heaven, which also means that the power of thunder is much stronger. Xiao Yo entered the second heaven with the realm of low-level Tianzuan, which was already a cross-border for him. However, Xiao Yo did not feel uncomfortable at all. For him, this level of thunder was completely within the acceptable range. As soon as he entered the second heaven, Xiao Yo breathed comfortably. It's so comfortable, much more comfortable than the first heaven. I feel that my strength is rising rapidly, and I am getting stronger and stronger. It's like trampling the world into pieces. Xiao Wu patted Xiao Yo's head. Can you really trample the world into pieces? Let me see if you can't trample it. If you can't, I'll see how I deal with you. Xiao Yo immediately wilted. He couldn't afford to offend Xiao Wu, the lady. Xiao Yo was just speaking from his heart. Maybe I didn't say it right. Sister Xiao Wu, please forgive me. Xiao Wu snorted, don't brag in the future. It makes people uncomfortable. Lin Moyu said, this illusion is caused by the enhancement of blood. It's actually good. It shows that your blood has really been strengthened. It's just like when we break through the realm, we will have this illusion. It's normal. Xiao Yo flattered shamelessly, the master is still powerful. He knows everything. Lin Moyu looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, how do you feel? Xiao Wu was also bathed in the divine thunder of the second heaven, and purple light lingered around her body, but she didn't show it as exaggeratedly as Xiao Niu. Xiao Wu felt it carefully. It's better than the first heaven. It seems that a little power has entered the soul, but it doesn't affect the heaven. Lin Moyu knew that Xiao Wu's foundation was too good. Countless years of life as a spirit of the instrument have laid a deep foundation for her. In addition, she comprehended the power of the void, and her soul was far superior to the practitioners of the same realm. According to this, Xiao Wu can also cross the border to bathe in the divine thunder, and there is no problem going to the third heaven. As for Xiao Wu, she was originally going to start from the third heaven. Lin Moyu thought about it. Xiao Niu, we are going to the third heaven. Do you stay here or follow us? Xiao Niu didn't think about it. Niu should still have enough strength to go to Chongqing again. Every time you go up a level, the effect of the divine thunder will increase significantly. If Xiao Niu can still bear it, it will be a good thing for him. However, going to a higher level is a one-way passage. You can only go up but not down. If you make the wrong choice, this opportunity will be wasted. Lin Moyu thought about this problem, and he had a vague idea in his mind, but it was not clear whether it would be useful. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and the road of luck emerged, and everyone's luck opened up a level. Let's go, we're going to the third level. The road from the second heaven to the third heaven has been shortened a lot. Improving their luck can help them find the passage to the third heaven faster, thus saving some time. And improving their luck will also have some magical effects. In short, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. Lin Moyu randomly chose a direction. He believed that his luck was strong enough, so he didn't have to think too much. Sure enough, before they walked for a while, they saw a passage. In the passage, the same purple thunder was everywhere. Judging from the color alone, it was much stronger than the second heaven. If the thunder intensity of the first heaven is regarded as 1, then the thunder intensity of the second heaven has reached 10. And the thunder intensity of the third heaven is at least a shield. Compared to the first heaven, it is at least 100 times. This is the difference between Daozun and Tianzun. The difference between the two is extremely huge. But Xiao Niu has confidence in himself. He is sure that he can bear it. Lin Moyu grabbed Xiao Niu's tail with one hand. Go in and try. Although he didn't like his tail being pulled, he didn't dare to get angry with Lin Moyu. The calf said oh honestly and got into the passage. A huge suction force was generated in the passage, trying to suck the calf in. But the calf was pulled by Lin Moyu's tail and didn't move at all. Lin Moyu didn't use the power of the Great Tao's true body. With his current physical level, without using any magic, it is enough to kill any Daozun in the Earth realm in seconds. If the power of the Great Tao's true body is used, it can kill the Daozun in the fourth realm head-on. It's easy to hold the calf. After a few seconds, the voice of the calf came from the passage, Master, no problem. If the calf can easily withstand the thunder in the passage, then even if it's a little harder, it can withstand the thunder of the third heaven. Seeing that the calf was fine, Lin Moyu also let go of his hand. Let's go in too. Among the group, Xiao Niu is the weakest. As long as it is fine, the others will be fine too. Several people entered the passage and let the thunder strike. Lin Moyu still felt nothing. Thunder of this level was not even worthy of tickling him. Xiao Wu felt the power in the thunder. My soul feels it. It feels numb and tingling. It's quite comfortable. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I will feel it more when I enter the third heaven. Xiao Wu, how do you feel? Xiao Wu said, my blood seems to be moving a little, but it's still not strong enough. As a pure-blooded soul beast, it is between reality and illusion, and its blood is very strong. Although Xiao Wu is only at the Daozun level, the effect of the third heaven is still not ideal, and he has to continue to move up. Lin Moyu said, it doesn't matter. I will accompany you to move up later. Xiao Wu smiled, thank you, father. The group entered the third heaven, and purple thunder roared down. The calf suddenly stood still and silent, and the whole body of the calf froze there, and the hair of the calf stood upside down. Oh! Its whole body was glowing with purple light, and its blood was roaring, making a sound like a long river. The third heaven had a very good effect on it. As soon as it entered here, its blood began to strengthen rapidly. The strengthening of blood pushed the calf's realm to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. It would not take long for it to break through and reach the level of Tianzuan. It would take hundreds or thousands of years for others to complete the journey, but the calf was bathed in the divine thunder and planned to complete it in a few days. This speed, even Lin Moyu, is not so fast. Even Lin Moyu was a little envious at this moment. He remembered that he had wasted a lot of time in this realm. Xiao Wu sat on the calf's back, and her eyes were also closed at this time. She also exuded a strong soul aura, and it was obvious that she had reached the peak of Tianzuan and was only one step away from Daozuan. As long as Xiao Wu's soul was strengthened a little more and merged with the Dao, she could successfully enter Daozuan. Perhaps this was Xiao Wu's chance to be promoted. Lin Moyu and Xiao Wu stood aside to protect the two. The divine thunder here did not have much effect on Xiao Wu, but no matter how small an ant was, it was still meat. Xiao Wu did not waste it at all and absorbed it all. Only Lin Moyu felt that the divine thunder that fell on him was a waste. He opened his palm and held a ball of lightning in his palm, and then introduced the power of the divine thunder into the big world. In an instant, thunder roared in the big world. The whole world was thundering. The divine thunder of the third heaven was equivalent to the Daozuan realm. The attack of the Daozuan realm fell on the big world, which was simply a disaster. Lin Moyu led the divine thunder into the big world, causing shock to countless practitioners in the big world. All the practitioners in the whole big world, as long as they were above the other shore realm, felt a force that was like destroying the world. That feeling was like the end of the world, extremely terrifying. But the big world was still safe and sound. Except for the sense of horror, nothing happened. Lin Moyu controlled the divine thunder and led a large amount of divine thunder into the big world, allowing them to continue to condense in the big world. At the same time, he also controlled the source power of the big world, marked out an area, arranged the formation, and gathered the power of the divine thunder into it. Now his big world has been promoted to the 7th level, which is enough to accommodate the power below the 4th level of the Daozuan realm. So although the divine thunder is strong, as long as it is properly controlled, it will not cause harm to the big world. Lin Moyu used the source power of the big world as the formation base and arranged a large formation. The function of the large formation is to accommodate the divine thunder 977 so that the divine thunder will not dissipate in the formation. After trying it out, Lin Yu was sure that his idea was feasible. He can collect the power of the divine thunder and split an area similar to the ancestral land of the thunder purple striped tiger in his own world. Of course, with this approach, the power of the divine thunder will not be endless, and it will be less as it is consumed. But Lin Moyu did not think about making the power of the divine thunder endless. He just wanted to collect as much as possible, and then he could control it well and subdivide the power of the divine thunder for Xiaoye to use. This is Lin Moyu's real idea. He is seeking benefits for his disciples. As for those practitioners in the big world, Lin Moyu has no obligation to help them. For the big world, Lin Moyu is the master, equivalent to the existence of the Tao. The Tao is fair, and it will not care about other people's affairs except those who are close to it. With Lin Moyu's current realm, he has already understood what the Tao is fair. The most basic operation of the Tao is to ignore everything and let the whole world run on its own without any interference. Lin Moyu said to Xiao Wu, you stay here to protect them, I will go to collect some divine thunder. Xiao Wu nodded, Father, don't worry, Xiao Wu will be here to guard. If Lin Moyu wants to collect divine thunder, he must stay away from Xiao Wu and Xiao Yo, otherwise it will affect them. Lin Moyu flew hundreds of miles in one breath, and took a deep breath after completely getting away. In his soul, 2 Dao patterns shone, and the true body of the power avenue emerged. Lin Moyu's body quickly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, he reached 10,000 meters, standing tall. As his body grew larger, the number of divine thunders he endured also increased sharply. Lin Moyu had no magic weapon to attract divine thunder, nor did he have the corresponding secret method, so he could only use this folk method. Fortunately, the king method worked well. But that's not all. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the cursed wings instantly unfolded. Because his body became larger, the cursed wings also became. Lin Moyu, who was 10,000 meters tall, had a wingspan of more than 10,000 meters after the cursed wings were unfolded. In this state, in the same period of time, the number of divine thunders endured reached 100 times more than before. But even so, Lin Moyu still felt it was not enough. The wings of curse vibrated slightly, and Lin Moyu used the curse. His curse was not cast on others, but on himself. What kind of curse the wings of curse could cast was entirely up to Lin Moyu's will. The curse Lin Moyu cast on himself was thunder. For a period of time, he would be struck by thunder. Lin Moyu didn't know if it would work, so he just gave it a try. For a moment, the thunder roared, much more intense than before. Lin Moyu felt that the divine thunder that fell on him doubled compared to before the curse was used. In other words, the divine thunder he endured every minute and every second was 200 times more than the original. This efficiency was unmatched even by those who used magic weapons or secret methods to attract thunder. Lin Moyu stood motionless between heaven and earth, like a statue, allowing countless divine thunders to bombard him. The whole person was shining with purple light, which was very dazzling. His presence quickly attracted the attention of many people. Many people in the third heaven were very curious about what Lin Moyu was doing. Some people even came to watch, but most of them did not dare to get too close, because the number of divine thunders that fell on Lin Moyu was too amazing, and they were afraid of being burned by the thunder. Lin Moyu simply ignored these onlookers and did his own thing. The infinite divine thunder fell on him, and most of the power had actually been introduced into the big world, and then was confined in an independent space god. A huge formation trapped the divine thunder. Among the formations that Lin Moyu is good at, the thunder formation is the best, thanks to the formation inheritance given by Tianlai Taoist. Now, the number of divine thunder in the formation is already amazing, and it is about to turn into a sea of thunder. Lin Moyu began to guide the power in it, and it only let out a trace, which was tens of thousands of times weaker than the divine thunder of the first heaven. Xiaoye, get ready to accept the divine thunder. Use the divine thunder to cultivate the body and cleanse the soul. On the other side, Lin Moyu's clone has signaled Xiaoye to enter a state of meditation and practice. Xiaoye was very obedient and was ready in an instant. Lin Moyu used the supreme authority as the Lord of the world to open up the space. The trace of divine thunder power that was guided out passed through most of the world and fell from the top of his head since he was a child. Boom! The purple lightning exploded, and Xiaoye was shrouded in lightning, and the purple light illuminated the starry sky for billions of miles. Xiaoye was hit by the purple divine thunder, clenched her teeth, her whole body was trembling slightly. The clothes on her body turned into smoke and dust in the lightning, which means that the lightning has exceeded the limit that Xiaoye can bear. Her body protection power cannot take care of the clothes. However, Xiaoye still has the jade clothes given by Tianlai Taoist. It is usually hidden under the outer robe. Now the outer robe is destroyed by thunder, and the jade clothes are naturally revealed. Xiaoye bathes in the thunder, like a thunder girl descending to the world, solemn and beautiful. Lin Moyu looked at Xiaoye. He was not sure whether Xiaoye could withstand the thunder. If there was a problem, he would rescue her at any time. The life force and spiritual medicine are ready. Fortunately, Xiaoye still held on. After a period of adaptation, she absorbed the power of the thunder and began to use the thunder to cultivate her body and cleanse her soul. After stabilizing, Xiaoye's breath began to grow rapidly. Xiaoye is only in the other shore realm. After absorbing the power of the thunder, the change is particularly great. In a blink of an eye, Xiaoye is about to enter the other shore from the initial 4.6 and charge towards the monster. Lin Moyu heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that my idea is right. The power contained in the divine thunder is not something that only the Tianzuan can bear. As long as the power is divided finely enough, even the other shore realm can bear it, and the effect is excellent. It must be said that Moyu is very brave. This is the divine thunder of the Daozuan realm. Even if there is only a trace, less than 1/10,000th of the real divine thunder, but it is 1/10,000th of the Daozuan realm. It is not difficult to kill a person in the other shore realm with 1/10,000th of the Daozuan realm. After all, there are 3 major realms between Daozuan and the other shore, which is 1,000 small realms. A small realm is the difference between heaven and earth, not to mention 3 major realms. However, Lin Moyu has confidence in Xiaoye. Xiaoye, who is born with a jade soul, plus the 3-piece set of the Taoist Tianlei, and the lucky is improved for her, can definitely bear it. The result is almost the same as he thought. Lin Moyu continuously absorbed the divine thunder, and the number of the 3-layer divine thunder in the big world was getting bigger and bigger. In terms of quantity, it was completely enough for Xiaoye to use. But Lin Moyu did not stop. Divine thunder was a good thing, and he would not complain about it. As the saying goes, it is better to be prepared. And when he reached the 4th layer, he wanted to absorb the divine thunder of the 4th layer and store it. In the future, even if he left the ancestral land of the thunder light purple striped tiger, there would be divine thunder available. Even if he didn't need it, there were still Xiaolu, Xiaowu, Xianyo, Xiaoye, and others. Lin Moyu greedily absorbed the divine thunder, and 2 days passed unknowingly. 2 days later, a strong breath rose from hundreds of miles away. A cow cry came from the divine thunder. Lin Moyu knew that Xiaoxing had broken through. At this time, there was suddenly another sharp breath rising. Lin Moyu frowned, and his eyes were sharp. At the same time, he heard Xiao Wu's voice transmission, "Father, someone attacked us." As soon as the voice sounded, Lin Moyu had already shaken the cursed wings, and the cursed wings were covered with a layer of mysterious light, which was slightly hazy, because it moved time. The time-cursed wings shook slightly, and Lin Moyu crossed hundreds of miles at an astonishing speed and came to the place where Xiao Wu and others were. 26 people were standing not far from Xiao Wu and others, and the breath of fighting still remained between heaven and earth. Xiao Wu had already made a move and blocked the opponent's sneak attack. These 8 people were the ones who entered the ancestral land with Lei Xian, 1 Daozuan in the 4th realm, 3 Daozuan in the 2nd realm, 3 Daozuan in the 1st realm, plus Lei Xian, the peak Tianzuan. Lin Moyu's body quickly shrank and fell beside Xiao Wu. "Are you okay?" Xiao Wu shook his head. "He just attacked, but I blocked it, and I didn't hurt his soul." Xiao Wu pointed to a Daozuan next to Lei Xian and said, "The Daozuan who attacked was a cultivator in the 1st realm of Daozuan." His face looked a little bad. Obviously the sneak attack failed, and he was hurt by Xiao Wu instead. As the sole ancestor beast, Xiao Wu's best ability, in addition to the cause and effect, is soul attack. One is her innate avenue, and the other is her innate ability. Xiao Wu's combat power is definitely among the top in the same realm. The other party glared at Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu was not afraid at all, because Lin Moyu came. The other party turned into a human form at this time, retaining some demon clan characteristics, and Lin Moyu did not recognize which clan he was from. But it doesn't matter, as long as the sneak attack is made, there is a way to die. Lei Xian laughed. "Your quota was given by Lei Hao using that kid." Lin Moyu glanced at Lei Xian, and this glance made Lei Xian's heart tremble. Lin Moyu's eyes were indescribably cold, giving him an extremely terrifying feeling. That feeling was like Lin Moyu looking at a dead person. Before Lei Xian could say another word, Lin Moyu had already pointed out. Skeleton hell. The space was distorted, giving the 8 of them no time to react. The skeleton hell had already enveloped them. Among the 8 people, the Daozun 4th realm strongman reacted the fastest and realized the danger at the first time, but he was still a step too late and did not escape the skeleton hell. As for Lei Xian, he did not react at all. By the time he reacted, the Hell Evil Spirit had appeared in front of him, and what greeted him was the Hell Evil Spirit's big mouth. To deal with the 8 of them, the Nether Black Dragon in the Nether Black Pool was too lazy to move, and the Hell Zone Spirit alone was enough. The Hell Evil Spirit of the Dao Zun Third Realm rushed over, dragging the 8 of them into the Hell Magma, and biting them madly at the same time. There were screams all over the place, and the flesh and blood of Dao Zun were scattered all over the skeleton hell. The skeleton hell devoured their flesh and blood, turning everything they had into its own nutrients. Unfortunately, the skeleton hell is too strong now. It can only strengthen the skeleton hell a little bit by devouring a few of them, and the effect is very insignificant. In the blink of an eye, the 8 people disappeared from the third heaven. The whole process took no more than half a minute, and it was quick and neat. Some onlookers in the distance showed horror. Lin Moyu, a human in the second realm of Dao Zun, was ruthless and killed people without blinking an eye. 7 Dao Zun and 1 Peak Tian Zun were killed just like that. Moreover, one of them was in the fourth realm of Dao Zun, and the other 3 were in the second realm of Dao Zun like him, and they had no power to resist. Who is this human Dao Zun? How could he be so strong? Not only is he strong, but he was also very ruthless. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word. I know the killed Tianzuan. His name is Lei Xian. He is the direct descendant of the Thunder-Light Purple Striped Tiger. How could he be so bold as to kill the direct descendant of the Thunder-Light Purple Striped Tiger here? Killing the direct descendant of the other person in their ancestral land is fun. Yes, the direct descendant is not just a cat or dog. If you kill him, you have to pay the price. I think this human is in big trouble. I'm afraid he can't get out of the Thunder-Light Purple Tiger clan. People in the distance were talking about it. There was no concealment in their words. Every word reached Lin Moyu's ears. Xiao Wu was a little scared when he heard it. Father, you killed Lei Xian, are you okay? Lin Moyu smiled and said, it's just killing one person, don't worry, they can't do anything to us. As he said that, Lin Moyu glanced at Xiao Niu and Xiao Wu and checked their conditions. Xiao Wu's realm was still rising steadily at this time. After Xiao Niu broke through to the intermediate level of Tianzuan, he fell into a state of cultivation again, and his blood was rumbling, and it was obviously still strengthening. It is estimated that it will take a few days for the 2 to wake up. Lin Moyu didn't want to waste this time and continued to absorb the divine thunder. At the same time, he had to control the thunder god to cleanse Xiao Yu. In the big world, Xiao Yu was very competitive. The natural Jade 090 soul gave Xiao Yu an unimaginable terrible talent. As one of the top talents in the origin continent, Xiao Yang's cultivation speed was amazingly fast. After she adapted to the divine thunder, she began to cultivate with the divine thunder, and her realm was rapidly improving. It is estimated that in another day or 2, she can reach the Saint Venerable realm. Even Lin Moyu back then didn't have Xiao Yu's cultivation speed. Seeing Lin Moyu left, and everyone felt that there was nothing to watch. Although they were all saying that Lin Moyu was in big trouble, no one took action. They were afraid of getting into trouble with Lin Moyu's murderous methods. Many people left and told the people of the Thunder-Light Purple Striped Tiger about what happened here, and let them take action. Among those who left, some of them kept their eyes on Xiao Wu before leaving. There was a bit of excitement in his eyes, but he hid it well and did not attract the attention of Xiao Wu and Lin Moyu. After flying hundreds of miles, Lin Moyu used the old method again and turned into a 10,000-meter giant again, spreading his cursed wings and continuing to absorb the triple divine thunder. This opportunity was rare, and Lin Moyu didn't want to waste every minute. After 2 days, the news that Lin Moyu killed Lei Xian finally spread. The people of the Thunder-Light Purple Striped Tiger heard that their direct line was killed, and there was an uproar. The matter spread farther and farther, and more people knew about it, and finally someone came to the door. In the Thunder World, there are at least tens of thousands of people from the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger clan. They are basically distributed in the first 6 layers of heaven. Especially in the first 4 layers of heaven, the number of people is the largest. In the 3rd layer of heaven, there are at least thousands of Thunder Purple Striped Tiger clansmen. At this moment, the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger clansmen heard about this, and with anger, they even ignored their own blood refining and rushed to Lin Moyu. Those who can reach the 3rd layer of heaven are basically either peak Heavenly Venerables or Dao Venerables. The movement of thousands of people caused a lot of noise, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. So, more people rushed over to watch the excitement. It can be said that at least more than 70% of the people in the 3rd layer of heaven gathered towards the location of Lin Moyu. Lei Hao was also in the 3rd layer of heaven. He suddenly received a message from his own clan and was stunned for a moment. Brother Lin killed Lei Xian? Without saying a word, he immediately stopped practicing and rushed to the direction where Lin Moyu was at the fastest speed. Lin Moyu knew nothing about this. When the news spread, he had already returned to Xiaoyo. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Xiaoyo both stopped practicing. Xiao Wu said, I feel that I am only a little bit away from Dao Zone, but the divine thunder here is not strong enough. I should go up one more level. Xiaoyo said, after my breakthrough, I feel that I still have some strength left, so I should be able to go up one more level. Not to mention Xiao Wu, the 3rd heaven is still a little weak for Xiao Wu. Lin Moyu said, in that case, let's go up one more level. After that, the group immediately set out to find the passage to the 4th heaven. During the action, Lin Moyu did not lift the curse on himself and continued to attract thunder. He was extremely stingy and didn't want to waste any time. In fact, Xiaoyo was not very sure whether he could withstand the divine thunder of the 4th heaven. However, Lin Moyu felt that even if he couldn't withstand it, it didn't matter. He could throw Xiaoyo back to the big world and let him absorb the divine thunder in the big world like Xiaoyu. Anyway, he has collected enough 3 heavens thunder now. After reaching the 4th heaven, he will continue to collect thunder. No need to worry about exhaustion for the time being. Xiao Wu sat on the back of the calf, looking around. Why are there so many people following us? At this time, there were at least hundreds of people following Lin Moyu, and these people followed very far, hundreds of miles away. They were basically just watching the fun, without any other thoughts. Lin Moyu's attack was too ruthless, killing Lei Xian and 8 people in a second, scaring them half to death. Until an hour later, Lin Moyu and his 4 found a passage to the 4th heaven, and then went in. The people who followed behind to watch the fun were stunned. They went to the 4th heaven. What should we do? Do we go there too? Go there, what the hell, go there to die. What a pity, we can't watch the fun. I heard that the people of Lei Guangziwan who are coming, and they may not receive any news, so they slipped away in advance. It's possible, but where can they go? They can't get out during the 100 days of the ancestral land. Anyway, these people will probably end up in a miserable way. These guys knew that they couldn't watch the excitement, so they dispersed and each looked for a place to attract the divine thunder to practice. A few hours after Lin Moyu left, a group of people came in a mighty force. They found that Lin Moyu and his friends had left, and someone received the news that Lin Moyu and his friends had gone to the 4th heaven. Someone immediately decided to catch up with the 4th heaven and bring the news to the 4th heaven. Killing their direct descendants in their ancestral land is no different from slapping them in the face. This kind of thing cannot be tolerated. Lei Hao knew that Lin Moyu had gone to the 4th heaven. He was a little worried about Lin Moyu after hearing the discussion of his fellow tribesmen. Although he was worried, he had no way to stop it. Lin Moyu's behavior had aroused public outrage. With his current status and position, he was not enough to suppress the public outrage. Now they had to inform those in the 4th heaven to kill Lin Moyu to avenge Lei Xian. The people in the 4th heaven were all Daozuan, and there were thousands of them. If they attacked Lin Moyu in groups, how could Lin Moyu resist? The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. In the end, Lei Hao gritted his teeth and turned away. He didn't care about his own cultivation, and turned to find the passage to the 4th heaven. He was going to the 4th heaven not just to bring news to Lin Moyu, but because he felt that he should stand with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu must have killed Lei Xian for himself, and it is very likely that Lei Xian provoked Lin Moyu first. No matter what the reason, he must stand with Lin Moyu. At his current state, the most suitable for him is the third heaven. The fourth heaven's divine thunder will be very difficult to deal with. But now, there is no time to care about many things. In the fourth heaven, the strength of the divine thunder has increased several times again. Here, Xiaoyou's blood is boiling, and all his energy is used to absorb the divine thunder. Lin Moyu knows that this is already Xiaoyou's limit. Xiaoyu came to the fourth heaven as a mid-level Tianzuan, which is an impossible miracle for many monsters. Normally, the first heaven is where Xiaoyu should stay. If he can go to the second heaven, it is enough to prove that Xiaoyou's bloodline is strong. Generally speaking, the second heaven is where high-level and peak Tianzuan practice. If Xiaoyu can reach the third heaven, it means that Xiaoyou's talent is already unimaginable, and its bloodline is so strong that it surpasses most monsters. But now, Xiaoyu has come to the fourth heaven as a mid-level Tianzuan. The fourth heaven is where the Daozuan of the second and third realms stay, but it actually came here as a mid-level Tianzuan. What does this mean? Even Lin Moyu was surprised by Xiaoyou's bloodline. Perhaps Xiaoyou's bloodline is stronger than he thought. Under the continuous bombardment of the fourth heaven's divine thunder, Xiaoxing's aura is rapidly increasing. If this continues, it will not take 2 days for it to break through the mid-level Tianzuan and reach the level of high-level Tianzuan. Not only Xiaoyu, Xiao Wu's aura is also increasing, getting closer and closer to Daozuan. In the fourth heaven, Xiao Wu finally enjoyed the benefits brought by the divine thunder, and her bloodline began to become stronger. Soul Spirit Ancestor beasts are an alien species among spirit beasts, with amazing talents and powerful bloodlines. The fourth heaven is not the limit for Xiao Wu, but just the beginning. Lin Moyu released a Dragon Rider Legion commander to protect the three people, while he flew 100 miles away, continued to transform into a giant, spread his cursed wings, and absorbed the divine thunder of the fourth heaven. In the big world, Lin Moyu set up a new area specifically for storing the divine thunder of the fourth heaven. The big world roared again, but with a few days of experience, the people in the big world have gotten used to it. And the human emperor also issued a notice, so the people in the big world were not panicked at all, and they did what they had to do, treating the thunder as nothing. The divine thunder of the fourth heaven has reached the level of the third realm of Daozun, and can still be borne by the big world. As the master of the world, Lin Moyu felt that the big world had reached its limit. If it reaches the fifth heaven, the divine thunder will not be something the big world can bear, and it needs to think of another way. Just 2 days later, the calf's aura increased again, and it broke through to the high-level Tianzuan. Less than 10 days after entering the ancestral land, the calf has broken through 2 realms in a row. This speed is far beyond everyone else. The effect of divine thunder on everyone is different. For the calf, the first bathing in divine thunder has the best effect. Coupled with its extremely powerful bloodline, it is not surprising that it can finally improve its realm so quickly. After the calf reached the high-level Tianzuan, the pressure brought by the fourth-level divine thunder quickly weakened. The calf immediately became much more relaxed. Just as he was about to let out a long roar, his whole body trembled. Just as he raised his head, before he could shout, suddenly a small hand slapped his head. With a bang, the calf was slapped and the good mood of the breakthrough just disappeared instantly, but the calf did not dare to lose his temper at all. It knew very well that the owner of this little hand was someone it could not afford to offend. It had nothing to do with the realm. If you can't afford to offend, you can't afford to offend. If you offend this woman, you will have no good days in the future. Xiao Wu slapped Xiaoyou's good mood. Be quiet, I'm about to break through. Xiaoyu lowered his head and dared not make a sound. However, after breaking through the high-level Tianzuan, Xiaoyou's cultivation speed gradually slowed down. It would take some time to break through the peak Tianzuan. Finally, on the 5th day after they came to the 4th heaven, Xiao Wu's aura changed. A hazy road wrapped around Xiao Wu and merged with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu finally broke through the limit of Tianzuan and began to enter the category of Daozuan. Begin to break through Daozuan, and you can't be disturbed in this process. At this time, the Dragon Rider Corps commander, who had been silent all the time, suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. The movement of the Dragon Rider Corps commander meant that someone was coming. Xiao Yu also looked up, and when he saw the person coming, the vigilance in his eyes disappeared. It was Lei Hao who came. Xiao Yu said to the Dragon Riders Corps commander, "We are one of them, don't worry." This Dragon Riders Corps commander is codenamed Yi, and he is the first one to open his spiritual intelligence, so naturally Xiaoxing's words. It nodded silently without making any movements. Even so, it still stared at Lei Hao and maintained due vigilance. If Lei Hao dared to make any unusual movements, he would immediately take action. Lei Hao rushed over with great difficulty under the divine thunder, and his speed was not fast. He looked a little panicked. Seeing that Xiao Yu and his men were fine, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But he found that Lin Moyu was not here, and he didn't know where he went, and his heart, which had just been put down, was lifted up again. Lei Hao came to Xiao Yu and said hurriedly, "Where's Brother Lin?" CGDC, Xiao Yu looked to the side. "The master is not here. What happened?" Lei Hao said, "Brother Lin killed Lei Xian, and now this matter has spread. Many people want to come and kill Brother Lin." Xiao Yu asked, "How many people are there?" Lei Hao said, "A lot, at least several thousand people, basically all Daozun." Xiao Yu continued to ask, "Are there any Daozun above the 4th level?" Lei Hao thought for a while, "Probably not." Xiao Yu said casually, "Then let them come, as many as come will die." Pa! A small hand reached out and patted Lei Hao on the head. "I told you to be quiet, don't you understand?" Xiao Yu immediately lowered his voice and smiled, I know. Xiao Wu continued her breakthrough. Xiao Yu said to Lei Hao carefully, "Don't worry, if those guys dare to come, one will die." Lei Hao didn't believe Xiao Yu's words, but looking at the dragon riders not far away, thinking of Lin Moyu's terrifying and overwhelming army of undead during the World War, it seemed that it was not impossible. The dragon riders were not in combat mode now, and his aura was not obvious, so it was impossible to tell his realm. But Lei Hao sensed danger from it, and he seemed to be no match for it. You know, in the ancestral land, his bloodline was fully stimulated, and his combat power was greatly improved, comparable to the Daozun. Similarly, the combat power of his people will also be improved according to the strength of their bloodline. He told Xiao Yu about this situation, but Xiao Yu still didn't care. Lei Hao had no choice about this. Xiao Yu closed his eyes and practiced again, receiving the divine thunder and improving his bloodline. Lei Hao was helpless, anyway. He had come here, and it was impossible to leave. No matter how things developed, he could only bite the bullet and stay here. In the world of the 4th heaven, there was no movement except thunder. Half a day later, Xiao Wu, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. The Dragon Rider Corps commander made the same action as Xiao Wu, and he and Xiao Wu looked in the same direction at the same time. Lei Hao felt their movement. What happened? His perception was not as sharp as Xiao Wu, and he did not have the eye of the dead like the Dragon Rider Corps commander, so he didn't know what happened. Xiao Wu said, "A few guys with bad intentions are coming. You continue to practice, I'll take care of it." At this time, the dragon riders suddenly flew forward for a distance, and Xiao Wu and others protected him behind him. This was Lin Moyu's order to him, not to let anyone disturb Xiao Wu and others. Lei Hao looked into the distance, and he couldn't sense anyone coming. Until a minute later, he finally saw 2 people flying over. Lei Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Daozun 4th Realm. Among the 2 people who came, one was a human cultivator of Daozun 4th Realm, and the other was Daozun 1st Realm. Lei Hao was a little surprised that 2 human cultivators came. The ancestral land was open, and 99% of the people who came were demons, but there were also some human cultivators, but not none. Originally, it was not surprising to see the same race, but these 2 human cultivators obviously had bad intentions. Lei Hao couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Lin Moyu must not offend his fellow tribesmen? From a distance, Lei Hao saw the 4th-level Taoist master take out a magic weapon. The magic weapon was a mirror. He held the mirror high, and a beam of light shot out from the mirror, rushing towards Xiaowu. His action was very sudden, and he suddenly took action at a distance of 10,000 meters, which made it hard to defend. But the Dragon Rider's Corps Commander's action was faster. When he took action, the Dragon Rider's Corps Commander had already blocked in front of him. The sword in his hand was swung, and a powerful force burst out, directly blasting the beam of the magic weapon. At the same time, the space was distorted, and a team of 100 riders appeared out of thin air. The bloody charge was launched, and a bloody road of bones appeared around the Dragon Rider's corps, and the white bones kept sinking and floating in the bloody ocean. The 100 Dragon Riders turned into a bloody torrent and rushed towards the newcomers. No words are needed, and my cavalry corps commander will not listen to any explanation. Xiaowu said that the other party had bad intentions, so he had a reason to take action. Lei Hao asked curiously, Xiaowu, how do you know they have bad intentions? Xiaowu said, I don't know, anyway, they give me this feeling. Xiaowu couldn't tell the specifics, but Lei Hao instinctively believed Xiaowu's words. Perhaps this was Xiaowu's sixth sense. The other party's actions also proved Xiaowu's words. The 4th Realm Taoist Master faced the bloody torrent without fear, threw the mirror in his hand into the sky, and performed a secret method at the same time. The mirror instantly enlarged, covering the sky and the earth, bursting out endless rays of light, covering the area of tens of thousands of meters. A shadow suddenly appeared above Xiaowu, and the shadow was a soft and cute little beast. The moment Lei Hao saw the little beast, he couldn't help but lose his voice, spiritual ancestor beast. In the glow of the sunset, a cute little beast appeared in the sky above Xiaowu. This was Xiaowu's true form, the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. Most practitioners knew the name of the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, and Lei Hao naturally knew it too. He exclaimed and called out Xiaowu's identity. He never thought that Xiaowu was actually the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. As he called out Xiaowu's identity, the Dragon Rider Corps Commander turned his head and looked over. The soul fire was beating in his head, giving Lei Hao a creepy feeling. Fortunately, Lei Hao had no other ideas. If he dared to have any ideas about Xiaowu, he would be killed by the Corps Commander. The blood-colored torrent rushed to the front of the Taoist Master of the 4th Realm. The Taoist Master of the 4th Realm remained calm, and his precious robes glowed with blazing rays of light. The blood-colored torrent transformed by the Dragon Riders collided with the rays of light and was shattered by a powerful force. The Taoist Master of the 4th Realm was not easy to deal with. Although the Dragon Riders were strong, they were only at the 3rd realm of the Taoist Master. And this time, only 100 riders were dispatched, which was not the opponent of the Taoist Master of the 4th realm at all. The Soul Ancestral Beast is indeed the Soul Zulu. I didn't expect that I could meet the Soul Ancestral Beast here. It's really a great opportunity. The Soul Ancestral Beast is a spiritual beast that countless practitioners want to pursue. Through the Soul Ancestral Beast, you can study the cause and effect path. If you can get a glimpse of the cause and effect path, you can also get great benefits. The Taoist Master of the 4th Realm didn't take the 100 Dragon Riders seriously at all, let alone the leader of the Dragon Riders. Instead, he said to Xiaowu, "Little guy, follow me. From now on, I will be your master." Xiaowu looked at him like an idiot, saying nothing and not moving. The 4 Realms Taoist Master asked in confusion, "What's that look in your eyes?" Xiaowu said, "Father said that there is no need to talk nonsense with the dead." When the 4 Realms Taoist Master heard this, he was not angry, but overjoyed. "You actually still have a father, that's great. Wait until I catch you, then I'll catch your father." As long as there are enough soul beasts, Yinfu will definitely understand. Before he finished speaking, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color and turned into a blood-red ocean. An army composed of thousands of dragon riders launched a bloody charge again, and a blood-red torrent far more powerful than before rolled towards the 4 Realms Taoist Master. At the same time, the Japanese army leader also responded. It waved its sword and swung it at the mirror in the sky. A fatal blow. The power of the entire Dragon Rider Corps and tens of millions of Dragon Riders was gathered together to strike the most powerful blow. Its movements were very secretive, hidden behind thousands of Dragon Riders. When the 4th level Taoist Master discovered it, it was too late. The fatal blow landed on the treasure mirror, and a large number of cracks appeared on the treasure mirror, and it whizzed back to its master's hand. The 4th level Taoist Master looked at the treasure mirror full of cracks, showing an extremely distressed expression. He roared at the number 1 Legion commander, "You dare to destroy my treasure mirror, I will definitely kill you." The treasure mirror is very strange, and you can see the true nature of Xiaowu. But its level is not high. When it was used for the first time, the number 1 Legion commander directly blasted the beam. From this, the number 1 Legion commander has judged that this mirror is not an offensive magic weapon, and its level is just barely reaching the Taoist Master realm. The real function of the treasure mirror is not in battle. The number 1 Legion commander is wise, and his opponent is all of the 4th level Taoist Master, including all magic weapons. In this case, destroy his magic weapon, which can further weaken his power. The blood-colored torrent hit the 4th realm Taoist Master again, and his precious robe glowed with rosy light, forming a powerful defense. This time, the blood-colored torrent composed of thousands of Dragon Riders was not dispersed, but was only shaken back. But the precious clothes on the 4th realm Taoist Master were still intact, and the glow did not weaken at all. 1,000 Dragon Riders were not enough, and the number 1 Legion commander originally planned to dispatch more Dragon Riders, but suddenly he stopped. A palm filled with dense leading came with strong anger. By the time the 4th realm Taoist Master reacted, it was too late to escape. In the palm, a powerful suction force rose, and the terrible power formed a vortex that sucked the 4th realm Taoist Master firmly. Lin Tuanyu came here with his 10,000-meter body, shaking the curse wings. Because the time curse wing stirred time, Lin Moyu's appearance was not noticed by anyone. Lin Moyu suddenly appeared here like teleportation, and then grabbed his opponent. With the blessing of the Power Avenue True Body, Lin Moyu burst out with unparalleled terrible power. The glow protecting the 4th realm Taoist Master was crushed like an egg with a bang. In the horrified eyes of the 4 realms Taoist Master, Lin Moyu clenched his fists and held them in his palms. Accompanied by a scream, when Lin Moyu opened his palms, the 4 realms Taoist Master, who was so arrogant a second ago, was now like a clay figure, lying on Lin Moyu's palms. "Please give me flowers." Although he was not dead yet, he only had his last breath left. A strange cry sounded, and the 1 realm Taoist Master who came with him turned around and fled with a terrified cry. Lin Moyu slapped him, and with a bang, the 1 realm Taoist Master exploded into a blood mist on the spot. With a slap and a pinch, the 2 Taoists died and were disabled. This kind of fighting power scared Lei Hao. "Dao Yu, spare my life." The 4 realms Taoist Master lay in Lin Moyu's palms, dying, begging for mercy with his last strength. His body was destroyed, and even his soul was severely damaged. Lin Moyu's pinch carried a terrible force, and the Power Avenue had destroyed its foundation. "Didn't you want to catch me just now? I am her father." Lin Moyu casually threw the 4th realm Dao Zun in his palm while speaking, and then slapped him again, just like slapping a fly, and smashed him directly. 0. Not only was his body and soul smashed, but even the storage magic weapon was smashed, and a large amount of magic weapon materials fell out. Lin Moyu casually waved and collected them all. "For the sake of being a human race, let you die with understanding." Lin Moyu at least let him know why he died. After killing 2 people casually, Lin Moyu's body became smaller and finally returned to normal. As for why these 2 people came, it didn't matter at all. And without asking, Lin Moyu could guess that they must have discovered Xiao Wu's identity, so they came here to catch Xiao Wu. He had been mentally prepared for this kind of thing. If he met it, he would kill it. Lei Hao was stunned at this time. He didn't know how Lin Moyu killed Lei Xian before, and Lei Xian was killed with a 4th realm Dao Zun. Now he understood that killing a Dao Zun 4th level was no different from slapping a fly. Lin Moyu's fighting power had reached such a level. Even if he reached the same level as Lin Moyu, he was still far from being Lin Moyu's opponent. Lei Hao's admiration for Lin Moyu grew stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu asked, "Brother Lei, why are you here?" Lei Hao finally came back to his senses and immediately told the whole story. Lin Moyu's face was still smiling, and he didn't look worried at all. "So it's for this, Brother Lei, I want to ask, if I kill too many of your people, will it be difficult for you to do it?" Lin Moyu asked directly, with murderous intent in his words. If you ask the question, "Do you mind killing too many people among humans?" it would be wrong. It's like asking if you mind if I kill your family. But among the demons, this question is very normal. The demons originally raise goo, and they have a high tolerance for casualties. Lei Hao replied, "That won't happen, but if they come, please let me say a few words before you attack." Lin Moyu replied, "Of course, we have to wait for Brother Lei to finish speaking before we start." Lei Hao immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lei Hao was afraid that Lin Moyu would start without saying anything, and his people would probably suffer countless casualties. At that time, he would persuade as many people as he could, and as for those who couldn't be persuaded, let them die. Lin Moyu turned to Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, you are not scared, right?" Xiao Wu narrowed his eyes. "With my father in 140, Xiao Wu will not be afraid." Lin Moyu touched Xiao Wu's head. "Okay, continue to practice, I am here." Because of Lin Moyu's return, Xiao Wu started to practice again, and he was very relieved. Lei Hao looked at Lin Moyu and lowered his voice. "Brother Lin, there are some things I don't know whether to ask or not." Lin Moyu smiled. "You want to ask, how can I become Xiao Wu's father, right?" Lei Hao nodded. "Yes, that's it. Xiao Wu is the soul spirit ancestor beast. How can he recognize you as his father?" As he spoke, there was a strong envy. Countless people want to catch the soul spirit ancestor beast, but there are not many who can make the soul spirit ancestor beast willingly recognize its master. Lin Moyu said, "This is a long story. It is related to what happened before I entered the other shore realm." Lin Moyu roughly talked about his encounter with Xiao Wu. Of course, it was not all, and some of his own adaptations were added. But the general situation remained unchanged. He made it clear that he met Xiao Wu when he was just born and was recognized as his father by Xiao Wu. Lei Hao knew that such things were hard to come by, so he no longer expected it. Lin Moyu said, "I still have to thank Brother Lei for coming here despite the danger. I will remember this." Lei Hao waved his hand quickly. "You and I are brothers, there is no need to be so polite." Lin Moyu said, "Since Brother Lei has come here, just practice with peace of mind. Although the 4th heaven's divine thunder is powerful, I think Brother Lei can still absorb it with difficulty." Lei Hao touched his head and laughed. "It is indeed bearable. I originally thought that I could not bear the 4th heaven's divine thunder. It seems that I am still too conservative." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Sometimes, being conservative is not a bad thing, at least it is safe." Lei Hao smiled and said, "Brother Lin is right. At least it is safe. Cultivation is not about who can go faster, but who can go farther." Lei Hao applied what Lin Moyu said. The divine thunder fell, and Lei Hao began to absorb the divine thunder and improve his blood. Originally, he thought his limit was the 3rd heaven, but he didn't expect that he could bear even the 4th heaven. With his high-level Tianzuan level, it was equivalent to crossing 2 heavens to absorb the divine thunder, proving the strength of his blood. In the 4th heaven, he improved his blood faster, far more than in the 3rd heaven. Lin Moyu felt that in a few days, Lei Hao could become a peak Tianzuan. Even before the ancestral knot was closed, Lei Zhao still had a chance to impact the Daozuan realm. This was his first time entering the ancestral land, and the effect he got was the strongest. Lin Moyu retreated a little and absorbed the divine thunder 10,000 meters away, but he did not transform into a 10,000-meter giant, nor did he spread the curse wings. Although this would be less efficient, it would not affect Xiao Yuan and others. Xiao Wu's aura is rising steadily, getting closer and closer to Dao Zun. Tian Zun's bottleneck has been broken, and Xiao Wu's becoming Dao Zun is a foregone conclusion. Now she is merging with the Great Dao, and it will take only a few days for her to truly enter the Dao Zun realm. In these few days, Xiao Wu must not be disturbed, and she must be allowed to break through with peace of mind, so that it can be perfect. After waiting for more than a day, Lin Moyu looked into the distance and murmured, "Here they come." He woke up Lei Hao, who was intoxicated with cultivation. "Those people are here, Brother Lei, why don't you go and talk to them first?" Lei Hao looked in the direction Lin Moyu pointed, but found nothing and did not sense anything. Lin Moyu said, "They are about 50,000 miles away from here. At their speed, it is estimated that there are still a few minutes. I will draw a life and death restricted area 10,000 meters away, and those who enter without permission will die." Lei Hao flew in the direction Lin Moyu pointed, hoping to persuade some people. He has a good status in the clan, and some Dao Zun have a good relationship with him. Lei Hao is one of the chosen successors to the clan leader, so he will naturally give him some face. As for whether they will listen to Lei Hao in the end, it is hard to say. Lin Moyu's mind moved slightly, and the skeleton gods flew out one by one. Hundreds of skeleton gods formed an encirclement 10,000 meters away to protect Xiao Wu and others. At the same time, Lin Moyu also came outside the circle and waited quietly. The 10,000-meter area is the life and death restricted area drawn by Lin Moyu. Those who enter the restricted area will die. The Eye of the Undead is opened, and Lin Moyu looks into the distance through the Eye of the Undead. Although they are tens of thousands of miles apart and blocked by infinite divine thunder, they can't see what is happening in the distance, nor can they hear what Lei Hao is saying. But through the Eye of the Undead, Lin Moyu can see the movements of those people. In the Eye of the Undead, there are soul flames. Each soul flame represents 10 Dao Zuns. At least 2,000 soul flames gathered together, and these people are naturally Dao Zuns of the Thunder-like Purple Striped Tiger clan. Farther back, there were still a large number of soul flames, all of which were the spectators who came to watch the show. These spectators added up to more than 1,000 people, and each of them was a Dao Zun. The soul flame representing Lei Hao had already flown over and made contact with his people. After a while, some Dao Zun really left. The soul flames that had originally gathered together were divided into two parts. One part stood with Lei Hao, obviously listening to the persuasion. Lin Moyu didn't know how Lei Hao persuaded, he just watched quietly. Lei Hao persuaded for a full 10 minutes, and almost a quarter of the Dao Zun were persuaded to stand with Lei Hao. There were still 3/4, about 1,500 to 1,600 Dao Zun, who were not persuaded and still came towards Lin Moyu. The distance of tens of thousands of miles passed in the blink of an eye, and those Dao Zun 1.0 appeared in sight. They were surrounded by purple light, thunder, and lightning, and looked at Lin Moyu with murderous intent. Lin Moyu said loudly, "Lei Xian attacked me first. He has his own way to die. If you want to avenge Lei Xian, you can attack me at will. But I'll make it clear. Once you attack me or enter the restricted area behind me, I will not show mercy." Lin Moyu was too lazy to say a word, but for Lei Hao's sake, he said more. As for whether to listen or not, that's the other party's business. At this moment, Lei Hao also flew to Lin Moyu and persuaded him for the last time, "Fellow tribe members, Lei Xian attacked first. According to the rules of the tribe, life and death are at your own risk. Why do you have to listen to others? Brother Lin is my guest. I think you should know what I am. Why do you have to make it difficult for me for Lei Xian? If you die here for Lei Xian, it's really not worth it." Lei Hao tried his best to persuade his fellow tribesmen. In his opinion, these people really didn't need to die for Lei. As for the words of revenge for their fellow tribesmen, it was more of an incited emotion. Most of the demon tribes don't know how to think, they are straightforward and can be easily instigated. This kind of thing has happened many times in the history of the demon tribe. It is precisely because of this that the demon tribe is suitable for the goo-raising mode. If they die, they die. No one will bring a group of people to avenge anyone afterwards. But this time, it was a little different. There are two main points. Mou killed the direct descendant of the Lei Guang purple striped tiger. Although Lei Xian's status is not as high as Lei Hao's, and he is not an heir, he is a direct descendant, so there is no problem with this. Secondly, the place of killing this time is wrong. It is in the ancestral land of the Lei Guang purple striped tiger. The ancestral land has a special status for many Lei Guang purple striped tiger tribesmen. It's not that you can't kill people in the ancestral land, but it's rare for a direct descendant to die in the ancestral land. Furthermore, too many people saw Lin Moyu killing people. If this matter had not spread, no one would have known about it, then the two would have been fine. But now that this matter has spread, if these people do not seek justice for their own people, how will others view the Thunder-like purple striped tiger clan? The whole incident, after a series of changes and incitements, has risen to a question of racial face. Although Lei Hao persuaded a quarter of the clan members to leave, it was because his status was high enough, but if he wanted to persuade more, it would not work. The 1,500 to 1,600 Dao Zuns in front of him were unmoved, and none of them retreated. Lin Moyu had already seen it clearly, and said to Lei Hao, "Brother Lei, you retreat, they will not leave. Everyone has their own destiny, maybe this is their calamity." Lei Hao also understood it, and sighed helplessly, "Okay." He retreated silently, and retreated to a distance with the hundreds of Dao Zuns who were persuaded by him. These Dao Zuns who were willing to listen to his advice were basically from his line. If he came to power in the future, these people would also be able to be his team. As for others, he really couldn't care less. Lin Moyu looked at the more than 1,000 murderous Dao Zuns. "Everyone, I have met your clan leader once, and for his sake, I don't want to kill you. So, I hope you don't make mistakes." Hearing that Lin Moyu had met their clan leader once, some of these Dao Zuns showed hesitation. At this time, someone shouted, "Don't listen to his nonsense. How could the clan leader know a human of the second level of Dao Zuns? He killed our direct lineage in the ancestral land, which made our entire clan lose face. Today, we must kill him to avenge our clan. This is our ancestral land. Killing our direct descendants in our ancestral land is like sitting on our heads and shitting. We are the royal family, how can we tolerate this? Even if the clan leader is here, he will definitely agree with our approach." This remark was extremely inflammatory and immediately aroused the anger of all the Dao Zuns. The crowd watching the show around also spoke up, "That's right, in our own ancestral land, the direct descendants were killed, which is a shame. Kill him quickly, the face of the race must be preserved. There are more than 1,000 Dao Zuns, and he is just one person. What is he afraid of? Even if he has some puppets, can these puppets stop him? What is the 10,000-meter restricted area? This is simply an insult. This is the ancestral land, not the territory of other races." Amid the words of the crowd, the Dao Zuns of the Thunder-like purple striped tiger became more and more excited. Their auras rose, and the auras of the Dao Zuns intertwined, attracting countless thunders, turning into a terrible pressure, sweeping towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu ignored the pressure and sighed. The demon race's brains must not be very good. They rely too much on bloodline, which allows them to advance all the way, thus ignoring the power of the Tao heart. If someone said this in the human race, there would not be many people who would respond. Because the Daozuan of the human race polished their Dao heart step by step, each Daozuan had his own ideas and judgments. It was extremely difficult to be incited. Lin Moyu looked at the large number of Daozuan in front of him, and imagined that he had faced a Daozuan before, as if facing the majesty of heaven. But now, facing these 1,500 or 600 Daozuan, he could treat them as nothing. Those Daozuan were murderous and were about to take action. On the other side, Lei Hao's anxiety was beyond words. He was really anxious and didn't want to see his people die here. But he really had no choice and couldn't persuade them at all. Lin Moyu saw Lei Hao's expression and sighed softly, "Forget it." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the number 1 Legion commander flew over and waved his sword. Just when everyone thought they were going to take action, the space was distorted on a large scale. One by one, terrible dragon riders appeared between heaven and earth. They were bathed in thunder, wearing bloody armor, tall and majestic. Every dragon rider exuded the breath of the third realm of Daozuan. The bloody and white bone road intertwined with them and gathered into a sea. What was really terrifying was not the breath and fighting power of the dragon riders, but their number. There were more than 100,000 dragon riders appearing between heaven and earth. A full 100,000 dragon riders of the third realm of Daozuan formed a battle formation, which gathered the road into a sea, making heaven and earth solemn. The whole world was silent, and the previous howling was completely silenced at this moment. Except for the sound of thunder, the whole world was quiet, without a trace of noise. 100,000 dragon riders of the third realm of Daozuan suppressed the whole scene, making everyone breathless. Lin Moyu looked solemnly. "Lei Hao is my brother, I give him face, so I won't kill you. 10,000-meter restricted area, trespassers will die." As soon as the voice fell, 100,000 dragon riders formed 100 battle formations in units of thousands, completely wrapping up the 10,000-meter area. There was no sound during the action, like walking through the netherworld, and the defense was completed in a blink of an eye. It was this behavior that made all 827 people gasp. What kind of army is the most terrifying? It is the army in front of us. All instructions can be completed in an instant, and they are strictly enforced. Even this kind of order can be completed with just a thought. Everyone had a thought in their mind. There was no way to fight. First of all, in terms of numbers, they have been completely crushed, with more than dozens of times the number, and they have no power to fight back. Looking at the actions of these dragon riders, all the Taoist masters of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger felt that they were facing a terrible army. The army can exert a combat power that is several times more than itself. With the same number of people, they have no resistance against a well-trained army. Not to mention that the number of this army now exceeds theirs by dozens of times. Don't even think about it. If they fight, it will be a one-sided crushing. Lin Moyu looked at the expressions of these Taoist masters and knew that they could no longer fight. Originally, he would not do this. He would wait for these Taoist masters to take action, and then release the Dragon Rider's core and kill them directly. But seeing that Lei Hao was in such a difficult situation, Lin Moyu still did not kill them and let them live. In this situation, anyone who is not a fool would not come to die. Lei Hao in the distance cast a grateful look. He is not stupid and knows why Lin Moyu did this. Suddenly, a purple spear rose into the air, bathed in divine thunder. 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 1,000, and turned into a craftsman. Countless purple spears rushed towards the dragon riders. The sudden change made everyone stunned on the spot. This long spear suddenly appeared and attacked suddenly without any warning. Before others could react, the dragon rider's core had already reacted. All the dragon riders waved their swords and turned into a blood-colored torrent to face the long spear. The long spear was extremely powerful and absorbed a large amount of divine thunder halfway, making its power even stronger. Each long spear was shrouded in divine thunder and was extremely powerful. The blood-colored torrent transformed by the dragon riders collided with the thunder spears, and a shocking aftermath broke out. After persisting for a while, the blood-colored torrent collapsed. Countless dragon riders were crushed by the long spears, but the power of the long spears also turned into nothingness in the process. The purple long spear was exhausted and stood back between heaven and earth. The divine thunder roared and fell on the purple long spear, replenishing its power. In a blink of an eye, the power of the purple long spear rose again and soon returned to normal. With one strike, he defeated the 100,000 dragon riders, shocking everyone. The power of this shot has surpassed the 4th level of Daozuan and reached the 5th level of Daozuan. So powerful! It seems that there are still strong people hidden in the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger clan. That's normal. This is their ancestral land. They can all exert power far beyond their usual level. As long as there is a strong man in the fifth realm of Daozun, they can crush this army of 100,000 puppets. Let's see how this kid copes this time. I thought the show was over, but now it seems that it is far from over. Most of the 100,000 troops collapsed. Look at him. The spectators hadn't finished talking yet, and those dragon riders whose bodies were still cold were resurrected one after another. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 dragon riders reappeared in the world, looking intact, as if the scene just now had never happened. Those guys who were talking about it and preparing to watch the show were like being strangled by someone and couldn't speak. Who would have thought that the dragon riders who had been beaten and killed would be resurrected on the spot? Lin Moyu flew out with a cold look in his eyes. Do you want to come out by yourself, or do you want me to pull you out myself? The killing intent was boiling. Lin Moyu looked at the Dao Masters of the Lightning Purple Tiger. Crack! Accompanied by a flash of lightning, a Dao Master of the Lightning Purple Tiger slowly flew out. His body quickly grew larger, attracting the thunder, and purple thunder spread all over his body. In the void of heaven and earth, a huge thunder-purple tiger appeared. On the tiger's body, there were strange patterns all over, and the patterns were like Dao patterns, filled with the power of thunder. As soon as he appeared, he showed his true body of the great Dao, accompanied by divine thunder, and his breath was cooking. He exuded the breath of the fifth realm of Dao Master, and he was not an ordinary fifth realm of Dao Master. He was also a strong man in the fifth realm of Dao Master. This is the ancestral land of the Lightning Purple Tiger. The combat power of the Lightning Purple Tiger clan will be greatly improved here. The stronger the bloodline, the more combat power will be improved. Lin Moyu saw that he should have been in the fifth realm of Daozun, but here, his combat power could reach the forefront of the fifth realm of Daozun. The tiger body shook, the tiger claws raised, and infinite divine thunder fell, turning into an illusory big hand, holding the thunder spear in his hand. He looked at Lin Moyu. Human boy, I have come out. What do you want? Lin Moyu said, I originally wanted to kill you, but for Lei Hao's face, and you didn't want to kill me, so I'll spare your life. He suddenly laughed, with a bit of anger in his laughter. Boy, although you have many puppets and they are weird, you are still far from killing me. Since you didn't kill my people for Lei Hao's sake, I won't kill you. Lei Xian was the first to attack. If you kill him somewhere else, no one will bother you. But you shouldn't kill him in the ancestral land. This is the ancestral land, representing the face of our clan. I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean I'll let you go. You still have to learn the lesson. My name is Lei Rong. You must remember this lesson and not be arrogant. Lin Moyu didn't care about Lei Rong's words and said casually, I'm a simple person. Whoever attacks me, I will return tenfold. As for where it has nothing to do with me. Don't say that this is just your clan's ancestral land. Even if it's in front of the Demon King, you should be killed. As for you wanting to teach me a lesson, I am not qualified. Everyone was in an uproar. How dare you? Shut up. Dare to disrespect the Demon King, damn it. The roars rang out. The Demon King is the leader of the demon race and the supreme being in the minds of countless demons. When any demon mentioned the Demon King, it was because he was respectful. But Lin Moyu dared to say that he dared to kill people even in front of the Demon King. This also means that he would not give the Demon King face. For many demons, this is an insult to the Demon King and is intolerable. Lei Rong also showed a fierce look in his eyes. Boy, do you know that just based on what I said just now, it is already a capital crime? Lin Moyu said, I am just telling the truth. As for whether it is a capital crime or not, you can ask the Demon King whether he will kill me. If even the Demon King doesn't kill me, but you think I deserve the death penalty, does this count as interfering with other people's affairs, and does this count as disrespect to the Demon King? Everyone was stunned on the spot, and the momentum that had just risen was disintegrated by Lin Moyu's few words. The demons all subconsciously felt that what Lin Moyu said was right. They seemed to have really interfering with other people's affairs, and they couldn't guess what the Demon King was thinking. And the Demon King wouldn't care about trivial matters like Lei Xian. Lin Moyu's mouth corners slightly raised, with a little smile. The demon's ideas were indeed simple, straight to the point, and they wouldn't turn around, so they could easily be led astray by him. This is the advantage of the demons, but also their flaw. However, not all demons will be led astray, at least Lei Rong, a Taoist fifth realm being, will not. Lei Rong whispered, "You humans are really good at talking. We don't know what the Demon King will think, and we don't need to know. You spoke rudely to the Demon King, which is enough to teach you a lesson and let you know that you can't speak without restraint in the future." Lei Rong made a move while speaking, and the thunder spear turned into thunder and blasted towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled. "Well, I'll fight with you." He knew very well that Lei Rong would definitely take action in the end, otherwise his appearance would become meaningless. If he didn't take action in the end, he would be the one who would be embarrassed in the end. Either don't come out, or you must take action. But he still had no intention of killing, he really just wanted to teach Lin Moyu a lesson. Even when Lin Moyu spoke rudely to the Demon King, he just pretended to be angry and didn't really have the intention to kill. From this, Lin Moyu judged that Lei Rong was very smart, at least his brain was better than other demons. Lin Moyu chuckled. Two Tao patterns in his soul shone, the true body of the power avenue evolved, and his body became colder and colder. In an instant, Lin Moyu had transformed into a 100-meter giant and punched the thunder spear. "Looking for death?" Lei Rong shouted angrily, the thunder roared, and the thunder spear became more powerful and sharper. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, and a streak of gray light appeared on the blade. Not only did a gray light appear on the tip of his fist, Lin Moyu's Tao true body also turned gray and white. He was like wearing a gray and white armor, with a bit of dreamy color. Lin Moyu used his second Tao true body, the immortal Tao true body. The Tao true body of strength was inside, and the Tao true body of immortality was outside. The blessing of the dual Tao true body made his strength more isolated. The gray light on the tip of his fist was full of the power of death. The moment the thunder spear came into contact with the power of death, the power of thunder was immediately corroded and dissolved by the power of death. The power of the spear weakened sharply, and when it really collided with the fist, the power of the spear was at least weakened by 2 or 3 times. At this time, the Tao true body of strength came into play. Lin Moyu's blood roared, and he turned into a blood dragon, blasting the spear away. After the blood dragon flew the thunder spear lightly, its might did not change, and continued to blast towards Rong. Lei Rong's face changed slightly. He could never have imagined that Lin Moyu, with the strength of the second level of Dao Zun, could actually blow away his thunder spear. This also means that Lin Moyu's combat power has at least reached the peak of the 4th level of Dao Zun. The blood dragon roared and came towards him. Lei Rong shouted angrily, and his whole body was covered with purple light. The purple lines on his body shone brightly, and the purple light attracted the divine thunder. Lei Rong's tiger claws slapped out fiercely and collided with the blood dragon. The blood dragon was shattered, but Lei Rong was also shocked and flew back thousands of meters before stopping. After knocking Lei Rong back with a punch, Shu Rong showed a look of surprise on his face. Not only him, but the people around him also changed their colors. They could not have imagined that Lin Moyu's combat power would be so strong. Obviously, Lin Moyu is only a cultivator of the 2nd level of Dao Zun, but why can the fighting power he burst out be comparable to Lei Rong, who is in the 5th level of Dao Zun? You know, the fighting power that Lei Rong exerted here is not weak even among the 5th level of Dao Zun. Why can Lin Moyu fight beyond the 3rd level? Some people even have an illusion that this is not the ancestral land of the Thunder Light Purple Tiger, but Lin Moyu's territory. Lei Rong whispered, "Your strength is amazing, and you really have the capital to be proud. But this alone is far from enough." He transformed into a giant purple tiger and roared. The thunder spear fell into his hand again, becoming extremely huge, and was held in his hand. He raised the thunder spear high, thunder roared between heaven and earth, and dense divine thunder gathered in the spear. Lei Rong's breath rose step by step, quickly reaching the peak, and then he stabbed at Lin Moyu. A terrifying lightning, tearing the space apart, blasted towards Lin Moyu. The wrath of divine thunder. Someone exclaimed, as if shocked by the shot. The wrath of divine thunder is the bloodline magic of the Thunder-Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. Almost every member of the Thunder-Light Purple Striped Tiger clan who has cultivated to the Dao Zun realm can use it. But the effect of each person using this magic is different. Some are very powerful, while others are ridiculously weak. The strength of this magic is determined by the strength of the bloodline, and is also affected by other factors. Lei Rong's bloodline is not weak, and he has a thunder spear in his hand. When he uses this magic, his power is even greater. Lin Moyu is not afraid at all, and still punches out. The power of death breaks out in full force, corroding the power of the divine thunder with all its strength. The divine thunder really touches Lin before Moyu, it must be weakened by at least one time. The Power Avenue True Body stimulated the blood and chi, transformed into a blood dragon, and blasted on the divine thunder. The purple light illuminated the whole world, the divine thunder exploded in all directions, and the aftermath swept in all directions. The Dao Masters of the Thunder-Light Purple Striped Tiger retreated one after another. Even if it was just the aftermath, it was not something they could bear. Not only them, but also the spectators farther away were retreating. They didn't want to watch the show by themselves and end up seriously injured. The Dragon Riders formed a battle formation to block the aftermath and not affect Xiao Wu and others. In the purple, there was a sound of space breaking. The space of the ancestral land was broken, and behind the space was an endless world of thunder. A large amount of thunder rushed out from the broken space, bursting out with even more amazing power. Lei Rong roared, and all the thunder that appeared was controlled by him and fell on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was blown thousands of meters away on the spot before stopping. He was covered by thunder, like a thunderball. Gray and white light flowed, and the gray power of death continued to corrode the thunder. But the speed at which the power of death corroded the thunder was not fast enough, and a large amount of thunder continued to bombard Lin Moyu. All the damage caused by thunder was weakened by the immunity spell, and then transferred to all the undead to bear together. Lin Moyu seemed to be wrapped in thunder, but in fact he was not injured. The thunder was being corroded by the power of death, melting rapidly, and becoming weaker and weaker. The blood and chi roared, and the avenue of power exploded, dispersing the last bit of thunder. Lin Moyu flew back again with dragon-like blood and chi. Lei Rong also evolved into the Avenue True Body again at this moment, and the two returned to the starting point and confronted each other. "You are not injured." Lei Rong's eyes were shocked and a little bit unbelievable. He believed that his previous attack, with the help of the power of the divine thunder, tore the space, and attracted more powerful divine thunder from the broken space. Although it was not enough to kill Lin Moyu, it was enough to injure Lin Moyu. Just as he said before, teach Lin Moyu a lesson. He did not want to kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu and Lei Hao had a very good relationship, and a genius like Lin Moyu must have an extraordinary status in the human race. If such a person is killed, it will not be good for him personally. Lei Rong is not stupid, so he said from the beginning that he did not want to kill Lin Moyu, but just wanted to teach Lin Moyu a lesson. But now it seems that it is not easy to teach Lin Moyu a lesson. Lin Moyu also felt Lei Rong's thoughts. Do you want to continue? You have also seen that with your strength, you can't eat me. Lei Rong knew that Lin Moyu was telling the truth, but he was a little unwilling to let go. Where would his face be? While thinking about how to respond, suddenly a strong breath rose from a distance. A hazy road emerged. The road was hazy and illusory, with a strong sense of mystery. The divine thunder passed through the road, and no road had any contact. This road seems to exist, but it seems not to exist in this world. Xiao Wu finally broke through. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Lei Rong saw Lin Moyu's expression and immediately found the steps and jumped down. He put away the real body of the road and restored his original appearance. How about we stop here? Lin Moyu was too lazy to fight, the other party did not have the intention to kill, and he was not easy to kill the other party for Lei Hao's face, and there was no point in fighting. Since Lei Rong said so, forget it. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, put away the true body of the Great Tao, and returned to Xiao Wu. The 10,000-meter restricted area still existed, and the 100,000 dragon riders continued to be on guard, not letting anyone get close. Now is the most critical moment for Xiao Wu, and no omissions are allowed. In the fourth heaven of divine thunder, the world that was originally full of purple now appeared endless fog. The fog spread in all directions, and no matter how strong the thunder was, it could not affect the Yuan Qi. The mysterious power of the Great Tao spread wantonly in the world of thunder. Everyone in the fourth heaven sensed the mystery of this Great Tao, and suddenly someone shouted, "This is the illusory Great Tao." Someone has achieved the Tao Zone with the illusory Great Tao. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The roar of a demon clan immediately triggered a huge wave. Countless demon clans realized that someone had actually achieved Tao Zone with the illusory Tao. Among all the bloodlines of the demon clan, there is no bloodline of the illusory Tao. Only when the bloodline mutates will the bloodline that can comprehend the illusory Tao appear with an extremely low probability. This situation has only happened a few times in the history of the demon clan. The mutated bloodline cannot be passed on and cannot be passed on to the next generation. Therefore, the illusory Tao is a legend among the demon clan. Now seeing someone achieve Tao Zone with the illusory Tao will naturally cause shock to all the demon clans. It is said that every being who comprehends the illusory avenue will eventually become a top powerhouse. I don't know if they are top powerhouses, but becoming a 7th level ancestor is inevitable, and their combat power is stronger than that of ordinary 7th level ancestors, and they are invincible in the same realm. This guy surnamed Lin is strong, and his companions are also so strong. There is a saying in the human race, birds of a feather flock together. The strong will naturally be with the strong. So, the guy named Lei Hao is also very strong? Of course, Lei Hao is said to be the real direct descendant of the thunder-like purple-striped tiger, and is trained as a successor, completely different from the killed Lei Xian. Everyone was amazed by Xiao Wu's avenue. Lei Rong also had a complicated expression at this moment. He came to Lei Hao and said, "Lei Hao, he is your brother." Lei Hao nodded, as if it was a matter of course. "Yes, Uncle Rong, what's the problem?" After knowing that Xiao Wu had comprehended the illusory avenue, Lei Hao actually felt a sense of honor, as if he had comprehended the illusory avenue. Lei Rong is his uncle in terms of seniority, and the two of them are usually not close. In fact, Lei Hao's status in the clan is higher than Lei Rong, and his future development will also be better than Lei Rong. After all, Lei Rong is also a direct descendant, and he is also a Tao Zone 5th realm existence, so Lei Hao will be very polite to Lei Rong under normal circumstances. Lei Rong said, "Do you know what kind of illusory avenue this is?" Lei Hao shook his head. "I'm not very clear, but if Uncle Rong wants to know, I can go and ask. I think with my relationship with Brother Lin should tell me." Lei Rong nodded. "It would be best if you can ask. Lei Hao, Uncle Rong wants to trouble you with something." Lei Hao said, "Uncle Rong, you don't have to be so polite, just tell me directly." Lei Rong said, "After the trip to the ancestral land is over, let them stay in the city for one more day." Lei Hao immediately became alert. What are they going to do? He thought that Lei Rong was still planning Lei Xian's death, but in fact, he thought in his heart that if the trip to the ancestral land was over, he would let Lin Moyu and others leave as soon as possible. If someone came to trouble Lin Moyu would definitely suffer because he was alone and weak. Lei Rong said, "Don't get me wrong. I have understood the matter of Lei Xian. I will talk to the clan leader afterwards. There will be no trouble. You know the situation in our clan. The death of a few direct descendants is nothing. Moreover, Lei Xian has no protectors behind him. His status is not very high. If he dies, he dies. I want you to stay because the clan elder has something to do. Your realm is still low, and you don't know some things in the clan. The clan elder has been looking for someone with the illusory avenue. Lei Hao asked, what does the elder have to do? Lei Rong shook his head. I don't know what it is specifically, but it should be a request from someone. The clan elder has been looking for many years, but has not been able to find it. Your father also knows about this matter. If you want to know, you can ask. Although I don't know what it is specifically, it should be good for your friend and not bad. Lei Hao was skeptical about Lei Rong's words and did not agree immediately. Lei Rong continued, you can tell your friend about this later. Your friend will decide whether to stay or not. How about that? Also, if this is successful, the elders will definitely support you with all their strength, and your future position will be more stable. After finishing speaking, Lei Rong turned and left. Clan elders have a high status in each clan of the demon clan. In the system of the demon clan, the highest authority of each clan is naturally the clan leader. This is somewhat different from the human race. Under the clan leader are the clan elders. Each clan elder is an ancestor above the 7th realm. The demon clan is divided into direct and collateral branches, and both direct and collateral branches can be divided into countless branches. Just like the roots of a 1,000-year-old tree, although they will eventually converge on the main stem, when they are subdivided, they are intertwined. Each clan elder has his own authority and manages each branch. Each clan elder has his own favorite candidate, so Lei Hao is only one of the heirs, not the only one. If he can get the support of the clan elders, then Lei Hao's position will become stable. Lei Hao knows very well that the reason why he can become one of the heirs and have a protector is because there is a card player behind him to support him. 0. Please give me flowers. And there are 8 such elders. After thinking for a while, Lei Hao flew towards Lin Moyu. The 10,000-meter restricted area does not exist for Lei Hao. The number 1 Legion commander controlled the Dragon Riders Legion and revealed a passage for Lei Hao to enter. Seeing Lei Hao coming over and seeing Lei Hao's expression, Lin Moyu already knew that there must be something serious. Tell me, what's the matter? Lin Moyu spoke directly, and there was no need to beat around the bush for Lei Hao's character. Lei Hao repeated what Lei Rong had just said to him. Lin Moyu smiled. Do you want me to stay or not? Lei Hao shook his head. I haven't thought about it. Uncle Rong said that this matter might be good for Brother Lin, but I don't really believe it. Lin Moyu smiled and said, if your elders have really been looking for you for so many years, maybe they really need help. If I stay and help, then your position in the clan will be much more stable, right? 0. Lei Hao didn't say this before, but Lin Moyu knew it himself. Lei Hao told the truth. That's true, but it doesn't matter. I will become the clan leader with or without the support of the elders. Lin Moyu said, it's good to have confidence, but sometimes you also need external forces. For example, now, I may be your external force. Think about it. If someone else finds someone who has comprehended the illusory avenue and gets the support of the elders, what should you do? You know the rules of your clan. Sooner or later, there will be a showdown between you heirs. If you are lucky, you can still survive. If you are unlucky, you can't save your life. Tell the truth, how confident are you now that you can survive to the end? Because Lei Hao was originally arrogant, he instinctively wanted to refute, but found that he was a little tired of refutation. Lin Moyu was right, he was indeed not completely sure. Those guys who were also heirs were not worse than himself. He could only tell the truth. Now I am about 60% sure. Lin Moyu made the final decision, then increased this confidence to 90% or even higher. Even if you can't become the clan leader, you must become a clan elder. At the very least, you must ensure that you can survive after failure. As a brother, I will definitely help if I can. Lin Moyu patted Lei Hao on the shoulder and made a promise. This promise made Lei Hao feel like he was bathed in the thunder of the 9 heavens. At this moment, Lin Moyu was promoted to his brother in life and death. Lei Hao left with a complicated and excited mood. Lin Moyu's words made it difficult for him to calm down. From now on, you are my brother in life and death. Lei Hao swore silently in his heart. He knew that Lin Moyu agreed to stay for himself. After killing Lei Xian, it was dangerous to stay in Zihu City. In Zihu City, Lei Xian's faction was not without any power. At least as far as he knew, Lei Xian had many friends. Moreover, Lei Xian and himself had a common father. According to the tradition of the clan, it didn't matter if the two brothers killed each other, but if outsiders intervened, there would be a problem. Internal fighting and external fighting were two completely different concepts. Their father alone might attack Lin Moyu. He knew his father's strength, and he was a powerful existence. But even in this situation, 550 Lin Moyu still chose to stay to help him. Lei Hao remembered this love in his heart. After Lei Hao left, Lin Moyu's eyes were thoughtful. Looking for someone who possesses the illusory avenue, and has been looking for many years. It didn't say what specific illusory avenue was needed, only the illusory stream avenue was required. Could it be related to the extraterritorial gods? Well, then stay and take a look, help Lei Hao, and see if he can take the position of Patriarch in the future. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, he really wanted to help Lei Hao, but he also had some ideas of his own. The elders of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger must have something to do in the search for the illusory avenue, but what it is not yet known. Lin Moyu felt that there was a certain possibility that it would be related to the extraterritorial gods. If it was related to the extraterritorial gods, then we had to go and see. When Xiao Wu broke through to Dao Zun, the great Dao emerged, and at the same time she continued to absorb the divine thunder. Under the catalysis of the divine thunder, Xiao Wu's breakthrough was much faster, and it took only 3 days to complete the breakthrough. When the great Dao converged, she had truly become a Dao Zun. And with the help of the divine thunder, Xiao Wu's foundation was still solid. After ordinary people were promoted to Dao Zun, they needed to spend a lot of time to consolidate their foundation, at least 10 years, and at most 100 years. But with the help of the divine thunder, Xiao Wu had a stable foundation as soon as she was promoted to Dao Zun. Next, she only had to continue to absorb the divine thunder, and it was estimated that before leaving the ancestral land, she would be able to leave the ancestral land. The foundation can be completely stabilized. In the past few days, Xiao Niu's aura has also risen steadily, and he is moving towards the peak of Tianzuan. But after the first 2 promotions, Xiao Niu's bloodline has passed the high-speed growth stage, and now the speed of improvement has begun to slow down gradually. It will take some time to promote to the peak of Tianzuan, and it is estimated that it will be almost done in a few dozen days. As for the promotion to Daozuan, it is a bit difficult unless it can bathe in a stronger divine thunder. Xiao Wu's aura has also risen, but the rising speed is not fast. As a soul ancestor beast, Xiao Wu's bloodline is one of the best among many spirit beasts, and she needs a stronger divine thunder. After entering the ancestral land, the fastest breakthrough speed is not these 3 people, but Xiao Yu in the big world. Under Lin Moyu's precise control, coupled with Xiao Yu's natural jade soul, the cultivation has soared all the way. Now it is only a step away from the supreme. Xiao Wu woke up and shouted happily, "I finally became a Daozuan." Xiao Wu also woke up and smiled, "Congratulations, little sister." The calf also took the initiative to congratulate, "Congratulations to Sister Xiao Wu for being promoted to Daozun." It dared not congratulate, otherwise Xiao Wu would definitely kill itself. Xiao Wu flew to Lin Moyu, and hung on him with his arms and legs spread out. "Master, I have been promoted to Daozun, and you didn't even congratulate me." Lin Moyu patted Xiao Wu's back gently. "Congratulations, lazy Xiao Wu, you have finally been promoted to Daozun." If Xiao Wu had worked hard to practice, she should have been promoted to Daozun long ago. Why would it be delayed until now? Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue. "It's enough to be promoted. It doesn't matter if it's early or late." Lin Moyu walked to Xiao Niu, and then put Xiao Lu on Xiao Niu's back. "Let's go, we're going to the 5th heaven." Xiao Niu was stunned on the spot. "Master, I can't withstand the divine thunder of the 5th heaven." Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, I have a way." Xiao Yo is very smart and obedient. He will not refute Lin Moyu's decision at all. Although the Divine Thunder is good, the Master's words should be listened to more. Lin Moyu has his own considerations for going to the fifth heaven. The Divine Thunder of the fifth heaven can better help Xiao Wu practice. It has been more than 10 days since entering the Ancestral land. The ones who benefited the most are Xiao Yo and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu has been with them without a single complaint. Now that both of them have made a breakthrough, it is Xiao Wu's turn. And the Divine Thunder of the fifth heaven can also help Xiao Wu stabilize his foundation better. As for Xiao Yo, it doesn't matter if he can't bear it. Throw it into the big world. Lin Moyu has collected enough Divine Thunder of the fourth heaven, which is enough for it to practice. Even if it doesn't work, there is still the Divine Thunder of the fifth heaven. Control it and weaken it, and it can still be used. Xiao Yu is the best example. Lin Moyu was already very good at this. The group faced the Divine Thunder and looked for the way to the fifth heaven. The Daozuan of the thunder-like purple striped tiger had basically dispersed, and the crowd of spectators had almost died. Lei Hao stayed not far away, and a group of Daozuan followed him. This group of Daozuan was the group of people that Lei Hao had persuaded to come down before. They all knew Lei Hao's identity. After a battle, they basically became members of Lei Hao's line. Most of these Daozuan were collateral branches, and it was normal for collateral clansmen to surround and depend on the direct line. In a sense, these collateral Daozuan became Lei Hao's team. If Lei Hao became the clan leader in the future, their status would become stable. The internal forces of the entire race were intricate, and only the people in the clan could see clearly. Lei Hao rushed over. "Brother Lin, are you going to the fifth heaven?" Lin Moyu hummed, "Yes, I have been in the fourth heaven for a long time, and it's time to go up." Lei Hao said, "With Brother Lin's talent, going to the fifth heaven will definitely not be a problem. When the Ancestral land is closed, we will have a good drink." Lin Moyu said, "Okay, let's have a good drink then." The two said goodbye. Lin Moyu strengthened his luck and chose a direction at random. There is no better way to find a passage than to strengthen your own luck. As long as the luck is strong enough, the luck will naturally be good. As long as the luck is good enough, no matter which direction you choose, it will not be wrong. Sure enough, after only 1 hour of walking forward, a passage appeared in front of us. The number of passages from the fourth heaven to the fifth heaven has been greatly reduced. Many Daozuans often have to search for half a day or a day to find it. But Lin Moyu found the passage in just 1 hour, which is enough to prove the magic of luck. When they came to the passage, Lin Moyu grabbed the calf's tail and let it try it first. As soon as the calf entered the passage, a purple thunder struck down, and the calf screamed. Lin Moyu pulled the calf back and found that it had been chopped until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it exuded the aroma of roasted raw meat. Xiao Wu smacked her lips. "It smells so good." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Would you like to have a bite? It's so fresh." No matter how fresh the beef on the table is, it can't compare to the beef that grows directly on the body and is roasted. Xiao Wu looked like she really wanted to take a bite. She whispered, "What does it feel like to chase and bite a cow?" Xiao Wu, as the sole ancestor beast, is a member of the spirit beast. At this moment, he also looked at the calf with a sharp gaze, especially the parts that were burned by the Divine Thunder. The calf was about to cry at this moment, and said in a pleading tone, "Master, life." Lin Moyu laughed and waved to throw the calf back to the big world, so that he could turn a blind eye to it. It has been confirmed that the calf can't withstand the Divine Thunder of the fifth heaven. If it goes to the fifth heaven, it will definitely die. But if it is left in the fourth heaven, Lin Moyu is not too relieved. After all, he killed Lei Xian. If a Taoist comes to trouble the calf will also be in danger. So he threw the calf back to the big world, and then used the collected fourth heaven Divine Thunder to let the calf practice. Seeing Lin Moyu put away Xiao Yo, Xiao Wu continued to mutter, "You are so timid, I won't really eat you." Lin Moyu said, "Okay, it's your turn to try next." 1. He did the same thing and let Xiao Wu enter the passage to try it out. After Xiao Wu was promoted to Dao Zun, his endurance was obviously greatly enhanced, and he could completely withstand the divine thunder in the passage. Even if the divine thunder of the fifth heaven was stronger, it would not be a big problem. The same is true for Xiao Wu. At this time, Xiao Wu and Xiao Wu are in the same realm, and both of them can withstand the divine thunder of the fifth heaven. After confirming that there is no problem, the three of them entered the passage and headed for the fifth heaven. The passage is densely covered with divine thunder, and the smell of divine thunder here is no longer suitable for all beings below the Dao Zun realm. Even Xiao Niu, who has a strong bloodline, cannot bear it. If Xiao Wu had not been promoted to Dao Zun, she would not be able to bear it either. But for Lin Formoyu, the divine thunder in the passage was still too weak. The three of them quickly passed through the passage and truly entered the world of the fifth heaven. A more powerful divine thunder fell on the three of them as a greeting gift. Xiao Wu groaned and her body shook slightly. She could barely bear it. Although it was a little difficult, Xiao Wu enjoyed it very much. The divine thunder of the fifth heaven quickly stabilized her foundation. It wouldn't take long for Xiao Wu to truly stand firm in the realm of Dao Zun. Xiao Wu also enjoyed the divine thunder. She was more relaxed than Xiao Wu, which also showed that Xiao Wu's realm was higher than Xiao Yuan. Xiao Wu's bloodline was also strong enough. Normally, the first realm of Dao Zun corresponds to the third heaven. Xiao Wu directly crossed two heavens, which also proved that her bloodline was extremely strong. After entering the fifth heaven, Xiao Wu's bloodline began to truly improve, and her aura gradually strengthened. At this time, 16 days had passed since they entered the ancestral land. During these 16 days, Lin Moyu himself has never practiced, and he has always been seeking benefits for Xiao Wu and the others. His body is too strong, and his soul is strong enough. The first four heavens are nothing to him. Now that he has entered the fifth heaven, Lin Moyu feels a little bit, but only a little bit. The fifth heaven's divine thunder falls on his body, and he feels a little numb. Not only the body, but also the soul feels numb. The divine thunder affects the body and the soul at the same time. But the only numbness is far from enough for Lin Moyu to practice. Lin Moyu knows that he needs at least the sixth heaven's divine thunder to have a good practice effect. But now, Xiao Lu is consolidating the foundation, and Xiao Wu is improving the bloodline, and it is impossible for him to leave them to go to the sixth heaven. Anyway, there is no rush for his own practice, so he will absorb the divine thunder first. He tried to release the Dragon Rider Corps leader, but found that the Dragon Rider Corps leader could not withstand the divine thunder for a long time. If the time is a little longer, the Legion leader will be killed by the divine thunder. Then Lin Moyu released the Skeleton King again. The Skeleton King of the fourth realm of Dao Zun can just withstand the divine thunder. The divine thunder is useless to the Skeleton King and is a complete waste. After releasing 10 Skeleton Kings to protect Xiao Wu and Xiao Wu, Lin Moyu flew to a place 100 miles away and began to absorb the divine thunder. He still evolved the true body of the Power Avenue, turned into a giant of 10,000 meters, spread the wings of curse, and cursed himself at the same time to attract more divine thunder. This time, the divine thunder no longer entered the big world. The big world is currently at the 7th level, and the upper limit of power is the third realm of Dao Zun. The divine thunder of the fifth heaven has reached the fourth realm of Dao Zun, which is not something the big world can bear. If it is forcibly introduced into the big world, it will only cause the big world to collapse. So this time Lin Moyu introduced the divine thunder into his soul world, which is much more stable than the big world. In the soul world, open up a space, arrange the formation, and confine the divine thunder inside. The whole process went very smoothly, just as Lin Moyu expected. The divine thunder fell on Lin Moyu, was led into the soul world, and quickly accumulated into a sea of thunder in the soul world. The originally quiet soul world was filled with thunder sounds from then on. The world tree stretched out, wrapped the sea of thunder with its thick branches, and made the soul world quiet again. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Lin Moyu continuously absorbed the divine thunder, and the sea of thunder in his soul became larger and larger, exceeding the sum of the 3-layer divine thunder and the 4-layer divine thunder absorbed before. At this time, 26 celebrations had passed since he entered the ancestral land. Suddenly, the breath of breakthrough rose in the distance, and Lin Moyu knew that Xiaowu had finally broken through. Xiaowu has been practicing for these years, and her realm has been rising slowly. She had already walked a lot of roads in the first realm of Daozuan, and now with the help of the divine thunder of the 5th layer of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger ancestral land, she finally completed the breakthrough, sound rise to the Lotus Zune Earth realm. Xiaowu had only broken through from Daozun 1 to Daozun 2, but the momentum he had brought was extremely powerful. The powerful aura of Breakthrough 187 was stirring between the thunder, which was incomparable even to the divine thunder. An illusory and hazy avenue appeared between heaven and earth, and Lin Moyu, who was 100 miles away, also saw this avenue. This avenue was more illusory than the avenue of luck and the avenue of power. Although they were both illusory avenues, this avenue seemed even more illusory. Cause and Effect Avenue. Lin Moyu whispered softly, "What a pity, cause and effect." The Soul Spirit Ancestral Beast did have the Cause and Effect Avenue, but the Cause and Effect Avenue that Xiaowu showed was still too weak. The Cause and Effect Avenue was just the power brought by Xiaowu's bloodline, which could be used a little, but it was far from being truly mastered. Then, a powerful spirit beast appeared on the Cause and Effect Avenue. Xiaowu projected the shadow of the Soul Spirit Ancestral Beast, illuminating the sky and earth. Lin Moyu's face changed slightly, and the wings of time spread out. Lin Moyu rushed back to Xiaowu at the fastest speed. The shadow of the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast appeared, and Moyu knew that trouble was coming. Whether it was the human race or the demon race, countless Dao Zuns wanted to get the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. Now that Xiaowu had revealed his true form during the breakthrough, it would definitely attract the attention of countless people, and someone would definitely come to the door next. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he released another 90 Wei Kings. A full 100 skeleton kings were on guard at the periphery. He knew that the people who came this time would basically exceed the 4th realm of Dao Zuns. Although he was not afraid, it was always a trouble. If things go wrong, there will be a massacre. The powerful vision caused by Xiaowu's breakthrough exceeded Lin Moyu's imagination. Whether it was the avenue of cause and effect or the projection of Xiaowu's true body, it affected the entire world of the 5th heaven. As long as the cultivators in the 5th heaven, they could see the vision. Whether it was the avenue of cause and effect or the Soul Spirit Ancestral Beast, it would attract the covetousness of countless people. If others wanted to cause trouble, Lin Moyu could not control it and could only be prepared. Xiaowu was still breaking through and could not be disturbed. Lin Moyu would not show mercy to anyone who came to disturb him. Just over 10 minutes after the vision appeared, Lin Moyu sensed that someone was coming. There were 3 people coming from different directions, all of them were Dao Zun 4 realms. In the 5th heaven, Dao Zun 4 realms were the majority, and 3 realms were the minority. 3 Dao Zun 4 realms of demons came from different directions, getting closer and closer. Among the 3, one was a Dao Zun from the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, and the other 2 were from other clans. The vision projected by Xiaowu became their best guide, and they ran straight towards Xiaowu. Hundreds of skeleton kings have already completed their defenses 10,000 meters away. The first thing the 3 Dao Masters saw when they came over was the tall skeleton king, and then they saw Xiaowu. The moment they saw Xiaowu, their eyes were all attracted by Xiaowu. Soul Spirit Ancestral Beast. All 3 of them showed greed in their eyes without exception. The Soul Spirit Ancestral Beast was too tempting for them, or more accurately, the Cause and Effect Avenue was too tempting for them. The temptation was so great that they ignored the existence of the Skeleton King. Just a Dao Master of the 2nd realm, he has already activated the Cause and Effect Avenue in his bloodline. This Soul Spirit Ancestral Beast, among all the Soul Spirit Ancestral Beasts, has a strong bloodline. The soul spirit ancestral beast actually came here, and even broke through, which is really surprising. Hurry up and do it, or someone else will get there first. The three of them had their own ideas. The Dao Zun of the thunder-purple striped tiger was still a little hesitant. He knew how the quotas for the ancestral land were allocated. Those who could get the quotas to enter here must be friends of the same clan, or people who were on good terms with each other. He didn't know Xiao Wu's origins. If this soul ancestor beast was the property of a Dao Zun of the same clan, then if he took action, he would cause unnecessary trouble. According to the rules of the clan, if this Dao Zun was a 7th level ancestor, he would be dead. But the other two Dao Zun, who were not members of the thunder-purple striped tiger clan, naturally didn't care about these and took action directly, fearing that someone would get the first chance. The two looked at each other, wary of each other, and rushed towards Xiao Wu at the same time. The two released powerful forces and attacked the Skeleton King at the same time. If you want to get close to Xiao Wu, you must first break through the Skeleton King's defense. Lin Moyu whispered to himself, "I'm dead." The power of faith burned apart, and the power of the two Skeleton Kings increased instantly. The Skeleton Kings swung their swords at the same time, and the great Dao magic, blood kill. The sword light lit up, and the two Dao Zun spoke at the same time. The two people had huge wounds on their bodies, blood spurted out, and they were seriously injured on the spot. The two flew back with horror, and retreated 100,000 meters in an instant, not daring to get close at all. The great Dao magic of the Skeleton King directly triggered the target's chi and blood to attack. The stronger the chi and blood, the greater the power. The chi and blood of the two demons were not weak to begin with. When they were attacked by blood kill, their chi exploded and they suffered great damage. In addition, Lin Moyu used the power of faith to enhance the power of the Skeleton King's great Dao magic. With one blow, the two Dao Zun 4 realms were almost killed instantly. However, this was also because the two did not use the great Dao True Body. If the great Dao True Body was used, the chi and blood would be stable, and the chi and blood that the Skeleton King could detonate would be greatly reduced, and the effect would not be so good. Unfortunately, they were attracted by Xiao Wu and did not care about the Skeleton King at all. Skeleton Kings are too special. It is difficult to tell their true battle experience before they start fighting. So Skeleton Kings were ignored by them, and they paid a heavy price for it. The two were seriously injured and dared not get close. They looked at each other with a bit of relief. They all knew that they had lost the chance to compete for the Soul Spirit Beast, but they were lucky to be able to save their lives. But can they really save their lives? Two more Skeleton Kings waved their bone swords, using Taoist magic, blood kill. The two who had just escaped from the dead suddenly felt the danger coming, and a sense of death arose from the bottom of their hearts. The two people's faces changed drastically, but it was too late. Two more sword lights lit up on the two people at the same time, and the two people's bodies exploded and died on the spot. The Skeleton King flew over quickly and took back the two people's broken half-bodies. The Skeleton King killed people and took the bodies, and returned to the original position. The whole process was extremely smooth and natural, as if this kind of thing had been done countless times. The Dao Zun from the thunder-purple striped tiger stared at the scene in a daze. In just a few seconds, two Dao Zun 4-realm strongmen of the same realm as him died just like that. They died so cleanly, without any hesitation. The ones who took action were these strange-looking skeleton puppets. I never thought that these skeleton puppets would be so powerful enough to kill Dao Zun 4-realm in seconds. If I had taken action, I would probably have become a corpse now. He was glad that he did not hesitate for a moment, and just this hesitation saved his life. Although the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast is good, it must have a life. If it doesn't even have a life, what's the use of the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, and what's the use of the cause and effect avenue? The two Dao Zun died in front of him, which scared him, and he immediately retreated 10,000 meters. He looked at the Skeleton King carefully, looking for the Skeleton King's master. He determined that the Skeleton King was a puppet, and since it was a puppet, there must be an operator. The soul spirit ancestor beast is breaking through. It can't be the manipulator, so the manipulator must be someone else. Finally, he saw a person standing not far from Xiao Wu. Human race of Dao Zun 2nd level. Are these puppets his? Could it be that the soul spirit beast is also his? He was a little confused and didn't quite understand. In his opinion, Lin Moyu was only a Dao Zun 2nd level being. How could he have such a powerful puppet? Then he suddenly realized something. Lin Moyu stood there, being bombarded by the divine thunder. Not only was he safe and sound, but he didn't even feel anything. Jiao Maheo, even if he was a Dao Zun 4th level cultivator, it was impossible for him not to feel the divine thunder. This is the 5th heaven, and the divine thunder of the 5 armies heaven corresponds to the Dao Zun 4th level. Lin Moyu, a human race of Dao Zun 2nd level, actually regarded the divine thunder as nothing. In fact, in addition to Lin Moyu and Xiao Wu, there is also a Dao Zun 1st level Xiao Wu. But Xiao Wu was too inconspicuous and was directly ignored. He could never believe that Lin Moyu could be so strong. Suddenly, Lin Moyu turned his head and looked at him, and then flew towards him. Being Lin, the moment Moyu looked at him, he suddenly felt a sense of fear, as if he was being stared at by some ancient beast, and almost turned around and wanted to escape. But after all, he was a 4th level Daozuan, so he quickly calmed himself down. Lin Moyu came in front of him. I am Lin Moyu, the human race. I wonder what your name is. Lin Moyu did not call him senior, which seemed a bit rude and strong. But the other party obviously didn't care about this, and replied, I am Lei Zhonghu, meeting Lin Daofa. Lei Zhonghu, just from the name, you can tell that he is not the direct descendant of Lei Guangzi Wenhu. The names of the direct descendants are all 2 characters, not 3 characters. This is the simplest way to distinguish the direct descendants from the collateral descendants. In the Lei Guangzi Wenhu clan, there was a direct descendant who made a mistake and was deprived of the identity of the direct descendant. His name must be added with 1 character, becoming the main perverse. Lin Moyu said, my friend is breaking through. I hope that Lei Daoyu will not come to disturb him. At the same time, I would like to trouble Lei Daoyu to tell the tribe members who come later not to disturb me. I have a good relationship with the nobles, and I have some friendship with your clan leader. If I do too much, it will be bad for everyone. Lin Moyu was a little strong. Although he didn't say it clearly, he actually said it very clearly. Don't force me to do it. If I do it, I will not be polite and will kill people. I have some friendship with your clan leader, but I will not show mercy because of these friendships. I will kill those who should be killed. That's the end of those 2 guys. Lin Moyu believed that Lei Zhonghu could understand these words. If he couldn't even understand such words, he would not be worthy of being a cultivator of the 4th realm of Dao Zun. The demon race's brains are straightforward, but that doesn't mean they are stupid. Lei Zhonghu understood the meaning of Lin Moyu's words, and he seemed a little embarrassed and helpless. There was no way. He was not as powerful as others now. What else could he do? The 2 Dao Zuns just now were the best example. They were killed on the spot by 590 people, leaving only 2 corpses, and tens of thousands of years of cultivation were destroyed. He didn't want this. He still wanted to live well and could live for many years. Lin Moyu looked into the distance. Someone is coming. Among them is Lei Daoyu's clan. Lei Zhonghu looked in the direction Lin Moyu pointed, and there was nothing. He didn't feel anything. How could Lin Moyu, a Dao Zun of the 2nd realm, sense it? He even suspected that Lin Moyu was talking nonsense. But just 1 minute later, he sensed that someone was coming from that direction. There were quite a few people, among whom there was a familiar aura, his own people. 1 minute, for a Daoist of the 4th realm, even in the 5th heaven, through countless thunders, is enough to fly over tens of thousands of miles. Lin Moyu's sensing distance is much farther than his own. The distance of sensing, to a certain extent, also represents the strength of the soul. Lei Zhonghu realized that although Lin Moyu looked only at the 2nd realm of Daoist, his soul was stronger than his. Lin Moyu whispered, Lei Dao Yu, don't you stop him? Lei Zhongshu suddenly woke up and flew towards the newcomers. He was also afraid that his own people would rush in without knowing the severity of the situation and end up being killed. Even if he wanted to rush over to snatch the soul spirit ancestor beast, he had to let others explore the way first to see where Lin Moyu's bottom line was. Lin Moyu chuckled and returned to the position of the Skeleton King. This position is the 10,000-meter restricted area. Lin Moyu did not release more Skeleton Kings, 100 are enough. He never showed all his strength, there was no need. As long as the strength he showed could solve the current problem, it would be enough. If it couldn't be solved, it wouldn't be too late to add some strength. This was Lin Moyu's confidence. He had confidence in his own strength, not overconfidence. A group of people appeared in the thunder, hundreds of them. More than half of them were members of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger. As the realm level became higher and higher, the number of people in each level would decrease accordingly. In the 4th level, thousands of Dao Zuns could still be found. In the 5th level, it was hard to say whether there were more than 1,000 Dao Zuns. In addition to the group of people coming from almost the same direction, there are also some people coming from different directions. They are far or near, all for the soul beast and the cause and effect. In Lin Moyu's view, these people have already found a way to die. Soon, those who came over appeared in sight. He opened his palm slightly, and thousands of rays of light burst out from his palm, interweaving into a large ball with a diameter of 2 square meters. Hundreds of Skeleton Kings stood outside the light ball to form a defense. Then Lin Moyu's voice overwhelmed the thunder and resounded through 100,000 miles. This is a restricted area, and those who enter will die. Without any extra explanation, just 7 words to tell everyone that this is the life and death restricted area. As for whether others will listen, Lin Moyu can't control it. Everyone heard Lin Moyu's words, and everyone paused obviously. At this time, Lei Zhonghu also flew in front of his people and began to persuade. As for how he persuaded, Lin Moyu didn't care, that was his business, not his own business. If he could persuade him, that would be the best. If he couldn't persuade him, he wouldn't be soft-hearted. All that needs to be said has been said. Lei Zhonghu persuaded while flying over with the Dao Zuns. Lin Moyu could see Lei Zhonghu's anxiety from afar. Although he was a Dao Zuns in the 4th realm, he was not weak in terms of realm, but his status was not good. As a collateral descendant, he was too weak in terms of power and prestige, and not many people were willing to listen to him. Lei Zhonghu was very anxious. He didn't want his people to die, but he couldn't persuade them. Lin Moyu's voice came to their ears, making everyone stunned for a moment, and then some Dao Zuns showed disdain, a little guy with a second Dao Zun, talking nonsense here, I will die. Get out of the way quickly, or I will eat you. It's ridiculous that a mere human race draws a restricted area in someone else's ancestral land. I don't know if you think this is the ancestral land of the human race. That's right, the Dao Zun of the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger didn't draw any restricted areas here. Who do you think you are? Dao Zun spit out thunder and looked at Lin Moyu. They are not fools. While talking, they did not forget to pull down the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan. After all, this is their ancestral land. Lin Moyu's behavior really doesn't give them face. Drawing a restricted area in someone else's territory is a slap in the face. Everyone in the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger turned pale, and they all felt ashamed and hated Lin Moyu. Lei Zhonghu finally couldn't help but roared, Dao Yu Lin is the friend of the clan leader, don't be blinded by the anger. The soul ancestral beast is a friend of fellow Daoist Lin, and may also be a friend of the clan leader. Can you guys calm down? And there is only one soul spirit ancestor beast. With so many of you, can you divide it? And even if you get the soul spirit ancestor beast, can you definitely understand the cause and effect? So many people in history have obtained soul spirit ancestor beasts. Have they understood the cause and effect? 2 people have died here just now. Why don't you listen to advice and go to die? Amid the roar of Lei Zhonghu, the group of Lei Guangzi who finally calmed down a little. The problem of the demon clan is that they are easily impulsive, but they are not stupid. Even if they are stupid, they can't become Dao Zun. As long as they calm down, they will find that what Lei Zhonghu said is not wrong. There are so many of them, and there is only one soul spirit ancestor beast. Can they divide it? In this case, why should they rush to the front? If there is really danger, wouldn't it be better to let others go first? Most of the Lei Guangzi Wenhu clan members stopped, but there were also a few who said with disdain, "You are a collateral person. What qualifications do you have to point fingers here? What is the status of the clan leader? How could he have a human friend who is at the second level of Dao Zun? You are belittling the clan leader. Even if I can't get the soul ancestral beast, I can't let outsiders get it. If I get it, I will give it to the clan leader." From the words, it can be seen that the status of a collateral descendant like Lei Zhonghu and a direct descendant like Lei Hao and Lei Rong in the clan is indeed very different. Although the demon clan is the strong, the distinction between collateral descendants in the clan has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. No matter how much Lei Zhonghu said or how anxious he was, there was always a group of people who ignored him or even looked down on him. Lei Zhonghu also knew this. Fortunately, he also persuaded some people, which was of some use. At least hundreds of demons of the fourth realm of Dao Zun rushed towards Lin Moyu at the same time. In order to compete for the soul spirit ancestor beast, they ignored Lin Moyu's warning. In their hearts, now is a race to be the first. Grab the soul spirit ancestor beast, grab the first place. As for Lin Moyu, who is only the second realm of Dao Zun, it doesn't matter. Because the soul spirit ancestor beast was in front, it firmly attracted their attention. Originally, there were several human Dao Zun who came with the demon clan. The human Dao Zuns were much smarter. They stopped and did not rush over rashly. Some of the demons who made the same choice as them also had some smart minds. They knew that even if they rushed over now, they might not be able to really grab it with so many people scrambling in chaos. It would be better to wait and see the situation first, and wait for others to fight each other, and then they would come to the back. Anyway, there is only one soul beast, so there is no need to rush. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, looking for death. With a thought, the 100 slippery kings raised their swords at the same time. Dao magic, blood killing. The skeleton king is also a Dao Zuns of the fourth realm. When facing enemies of the same realm, Lin Moyu does not even need to lock the enemy. The skeleton king can lock the enemy by himself. The 100 skeleton kings locked the 100 Dao Zuns at the same time and used the blood-killing technique. The sword light lit up, and the sound of explosions resounded through the world, covering the sound of the thunder. Blood killing is based on the bloody white bone road, burning the enemy's blood, using the enemy's blood as a knife to kill the enemy. Blood kill is invincible in the same realm. This is especially true for enemies with strong blood and chi. These Dao Zuns underestimated Lin Moyu, so almost no one used the Dao True Body, which also made the power of blood kill reach its extreme. The explosion sounded, followed by a series of screams. Dao Zuns were blown back one by one, their flesh and blood were blurred, their bones were exposed, and they were seriously injured. The blood-killing technique not only exploded the body, but also the soul. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Hundreds of skeleton kings raised their swords again, and the sword light cut through the thunder. Technique, white bone slashing god. Hundreds of bloody white bone roads emerged, and countless white bones sank and floated in the road. Just looking at it was extremely terrifying. The white bone slashing god fell silently on these Dao Zuns, turning into endless sword light and exploding, dealing a double blow to the body and soul. The screams rang out again, like a beautiful piece of music. The attack power of the white bone god slasher is not as strong as that of the blood killer, but it is also a blow that cannot be underestimated for the demon Daozuan of the same realm. However, during this period, some Daozuan reacted very quickly. They immediately used the great Dao True Body to strengthen their own strength. Some demons are good at defense and have used secret methods to improve their defense. The effect of the White Bone Godslasher is not as strong as that of the Blood Killer. Among the hundreds of Daozuan, only a few people died under these two attacks. Most of them were only seriously injured and did not die. They all looked horrified and retreated wildly with fear. Unfortunately, the haze of death did not leave. Boom! An explosion mixed with screams broke the medical killing of these survivors. A Daozuan died on the spot in the violent explosion. Then, explosions followed one after another, and screams followed one after another. Lin Moyu raised his hand and pointed at the Daozuan who were fleeing quickly. His hand carries the power of death, and every time he points to a person, that person's body will explode and die. Origin-level magic, corpse explosion. In Lin Moyu's soul, for Dao patterns shimmered, emitting a suffocating power. Using Dao Zun to urge the corpse to explode is more powerful than using magic directly. Lin Moyu used a Dao Zun corpse as a weapon to blow up another Dao Zun, and then used his corpse as a weapon to continue to blow up the next one. Now all these Dao Zun are seriously injured and can't stop the explosion of the corpse. What kind of magic is this? It's so scary, whoever he points to will die. Stop him quickly, or we will all die. After Lin Moyu killed more than a dozen Dao Zun at will, those Dao Zun who were seriously injured reacted one after another. They realized that if they didn't stop Lin Moyu, they would all die. You can't escape just by running away. Just now, a demon Dao Zun who is good at speed used a secret method to fly tens of thousands of miles in an instant. Then, accompanied by an explosion, it fell from the sky tens of thousands of miles away. Although the demons were not smart, they had strong fighting instincts. They realized that they had to kill Lin Moyu to have a chance of survival. They rushed towards Lin Moyu quickly, and all kinds of secret spells and magic weapons were blasted out at the same time, killing Lin Moyu. Zero, please give me flowers, Zero. It's useless. Lin Moyu shook his head lightly, and the Power Avenue True Body and the Immortal Avenue True Body evolved at the same time. The Immortal Avenue True Body intertwined a large area of gray death power, like a gas covering Lin Moyu. All the attacks on Lin Moyu were weakened several times by the death power, and finally blocked by the Power Avenue True Body. Lin Moyu just stood there, motionless like a towering mountain, ignoring the various attack methods of these Dao Masters. Boom! 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 The explosion continued, and Lin Moyu suddenly changed the way of locking the corpse explosion. Originally, he only locked one target and used one corpse to attack one target. Now, Lin Moyu began to use one corpse to attack two targets. The damage caused by the corpse explosion is 200% of the corpse's vitality before death. So even if two people are attacked at the same time, each person will at least receive 100% damage at the same time. Zero. Now they are seriously injured, and 100% damage is enough to be fatal. While resisting the attacks of the Dao Zuns, Lin Moyu kept pointing his fingers. The Dao Zun who rushed to the front was blown to pieces. In a blink of an eye, another Tu Shirbaba was blown to death. Of the 100 Dao Zuns before, less than half are left now. Why isn't he afraid of our attacks? What kind of abnormal defense is this? How can it be so strong? We are Dao Zun 4th level, why can he, a mere Dao Zun 2nd level guy, block our attacks? Those Dao Zun were beaten to collapse by Lin Moyu before they could rush to him. Finally they came to Lin Moyu, but they were greeted by Skeleton King. Skeleton King came over and blocked Lin Moyu. If Dao Zun wanted to kill Lin Moyu, they had to kill Skeleton King first. But Lin Moyu would not give them a chance at all. The Skeleton King raised the Bone Sword. Although he could not use magic for the time being, the power of the Bone Sword was still extremely terrifying. The magic weapon of the Demon Clan Daozuan collided with the Bone Sword. The Bone Sword was fine, but the magic weapon had a lot of cracks. The terrible sword light forced the Plaques and other leaders to retreat. The demon clan Daozuan finally despaired. No, we can't rush through, let's run away. Some Daozuan sprayed blood and used the escape method. There were also Daozuan who took out the magic weapon, crushed it with one hand, and the magic weapon turned into light and took him away. Unfortunately, it was useless to Lin Moyu. The corpse exploded regardless of space. Once locked, it would be useless even if you escaped from the ancestral land, let alone just stay away from the towel. In just 2 minutes, hundreds of Daozun died. And Lin Moyu, as if he had done something insignificant, did not move a single step from beginning to end. The entire fifth heaven was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the powerful blood of Daozun was wantonly splashed in the thunder. This was the blood of Daozun in the fourth realm, and each drop was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms. The power contained in each drop was enough to kill Tianzun. For some alchemists and pharmacists, every drop of Daozun's blood was a top-quality material. Not to mention that there was a large amount of Daozun's flesh and blood, and the extremely fresh Daozun's flesh and blood were all fine materials. But now, they were here, floating in the air like garbage. The divine thunder fell, landing on the flesh and blood, and the flesh and blood were blasted and turned into nutrients for the fifth heaven. The Skeleton King flew out and collected the remaining usable body fragments. These were all good weapons and could not be wasted. When the Daozun 553 who did not take action saw this scene, they all looked pale. Especially those Daozuns who were persuaded by Lei Zhonghu. They were all thankful that they listened to the advice and did not do anything, otherwise they would be the ones who died. Lei Zhonghu seemed to have let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everyone listened to the advice. Although among the Daozuns who died this time, there were also members of their Lei Guangzi Wenhu clan, and there were more than 20 of them. But since these guys did not listen to the advice, they were looking for death and did not deserve sympathy. Especially the last few sentences, which made Lei Zhonghu very uncomfortable. What's wrong with me being a collateral branch? The status of the collateral branch is indeed not very high, but so what? I kindly came to persuade you not to go to die, but you did not listen to the advice, so you deserve to die. Lin Moyu's eyes swept over the remaining Daozuns, and each Daozun did not dare to look into Lin Moyu's eyes, feeling that Lin Moyu's eyes were like a sharp sword that would bring death. Lin Moyu's cold voice came out, "Everyone, if anyone wants to survive, you can try again. Lin is here. As long as you can kill Lin, you can get the soul ancestral beast." Lin Moyu's tone was calm, but no one dared to move. The 100 Daozuns in front were the best example. They moved and died. Daozuns all cherished their lives. Although the demon Daozuns often fight to the death when their brains are hot, they are not brainless. Now their brains are very cold, and the coldness spreads from the soul to the whole body. They dare not move. Although the soul ancestral beast is good, you can only enjoy it if you are alive. Lin Moyu suddenly looked into the distance, and a smile appeared on his cold face. In the distance, there were dense thunders, and a man came with thunders. Lei Rong stepped on the thunder spear and flew from afar. He was obviously coming for the soul ancestral beast, but when he saw Lin Moyu, he showed a look of astonishment. Lei Rong clasped his fists towards Lin Moyu and greeted him in human etiquette, "So fellow Daoist Lin is here." Lin Moyu smiled. "Lei Rong is here for the soul spirit beast?" Lei Rong glanced and saw the true form of the soul spirit beast, which was Xiao Wu. He seemed to understand something and smiled. "I didn't expect that the people around fellow Daoist Lin are more amazing than each other." To be honest with fellow Daoist Lin, Lei was originally for the soul spirit beast, but now he doesn't want to. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he made it very clear. He thought it was because of the soul spirit beast before, but now he doesn't want to because of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled. "In fact, Senior Lei Rong can also think about it." Lei Rong shook his head. "Since it belongs to fellow Daoist Lin, how can Lei think too much?" He thought to himself, "I want to live a few more years, and I'll fight you, rabbit." He is not a fool. The bloody smell has not dissipated yet, and the body fragments are still flying in the thunder. Every piece of flesh and blood was left by the Daozuan Fourth Realm strongman. Lei Rong asked himself that he could not kill so many Daozuan Fourth Realm strongmen at once. After all, that is the Daozuan Fourth Realm, not the Daozuan Third Realm. It can be seen how strong Lin Moyu is, and how much strength Lin Moyu had hidden in the Fourth Heaven before. Lei Rong glanced and saw Lei Zhonghu and others, and immediately flew over. His status and position are different from Lei Zhonghu. As a direct descendant and a Daozun of the Fifth Realm, his status is naturally very high. His arrival immediately made him the backbone of this group of Daozun. After learning what happened just now from everyone, Lei Rong couldn't help but look at Lin Moyu. He didn't expect that Lin Moyu's methods would be so fierce. If he had come a step earlier, he could have stopped those tribesmen from going there to die. But it was too late to say these. In his opinion, these tribesmen must have died in vain. There was a little girl who comprehended the illusory avenue and became a Daozun beside Lin Moyu. He had a soul ancestor beast with a strong bloodline, and a spirit beast with an equally strong bloodline. Lin Moyu gave him the feeling that he was unfathomable. Lei Rong didn't want to provoke Lin Moyu, not to mention that after the trip to the ancestral land, he would have something to ask of Lin Moyu. Moyu. He knew that those elders, the practitioners of the illusory avenue, were almost going crazy. The Dao Masters of the Thunder-like Purple Striped Tiger looked at Lei Rong, hoping that Lei Rong could stand up for them. Brother, did those brothers just die in vain? Yes, this is our ancestral land. In our ancestral land, killing our people so wantonly is too much. And that is the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. If the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast can be obtained, the clan leader will definitely have a big reward. Lei Rong looked at these guys. Those who spoke were basically some direct descendants. Dozens of Dao Masters of the collateral lineage did not speak. Lei Rong said bluntly, "You are used to having a good life. Don't forget what our demon clan adheres to. Now that his fist is bigger than ours, what can we do to stand up? Do you know what his identity is? Lei Hao, one of the heirs, is his brother in life and death. I advise you to give up this thought. Those people just now are dead, so you can take revenge on yourselves." Lei Rong's words made several people very embarrassed. Go up and die? Lei Rong then said to Lei Zhonghu, "You did a good job. You know how to advance and retreat. After the trip to the ancestral land is over, you can go to Lei Hao. Although you are a collateral branch, Lei Hao will definitely accept you." Lei Zhonghu is not stupid. He knows what Lei Rong means and immediately responds, "Thank you for your advice, brother." Hu Zi understands. He called himself Hu Zi and kept a low profile, which made Lei Rong very satisfied. Lei Rong whispered, "I'm going to the sixth heaven first. I advise you not to think about the soul ancestor beast anymore. If you are really unwilling, you can tell the clan leader after the trip to the ancestral land on May 6th to see if the clan leader will stand up for you." 11. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Fellow Taoist Lin is not an ordinary person. All the elders may have to ask him for help. After that, Lei Rong said no more and flew away. He was going to the sixth heaven to tell the people of the sixth heaven about Lin Moyu's situation. He felt that Lin Moyu was likely to go to the sixth heaven, and the divine thunder of the fifth heaven was useless to Lin Moyu. I was afraid that there would be trouble again at that time, so I went to remind him first. After Lei Rong left, the remaining Daozuan of the thunder-like purple striped tiger looked at each other. No one dared to fight with Lin Moyu, and finally dispersed and left. Lei Zhonghu also left, and bowed deeply to Lin Moyu before leaving. Lin Moyu said to himself, "This kind of guy who knows how to advance and retreat and know etiquette is rare in the demon clan. He can really become one of us." The Daozuns of the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger clan left, and the remaining scattered Daozuns completely extinguished the idea of competing for the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. This is no longer something they can compete for. After all, this is the ancestral land of the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger. If even the Dao Zuns of the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger have given up, what is the difference between staying and seeking death? Although they have left, Lin Moyu did not put away the Skeleton King. The 10,000-meter restricted area still exists, and Xiao Wu is still in the process of breaking through, and it will take some time. At the time of the breakthrough, the Divine Thunder continued to fall, making her breakthrough smoother and her bloodline stronger. Lin Moyu felt that Xiao Wu's cause and effect road seemed to be stronger than when the breakthrough began. This means that Xiao Wu's bloodline has become stronger, and perhaps with the help of the Divine Thunder, Xiao Wu can truly master the cause and effect road. Let the cause and effect road hidden in the bloodline really play a role. Instead of only through magic, you can plant causes and get results. At that time, he can also see how powerful the cause and effect road is. Lin Moyu pondered for a while, and he came up with an idea. He wanted to collect the Divine Thunders from all the heavens, and confine them to make Xiao Wu and his friends use the power of 08 continuously. As for the thunder poison brought by the Divine Thunder, Lin Moyu had a way to remove it, but it would be a bit painful. Thinking of the sour feeling of using the burning world fire to remove the Dao poison in the past, every time he thought of it, his soul would shudder. After waiting for a few more days, on the 30th day of entering the ancestral land, Xiao Wu finally completed the breakthrough. She broke through to the second realm of Dao Zun, and her excitement was beyond words. The excitement was not because of the realm breakthrough, but because Xiao Wu felt the changes in her bloodline. Father, I feel that my bloodline has become stronger. Strengthening the bloodline is more important than improving the realm. As long as the bloodline can become stronger, then the realm improvement is just a matter of course. Lin Moyu patted Xiao Wu's head. This is just the beginning. It will be stronger in the future. I have an idea. Lin Moyu told Xiao Wu about his idea. Although he had made a decision, he still had to respect Xiao Wu. After all, he didn't call him father for nothing. Xiao Wu naturally agreed. What Lin Moyu said was what she had to say. As for Xiao Wu, her opinion was not important. Xiao Wu was very dissatisfied with this, but it was useless. Lin Moyu ignored this crazy girl. Then Lin Moyu waved his hand and sent Xiao Wu back to the big world, and went alone to find the passage to the sixth heaven. He improved his luck and chose the direction at will. This completely unskilled approach was barbaric but very useful. Lin Moyu thought about what he was going to do next. He went to the sixth heaven first and used the Divine Thunder to cultivate his body. While cultivating his body, he collected Divine Thunder. His soul had already begun to arrange the array in the soul world. This time, the material for arranging the array was not the origin crystal, but the world tree leaves. The world tree leaves were not only the best materials for refining, but also the best materials for array. The most important thing is that it does not have the problem of exhaustion of power like the origin crystal. The world tree can directly replenish the power of the world tree. This is also a feature that Lin Moyu just discovered. This discovery directly greatly increased the role of the world tree leaves. The world tree is full of treasures. Before, among the various treasures of the world tree, the world had the smallest role. The main reason is that Lin Moyu never refines. But now, the world tree leaves have also found a suitable use. A large number of world leaves flew out, and Mo Moyu arranged a formation. This formation can greatly stabilize the space, enough to accommodate the sixth heaven's Divine Thunder. The sixth heaven's Divine Thunder corresponds to the fifth and sixth realms of Dao Zun, and his soul world can barely bear it. As for the higher seventh heaven's Divine Thunder, Lin Moyu has not considered it yet. After all, he is not sure to enter there. Although Lin Moyu is planning far, it is just a plan, and he will not be too ambitious. An hour later, Lin Moyu found a passage to the sixth heaven. Without thinking, he went directly into the passage. A deep purple Divine Thunder fell on his head, and his whole body suddenly felt numb. Comfortable. Lin Moyu smiled. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. After many trainings, his body was promoted to the fourth realm of Dao Zun by relying on the pressure at the bottom of the sea. After that, he never found a suitable place to practice the body. The reason why it is difficult to practice the body is that it is difficult to find a suitable place. It can't be too strong or too weak. Moreover, one place is not enough. As the body becomes stronger, the adaptability will become stronger and stronger. Even if it is the ancestral land of the thunder-purple striped tiger, even if there is the 9 heavens, Lin Moyu feels that at most, he can only strengthen his body to the 6th level of Dao Zun. Even the 6th level of Dao Zun may not be reached. Maybe when his body reaches the 5th level of Dao Zun, he is already adapted. At that time, the divine thunder will be useless, and he needs to find another suitable place. But on second thought, this is not a bad thing. If the body is really immune to the divine thunder, then he can absorb the divine thunder unscrupulously and confine it. As long as there is a suitable place to store the divine thunder, then he will be a mobile ancestral land in the future, and it will also become a treasure house for Xiao Wu and others to practice. Passing through the passage, Lin Moyu officially entered the 6th heaven. The divine thunder of the 6th heaven is more powerful than the channel. Lin Moyu felt a strong numbness in his body, and his body was damaged wherever the divine thunder passed. At the same time, the divine thunder also penetrated into the soul and cleansed the soul. The divine thunder is magical. As long as you can bear it, it will make the body and soul stronger while causing damage. But most practitioners will only use the divine thunder passively, which wastes a lot of the power of the divine thunder. The demon race mainly uses the divine thunder to strengthen the blood, ignoring the body and soul. As before, Lin Moyu gave up the passive technique and used the power avenue to stimulate the blood and quickly repair the damaged parts of the body. In the process, the body became stronger and stronger. The soul was also cleansed at the same time, and the soul gradually became stronger while bathing in the divine thunder. The feeling of the simultaneous improvement of the body and soul is fascinating. The powerful force grows from the inside of the body, and the feeling of becoming more and more powerful makes Lin Moyu feel extremely comfortable. Lin Moyu enjoys this process. This is the place he needs to practice. Lin Moyu has been 3 days after Moyu entered the 6th heaven, his body and soul adapted to the divine thunder, and the enhancement became weaker and weaker. 2 days later, the 6th heaven divine thunder, which was enough for Dao Zun's 6th realm strongmen to practice, completely lost its effect. Lin Moyu's body and soul were both immune. At this moment, Lin Moyu's body and soul were still in Dao Zun 4th realm and could not go any further. Lin Moyu knew that if he wanted to enter Dao Zun 5th realm, he needed to go to the 7th heaven. The 7th heaven must be visited, but before that, Lin Moyu muttered to himself, evolving the true body of the great power, turning into a 10,000-meter giant, and spreading the wings of curse at the same time. He began to absorb the divine thunder of the 6th heaven and confine it for storage. A large amount of the 6th heaven's divine thunder fell into the soul world and entered the formation that Lin Moyu had arranged in advance, turning into a sea of thunder. The leaves of the world tree sparkled and released powerful power to maintain the stability of the formation. This is a 7th level formation. After using the leaves of the world tree, the 7th level formation alone is enough to confine the 6th heaven's divine thunder. Lin Moyu carefully sensed the formation, and at the same time sensed the endurance of his soul world. The power of the 7th heaven's divine thunder will increase significantly. The 7th heaven's divine thunder corresponds to the 7th realm ancestor. Lin Moyu feels that his soul world may not be able to bear it. The soul world will not be destroyed, but the soul world will be blasted with holes by the divine thunder, and the divine thunder will eventually not be confined. However, if the soul can be raised to another level, so that the soul can reach the 5th realm of Dao Zun, then the soul world can also be strengthened to a higher level, and in addition, the method of fusion of the talisman double formation can be used to arrange a 7th level formation, which can truly confine the divine thunder. Once they can confine the 7th heaven's divine thunder, Shan Yo and the others will have divine thunder to use until they reach the 7th level of Dao Zun. In this way, the speed of cultivation will be much faster. Lin Moyu has already determined what he should do next to improve the soul level and arrange the perfect 7th level formation. The body continues to absorb the divine thunder, and the soul has moved and started to arrange the formation. Lin Moyu found a place in the soul world, and countless world leaves fell and became the materials for the formation. The number of world leaves is amazing and inexhaustible. Lin Moyu is multitasking. While arranging the formation with world leaves, he also draws the formation with runes. In order to be on the safe side, he has to use the method of fusion of runes and double formations to arrange the formation. He has arranged this level of formation before, and it is not a difficult task for him. However, each formation has different uses. Lin Moyu has made some improvements to the formation he has mastered, which is more suitable for confining supplementary thunder. In this regard, Lin Moyu has an amazing talent, far beyond ordinary people. Through the formations he mastered, he could deduce many formations with different functions and quickly master them. He could also switch between formations and talisman formations freely and perfectly integrate the two formations. This ability was like an innate talent, and Lin Moyu couldn't explain it clearly. For others, things that were as difficult as ascending to heaven were easy for him to do. This time, Lin Moyu arranged it very carefully. It took him 2 full days to complete the formation. When the formation started to work, Lin Moyu felt the power in the formation and was very satisfied with it. But this formation was only the first step. Lin Moyu had a higher goal. He wanted to transfer the divine thunder from the 3rd and 4th heavens to the soul world. Lin Moyu found that the soul world was more suitable for confining divine thunder than the big world. This was not a difficult task for him, he did it as soon as he thought of it. As the master of the world, he controlled the greatest authority of the 2 worlds. Just by thinking about it, he opened the channel between the cause world and the soul world. It took only a few minutes to complete the overall transfer of the divine thunder. From the 3rd to the 6th heaven, the 4 levels of divine thunder formed 4 purple thunder seas of varying depths in the soul world. Lin Moyu imitated the ancestral land of the thunder-like purple striped tiger clan and arranged it from low to high according to the different levels of divine thunder. If a member of the thunder-like purple striped tiger clan came here, he would definitely be surprised why there is an ancestral land here. Among the 4 thunder seas, the largest number is the divine thunder of the 5th heaven. Lin Moyu stayed in the 5th heaven for the longest time and absorbed the most divine thunder. However, in terms of strength, the divine thunder of the 6th heaven is the strongest. 1 divine thunder of the 6th heaven is enough to rival 10 divine thunders of the 5th heaven. Lin Moyu stayed in the 6th heaven for a total of 10 days. The first 5 days were spent cultivating the body and soul, and the last 5 days were spent absorbing divine thunder with all his strength. On the 40th day after entering the ancestral land, Lin Moyu set out for the 7th heaven. From the 6th heaven to the 7th heaven is a huge leap, and accordingly, the passages have become extremely scarce. While improving his luck, Lin Moyu flew for a full half-day before finding a passage. In this half-day, Lin Moyu flew over most of the world of the 6th heaven and met some Dao Zuns who were practicing. These Dao Zuns, without exception, are all practitioners above the 5th realm of Dao Zuns. There are also many practitioners in the 6th realm of Dao Zuns. Although they look powerful, Lin Moyu looks down on them. The fact that they cannot cross the border to absorb divine thunder shows that their bloodline is not that strong, and their potential is just that. In the demon race, the strength of bloodline is extremely important. If we can see a thunder-purple striped tiger below the 4th level of Dao Zun in the 6th heaven, it can prove that the thunder-purple striped tiger clan still has a strong bloodline. Unfortunately, there is none. Before entering Ziyu City, Lin Moyu had seen the luck of the thunder-purple striped tiger clan. He found that their luck was up and down and unstable. In addition to his experience in the ancestral land, it can be roughly inferred that the thunder-purple striped tiger clan is on the decline. I wonder if Lei Hao can take on this important task. The Thunder Purple Striped Tiger clan needs a real bloodline strong person, otherwise the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger may be kicked out of the ranks of the royal family in a few years. Lin Moyu thought in his heart and rushed into the passage leading to the 7th military heaven. In the past half day, Lin Moyu's lightning speed has also attracted the attention of many people. They found that Lin Moyu can come and go freely in the 6th heaven with only the cultivation of the 2nd level of Dao Zun and treat the divine thunder as nothing. These Dao Zun 5th or 6th realm masters not show surprise and envy. They know very well that there is another person with strong talent in the human race. Dao Zun 2nd realm, the area he is in should be the 4th heaven, but Lin Moyu can enter the 6th heaven, which is enough to prove how terrible Lin Moyu's talent is. Until they saw Lin Moyu rushing into the passage leading to the 7th heaven, each of them was shocked. Entering the 7th heaven with Dao Zun 2nd realm, what is this concept? This is not as simple as crossing the 2nd heaven. The 7th heaven is dealing with the 7th realm ancestor, which is completely different from other realms. Wang Qian Zhao. Even these old-fashioned Dao Zun 6th realm masters, who are not far from Dao Zun 7th realm, dare not enter the 7th heaven. It's not that they haven't tried it. Even if they just enter the passage, they are almost blown to ashes by the divine thunder in the passage. In the history of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger, no one has ever been able to enter the 7th heaven before becoming a 7th realm ancestor. All of a sudden, their attitude towards Lin Moyu changed. I think Lin Moyu is indeed a genius, but he is also a young man who is ignorant of the immensity of the world. This is too ignorant of the immensity of the world. A genius of the human race, he is too ambitious. Even if he dies in there, he deserves it. Who gave him the quota? Wasn't it made clear in advance? The number of human race coming in this time is not large. If you want to know, just check it out. At this time, a man slowly flew over with a thunder spear. Lei Rong stared at the passage where Lin Moyu entered and murmured, "Fellow Taoist Lin, you actually went to the 7th heaven." In the passage leading to the 7th heaven, a series of extremely rich purple divine thunders bombarded, and Lin Moyu felt a strong numbness all over his body again. Because he wanted to cultivate his physical body, he abandoned the passive magic, and Lin Moyu's physical body was severely damaged. The avenue of power promoted the blood and qi, and healed the damage. Between the damage and recovery, the physical body was strengthened. The situation in the soul was similar. The soul was also purified. During the purification process, the soul was slightly damaged. Waves of life force acted on the soul, healing the soul's injuries, and the soul became more and more pure and powerful. The divine thunder in the passage just balanced the damage and recovery of the physical body, but Lin Moyu knew that when he reached the 7th heaven, the divine thunder would be stronger, and the damage speed would exceed the recovery speed. He already had a plan to deal with it. The passage soon came to the end, and Lin Moyu officially entered the 7th heaven on the 41st day of entering the ancestral land. The 7th heaven, in the lightning purple striped tiger clan, is said to be a place that only the 7th realm ancestor can enter, but now it has welcomed a human of the 2nd realm of Dao Zun. The sound of thunder continued to sound, and Lin Moyu, who had just entered the 7th heaven, was caught off guard by a large number of divine thunders, and the whole person was a little dazed. The flesh was rapidly damaged, and the damage transfer that had just been blocked could be opened, sending a large amount of damage to the undead army to share, and then it stabilized. The power of the Great Tao took the opportunity to frantically stimulate the blood and heal the injuries on the flesh. The soul was also injured at the moment of entering the 7th heaven, and the power of life turned into an ocean to wrap the soul and heal the soul damage. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal also woke up at this time, spewing dragon breath to help the soul recover. Lin Moyu quickly stabilized and finally saw the appearance of the 7th heaven. The 7th heaven, it's like this. Lin Moyu's eyes showed some surprise. The 7th heaven is completely different from the previous 6th heaven. He finally understood why he couldn't enter the 7th heaven without becoming a patriarch of the 7th realm. In front of him was the divine thunder that kept exploding, and the explosions covered his whole body. The divine thunder here was no longer bombarding one after another. The divine thunder here had turned into tiny thunder magma, falling densely like raindrops. As long as he stood here, he would be bombarded by a large number of divine thunder like raindrops every second. The thunder magma transformed by the divine thunder would explode after falling on his body, with powerful power and extremely concentrated. This kind of divine thunder was even more difficult to resist. It was precisely because of this that all Daozuan below the Patriarch of the Seventh Realm could not come here. The divine thunder that turned into thunder magma had a black light and the rich purple. The divine thunder had turned purple and black, telling the world how strong it was. Lin Moyu stood between heaven and earth, bathing in the divine thunder rain. His thoughts turned rapidly, and he knew what he should do in a moment. The divine thunder rain was too strong, more than one level stronger than the sixth heaven. The power of the great Tao's true body alone cannot resist, and it will be blasted into pieces by the divine thunder rain in less than 10 seconds. Every drop of the divine thunder rain is a terrible attack. Although it is not as good as the 7th level of the Dao Zone, it is also very close. Even if he uses damage transfer, it is impossible to persist for a long time. The damage caused by the divine thunder to the undead army is not small. Therefore, even if the strong men of the 6th level of the Dao Zone come here, they can't persist for too long. If you want to persist for a long time here, you need extremely strong endurance. Coincidentally, what Lin Moyu lacks the least is endurance. The power of the great Tao's true body is inside, and the immortal road true body is inside and outside. First use the power of death to wear down the power of the divine thunder rain, so that when the divine thunder rain falls on the body, the power can be at least reduced by more than one time. Then use the power of the great Tao's true body to stimulate the blood and resist. If it is still too late to repair, you can also use the power of life to recover. Until the physical body gradually adapts, then slowly withdraw the immortal avenue true body. According to this idea, it should be feasible, but we have to try it to know the details. Try it. Lin Yu immediately implemented it according to his own calendar. The immortal avenue and the power avenue, the two avenue true bodies, were opened at the same time. The gray breath spread outward like a mist, and the power of death corroded everything. All the divine thunder and rain would be corroded by the power of death before falling on Lin Moyu, and the power would be greatly weakened. Lin Moyu used all his strength to drive the power of death to the extreme. In the end, when the divine thunder and rain fell on the physical body, only about 50% of it was left. In this way, coupled with the backup of the living force, and the cooperation of the blood and chi driven by the power avenue true body, it could barely keep up with the speed of physical damage. Lin Moyu knew very well that as long as he could hold on for a period of time, his physical body would be able to adapt. The soul is much easier than the physical body. The dragon breath sprayed by the 10-color dragon soul crystal weakened the divine thunder first. After the soul is damaged, the life force is enough to make the soul recover quickly. And the soul still has a trump card. The soul gem in the natural disaster scepter has not been moved. There is no need to worry about the soul at all. The body and soul are constantly damaged and recovered, and they are becoming stronger quickly. As the body becomes stronger and stronger, the damage caused by the divine thunderstorm is gradually weakened. Lin Moyu timely weakened the power of the immortal avenue true body, so that the body still maintains a high pressure state. When cultivating the body, the pressure cannot be too large or too small. It must always be kept within a near-limit range to achieve the best effect. Lin Moyu always keeps the body in a limit state by adjusting the immortal avenue true body. The power avenue true body constantly stimulates the blood and the body is getting stronger. The blood and chi roared, like a giant dragon roaring. The blood and chi are like dragons, and the roar is getting stronger and stronger, covering the thunder. In the 7th heaven, several 7th-level ancestors opened their eyes at the same time and looked sharply in the direction of Lin Moyu. Another person has come to the 7th heaven. Strange, his aura is so strong. It seems that he is only a Taoist of the 2nd realm. How could a Taoist of the second realm come here? My feeling is correct. He is really a Taoist of the second realm. If he is a Taoist of the second realm, let's go and take a look. Several 7th realm ancestors stood up at the same time with curiosity and flew towards Lin Moyu. When they saw Lin Moyu's appearance clearly, they were all shocked. He is really a Taoist of the second realm. And he is a human. He is actually cultivating his physical body and taking the path of physical body cultivation. Are there still such human cultivators now? There are few 7th realm ancestors, and even fewer who can reach the 7th heaven. This time, the ancestral land is open, and the 7th realm ancestors of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, a total of 10 people came here. At this time, 6 people came at the same time and saw Lin Moyu. They confirmed that Lin Moyu was really a Daozun second realm, and he was a Daozun second realm who cultivated his physical body. How could they not be surprised? There are very few people who cultivate their physical bodies on the origin continent nowadays. Even if there are, they are those races with strong physical bodies. For example, the Platinum Giant Elephant clan and the Lujinli clan in the Monster clan. The human race has never been known for its physical body. Now seeing that a human is actually cultivating his physical body, and has cultivated his physical body to a very high level, it is natural to be surprised. In addition to being surprised, they all saw that Lin Moyu was extraordinary. This boy's avenue is very unusual. Yes, I can't recognize this avenue. What kind of avenue is he practicing? How can it be so strange? People who can comprehend the great Tao of power are too rare. In the history of the origin continent, there have been only a few such people. At present, the 6th-7th realm ancestors have only heard of the great Tao of power, but they can't recognize it at all. They only know that Lin Moyu's great Tao is very strange and powerful. At this time, 5 days have passed since Lin Moyu came to the 7th heaven. After being baptized by the powerful divine thunder and rain of the 7th heaven, Lin Moyu's physical body has improved at an astonishing speed. 5 days later, he has withdrawn the immortal Great Tao True Body and began to use the Great Tao True Body purely to stimulate his own blood and chi to fight against the divine thunder. He can feel that his physical body is moving step by step towards the 5th realm of Daozun. After the 4th realm of Daozun, it becomes more and more difficult to cultivate the physical body. The so-called difficulty is not the speed, but the environment required for cultivation. As long as the environment is suitable, the speed of cultivating the physical body is still very fast. Of course, there are many prerequisites for this, one of which is to allow the physical body to constantly repair itself and let the physical body go back and forth between destruction and recovery. Only in this way can the body become stronger quickly. Lin Moyu can achieve this effect by using the power of the avenue to stimulate the blood and chi, or by using the power of life to repair the body. But it is difficult for others. Most people do not have this ability. If they want to cultivate the body, they have to rely on elixirs. And elixirs have a certain toxicity. If you eat too much, the toxicity will accumulate and it will not be good for the body. So even if there is a suitable environment, it takes a lot of time for others to cultivate the body. After the body is damaged, it needs to be restored. The recovery ability of the Daozun is very strong. The damage to the body is nothing, but it also takes time to recover. Compared with Lin Moyu, the efficiency is many times worse. As the body becomes stronger and stronger, Lin Moyu feels that he is getting closer and closer to the 5th realm of the Daozun, but the effect of cultivation brought by the divine thunder is getting weaker and weaker. Finally, 10 days after Lin Moyu entered the 7th heaven, his body reached the limit of the 4th realm of the Daozun. At this time, the effect of cultivation brought by the divine thunder is already very weak. The blood and chi no longer make a roar like a dragon, because the highest Tao no longer needs to fully stimulate the blood and chi. The slight damage caused by the divine thunder can be quickly recovered by the normal circulation of chi and blood. Lin Moyu can still feel that his body is advancing towards the 5th realm of Daozun at an extremely slow speed. The current moment is like the calm before the storm, waiting for a violent explosion. Not only the body is waiting, but the soul is also waiting. Both the body and the soul have reached an extreme and need a big explosion. But this explosion cannot be rushed. Moyu can only wait. He opened his eyes and looked around, and saw 6 7th level ancestors. Lin Moyu clasped his fists and greeted the 6 people. Lin Moyu of the human race, meet you. His words were neither humble nor arrogant, and he did not lower his status. Today is different from the past. Lin Moyu has more contacts and exchanges with people like the 3rd ancestor Demon King. Unconsciously, even when facing the 7th level ancestors, Lin Moyu treats them equally. Only when facing the 7th level ancestors of the human race, he will call himself a junior. As for the demon race, forget it. The 6 7th realm elders of the lightning purple striped tiger clan did not care about the issue of addressing Lin Moyu. Even though they were 7th realm elders, they still maintained the straightforward characteristics of the demon race and did not care about these small details. One of the 7th realm elders asked directly, "Fellow Taoist Lin, may I ask what kind of avenue you use?" They asked directly if they had anything to ask. If they were human beings, they would definitely congratulate first and then ask from the side. After all, in the traditional customs of the human race, it is extremely impolite to directly ask others about the avenue they practice. In the demon race, some people would ask this way: "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." Lin Moyu also did not pay attention to these details and replied that Lin's is the avenue of power. The avenue of power is not a secret that cannot be told to others. If they are willing to inquire, they will eventually learn this information. Avenue of power. The 6 7th realm ancestors were stunned on the spot and looked at each other. It turned out that the avenue they could not recognize was the avenue of power. A 7th realm ancestor sighed. It turned out to be the legendary avenue of power. Fellow Taoist Lin is indeed extraordinary. The human race will have another peerless genius. Lin Moyu looked at their appearance and felt a little strange. The emergence of geniuses in the human race is not a good thing for the demon race. After all, on Panlong Island, the 2 races have been fighting for many years. Although the 2 races are not mortal enemies, they are not good friends either. But looking at their appearance, there is no jealousy or other emotions. Lin Moyu feels that there must be some hidden secrets between the human race and the demon race. The eyes of a 7th realm ancestor suddenly lit up, and there was lightning in his eyes. If I remember correctly, the avenue of power is also an illusory avenue. Another person said, "Yes, the avenue of power is indeed an illusory avenue, but it is a very special one among the illusory avenues." 0. So, the avenue of power is useless. It's not useless. After all, it is an illusory avenue, so it must be useful. It's a pity that the realm is not enough. Indeed, it's a pity. Listening to the conversation between several 7 realm ancestors, Lin Moyu did not interrupt. He heard some different meanings from this conversation. As a 7 realm ancestor, he must know many secrets of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, and also know the reasons why those clan elders are looking for practitioners of the illusory avenue. It's just that his avenue of power does not quite meet their requirements. It's not that the avenue of power cannot be used, but it's useless because his realm is not strong enough. The 6 people did not continue to dwell on this issue. One person said, "Time is precious in the ancestral land, so we will not disturb fellow Taoist Lin's cultivation. When the ancestral land is over, if fellow Taoist Lin has time, he can spend a few more days in Zihu City." Another person suddenly asked, "I wonder who got fellow Taoist Lin's quota from?" Lin Moyu said, "Lei Hao." The 6 people naturally knew Lei Hao's name, and the 6 people nodded slightly. Lei Hao has a good eye. After saying that, Imran turned and left. Lin Moyu was too lazy to guess what the elders wanted to do at this moment. Anyway, he had already promised Lei Hao, so he would stay and see. He would know when the time came. The true body of the Great Power Avenue continued to evolve, and Lin Moyu turned into a giant of 10,000 meters. The wings of the curse were fully opened, also exceeding 1 Kai. He began to welcome the divine thunderstorm on a large scale. Both his body and soul had reached their limits, and only the last explosion was left. As long as his soul was promoted to another level and his soul world became stronger, he could absorb the divine thunderstorm. He wanted to personally promote this big explosion and personally send his body and soul to the 5th level of Daozun. His body became bigger, and countless times more divine thunderstorms fell on him than before, causing a violent explosion. At the same time, he was hit by countless times more divine thunderstorms than before, and his body was damaged again, and his blood and chi also roared. The blood and chi became stronger and stronger, and the storm was about to come. Half a day later, a dragon roar suppressed all the thunder. The terrible breath continued to stir between heaven and earth, and the blood and chi turned into a dragon. From Lin Moyu flew out, greeted the divine thunder, and circled in the air. The divine thunder roared continuously, and the divine thunder like thunder magma exploded on the blood dragon, but could not hurt the dragon's fur. Lin Moyu's breath continued to rise, and both his soul and body were promoted to righteousness. The chi and blood dragon bathed in the divine thunderstorm, and regarded thunder as nothing. It swallowed clouds and spit out mist, shuttled and circled in the turbulent thunderclouds, and exuded an amazing breath. Thunder surrounded its body, turning it into a thunder dragon. The soul breath also emanated, turning into the appearance of Lin Moyu, standing on the dragon, and the 2 dragons bathed in thunder. This vision once again attracted the attention of several 7th-level ancestors. Chi and blood turned into a dragon. This boy's body has reached such a level. Once the body is completed, it can be said to be invincible in the same realm. Not only the body, his soul has also reached the 5th realm of Taoism. With the body of the 2nd realm of Taoism, he has a 5th-level body and soul. His combat power is probably invincible in the 5th realm. The great way of power gathers all the power around him, including the power of the soul. He does not need any magic weapon, and his power is already amazing. I'm afraid that even if it's Daozun's 6th realm, it's hard to kill him. I feel that even if we are 130, it's not easy to kill him. Several 7th realm ancestors gave Lin Moyu a high evaluation. In their eyes, Lin Moyu has established the title of genius, which is indeed incomparable. Lin Moyu's soul is revealed, sitting on the dragon and flying in the thunder. At this moment, Lin Moyu has a wonderful feeling about the world. He feels that his soul has really sublimated, not just as simple as breaking through a realm. The divine thunder contains a wonderful power, which enhances the essence of his soul. The soul suddenly has an inexplicable connection with the ancestral land and sees some wonderful things. The soul's eyes are shining, and through the divine thunder rain, it sees a mysterious space. There is a black mass of things there, like clouds and fog. In the clouds and fog, the thunder jumps. Lin Moyu understands in an instant that this is the real core of the ancestral land. All the divine thunders came from here, from this cloud-like object that looked inconspicuous. What on earth is this? Lin Moyu found that he seemed to have seen something extraordinary again. There was a strange feeling that this cloud-like thing was of a very high level. It was similar to the gourd that could produce ancestral water that he had seen in the other shore realm. They were all unimaginable things. He wanted to look at it for a while longer, but unfortunately, this state only lasted for less than 2 seconds, and the picture in front of him disappeared. Lin Moyu had some disappointment in his eyes. He felt that if he could get this thing, perhaps his body and soul could reach a higher level. This disappointment was wiped out by him directly, and he showed self-mockery on his face. I'm so greedy. Even if I can get it, I can't really take it. This is the ancestral land of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger, and it is their real foundation. It's okay to absorb some divine thunder, but if you dig up their roots, the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger will definitely attack them in groups. At that time, their clan leader, Lei Tian of Daozun Jiolei, will definitely take action personally, as well as those clan elders. Even if I take out the Demon King's Demon King flower, it is hard to say whether it can work. unless I can do it without anyone noticing. In other words, I have already gained a lot of benefits. Both my soul and body have been promoted to the 5th level of Daozun and have undergone a complete transformation. The blood dragon has been promoted and turned into a blood dragon. In the eyes of the dragon clan, the difference between a dragon and a god dragon is equivalent to the difference between mixed blood and pure blood. For the demon clan, it is the difference between a collateral line and a direct line, and the difference between a lower line and a powerful line. For Lin Moyu, the change from a giant dragon of blood and chi to a divine dragon of blood and chi has changed not only the form, but also the essence of life. He can deeply sense that his life essence has been improved, and both his body and soul have been improved. Now, without using any defense, he can basically ignore the attacks of the 5th realm of Daozun, whether it is attacks on the body or the soul. The effect of the immunity technique has been greatly reduced. Lin Moyu chuckled. The immunity technique he just obtained has lost half of its effect. The immunity technique could originally ignore all attacks of the same realm. This realm refers to Lin Moyu's cultivation realm. But now, Lin Moyu has completely integrated the power of the body and soul with the power of the Avenue of Power, and has already ignored the attacks of the 5th realm of Daozun. The effect of the immunity technique is only half left, which is to weaken attacks that exceed one's own realm. But its effect does not seem to be too great. After all, if you want to hurt yourself, you need at least the attack of the 6th realm of Daozun. Because his realm was not high enough, immunity did not weaken the attacks of Daozun's 6th realm, and was even worse than the power of death. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. It seems that I have to find a way to improve my realm. My realm is improving too slowly, which is a bit of a hindrance. If others heard this, they would definitely scold Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu has only been practicing for a few years, and now he is already Daozun's 2nd realm. He can actually say such a tiger and wolf word, which is simply shameless. The chi and blood dragon returned to its position, and Lin Moyu still turned into a 10,000-meter giant, spreading his curse wings, and began to absorb a large amount of divine thunder rain into the soul world D. With the qualitative change of the soul, the solidity of the soul world has reached a new level, and it is no problem to accommodate the divine thunder of the 7th heaven. Lin Moyu absorbed these divine thunders with a whale-like momentum. Lin Moyu discovered one thing: in fact, these divine thunders can also be used to fight against the enemy. The divine thunder of the 7th heaven is enough to give a headache to a strong man in the 6th realm of Daozun, and it is no problem to severely injure a strong man in the 5th realm of Daozun. But think about it, it seems useless. Facing a guy in the 5th realm of Daozun, one punch can seriously injure him. Why bother to use divine thunder again? The real function of divine thunder is to practice. The divine thunder comes from that mysterious purple cloud, which contains some mysterious substances. It can not only strengthen the blood, but also make the body and soul undergo qualitative changes. It is a real good thing. So Lin Moyu began to absorb the divine thunder frantically. He wanted to collect a large amount of divine thunder and create a second ancestral land in his soul world. The only disadvantage is that without that group of purple clouds, divine thunder cannot be continuously produced. No matter how much divine thunder there is, it will be exhausted one day. But there is no way to solve this disadvantage. The magnificent rain evolved by the divine thunder fell on his body, and all were absorbed into the soul world. The array in the soul world confined the divine thunder of the 7th heaven and gathered the absorbed divine thunder into an ocean. At this time, Lin Moyu is completely immune to the divine thunder of the 7th heaven. Based on past experience, he is probably also completely immune to the divine thunder of the 8th and 9th heavens. In other words, he can enter the 8th and 9th heavens and play there for 1.3. But he cannot absorb the divine thunder of the 8th and 9th heavens, because the soul world cannot bear it. Unless the soul can be upgraded to another level, it can absorb the divine thunder of the 8th heaven with the 8th level formation. But that is impossible. After the soul undergoes a qualitative change, the divine thunder has lost its cleansing effect on the soul. Lin Moyu absorbs a large amount of divine thunder and probably knows why the divine thunder has such a magical effect. The main reason is the mysterious substance contained in the divine thunder. And he has completely digested and absorbed the mysterious substance, and the divine thunder has completely lost its effect on him. In this case, let's absorb the divine thunder in the 7th heaven first, and then go to the 8th and 9th heavens. Maybe there will be some discoveries. Lin Moyu calculated the time and planned to stay for the last 10 days to go to the 8th and 9th heavens. The rest of the time he would stay in the 7th heaven and absorb the divine thunder. As time went by, Lin Moyu absorbed more and more divine thunder. In the soul world, the number of divine thunders in the 7th heaven is far ahead of the divine thunders in other heavens, and the lead is not just a little bit. The divine thunders absorbed by other heavens, added together, are not as much as those in the 7th heaven. The divine thunders in the 7th heaven fall in the form of heavy rain, and the divine thunders absorbed every second are many times that of other heavens. And he has stayed in the 7th heaven for the longest time, so he naturally absorbs the most. But divine thunders are consumables, and the more the better. The 6th-7th level ancestors in the 7th heaven saw Lin Moyu transform into a 10,000-meter giant, spread a pair of black wings, stand there motionless, and bathe in the divine thunder rain. They don't know what Lin Moyu is doing or why he is doing this. But they know that Lin Moyu must have his intentions for doing this. Because they all know that a genius like Lin Moyu is impossible to do meaningless things. It's just that they don't understand it themselves, and they are too embarrassed to ask. 08 After all, they are the ancestors of the 7th realm. How can they have the nerve to ask a little guy in the 2nd realm of Daozun what he is doing? Face is still important. Being the ancestor of the 7th realm, both the human race and the demon race are very face-saving. Lin Moyu absorbed more and more of the 7th heaven divine thunder. Fortunately, the formation he had arranged before was large enough to accommodate it. When there were still 20 days before the closure of the ancestral land, Lin Moyu moved. He took his 10,000-meter body and strode forward in the 7th heaven to meet the divine thunder and rain. It took him a day to find a passage to the 8th heaven. Then it stopped beside the passage and continued to absorb the divine thunder and rain. His action attracted the attention of several 7th realm ancestors again. What is he going to do? Could it be that he is going to the 8th heaven? The 8th heaven is a place that only Daozun of the 8th and 9 realms can go to. Even you and I are not qualified to enter, but he actually wants to go there. Although his body is strong, it is not so abnormal. It's not that his body is strong, but the avenue of power is too strong. Perhaps this is his confidence. Yes, the avenue of power is an illusory avenue. The illusory avenue may not be the strongest, but it is the most mysterious. This is something we cannot understand. Several 7th realm ancestors envied Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's behavior has exceeded their understanding and can only be attributed to the magic of the avenue of power. 10 days before the closure of the ancestral land, Lin Moyu put away the avenue of power's true body in the wings of curse, and rushed into the passage without looking back, heading for the 8th heaven. 6 7th realm ancestors witnessed Lin Moyu's behavior with their own eyes. In their eyes, what Lin Moyu did was a miracle. In the passage, a purple thunder that was so thick that it turned black came down, which was much stronger than the 7th heaven. But Lin Moyu was unaware of it, completely ignoring the bombardment of the divine thunder, rushing out of the passage at the fastest speed and entering the 8th heaven. The divine thunder turned into rain and poured down. The divine thunder rain in the 8th heaven was more magnificent, much larger than that in the 7th heaven. If the divine thunder rain in the 7th heaven was a heavy rain, then the 8th heaven was a rainstorm. As you can imagine, it must be even more terrifying in the 9th heaven. Lin Moyu stood in the divine thunder rain and ignored it. No matter how fiercely the divine thunder exploded around him, Lin Moyu remained unmoved. Just as I thought, the divine thunder of the 8th heaven is more powerful, but it has no effect on me. My body and soul are completely immune to the divine thunder. The mysterious substance contained in the divine thunder has lost its effect on me, but I am immune to the divine thunder, which should be the effect of the great way of power. It was the same before. After the great way of power adapts to the attack, it will become immune to a certain attack. Lin Moyu seemed to have realized something and knew the magic of the greatest Tao in the history. He did not stay in the 8th heaven, but strengthened his luck and quickly found the passage to the 9th heaven. He tried to absorb a trace of divine thunder and sent it into the soul world, and the soul world immediately began to vibrate. Just a trace of divine thunder, cracks appeared in the soul world. As he thought, the soul world could not withstand the divine thunder here, so naturally he did not need to spend time absorbing it. In the 8th heaven, there was no sound except thunder. Lin Moyu spent a whole day and finally found the passage to the 9th heaven. He did not meet other people during this period. Obviously, this time the ancestral land was opened, and there was no Taoist master of the 8th realm in the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. He rushed into the passage and headed for the 9th heaven. As soon as he entered the 9th heaven, Mo Moyu felt that there was an endless divine thunder exploding on his body. The divine thunder of the 9th heaven is very powerful. Even if the Taoist master of the 9th realm is here, he must resist with all his strength to bear it. But Lin Moyu still treated them as nothing. It was not because Lin Moyu was strong enough, but because the avenue of power was magical enough. The avenue of power helped Lin Moyu become immune to the divine thunder. As long as the essence of the divine thunder did not change, no matter how strong it was, it could not harm Lin Moyu. All divine thunders were of the same origin. From the moment Lin Moyu became immune, even the 9th heaven became Lin Moyu's backyard. The divine thunder of the 9th heaven was not a rainstorm, but a waterfall. Lin Moyu saw that black waterfalls were pouring down from the sky. In each waterfall, there were endless divine thunders. Those who entered the 9th heaven would continue to be bombarded by the divine thunder waterfalls and would be bombed hundreds or thousands of times almost every second. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, no wonder Lei Hao said that even if one reached the 9th level of Dao Zun, one might not be able to enter the 9th heaven. The 9th level of Dao Zun is indeed unbearable. In the history of the entire Thundered Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, there are only a handful of people who can enter the 9th heaven and come out safely. Those people eventually became the clan leaders of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, including the current clan leader Lei Tian, who once entered the 9th heaven and returned safely from the 9th heaven. In fact, this is also an important condition for selecting the clan leader. If Lei Hao can really inherit the position of clan leader in the future, after he reaches the 9th level of Dao Zun, he must also come to the ancestral land and enter the 9th heaven. Lei Hao said while drinking that he must go, even if he dies, he has no choice. There was once a clan leader who died in the 9th heaven. At that time, the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan had no clan leader for a long time. But even so, this rule has not changed. Because as long as you can come back alive from the 9th heaven, your experience will be greatly improved. Among all the Dao Zun 9 realms, they are the top existences. The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger is a royal family, the top existence among all the demon clans. Their clan leader must also be the top existence in the Dao Zun 9 realms. Lin Moyu is a little curious about this. Why can the strength be greatly improved after entering the 9th heaven? If it is just because of the divine thunder, Lin Moyu thinks it is not the case. The people of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, starting from the Heavenly Venerable, all the way to the Dao Zun 9 realms, don't know how many times they have entered the barrier. Those mysterious substances have been absorbed enough, it must not be because of this. This secret is only known by the successive clan leaders. If Lin Moyu wants to know, he can only come in and find out by himself. In the 9th heaven of the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger ancestral land, divine rain poured down like a waterfall. Lin Moyu walked forward in the 9th heaven with the divine rain waterfall on his head. The sky of the 9th heaven was purple and black, like a thick curtain pressing on his head, extremely oppressive. His vision was blocked by the endless divine rain waterfall, and his vision was greatly affected by the constant thunder and explosion. Before, when his soul was sublimated, Lin Moyu had seen the mysterious cloud. That was the source of all divine thunder and the source of the entire ancestral land. Lin Moyu came to the ninth heaven for the mysterious cloud. Otherwise, there was no point for him to come here. He could not absorb the divine thunder of the eighth and ninth heavens at all, so it was the same whether he came here or not. And the space where the mysterious cloud was located was above the ninth heaven. With the divine rain waterfall on his head, Lin Moyu rushed to the sky. The entire ninth heaven was exactly the same environment, and the only breakthrough was naturally above the sky. Over the years, countless dungeon secret realms have given Lin Moyu rich experience, allowing him to make a preliminary judgment. As he got closer to the sky, the divine thunder waterfall became more and more intense, and countless thunders exploded above his head, as if countless hands were blocking Lin Moyu's way. In this case, even an ordinary Dao Zun realm may not be able to rush through. But Lin Moyu was completely immune to the divine thunder. He ignored the divine thunder and was at a higher level than those Dao Zun 9 realms who resisted. With the blessing of the Power Avenue True Body and the Wings of Time unfolding, Lin Moyu's speed suddenly increased. Lin Moyu turned into a sharp arrow, pierced through the thunder, smashed countless divine thunders, and went straight into the sky. He didn't know how long he had been flying. The closer he was to the sky, the more intense and dense the divine thunder waterfall became. It seemed that several divine thunder waterfalls had merged together and pressed down from the top of his head. The sight was full of divine thunder, and he couldn't see the road ahead at all. But Lin Moyu didn't care. He aimed at the direction and went up against the divine thunder. The wings of time stirred time, speeding up and making time chaotic. Not knowing how far he had rushed out, let alone how long he had flown, whether it was 1 day, 2 days, or longer, Lin Moyu was also in the chaos of time. But it didn't matter. He was determined and rushed up. Finally, he felt as if he had broken a layer of film. The thunder that was originally full of thunder suddenly disappeared, and a touch of brilliant and noble purple light shone down from the sky, making Lin Moyu's eyes dazzle. The divine thunder disappeared, and Lin Moyu found that he had penetrated the sky and came to the sky. And all the divine thunders were under the sky. It was like the eye of a storm, extremely calm. Here, purple clouds were entangled, and ribbons were flying in the air. Lin Moyu followed the purple ribbon to see the source, which was a purple ball. The purple ball was extremely huge, as if it was burning, releasing powerful power. It is about 70% similar to the Sun and Moon origin, but it is smaller in size. Lin Moyu can feel that it is very powerful, but not as powerful as the Sun and Moon origin. When the soul was sublimated before, it was not clear enough, and what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. The purple mist is actually a little mist surrounding this purple ball. It was not until now that he got a glimpse of the whole picture. The purple ball shot out billions of purple clouds, which turned into countless ribbons, flying in this space and finally falling into the sky. Afterwards, the sky descended with divine thunder. Because the ninth heaven was closest to the purple ball and was also the first stop of purple clouds, the divine thunder of the ninth heaven was the most powerful. After that, the purple clouds continued to fall, turning into the eighth heaven, the seventh heaven, and finally the first heaven. Every time a heaven passed, the power of Lu would weaken. Lin Moyu understood the whole process, knew what was going on, and understood that the purple ball in front of him was the root of the entire ancestral land and the root of the thunder-light purple striped tiger. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Lin could come here. It's really surprising. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in my ears. There is someone here. Lin Moyu recognized the voice, looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Lei Tian sitting on a purple cloud. The contemporary patriarch of the thunder-light purple striped tiger, the top powerhouse of the Dao Zun 9 realms, Lei Tian. Lin Moyu flew over and said loudly, Lin Moyu has met Patriarch Lei Tian. It is really a fate to meet here again. He seemed like an outsider, uninvited, entered someone else's house, and shamelessly greeted the host. Lei Tian looked at Lin Moyu with a twinkling eye. It is indeed fate. How did you get here? Can you tell me? His eyes were full of curiosity. How could Lin Moyu break through the ninth heaven and come here with only the cultivation of the second realm of Dao Zun? Even he had gone through many hardships to come here. Back then, he came as a Dao Zun of the ninth realm, while Lin Moyu was only a Dao Zun of the second realm. It can no longer be described as a miracle. Lei Tian can't describe it in words. Faced with the question of a Dao Zun of the ninth realm, Lin Moyu did not hide it. He knew that hiding it was meaningless. At this moment, Lei Tian's attention was on him, and any of his slight emotions would be captured. If his answer could not satisfy Lei Tian might kill him directly. If he killed himself here, the Demon King might not know. Under the purple light, Lin Moyu had lost all contact with the outside world. This was an extremely independent space. Lin Moyu said, Lin comprehended the great power, and it was the great power that brought Lin here. Lei Tian murmured, great power? Lin Moyu nodded. Lin borrowed the divine thunder of your ancestral land to cultivate his body and complete his promotion. The great power helped Lin adapt to the divine thunder. At this time, Lin is completely immune to the divine thunder, so Lin's ability to come here has nothing to do with his realm. Lei Tian's pupils shrank. It turns out that this is the case. The great power actually has such power. It's really amazing. Then he asked again, is fellow Taoist Lin really immune to the divine thunder? Lin Moyu nodded. It should be, otherwise Lin would not be able to get here. Lei Tian said, then fellow Taoist Lin, can you come over and sit down? Lei has something to tell you. Lin Moyu did not refuse and flew towards Lei Tian. Wang's Zhao, Lei Tian was very close to the purple ball, only about 1,000 meters away, and the purple light enveloped every corner of his body. There were a lot of purple patterns on his body that shone, and under the purple light, he revealed a powerful force. And Lin Moyu was nearly 10,000 meters away from him at this time, and the 10,000 meters distance was reached in a blink of an eye, but Lin Moyu did not fly very fast. When he saw Lei Tian, Moyu never relaxed his vigilance. He felt that it was not easy to go there, and maybe something would happen in the meantime. Combined with the previous guess, the Patriarch of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger must go to the 9 heavens to gain stronger strength. Lin Moyu had already guessed that the real place to go was not the 9 heavens, but here. Lin Moyu leaned over and asked, Lei Tian Patriarch, what exactly is this place? Lei Tian had a blank expression on his face. You can come here, you will be qualified to know. While speaking, the purple ball suddenly burst into light, and countless purple clouds shot out and turned into thunder whips, whipping towards Lin Yu. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Lin Moyu was not panicked at all. He was not afraid of the thunder whips that were whipping from all directions. He could feel that these thunder whips with black and purple light were very powerful. Even a strong man in the 9th realm of Dao Zun would not feel good if he was whipped. However, no matter how strong it was still divine thunder. It should be said that these purple clouds were the ancestors of divine thunder, but no matter whether they were ancestors or something else, their essence was the purple ball, which was the mysterious substance inside. As long as the essence did not change, the power avenue would be immune to it. Just like ignoring divine thunder, Lin Moyu ignored these thunder whips and let them whip him. The long whip exploded on his body with great power. The thunder explosion had no effect on Lin Moyu. Only the whipping force carried by the long whip itself caused a slight change in Lin Moyu's flight angle, but these were all minor details and harmless. Lei Tian saw it and was shocked. Really immune. The 5 great Daos are so magical. It was also the first time for him to see the magic of the great Dao of strength. It could actually make one immune to a certain attack. If so, the great Dao of strength is indeed terrifyingly strong. Imagine if someone used the great Dao of strength to fight against him, and both sides were evenly matched. Later, The opponent suddenly became immune to his attack. What would it feel like? Just thinking about it is so sour. At this moment, Lei Tian looked at Lin Moyu with a new eye. When the Demon King asked him to bring Lin Moyu here before, he thought that the Demon King was making a fuss. What was there to see about a human race in the second realm of Daozun? But now, he didn't think so. Lin Moyu really had the qualifications to be looked at differently. The Great Tao of Strength, this mysterious and powerful illusory Great Tao, is not something that can be mastered casually. At the same time, Lei Tian sighed again. It's a pity that the realm is still too low. It would be great if he could reach the 7th realm. He watched with his own eyes as Lin Moyu ignored the thunder whips, crossed a distance of 10,000 meters, and came to his side. After being about 2,000 meters away from the purple light ball, all the thunder whips disappeared, as if they had passed a test. When he came to Lei Tian, Lin Moyu said, "Lei Tian clan leader, you can tell Lin now, right?" Lei Tian said, "This is called the Purple Mark Origin, and it is also the core of our clan's true ancestral land. In all these years, you are the first foreigner to enter this place. That purple light ball, we call it the Purple Mark Origin, is the foundation of our clan and the source of our bloodline inheritance. This is actually the real birthplace of the Thunder-like Purple Mark Tiger. Normally, this kind of place should be a restricted area for a certain clan, but he can come in." Lin Moyu joked, "You don't want to kill me, do you?" Lei Tian shook his head, "Why should I kill you? There is no rule that outsiders cannot come here. I am just curious about how you know about the existence of the Purple Vein Origin here. Song Yu, I, and several elders know." Lin Moyu said, "I used the power of the Divine Thunder in the 7th heaven before, and my soul was elevated to a higher level. At that time, I saw this place, so I came here." Lei Tian said, "It seems that you are really destined to be with my clan, so have you ever thought about what to do here?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "No, I'm just curious and come to see." Lei Tian smiled, "Then you can think about it now." Lin Moyu understood the meaning of Lei Tian's words, and immediately clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for the advice of Chief Lei." Lin Moyu could feel that Lei Tian was very smart and mature, unlike the ordinary monsters who were easily impulsive. His way of thinking was more inclined to the human race. But at the same time, he also has some characteristics of the demon race, unlike those old guys of the human race, who are so cunning. Lei Tian pointed to the purple ball. "Do you see those purple thunderclouds? If you can get one of them, you can get the recognition of the source of purple stripes and get benefits." Lin Moyu looked in the direction pointed by Lei Tian and saw that there were indeed some purple thunderclouds floating outside the purple ball. These purple thunderclouds are the same as the purple thunderclouds under Lei Tian, but they are different in size. Lin Moyu guessed that the larger the purple thunderclouds obtained, the more benefits you will get. Lin Moyu was neither anxious nor slow, and did not look excited. "What are the specific benefits?" Lei Tian said, "For our clan, we can further strengthen our bloodline and make our bloodline return to our ancestors, thereby enhancing our strength. As for you, I don't know what kind of benefits you can get." Lin Moyu is not a member of the Thunder-like Purple Striped Tiger, so Lei Tian can't tell what the benefits will be. Before Lin Moyu, no one had ever come here, let alone get benefits. Lin Moyu continued to ask, "I see these thunderclouds are big and small, but what's the difference?" Lei Tian said, "With your intelligence, you should be able to see it." Lin Moyu has been observing while talking, and he already has the answer in his mind. The closer to the Purple Vein Origin, the bigger the thundercloud is, and the more difficult it is to obtain it, and of course the better the benefits will be. And I saw some thunderclouds inside the Purple Vein Origin, although they are not big, but their colors are more intense, and it is estimated that it will be more difficult to obtain them. Lei Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, looking very surprised. "You can actually see the thunderclouds inside the Purple Vein Origin?" Lin Moyu admitted generously, "Yes." Lei Tian said, "As you said, thunderclouds are also divided into levels, and the larger the thundercloud, the better the benefits. The thunderclouds inside the purple-striped origin are different from the thunderclouds outside. They are called origin thunderclouds. The origin thunderclouds contain more origin power, at least dozens of times more than the external thunderclouds, so the benefits of getting it are naturally greater. But at the same time, it is also very difficult to get it. To be honest, even I am not qualified to get it. You can try, but be mentally prepared, otherwise you will die in it. Lin Moyu listened to Lei Tian's explanation and felt a little strange. The thunderclouds containing the origin power can be explained from many aspects. Some origin power, although powerful, is non-renewable. That kind of origin power is like origin crystal. And some origin power, like the origin spiritual vein, can continuously produce origin crystal. If it is the latter, then what I thought before, creating a brand new thunder light purple striped tiger ancestral land in my soul world, is not impossible. In this way, I can continuously obtain the divine thunder, which is of great benefit to Xiaoya, Xiaowu, and others. If the divine thunder is not used up, it can be given to the people in Yusho City. Even if the power of the origin cannot be regenerated, it is not bad. At least it can be used to evolve a large amount of divine thunder. At least it will not be less than the divine thunder collected by himself. Lin Moyu has made up his mind to go to the purple vein origin to obtain the origin thunder cloud. No matter what, he must try it. Lei Yun saw Lin Moyu staring at the purple vein origin with a more and more determined look, and knew that he had made a decision. Lei Yun said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, are you planning to go to the purple vein origin?" Lin Moyu nodded slightly. "Since we are here, we must give it a try." Lei Yun was not polite at all. "I advise fellow Taoist Lin that fellow Taoist Lin is indeed immune to the divine thunder, but it is extremely difficult to obtain thunderclouds. Even the smallest thundercloud on the periphery is extremely difficult for fellow Taoist Lin to obtain, let alone the thundercloud inside the purple vein origin. What's more, the purple vein origin is very dangerous. If fellow Taoist Lin insists on going, I promise fellow Taoist Lin that I will definitely collect the body for fellow Taoist Lin." Although Lei Tian is considered mature among the demons, he still doesn't speak as tactfully as humans. If Lin Moyu said this himself, there would be no problem. But Lei Tian's words made Lin Moyu feel a little strange. However, Lin Moyu also knew that the demons were like this, straightforward, saying whatever they thought, so he didn't need to mind. Instead, he joked, "Then I'll have to trouble Chief Lei Tian." Lei Tian was also impolite. "Okay, go ahead, and leave your affairs to me." Lei Tian told Lin Moyu the specific method of obtaining thunderclouds, which was actually very simple: just get close to it and defeat it. Thunderclouds are like children of the purple vein origin, and as long as you beat thunderclouds, you can get recognition. Lin Moyu flew towards the purple vein origin with Lei Tian's blessing. He was getting closer and closer to the purple vein origin, and the thunderclouds were getting bigger and bigger in the line. These thunderclouds were all within 100 meters of the purple vein origin. The farther away, the smaller the thunderclouds. When they were still 500 meters away from the origin of purple veins, the thunderclouds in front of him suddenly changed. Lin Moyu saw that there were purple veins flashing inside these thunderclouds, and these veins were similar to the veins on the body of the Thunderlight purple-striped tiger clan. They didn't look like runes, nor like Dao patterns, but they also had powerful power. The complexity of the purple veins on the body of the Thunderlight purple-striped tiger clan was completely different depending on the level of their realm. Here, it was the same. The smaller the thundercloud, the simpler the purple veins inside. The larger the thundercloud, the more complex the purple veins inside. Lin Moyu's target was not the thundercloud outside, but the thundercloud in the origin of purple veins. Those thunderclouds were not big, but the color was richer, which meant that they had entered another level. When they were still 300 meters away, Lin Moyu did not feel any danger. Lei Tian also looked at Lin Moyu at this time, and said to himself, "It's about to start." Finally, Lin Moyu was only 200 meters away from the origin of the purple pattern, and only 100 meters away from the nearest thundercloud. Suddenly, The purple light in his sight became stronger, and the whole world within his sight turned purple. The thundercloud disappeared, and countless huge purple tigers appeared in Lin Moyu's sight. The purple tigers were covered with lightning, with bloodthirsty and murderous eyes, staring at Lin Moyu fiercely. There were many tigers, and Lin Moyu knew that he could choose one, and then defeat the other party to get the thundercloud. This rule is in line with the style of the demon clan. But the aura revealed by these purple tigers is all the 9th realm of Daozuan. From the perspective of realm alone, it is far beyond Lin Moyu. And some tigers are more powerful than some Daozuan of the 9th realm. Under normal circumstances, Lin Moyu could not beat these tigers covered with thunder, nor could he get the thundercloud. But Lin Moyu had no intention of fighting these giant tigers, and his target was not them. Lin Moyu did not move, but slowly observed. The thunder on these giant tigers was exactly the same as the divine thunder, and Lin Moyu could also be immune to them. The only thing to defend was the bite of these giant tigers. Looking at their sharp teeth, if they bit him, Lin Moyu felt that he could not stop them. For this, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. The wings of the curse of time unfolded at the same time, vibrating slowly. The wings of time stirred time, and the wings of curse spread the curse. Lin Moyu cursed these giant tigers to become slow, and this curse worked silently. The effect might not be ideal, and it might only be weakened a little, but the current situation was that it could be weakened a little bit. The curse spread out invisibly, and in the field of vision that only Lin Moyu could see, there was a faint red light on the top of the heads of these thunder tigers. This red light was the curse. When everything was ready, the wings of time suddenly began to vibrate sharply, and instantly accelerated to the extreme. Time was completely disrupted, and at the same time, the true body of the Avenue of Time was blessed on his body. Lin Moyu's body merged with time, half real and half virtual. He was like teleporting, instantly crossing a large distance and rushing directly into the origin of the purple veins. At this time, those thunder tigers did not react at all. When they reacted, Lin Moyu had already entered the origin of the purple veins. In the outside world, Lei Tian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. At this time, he opened his mouth and couldn't say a word for a long time. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, as if he saw something magical. He was a top powerhouse in the 9th realm of Daozuan, and he saw an unbelievable scene. Was that teleportation? Am I dazzled? He saw with his own eyes that Lin Moyu, who had been motionless, disappeared in an instant after spreading his wings, and then appeared in front of the purple line origin, and then went in. Until Lin Moyu entered the purple line origin, his shadow was still left where he was originally. This speed has exceeded Lei Tian's reaction. 0, seeking flowers 0. Lei Tian instinctively felt that it was not that Lin Moyu was fast, but that Lin Moyu used a secret method that he did not know to perform a short-distance teleportation. Only this explanation could Lei Tian feel acceptable. After all, there are countless secret methods in the world, and there are secret methods for short-distance teleportation. In the purple line origin, Lin Moyu lifted the Wings of Time curse. This was also the first time he really used the Wings of Time curse, using the curse wings to curse the opponent, then using the Wings of Time to stir time, and then using the Avenue of Time to enhance the Wings of Time. This operation was very effective and achieved an effect similar to short-distance teleportation. However, Lin Moyu didn't know that this method was not very good, because he couldn't control the distance accurately. The most ideal state just now was to teleport to the outside of the purple mark origin and then go in. But he rushed directly into the purple mark origin, which was a failure to control the distance. For Lin Moyu, uncontrollable power is not a good experience. He had practiced controlling the power of space and knew how important it was to control power. Especially at the moment of teleportation just now, Lin Moyu felt as if he was about to fall into the abyss and felt out of control for a moment. This feeling was very uncomfortable, and Lin Moyu said in his heart, "Don't use it before you can fully control this power." But fortunately, I still avoided these thunder tigers and entered the purple mark origin. Lin Moyu looked at the world inside the purple mark origin. According to Lei Tian, the world inside the purple mark origin was very dangerous. He even thought of collecting his body. This also shows that Lei Tian had been here before and almost died there, otherwise he would not have said so. However, Lei Tian was confident that he could come in to collect his body, which also shows that the world inside the purple mark origin was not a place where one must die. Lin Moyu did not move, not even his head, but just used his eyes to observe the surroundings. In a strange and dangerous world, he believed that his choice to stay still was definitely the right one. Even the aura on his body, Lin Moyu had completely restrained, not releasing any aura. The eyes observed the world as far as possible within the visible range. In the world inside the purple mark origin, there were floating purple thunderclouds. These thunderclouds also had extremely complex purple patterns. Now they looked like thunderclouds, but when they got close, they would turn into tigers. If you want to get thunderclouds, you have to beat them 10 times. In the purple vein origin, seemingly small but extremely powerful thunderclouds containing the power of the origin were floating randomly. There was no regularity in their floating, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. But they seemed to be affected by some kind of force, and each thundercloud had its own trajectory. Lin Moyu observed for a moment and had already seen this. A thundercloud floated not far from him and suddenly turned into a thunder tiger when it was 100 meters away from Lin Moyu. The thunder tiger stared at Lin Moyu, the outsider, as if it would attack at any time. Lin Moyu restrained his breath and did not move. He did not move, and the thunder tiger did not attack. After a while, the thundercloud floated away, and when the distance exceeded 100 meters, the thunder tiger turned back into a thundercloud again. After several such experiences, Lin Moyu already knew that as long as he did not move, these thunderclouds would not take the initiative to attack. With this discovery, he became more calm and observed the world inside the purple vein origin. As the core of the thunder-like purple stripe tiger clan, the purple stripe origin is the origin of the entire race, and it must contain great mysteries. Especially those mysterious origin substances, if they can be studied thoroughly, it will definitely be of great benefit to oneself. Lin Moyu carefully observed the entire origin. He turned slowly, without causing any movement, and looked at it inch by inch, not missing any details. Finally, he made some discoveries. All thunderclouds have their own laws of movement. The rotation range of thunderclouds varies, and the speed varies, which looks chaotic. But whether it rotates left and right, up and down, or diagonally, they all revolve around a center point. Then Lin Moyu locked this center point and looked carefully. Through the gaps of countless thunderclouds, Lin Moyu saw a huge rune. Yes, it is a rune. This rune is the most complex and huge rune that Lin Moyu has seen so far. The entire rune, like an independent world, is divided into countless layers. Each layer can be split into countless independent and complex runes. Lin Moyu had never seen such a rune, and had never imagined that a rune could be so complex. He looked at it as if he had found a treasure, and an impulse rose in his heart, wanting to rush over, take the rune away, and then study it carefully. But he quickly suppressed his impulse. He knew very well that if he really did this, Lei Tian would come to collect his body. If he was not careful, he would not even be able to collect his body. Lin Moyu did not rush over, but admired the rune with amazement. What kind of existence can draw such a rune? This rune is the core of the entire purple stripe origin, and it is also the true origin of the thunder-light purple striped tiger clan. If I can study this rune thoroughly, can I also create a similar race? He was fascinated by it, but the more he looked, the more confused he became. The eyes that were originally shining with brilliance gradually lost focus. This extremely complex and exquisite rune continued to enlarge in Lin Moyu's sight, and then rushed over. Boom! The soul world shook violently, and a terrible force rushed into the soul world. Not only the soul world, but also the big world was also impacted. Even the world where the skeleton hell was located was also impacted. This force was so strong that it seemed to tear Lin Moyu's rule world to pieces. The 10-color dragon soul crystal suddenly made a loud dragon roar, and the world tree also shook wildly, but it was useless. The next second, Lin Moyu's soul was about to collapse. At this time, the soul gem on the natural disaster scepter shone, releasing a heavy earthy yellow light, because Lin Moyu blocked the soul rush. At the same time, this layer of earthy yellow light also enveloped the entire rule world, and the rule world that was originally shaking violently finally calmed down. Lin Moyu's soul suddenly woke up, showing a look of horror. I almost died. If it weren't for the sudden attack of the soul gem, he would have died. It doesn't matter if he died, the new talent can revive him. But the attack just now not only attacked his soul, but also attacked his rule world. Once the rule world collapsed, the big world would also collapse, and all the creatures in the big world would die, leaving no one. Lin Moyu couldn't afford this kind of loss. Fortunately, the soul gem protected his rule world at the last moment. Lin Moyu held the Scourge Scepter and whispered, "Thank you." The Scourge Scepter didn't move at all, and the soul gem was as arrogant as ever, disdaining to talk to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu calmed down and didn't dare to look at the rune again. He knew that the rune was not something he could touch now. At most, he could worship it with admiration. If you want to study it, it is disrespectful and will be backfired. The one who can create the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger Clan and evolve the runes of the Ancestral Land has surpassed the 9th realm of Dao Zun, at least the existence of the Great Dao Realm, far beyond what he can compare with. However, it is not possible now, but it does not mean that it will not be possible in the future. Lin Moyu has confidence in himself. One day, he can also draw runes of the same level, or even stronger than it. As for now, it is more practical to harvest thunderclouds. Lin Moyu quickly locked the target, which was a thundercloud with a very rich color. Its volume is not large, but the richness of the color is more than most thunderclouds. Thunderclouds outside the origin are based on size. And the strength of thunderclouds within the origin is distinguished by color. The strength of the thundercloud selected by Lin Moyu is at least among the top among all thunderclouds. Of course, its location is also a bit far away, near the core special. Lin Moyu approached carefully, avoiding the floating thunderclouds. After a long time, he finally approached his target. When there was still 100 meters away, the thundercloud he chose evolved into a thunder tiger. This thunder tiger was very powerful. In Lin Moyu's opinion, it was even more powerful than Lei Tian. It was surrounded by countless purple-black divine thunders. Lin Moyu ignored the divine thunders, which posed no threat to him. The real threat was this thunder tiger. If it rushed over to bite him, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. There was a huge difference between the 2nd realm of Dao Zun and the 9th realm of Dao Zun. The power of the great Dao and the real body were useless. No matter how many means he had, he could not stop the opponent's attack. If he wanted to get the thundercloud, he had to defeat it. There was no other way. Lin Moyu approached slowly. When there was still 50 meters away, the thunder tiger launched an attack. With a tiger roar, the purple divine thunder bombarded Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu ignored the divine thunder and separated a strand of his luck from the avenue, attacking silently along the divine thunder, completing the avenue lock on the enemy. The divine thunder fell on him, without any damage. But in a flash, the thunder tiger had already rushed over at an incredibly fast speed. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed, and it was already in front of him. Without giving Lin Moyu any time to react, the whole tiger lay heavily on him. Lin Moyu's body collapsed on the spot. The gap between the 2nd realm and the 9th realm of Dao Zun was like the difference between heaven and earth, and Lin Moyu could not stop it at all. Purple light flashed, and Lin Moyu completed his rebirth. Seeing that Lin Moyu was not dead, the thunder tiger roared again, and Chen Lei burst out. Lin Moyu also pointed out at this moment. Die. On Lin Moyu's fingertips, the ancestral water dissipated, and at the same time, a huge amount of faith power was burning in the soul world. Lin Moyu used a full 10 drops of ancestral water, plus hundreds of millions of faith power, to merge into the Dao pattern of the corpse explosion. The dual blessing of ancestral water and faith power greatly enhanced the power of the corpse explosion. Lin Moyu now has 2 corpses of Daozun 9 realms, and he has 2 chances. But Lin Moyu can't use both corpses, so for Lin Moyu, he only has 1 chance. It must be a one-shot kill, so naturally the power of the corpse explosion must be pushed to the limit. The corpse of Daozun 9 realms obtained from the hands of the 3rd ancestor disappeared into smoke, and it was truly reduced to ashes. At the same time as the divine thunder bombarded the body, an extremely terrifying explosion occurred inside the purple pattern origin. The Thunder Tiger's body exploded, and then the terrifying power swept the entire purple pattern origin. A terrible breath rushed out of the explosion, and Lin Moyu's face changed slightly, feeling the strength of this breath. This was a good opportunity. He could use this opportunity to know the limit of his corpse's explosion. He planned to use the other corpse to deal with Master Kurong. Master Kurong was a Dao realm expert. Even if he was restricted and could only exert 30% of his strength, he was far better than Daozun Geo realm. In addition, he was a plant-type creature with extremely strong vitality. Lin Moyu could not calculate whether his corpse's explosion could cause enough damage to him just by imagination. This attempt became extremely critical. Through the breath, Lin Moyu judged that under the dual blessing of Zhu Shui and the power of faith, the power of detonating Daozun Geo Realm Corpse has exceeded the limit of Daozun Geo Realm. Even if it has not really reached the level of Dao Realm, it will not be too far away. At least it will be no problem to blow up Daozun Geo Realm like Lei Tian. As for whether Master Kurong can be killed, there is no certainty, but if it is just injured, Lin Moyu thinks there is no problem. Overall, Lin Moyu is very satisfied with the power of the corpse explosion. The Thunder Tiger could not withstand the explosion of its corpse and was blown to pieces on the spot, deader than dead. Even the thundercloud that evolved from it was blown to pieces, but this is the purple line origin, and the thundercloud cannot be really blown to pieces. The shattered thundercloud quickly reunited and became what it was before. It did not evolve into a Thunder Tiger again, but flew towards Lin Moyu and landed lightly at Lin Moyu's feet. Lin Moyu felt that he had a mysterious connection with the thundercloud, and powerful forces penetrated into his body from the thundercloud. Lin Moyu then realized that the mysterious substance that could strengthen blood, improve the body and soul was actually the original power in the purple line origin. To be precise, the mysterious substance was just the original power that evolved into Divine Thunder after leaving the purple line origin, existing in the form of Divine Thunder and being absorbed by people. In this evolutionary process, the original power was lost and part of its function was lost. The purple line origin also has a very special function, which is the amplification technique. Any spell will be more powerful with its blessing. Especially the spells of thunder, which have the greatest increase. This is why the Patriarch of the Thunder Light Purple Tiger clan must come to the 9th heaven after entering the 9th realm of Daozun. In fact, they want to break through the 9th heaven, enter the Purple Stripe origin, and obtain the Thundercloud. The original power contained in the Thundercloud can double the power of their spells, so the successive patriarchs of the Thunder Light Purple Tiger clan are all top existences in the 9th realm of Daozun, which is also one of the foundations for them to become a royal family. But it is not easy to obtain Thunderclouds, and it is full of dangers. Several clan leaders had died here. For example, Lei Tian had obtained thunderclouds, but every time the ancestral land was opened, he had to come in to replenish his own thunderclouds. The power of the origin in the thunderclouds would also be consumed and needed to be replenished. Lin Moyu knew that the thundercloud he had obtained had at least 100 times more power than Lei Tian's. It would not need to be replenished for a long time. With the purple patterned origin, Lin Moyu felt that he had a better chance of facing Master Kurong. Moreover, these purple patterned origins could also evolve into Divine Thunder. The power of the origin contained in a thundercloud was more than the total of Divine Thunder he had absorbed before. Not long after Lin Moyu obtained the thundercloud, the rune at the core of the purple patterned origin suddenly emitted thousands of purple lights, and a soft invisible force pushed Lin Mo away from the origin. The power was very soft, and all the thunderclouds along the way did not turn into tigers. Lin Moyu had been recognized by the Origin at this time, and there would be no danger here. Similarly, he could not get a second thundercloud, and everyone could only get one. After leaving the Purple Mark Origin, Lin Moyu returned on the thundercloud and saw Lei Tian with a complicated look at first sight. Lin Moyu flew over on the thundercloud. Lei Tian, Patriarch, what's wrong with you? Lei Tian's eyes were extremely complicated, and he couldn't tell what emotion it was, as if he had all kinds of emotions. He looked at Lin Moyu. How did you do it? Lin Moyu asked, what and how did you do it? Lei Tian sorted out the sentence. Just now, I felt a force stronger than the ninth realm of Dao Zun. It was you. It was the masterpiece of fellow Taoist Lin, right? Lin Moyu smiled and nodded, without a direct answer, but it was also a tacit agreement. Lei Tian did not break the casserole to ask the bottom of the matter. In fact, just looking at the thundercloud under Lin Moyu's feet, the answer is already very obvious. Although the thundercloud under Lin Moyu's feet is not big, the power contained in it is far better than his own. Lei Tian couldn't help but sigh in the end. Fellow Taoist Lin, good tricks. Lin Moyu responded politely, it's just that I was a little luckier. Lei Tian said, Master Demon King once said that luck is also a part of strength, or even a large part. All those who can achieve great things have good luck. Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with mist, and he saw the luck that belonged to Lei Tian. Lei Tian's luck is very strong. As the head of a clan, his luck is naturally not weak. He is strong, but his luck is also like the luck of the Lei Guang Purple Striped Tiger clan. It is not stable and fluctuates greatly. According to this, it should not be so. Lin Moyu judged that Lei Tian's own luck is very strong, but his luck is affected by the luck of the race and sometimes weakens. From this, it can be judged 100% that the Lei Guang Purple Striped Tiger clan should have had an accident. And this incident will affect the fate of the entire race, and even cause the race to decline. Lin Moyu felt that the high-level people of the Lei Guang Purple Striped Tiger clan also knew that their race was in danger and were looking for a solution. Looking for people with the illusory avenue is one of the solutions. Having promised Lei how to stay, Lin Moyu was not polite and asked directly, Lei Tian clan leader, are you looking for someone with the illusory avenue? Lei Tian was slightly startled. His eyes became serious. Yes, I have been looking for many years, but I haven't found it. In fact, many people know about this. Although fellow Taoist Lin has mastered the avenue of power, it's a pity that fellow Taoist Lin's realm is not enough. Suddenly, he thought of the amazing aura that had erupted from the Purple Vein Origin before, and his eyes when he looked at Lin Moyu suddenly changed.